stand up for Canada?
Who is ready to vote for change in Canada?
This is the most consequential vote of our lifetimes.
This election is really about the cost of living.
We can control our destiny with a plan that meets the moment.
After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs and crime, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term.
Our country works best when one party doesn't have all the power.
Quebecers will decide how many of us will go in Ottawa and fight for Quebec.
In a trade war, just like in hockey, we will win.
Never entrust the solution to the people who made the problem.
We need New Democrats now more than ever.
We know how, as America retreats from the world, Canada will lead it.
This election comes down to one word only: change. Change, change, change.
It all comes down to Canadians tonight. Who will be the next Prime Minister and lead this country through one of the most serious economic challenges it has faced? The first polls begin to close in just a few hours, and results will start pouring in after a 36-day race that, let's face it, just 5 months ago, nobody saw coming. But Justin Trudeau's exit and Donald Trump's entry changed everything. Voters turned out in record numbers in advanced polls, which suggests Canadians are deeply engaged in this election and anxious about the country's future. Will they choose a fourth Liberal term under new leadership, or will they opt for a change in course and elect a Conservative government for the first time in 14 years? We're also watching how the other parties fare, because their fortunes could determine whether it's a majority or minority government. Hi there, I'm David Cochran in Toronto for Election Day, and Power and Politics starts right now. We're going to hear this hour from CBC reporters from coast to coast to coast to find out what's at stake in each of the regions, as our party insiders guide us through the party's paths to victory. Greg McEachern is here with me. He is a former Liberal ministerial advisor. Sitting next to him is Fred Delory. He is a former Conservative campaign manager. The St. FX boys are here today. And Mel Richer, fresh off the campaign bus with the NDP. We've got the gang back together. Guys, Mel, it's great to see you all. Let's start with your thoughts on where we are. Greg, not the election we were expecting when we said goodbye for the Christmas holidays. Where do you think we are now that it is Election Day?
It's stunning, the polling turnaround. I think you have a lot of Liberals holding their breath and hoping that it's true, but they're also very conscious that this wasn't supposed to happen. Mm-hmm. I do think that we watched a Conservative campaign that seems that we would have been watching it in the fall of 2024. I'm not sure that the Conservatives were able to, the overused word is pivot. But for the Liberals, this is remarkable, but everyone is kind of holding their breath until the final votes are in.
Right. The polls at this point, Fred, they've been suggesting a Liberal victory, majority, minority, we don't know. I mean, what's the view of things from the Conservative side of it all?
Yeah, from the Conservative side, we have seen a tightening in some of the polls. Mm-hmm. We've seen some numbers come together. If you look at the lead the Liberals had at the beginning of this, that has dwindled significantly in some parts. Now, is it in the right regions? Is it going to make up the difference in seats? We'll have to find out tonight. But it's been a campaign that I think we really, to win this for Conservatives, they need to get that vote out, which is a unique vote for them, that younger demographic. It's angry young people that don't generally vote all the time. The Conservatives will be depending on that. It's hard to ID, it's hard to identify that person into your system and then drag them out. So we'll see how successful they are tonight at doing that. And if they are, they may overperform what we're expecting here.
Yeah, that's the real trick, right? Young people tend to be what we call low propensity voters. They vote rarely, not all the time, and so it's tough to rely on them, but that's kind of the gambit today, right? All right, let's check in with Melanie Richer, who is out on the West Coast in British Columbia with the NDP campaign. Mel, it's not a path to majority or minority for the NDP today, but it is a path to viability and credibility in the Parliament. How are you feeling on now that it is finally Election Day?
Yeah, I'm feeling good today. Of course, it's been a hard few days with the NDP campaign or here in British Columbia, so that's still looming. That's still looming a little bit, but I think everybody is feeling good today. what we're hearing from folks, on the ground from where we've been, whether that's in Ontario and British Columbia, is folks who were really worried about Donald Trump and really worried about Pierre Poilievre are telling themselves, okay, I feel better. I feel like I have permission to vote for what I want. And those folks are saying that they want to vote for the NDP. So that's what I'm looking for today. I think that's what the campaign's looking for today, is how many of those folks are able to get out to the polls and get to vote for some good NDP candidates and send some MPs back to Ottawa. And again, when you talk about, voter efficiency, we know that the NDP is good at this. We know how to indicate who it is that's voting for us and to get them out to the polls. So that's what I'm kind of paying attention to today. I didn't get to go pull the vote with my coworkers on the bus today because I was stuck here at Party HQ setting up for tonight. But what I hear from folks who are out on the doorstep is that it feels good and they're getting some good responses from folks that they're reminding that today's election day. So waiting to see what that looks like tonight. And of course, because we're in BC, and I think BC may be calling whether it looks like a majority or a minority or what it looks like. I think a lot of tight races, particularly for the NDP, because we have so many MPs and seats, before dissolution here in British Columbia. I think it's going to be a late night and maybe a few close races before we figure out exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, unless there is a wave early in Eastern and Central Canada, BC will not be the empty net goal of this election, because it will very much determine probably party status for the NDP and who gets the most seats and whether it is a majority or a minority. So look, with this extra hour that we have, because we're on at 4 o'clock Eastern today, we're going to go coast to coast and have a look at the different battleground ridings and where we think the parties need to be and where they maybe expect to be by the end of the night. So we're going to start with the East Coast, where the first polls will begin to close in just a few hours. Our CBC reporters are going to break down the state of play in Atlantic Canada.
Well, David, there are 7 seats up for grabs here in Newfoundland and Labrador, and no matter what happens in this election, there will be a slew of new faces representing this province in Ottawa. We saw a mass exodus of Liberal MPs in this election. 5 of the 6 Liberals decided not to seek re-election. We have one Liberal incumbent, Joanne Thompson. She's the Fisheries Minister, recently appointed. She's hoping to hang on to her seat here in St. John's East. And we have one Conservative incumbent, Clifford Small, in central Newfoundland. He may have the best shot at holding a seat for the Conservatives in this election. Party support here has largely mirrored what we've seen play out across the country. Months ago, it was expected that the Liberals would be completely wiped out, that a blue wave would wash over the province, but a lot has changed since then. Trump happened, the trade war happened, Mark Carney happened, and we saw this collapse of the NDP vote, all to the benefit of the Liberals. So polls close first here in Newfoundland and Labrador, so we'll find out how all those factors will affect the Liberal fortunes here as those results start rolling in. David?
David, we're here at O'Leary's Pub in Uptown St. John, where Liberals will be gathering tonight to see if Wayne Long will get a 4th mandate from the voters of St. John, Kennebecasis in this election. Wayne Long was the first sitting Liberal MP to call for Justin Trudeau to resign in June 2024, and he likes to tell people that he's been proven right by how the polls have changed. So that is one part of the election drama here, is will Wayne Long be returned again? The other is that St. John has been ranked the most tariff-vulnerable city in Canada because of the huge amount of exports from the province that go out through this port. And so the issue of Donald Trump and his tariffs has been very tangible in this riding. So this is really one of the key ridings to watch. We're also going to be watching Miramichi Grand Lake tonight, a real toss-up where no one from any party is willing to predict who will win. The Conservative incumbent, Jake Stewart, dropped out of the election just a couple of weeks before the writ. And then lastly, Fredericton-Oromocto, which was won by the Liberals last time in a pretty close race. It took several days for that race to be called, and it is also a riding where no one is really 100% sure what is going to happen, but the Liberals are going to hold on to power tonight. They've got to do well. They've got to win 2, maybe even 3 of those ridings. David?
David, leading into this campaign, all the big issues, healthcare, housing, affordability, were top of the list. But all of that changed when the question became who would be best able to deal with Donald Trump south of the border and a trade war. There are 11 seats in total up for grabs here in Nova Scotia, 3 of them from the Conservatives, the rest of them held by the Liberals. And there has been discontent of Ottawa in this part of the country in recent months and years, particularly around the access to the Indigenous fishery and some of those affordability issues. But when the Liberals changed leadership and Mark Carney came on board, the push from the Liberals was strong to try and get some of those red Tories in this province to vote Liberal and line up behind Mark Carney, the businessman, as best to deal with the situation in the United States. The three main party leaders were all in the province once during this campaign. The Liberals and the NDP candidates were very visible at debates and happy to do interviews. The Conservatives less so, relying on their federal leader to be their voice and not having a lot of public questioning of their policies, although they did have very big rallies throughout the province. So they are relying on that as a way of getting their message out in this campaign. The popular progressive Conservative Premier here, Tim Houston, interesting to note, did not campaign with the federal Conservatives. Doesn't seem to be a lot of love lost there, so the progressive Conservatives maybe not too keen to line up, certainly the Premier wasn't, behind Pierre Poilievre and the leader of the federal Conservatives. The turnout at the advanced polls has been impressive in this election campaign, up significantly from past years. About 25% of people have already voted, suggesting that a lot of people had their minds made up early, David.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Jacques, and thank you, Carolyn. We'll be seeing them later tonight on the full election special. Look, this is the results as they stand today, but this is how they were the last time Canadians voted. And with Greg and Fred and Mel now, we're going to kind of go through region by region, province by province to get a sense of what we expect. So let's start in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is how this ended up after the last election. You can see one Conservative there in central Newfoundland. Greg, let's start with you. That's Cliff Small. He won the blue seat there that you see on the map. 6-1 Liberal, but only one Liberal incumbent running again this time, Joanne Thompson, the Fisheries Minister. What are your expectations for the for my beloved home province tonight?
I think generally it's a hold for the Liberals, kind of baked in. Whether or not Smalls continues to go along, there was surprisingly, and Fred probably knows more about this than I do in terms of the People's Party having a big impact in a couple of ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador. Whether they were present or not present, had results in terms of a loss for the Liberals the last time and a win for the Liberals last time.
Yeah, Cliff Small was the only Conservative who never had a People's Party candidate running in his riding, and he beat Scott Sims, right? And that may have played a factor there. So that's the one seat the Conservatives got. Fred, I know they've got their eyes on Long Range Mountains, where Carol Anstey ran last time, got 40% of the vote, hasn't stopped knocking on doors since, and Goody Hutchings, the Liberal incumbent, not running again. What's your sense in terms of the opportunity for holds and pickups?
Yeah, and Terra, what's it called? Terra Nova.
Terra Nova in the Peninsula.
That's another riding there, 3 ridings that I think that, and Avalon is one to keep an eye on. That's a traditional Conservative seat.
Yep.
Got to keep in mind here, we have not held seats there for decades after the whole Danny Williams, anyone but Conservative movement. Clifford Small, we put a lot of resources in last time to win that seat, and he's been a great MP since, so obviously want to hold, and if we can pick up those other seats. It'll be interesting with polls closing there first, seeing what happens with, is the Conservative Party growing, and if it's a sign right out of the gate if we do pick up or at least hold.
So, Mel, on that, the NDP, I know, had high hopes for St. John's East, right? Mary Shortall is running there, former president of the Newfoundland and Labrador Federation of Labour. She is the national president of the party, running against Joanne Thompson, the Fisheries Minister, and David Brazel, the Conservative, who's a former provincial Conservative Party leader. What are your hopes and expectations for your party there? It seems like it's turned into a long shot as this went on.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be competitive. Obviously, people quite like Mary in the riding, and of course, we'll remember that Jack held that riding for a while. But yeah, it does seem like, well, a lot of folks will have to come our way, particularly in this time of what's going on with Trump. But it will definitely be a competitive one for the NDP. So how competitive we'll see. But yeah, a different election than a few months ago for sure for Mary Shortall in St. John's East.
Yeah, and for the Liberals overall, they were expecting to get wiped out. Andrew Furey was losing provincial by-elections by 50 percentage points. It was a bad scene for the Liberals. We'll see where it is by the end of the night. Okay, let's go to Nova Scotia. Greg, Fred, your home turf. 11 ridings, split 8-3 right now. Yes, I'm doing that right? Yes. Greg, I know there's targeting South Shore, St. Margaret's and other things. What are your expectations for the Liberals in Nova Scotia?
It's something that I'm going to be watching for in terms of there is a lot of chatter on the ground in Nova Scotia that especially South Shore, St. Margaret's, and the Cumberland Colchester ridings, the candidates were in trouble. Right. There was a reason why Mr. Poilievre went to Nova Scotia last week, but he didn't go to their ridings because it would be confirmation that they were in trouble. I'd be watching those. The South Shore one, sorry, the Acadie-Annapolis one
this is Chris D'Entremont's riding.
Yeah, and it's one that has gone back and forth through both parties for a long time. But if for some reason the Conservatives lose one of these early on, it's going to be indicative of what we're going to see that tonight.
Right. Okay, I just want to catch, so people know what we're talking about. If we can zoom in. This is South Shore St. Margaret's. This is an area where Rick Perkins is a Conservative MP. The provincial Liberal leader, a guy named Zach Churchill, had a seat there in the last election, and he lost it because of controversy over the fishery. There's no new Democrat running there, and the Liberals think that favors things for them. This is Cumberland Colchester, which is what Greg was talking about. Steve Ellis is the Conservative incumbent there. If the Liberals are going to win them, it's going to be this one first, this one second, and this one right here, Acadie-Annapolis, that would be the third to fall if the Liberals do make gains here. I'm told if Acadie-Annapolis goes red, that's a tripwire. Watch out. That could be a bit of a wave. But Fred, for the Conservatives, obviously, it's hold those three. Mm-hmm. I think they had designs on Central Nova, where Sean Fraser decided to come back. And right here in Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish, where Jaime Batiste is running, but Alan McEachern is running there for the Conservatives.
Alan McIsaac.
McIsaac, I'm sorry. I got that wrong. Or did I get there? I don't know. Anyway, Fred, tell me, what do you think is going to happen with the Conservatives in Nova Scotia?
Well, look, Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish, as you said, former Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance running there, very popular individual. And in Atlantic Canada, we do tend to go a lot at times with the local candidate if they have a strong name. And he definitely has that in a strong team. Central Nova, traditionally a very Conservative seat. Sean has won that.
He beat you, I think.
He beat me in 2015 and has held it ever since. I thought we were finally going to get rid of him on his own volition. Maybe we will tonight. But yeah, that is absolutely one we are targeting. South Shore, as you mentioned, no NDP candidate, so that is tricky for us. The splits help us when the NDP and Liberals split, but Rick Perkins has been an incredibly effective member of Parliament there, so hope to see him re-elected tonight.
Yeah, Sean Fraser, good at beating Fred, bad at staying retired. I think that's what we can take away from this. Mel, if there was going to be a riding for your crowd, it was going to be Halifax, right? This has been really without an MP since Andy Fillmore quit last year to run and successfully become the mayor of Halifax, and this is one the NDP have won in the past, and this would have been the seat you were really targeting in this campaign.
For sure. And Lisa Roberts was an MLA for a while and is quite liked in the region. And I hear that folks from the provincial party are also out there campaigning with her. Jameet's been there a few times, so it'll definitely be competitive. Again, I think we're going to see what that looks like, what that wave looks like. If it looks like a red wave, that may be a little bit harder for her, but has been the candidate for the last few elections for the party federally as well. So has been, on the doorstep working that. So hoping that works in her favor so that she can pull it off tonight.
Okay. Look, I don't want to shortchange Prince Edward Island. 4 ridings, a lot of red soil, and usually a lot of red seats. The only one where there's real change is Cardigan, where Lawrence Macaulay is retiring for the first time since, I think, when he ran in the 1867 election. Greg, I'm not sure. It's been about 7, 8 times he's been there.
I'm not here for your ageism, sir.
No, I'm just, he's an institution. I say that with great affection for his public service, right? But this, I don't know if anybody's really expecting this to change. What do you think? Or Fred, you want?
Peck is definitely one that we'd like to pick up. Obviously, all 4 we'd like to pick up, but we got Jamie Foxx there, who's a former provincial cabinet minister and leader of the party, or interim leader. So he's a very popular local candidate there. Okay, so the Malpeque riding here, this is the Charlottetown riding where Sean Casey was running. That is where Lawrence Macaulay ran. Greg, you see anything here on Prince Edward Island that, there's no growth potential, or do you see signs of concern? No, Gail Shea was the last Conservative that was elected from PEI. Elected, I believe, in 2008 and 2011, which also coincides with some really hard times for the Liberal Party. And so I think that was a reflective of what was then, and I think that's what you're seeing right now is what is now. Okay. All right. So, Mel, I don't know if the New Dems have a target there, or do we just move on to New Brunswick? What are you good with?
move on. I was just going to say my sister-in-law is from PEI, and she tells me there's a lot of red signs. So that's the only thing that I would say maybe for PEI that is worth to hear from this new Democrat.
Okay, so the Mel Richer sister-in-law decision desk is giving all 4 ridings to Prince Edward Island. Okay, New Brunswick, look, you kind of get this split, right? You see the cities going red, and you see the more rural areas, especially in southern New Brunswick, with the heavy Anglophone population versus the northern Francophone population. That's sort of the liberal conservative split. Greg, I know the Liberals are keen on ridings like Miramichi that they think they might be able to pick up. What's your sense on how New Brunswick might play?
Yeah, there was a incumbent Conservative MP that was expected to run. There was a bit of controversy just around the start of the election and announced that they're not reoffering. So that's a seat that was Conservative held, but there's no incumbent. So that's, I think, one the Liberals are really targeting.
Right, so Miramichi Grand Lake, that's the one I think they're really targeting. Fred, I know, not Tobic Mactaquac, we're pretty sure that's going to stay conservative or likely to stay conservative. Fredericton Oromocto, that might have been the big conservative target in New Brunswick, don't you think? Jenica Atwin not running again, David Miles going in there. What's your sense on the potential for change here?
Yeah, that and the other St. John seat, the Liberal one.
St. John Kennebecasis, where Wayne Long is seeking re-election.
We put a ton of resources in this campaign into those 2 seats and hoping to try to turn those around. I would say we are safe for sure in 3 New Brunswick seats. The Miramichi one, as Greg and you mentioned, is one that with a new candidate, it's hard to decipher. But Fredericton and St. John, we absolutely wanted to pick up, and a few months ago we were going to.
Okay. All right, that's the 32 ridings. Mel, are the New Democrats in play in New Brunswick anywhere? This is pretty much a traditional blue-red fight, is the way it typically goes.
Yeah, for sure. We've had some luck, obviously, in Acadie Bathurst before, but I'm not sure that we'll be super competitive in that riding this time.
Okay, all right, let's head to Quebec, where you will be competitive in a couple of ridings. It is one of the crucial battlegrounds in this election, and the CBC's Quibina Orduro is in Montreal. Quibina.
Hi, David. I'm in the Montreal riding of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, where NDP MP Alexandre Boulris is trying to regain his seat. It's a seat that he's been holding onto since 2011 when we saw the orange wave. Other things that we're looking for in Quebec is how the Bloc Québécois is going to do tonight. Are they going to gain more seats than they had, stay at the same number, or lose seats at the hands of the Liberals and the Conservatives? When I have spoken to people throughout the election campaign, their issues that are top of mind have varied and changed. At the beginning of the campaign, a lot of people told me that what they are thinking about is Canadian sovereignty and who is the best person to stand up against U.S. President Donald Trump. As the campaign trail continued, a lot of Quebecers told me that they are thinking about things like housing. Young people have told me that they're thinking about the environment. And lately, even today, people are talking about the cost of living, and they say they are putting their vote into who they believe is the best person to deal with the cost of living and the housing crisis. And then some say in the back of their mind, it's the trade war with the US. There are 78 seats up for grabs in Quebec, and tonight we will know where Quebecers chose to put their votes. David?
All right, Quibina, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Quibina Orduro in Montreal. So, Mel, let's start with you there. I've got it highlighted here on the map. Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, this is Alexandre Boulris' seat. There is expectation from the Bloc, the Liberals, and the NDP that he is likely going to survive the night. Is he going to get company? I know Ruth Ellen Brousseau, you've got high hopes pinned on her.
Yeah, from what I understand from internal stuff from the party, that things are going well for Ruth Ellen. Obviously, making sure that people go out to vote today will be super important for her team and folks in the region. But I was in both ridings, and both ridings feel good for sure. I think people really felt a lift from the leader's debate performance in French, and also from his appearance at Saint-Chef. A lot of folks right now, and particularly in those ridings, there's an orange-red Bloc Québécois split. So performance of Jagmeet in the debate helps with Mark Carney, and the not the appearance, but the way that the Bloc has managed this campaign, some of the things that they've said, some of the topics they've spent time talking about, that also helps, right? So them not doing well definitely helps the NDP in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I think we're super confident about that one, but will help in Berthier-Masquinongé, and will also help in places like La Salle et Mort-Verdun, where Craig Sauvé is. Laurier-Sainte-Marie will be a little bit tougher with Stephen Guilbeault and Nima Mashif, and of course We've seen Nima Meshev try as a candidate for the federal NDP a few times, but those are kind of the races that folks are paying attention to from our side.
Okay, so Greg, on this is where the path to the majority for the Liberals really begins, right? About 32, 33 seats after the redistribution of the 78 in Quebec, strong on the island of Montreal. They kind of want that number to start with a 4, right?
Yes,
By the end
exactly.
of the night, to be over 40. And this is now North Shore and the South Shore ridings and maybe Abitibi, James Bay. I mean, what do you need to see here as the night goes on for you to feel pretty comfortable as a Liberal? Because you haven't had a comfortable time the last couple of years.
So speaking more like broadly, outside the entire province, you're absolutely right. The Liberals need to be at least in the low 40s as things move on. The other thing I think people would be watching, political watchers, paying attention to is Boulay-Reese. The NDP may have some hard decisions to make after this election, and they may be looking for their path forward. They had a really strong crew from 2011 in Quebec. A lot of that is gone. Same way in Nova Scotia when Alexa McDonough was leader. They picked up several seats in the 97 election, and that's pretty much gone. So if the NDP is going to start rebuilding based on polling, we don't know obviously what's going to happen, they're going to be looking to people like Boulay-Reese. Yeah. And look, the blue you're looking at here, that's not conservative blue, that's bloc blue. It's the wrong blue. It's the wrong blue, as Fred says. Let's go to sort of the Quebec City region. That's the right blue, as Fred would call it. I mean, this is kind of the conservative power base. There's chances to gain in some block ridings, depending on vote splits, down in places like Trois-Rivières. What are you looking for a good night for the Conservatives here?
Yeah, so we have 10 seats in Quebec right now, and those are 10 solid seats. Those are not under any threat, I would say. We win by very large margins, almost like they're rural Alberta in some ways, in terms of our popularity there. North of Quebec there's a number of seats in the Beauport region that we think we can, in Charlevoix, that we believe we can be competitive in Trois-Rivières. So anywhere from 2 to 4 seats we may be able to pick up in Quebec.
Yeah, I'm just randomly touching ridings now because I will confess.
You're actually putting Jonquière too is one that keep an eye on?
Jonquière is one, that you were looking at. Okay, so I mean, Quebec though is really going to be about that battle between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. If you see the Bloc in the high 20s, low 30s, bad news for the Liberals and their quest for a majority, because mostly when the Bloc loses a seat, broadly, it goes Liberal in this sort of race. So that's going to be the fight to see if the Liberals can get to that 40 or above number. Okay, we're going to go from one battleground to the next. We're going to turn now to Ontario, where historically the party that wins the most seats, it wins the election. I mean, we've got reporters in Northern Ontario and in that crucial Greater Toronto area.
David, Toronto and the GTA has been pretty much fortress Liberal for the past 3 elections. For the Conservatives and Pierre Poilievre, unless they're able to pare away some of those seats, in particular in the 905, it's hard to see how they'll have a path to victory anywhere else in the country. Now, through this election, obviously Donald Trump and the tariffs have been a key issue for Ontario voters. The auto sector plays a big role in this province. But you also got to talk about Doug Ford, the most powerful Conservative politician in this country. The tension between him and Pierre Poilievre really burst out into the open during this campaign. And you had, as recently as this weekend, Doug Ford criticizing how the Conservative campaign was being run. Remember that Doug Ford's key to victory in his provincial election just a couple of months ago was winning a bunch of seats in the GTA. David?
David, this community is symbolic of some of the key issues in this election. Sault Ste. Marie is a steel town. Algoma Steel is the main driver of the economy here. And with the 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum in place, there's a lot of fear about the future of local jobs and how that will trickle down to other businesses here. It is also a border city. On the other side of the river is Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, and the two sides are inextricably linked. People move across the border, they have friends and family on either side, so there's a personal connection in this trade war. And there are also local issues affecting the community in this riding. Crime has been on the rise in the last decade, and Sault Ste. Marie has one of the highest rates of opioid deaths in the province of Ontario. So it will be interesting to see how all of these priorities translate into the votes of people here in this community tonight. David?
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Mike. And look, I know people who don't live in Ontario get a bit sick of everyone talking about battleground Ontario and vote-rich Ontario and seat-rich Ontario. But here's why we do it. Ontario has as many seats as Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland and Labrador, Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia combined. It's just the math. That's the ball game. And Fred, for the Conservatives, there's one key area of Ontario that really is the ballgame. You're strong in southwestern Ontario, but it's about the GTA, in particular here in the Peel region and in York region. You got to break through in here and definitely bust into Mississauga and Brampton if the Conservatives are going to have a shot at finishing first here.
Yeah, it's the only path to victory for the Conservatives in this election. It is an incredibly seat-rich area. Look how they're packed in there. There's a lot of them. And, you know, Doug Ford cleaned up almost all of those seats we're seeing outside of the downtown Toronto core. So there is a possibility there. Just a few months ago, these people voted Conservative in an election. But in this one, obviously it's a much different battleground we're facing. But we absolutely need to make big gains there if we have any dreams of being government at the end of the night.
And so Greg, that obviously means you need to hold. And with the NDP support dipping like it has, the Toronto core area, that will help you, right? That vote should go to the Liberals. Might lead to some vote inefficiency, right? That you'll win seats you should win by safer numbers. But you get up into the York region, Newmarket, Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. You know, you go over to Francesco Sorbero's riding in Vaughan Woodbridge. That's where it starts to get potentially dicey, even with the NDP shift. What are you worried about as a Liberal in Ontario right now?
One of the big things when you have concentrated population like this is there has been riding changes. I used to work for the member for Newmarket Aurora, but I don't think it's exactly the same riding as then. But when Belinda Stronach held that, that was a riding that between two elections had a massive population growth. Milton is another area where that happens. Ask Lisa Raitt, who used to hold that seat. It had one of the largest population gains between elections. So there is a lot of issues when you have large population growths combined with riding shifts. What you're projecting might not be exactly, what you're projecting from last time might not be the reality today.
Yeah, sort of, to oversimplify it, every time a condo tower goes up in an Ontario suburb, Liberal voters move in. That's pretty much how it tends to go. So Mel, in terms of the big picture for the New Democrats, I mean, there's Charlie Angus's old riding up in the north, though that has changed a little bit. But really, we're kind of looking at really southwestern Ontario, right? Where we see three orange. We see Brian Massey in Windsor, Lindsay Matheson in London, and we see Matthew Green in Hamilton. This is where the stand needs to begin, right? For Jagmeet Singh and your crowd to have the night they're looking for. What do you make of the dynamic in Southwest Ontario?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we were just there a few days ago, and I think folks are feeling good, particularly in those seats, Windsor West, London Fanshawe, Hamilton Centre. I think there's some really good feeling in Hamilton Mountain as well, which is where former MPP Monique Taylor is running. So folks, and also I would say in manufacturing sectors too. So the whole who stands with workers and how, I think, has been really important in those ridings. Of course, we lost quote unquote a riding in Northern Ontario, which is where Carol Hughes was running. So that takes one of us out. And of course, Charlie Angus isn't running again, who was quite popular, and that could even go Conservative instead of going red. The other ridings that I would also pay attention to is 2 in Toronto. I would pay attention to Toronto Danforth, and I would pay attention to Parkdale High Park, which is where we've got 2 strong candidates running. I think they'll be competitive. Are they able to pull it off? It will be interesting to see. But what we've been hearing in the last week or two is numbers for us are finally shifting in Ontario, a bit delayed from BC. The message of because of you, we've been able to get these good things, and we need to keep the Liberals accountable so that they keep delivering for people has been really important in those places, and we're seeing vote shifts. So that's the ridings that I would be paying attention to tonight.
Yeah, if Jagmeet Singh's closing argument and Yves-François Blanchet's closing arguments catch on, Mel, that's more bad news for the Liberals than it is for the Conservatives. But just, Mel, one more quick thought on southwestern Ontario. Like, this is the most trade-exposed part of the country, right? The auto sector and everything is here. And the 2 kind of big stories of the year, the election and Donald Trump, they intersect in this part of the country. And sort of this flight to safety with Mark Carney that a lot of voters have done in this, it threatens New Democrats. I mean, do you think you will stand up for workers and remind the government about the workers? I mean, how successful do you think it's been in the closing days here?
Right. Well, what's interesting is the shift is exactly about that. Not because Mark Carney has said something that they don't like, or because he said something they do like. What we've heard from folks directly who are either undecided or who are still, maybe leading Liberal instead of NDP is they actually want to vote NDP. That's who they want to vote for. If they had their way, they would send NDP MPs to Ottawa. They're really worried about Trump, and they're really worried about Pierre Poilievre. So the message that Jagmeet has been passing about, if we're not worried about those things, and we need to make sure that the things that you care about are still on the table, that we continue with dental care, that we continue the things that you want with healthcare, and really the message of the things that people are proudest of, healthcare, pensions, EI, are things that the NDP put on the table. That has really been resonating with folks and almost giving permission to people to vote for what they want and to be defiant a little bit in voting what they want. So it has shifted sentiment. I think the question is if it's shifted sentiment enough, or if we needed a few more days for that to get across the finish line.
Okay, we're going to leave Ontario and Eastern Canada behind because we're going to talk about that a lot tonight in the early hours. We're going to swing now to Western Canada and the North, and our CBC reporters break down the state of play in each of the key regions.
David, Manitoba is a mixed bag. Coming into this election, the Conservatives had 7 seats, the Liberals 4, and the NDP 3. The Conservatives and the Liberals are hoping to add to that tally tonight. The NDP, down in the polls, are hoping to hold on to what they have. There's 2 ridings to watch here. One is Elmwood-Transcona in eastern Winnipeg. In the fall, the NDP's Leela Dance won a by-election narrowly against Conservative Colin Reynolds. They're in a rematch tonight. And in Winnipeg West, a newly renamed riding, Conservative Marty Morantz beat former Liberal MP Doug Ailfson in the last election by only 400 votes. They're back at it again. And another riding of note is Winnipeg South. It's a perfect bellwether in Canada. Since its creation in 1988, the candidate elected in Winnipeg South has been from the party that wins the overall election. Back to you, David.
David, Alberta is a Conservative stronghold. 30 out of 34 available seats went to the Conservative Party back in 2021. Because of redistribution, there are 3 more seats up for grabs, and the Conservatives are hoping to defend their territory. There are a few open races in Edmonton, specifically Edmonton Centre. Now, the Liberals are hoping to hold on to that seat, which was former Cabinet Minister Randy Boissonnault's, but that riding in particular has been known to swing back and forth between blue and red in the past. The NDP have an opportunity here in Alberta's capital city. One of their most statistically safe seats is Edmonton-Strathcona, and that seat could have national impact as the NDP fight to hold on to their official party status. Now, the NDP do not have any incumbents in Calgary, but the Liberals have one. George Chahal, who's running in Calgary-McKnight, is hoping to become that city's first Liberal MP to ever have 2 consecutive terms in the House of Commons. Rural Alberta consistently votes Conservative. We'll just have to see if voters keep that pattern. David?
David, I'm outside the polling station here in Iqaluit at the Cadet Hall, where people have been coming and going all day since the polling stations opened. Now, some voters in Nunavut have told me that one of their top issues this federal election is housing. There just is not enough housing for enough people in the territory, and that, of course, leads to overcrowding. Now, the Nunavut government has said that it will attempt to build 3,000 homes by the year 2030, and that's because they estimate about 3,000 people are on the wait list for a public housing unit. Now, other major issues in the territory include the big infrastructure gap. There are many aging power plants, schools, and health centers all across the territory in many of its 25 communities. And another issues in Nunavut that a lot of Nunavummiut are talking about this federal election is the cost of living and the cost of food. Now, those issues are not new, but they are hoping that this next federal government can do something about it. Big ticket item this federal election, of course, is Arctic security and sovereignty. In fact, 3 political leaders traveled here to Iqaluit even before the election was called to make promises about beefing up Arctic security and sovereignty. And that, of course, is because of threats from the United States, Russia, and China. But Nunavut Premier PJ Akerok has said time and time again that Canada cannot have Arctic security and sovereignty until it invests in its people. David?
David, where I live in the BC interior, the Conservatives are hoping to sweep the interior, winning 2 ridings from the NDP, one in the South Okanagan and one in the Skeena-Buckley Valley on the northwest coast. Now, issues like homelessness, the toxic drug crisis, and affordability are key to voters in the interior, and the federal Conservatives enjoy a lot of support in rural BC. Meanwhile, in Kelowna, the Liberal Party is hoping to win back a riding as a former MP is facing off against the Conservative incumbent. This is a crucial election for the NDP in British Columbia. The party enjoys a lot of support on Vancouver Island and in the Lower Mainland, but recent polling suggests that it could be a very close 3-way race in some of those ridings. The outcome here in British Columbia could determine if the NDP has official party status in Parliament. David?
Okay, we just covered a lot of the country there. Thank you to Bartley, Sam, Juanita, and to Brady. All right, look, the North, there's 3 seats. There's a massive landmass, not a lot of people. The Yukon and Northwest Territories probably going to reliably stay Liberal. There will be a fight, most likely between the Liberals and the New Democrats in Nunavut. But I want to start in Manitoba, because this is where all 3 parties have real skin in the game. This orange riding you see up north, this is Churchill, this is Nikki Ashton's riding, but the battleground is really going to kind of play out in Winnipeg. And right now you see it's a split of everything, right? So, Greg, I want to start with you. I mean, you've got 4 seats there now for the Liberals, but you know they feel good about Winnipeg West, as I understand it, and Winnipeg Centre, and it might be a blue-orange battle in Elmwood Transcona. What's a good night for the Liberals in Manitoba? What do you hear and what do you think?
Tonight Manitoba could look like it has a NDP premier, but no NDP federal seats. That's a potential outcome. You mentioned Dr. Doug in Winnipeg West, high hopes that he's going to come back to Parliament, but also Winnipeg Centre, Leah Gazans. I'm told, maybe Mel can correct me if I have this wrong, but that Jagmeet Singh did not visit that riding during the campaign.
He did go to Winnipeg, right?
He did go to Winnipeg.
Mark Carney kind of hopscotch.
But my friends on the ground say that he avoided that riding. And then Churchill with Nikki Ashton, we've talked on your show before. There is an issue where she is not in Ottawa very often. There was an expenses issue around a vacation to Quebec, and the Liberals think that they may have a good chance there.
Right. So Mel, let's just talk about the New Democrat situation there.
Yeah.
I mean, no one got to Churchill. It's too out of the way, too remote, too far. The battle has been in the urban center. You know, Leah Gazan here in Winnipeg Centre, and Leela Dance, in Elmwood Transcona. What are your thoughts on what's going to happen in Winnipeg? Is there room for gains, or are you holding on?
Yeah, we're definitely holding on. I'll just laugh a little bit at what Greg was saying about Winnipeg Centre. Not, all respect to you, Greg, but yeah, the leader is not going to go to Winnipeg Centre because he was in Elmwood Transcona like a few times during the campaign and was standing with him. So I don't think that that's an actual thing. I don't think you go to the ridings you're not worried about, and I don't think we're worried about Winnipeg Centre, and I don't know that we're worried about Churchill either. I think folks quite like those MPs, and there's a lot of good support in both those ridings. I think the one that's going to be tighter is Elmwood Transcona, and that's an orange-blue fight, and making sure that folks know that to beat the Conservatives in that riding, it is a vote for the NDP that matters. Of course, Leila is new and is not a Blakey, so that is a thing. When I was in Winnipeg a few days ago, Daniel Blakey was there. I was really happy to see him. So that's definitely the one that's a little bit closer. And you'll remember that the Conservatives poured a lot of money in that riding leading up to the by-election, and a lot of money actually against Jagmeet Singh leading into that election too. So that's the one that I would be watching a little bit closely. But from what I understand, folks feel pretty confident that it'll stay orange.
And look, you go to a densely populated, concentrated place like Winnipeg, you're hitting the media market more than you are hitting the particular riding in a lot of cases, especially in the final week of the campaign. But Fred, as I understand it, a little bit of concern about Winnipeg West. You know, Marty Morantz and Doug Otterson, I think they've run against each other like 4 times, you know, in the last little while. And even sort of at the north of Winnipeg, it's Kildonan and St. Paul, where Kel Dancho, the public safety critic and Conservative MP, that one may be getting a little bit tight because of, you know, just the way urban centers tend to go when the Liberals are out front. What are your expectations on Manitoba before we move on quickly to Saskatchewan and then get to the rest?
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, Winnipeg West, we won by 300 votes last election, so that's going to be tight. Kildonan St. Paul was tight in 2019. It was really a safe seat for us in the last election, so would really would hope that we would hold that and see no concern there. And Elmwood Transcona, though, that NDP seat, we are obviously going very hard on that, and Colin Reynolds has been working very hard to steal that.
Yeah, that's the gain target for the Conservatives of that. Okay, I want to go to Saskatchewan, and I kind of want to go through this a little bit quick because we do got to get through a few things. This is Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River. This is not a Liberal seat right now. What's happening here is we've updated the boundaries to incorporate the new electoral map, and we've transposed the vote from last time on it. Had people voted the way they did in northern Saskatchewan last time with the new boundaries, the Liberals would have won the seat. So that's why it looks red right now, because of those changes. But Greg, this is target number 1 for the Liberals, Buckley Boulanger running up there. And then really you got to get into, it sounds like Saskatoon, which is all blue right now, but Saskatoon University, Carla Beck and the NDP did really well here in the provincial election. That's where the Liberals are looking to grow here.
Yeah, short strokes, Liberals hold no seats in that province. They win a seat, that is more, and that is better.
It is. Yeah, no, that is what elections come down to. Nowhere to grow for you, Fred, but it's hold, right? This one's going to be tough, it seems. And then how you feel about Saskatoon and Regina?
Keeping in mind Desnethe, yes, it's with redistribution, we wouldn't have won it last time. We have swept the province in the last 2 elections and absolutely want to hold. And no, Desnethe is going to be hard, though, because of the boundary changes, but still hoping to hold it. Saskatoon and Regina, not hearing much out of Regina, but I think Saskatoon may have some battlegrounds for us. As you mentioned, West and University may be tightening up a bit.
Mel, Carla Beck showed New Democrats can win in Saskatoon and in Regina in a pretty big way. What are your thoughts on the 2 big cities for the NDP tonight?
Yeah, what's interesting is Jagmeet was in Saskatoon West a few weeks ago. Really good, and I think that's where folks are feeling good about potentially being competitive in that riding. But that's really the one that I'm paying attention to tonight.
Okay, all right, let's move to Alberta, and then quickly we'll finish on British Columbia. Look, Alberta, you know, it is, I clicked on British Columbia by accident there. This is the heartland of the Conservatives, right? 37 ridings, they always win over 30, except in rare elections. Most of it is going to stay blue. No one is expecting Red Deer or Lethbridge or Fort McMurray to change tonight. But when we go into Calgary, we do have, right here, we do have Calgary McKnight, which is where George Chahal is the MP. He was in Skyview last time, but he's moved there. Calgary Nose Hill, they're not going to win. Calgary Skyview is one they're targeting, as is Calgary Confederation, as is Calgary Centre. Greg, the Liberals I speak with seem fairly confident on Chahal, maybe one more. I don't know how you feel about that, but also in Edmonton, we get up there, this is where the New Democrats are. Edmonton Southeast, where Amarjeet Sohi is running, and Edmonton Centre, where Randy Boissonneau was the MP. Those would be the seats they'd be targeting. What's an optimistic expectation for Alberta for the Liberals tonight?
Go Oilers, Mark Carney in the Oilers jersey. I mean, this is an opportunity. The Liberals
cost them Calgary. They're all
This is an opportunity that the Liberals have a leader with who has grown up in Alberta. So and it's really been a different tour approach than other campaigns that I've seen. The Liberal campaign ended up one of the final stops was in Alberta. There's a lot of hope around around Edmonton and Calgary. We've also heard that on the doorstep, the Premier comes up as something that people are not happy with, and occasionally the leader himself has been helpful for Liberal vote in Alberta.
Right. So Mel, this is where your 2 New Democrat MPs are. Edmonton Griesbach, which is Blake Desjardins. They've held that seat since the last election, so that's one that you currently hold. And the other is Edmonton Strathcona, which is Heather McPherson. That is Heather McPherson's seat. All right, I was trying to show that there to the audience. There we go. That's Heather McPherson, Edmonton Strathcona. That's Edmonton Griesbach. That is Blake Desjardins. Mel, I would rank McPherson as safer than Desjardins, with no disrespect to Blake Desjardins. That is just my understanding of Edmonton. How are you feeling about those two seats, and is there growth potential for the NDP in Alberta?
Yeah, feeling really good about those seats, actually. I was in Strathcona a few days ago, and it was all orange signs. It was really cool to see. The Alberta, or particularly the Edmonton team, they're a door-knocking machine. I think Blake Desjardins is the MP as part of the NDP caucus who's knocked on the most doors since the last election, and that's important, particularly for those closer battles. And of course, he's up against the Conservatives in that one. There is actually potential. It was interesting for me to hear that the journalist earlier say that Edmonton Centre was a red-blue fight. I think the NDP actually has an opportunity to be super competitive in that one this time. Trisha Estabrook running, and she's quite liked, and from what I hear, has the Heather and Blake machine helping her get to foot. And of course, last week, 2 weeks ago, can't remember now, Rachel Notley was in Edmonton, introducing Jagmeet, and I had goosebumps the entire time. So Rachel Notley telling progressive voters in Edmonton to vote for Jagmeet Singh and the NDP is not nothing. So hoping to see some good stuff there.
Okay, we got about 6 minutes, and then we got to say goodbye, and I want to get through British Columbia. Fred, quickly on Alberta, the only thing I can say from the Conservatives' point of view is that I have heard that in the Edmonton seats, campaigns are expecting the NDP vote to collapse by at least half in their riding, and they're worried about that does with vote splits. Are you worried about that in Alberta, or is it maybe just one or two extra Liberals? What's your sense?
Yeah, look, any seat loss is a seat loss, and we don't want to see that. Edmonton provincially is dominated by the NDP. There is a progressive vote there that is big, and if it goes behind one party, you could see a number of seats go to that one party, and it looks like it's the Liberals who's eating that NDP lunch right now.
Right, okay, all right, we're going to close out with British Columbia. And when you look at this, you can see a lot of orange on Vancouver Island and up north and in the interior. When you go down to the greater Vancouver area, it gets a little bit more compact and a little bit more mixed with Conservatives in the south. And then as you get closer to the center of Vancouver proper, there are 5 New Democrats there and surrounded by a cadre of Liberals. So Mel, I want to start with you because this is the Alamo for the New Democrats, potentially at the end of the night. If it doesn't go great in Eastern Canada, it's going to be Vancouver Island, and it's going to be the greater Vancouver area. I mean, just what are your thoughts on this race at this stage of the campaign?
Right. Well, most of the seats that we have in British Columbia are orange-blue races. So the message, I don't know if you've seen the signs in BC, the NDP beats Conservatives, that those were kind of plastered all over the island, and they're definitely in Skeena-Bulkley Valley and in the Okanagan as well. So that is kind of the argument. If you actually want to beat Conservatives in these ridings, you've got to vote orange. And again, giving people permission to vote for the NDP, to vote for what they want, to send New Democrats back to Ottawa to keep potential Liberal government accountable, has been really important in those ridings. Whereas the Lower Mainland's a little bit different. Those are orange-red and sometimes orange-red-blue races. And what will be important, I think, in those ridings is to make sure that the vote lines up behind New Democrats so that you don't see a split and a potential Conservative win in some of those, because those are more three-way races. I mean, the same thing could happen on the island, but there's a bit more Liberal support in those ridings. So just making sure that folks get across the finish line. Sorry, I'm taking up so much time, but Burnaby Mayor yesterday endorsed Jagmeet, and that'll definitely help Jagmeet and Peter Julian get across the finish line there too.
Right. Okay. So, Greg, when I look at all of these are the incumbents and the holds that Mel Richer wants to see stay orange tonight. But when I look at all of these, I see Conservative target, Conservative target, Conservative target, and they just keep going. I mean, what are your expectations for these parts of British Columbia, Fred?
Those were always major targets for us starting 2 years ago when Pierre Poilievre became leader of the party. His path to victory was the 905, Northern Ontario, and this part, the orange part of BC that we're looking at on the map. Vancouver Island, the northern part, we think we'll be able to do very well there. Skeena-Bulkley Valley, which is one of the bigger ones.
All the way up north, Skeena-Bulkley Valley is.
Skeena-Bulkley Valley is one of the larger ones there. That's got Ellis Ross, a former MLA and cabinet minister in the BC government, incredibly popular. I think that's going to go blue. There's going to be a number of blue pickups there. But in the lower Vancouver Island, there are some red seats that I think that may go, including perhaps Liz May's seat. I think I think she's going to be, that's going to be turning red on us.
Right, so right down here, this is Elizabeth May's seat, this is Victoria, this is Esquimalt. Greg, if there are Liberal targets, it's sort of right around here, probably. But think mostly your fights are here, where Jagmeet Singh, Peter Julian, Jenny Kwan, Don Davies, and Benita Zarrillo are the NDP.
Yeah, follow the tour. Yeah. I think Mark Carney was in Victoria 3 times, so that's not insignificant. So that's one that a lot of Liberals will be watching.
Okay, that's where it is, gang. You know, at least where it was. I mean, this is where it is right now. You know, and we're waiting to see, you know, how it's all going to play out as the results start coming in. So, you know, in the time we have left, that's a good primer for people who haven't been following regional splits and all that sort of stuff on the way back. But just, Greg, just your final thoughts on this, your expectations, you know, as we're, 3 hours or whatever away from the polls, 2 hours from polls closing in Newfoundland and Labrador. What are your expectations just overall? Where do you think this goes?
Look, I am struck by the lack of overconfidence when I have conversations alone with Liberals. Everybody, like I said at the start of the show, holding their breath. But I am hearing from Conservatives who are, you know, not conceding, but, you know, suggesting that they believe the polls. This is the first election in quite a while that I was actually on the ground. I was on the ground at Nova Scotia, and I'll tell you, I'm very much an old dog, and I got taught a new trick, and I'm embarrassed. I was asked, there's a app that records when you go to a door what they think. And I was asked if I have minivan, and I said, no, I have an SUV. So I think I'll probably stay off the campaign trail for a little while. Yeah.
All right, so seat count, where do you think it ends up? Got a guess for the Liberals. What do you think the number is? Give me a range of like plus or minus 5.
184 to 189.
Okay, so a majority, Mark Carney government.
I hate when you...
I know you just jinxed it, Greg. If it doesn't happen, we're playing this back. Fred, what do you think? Where are you right now?
What's interesting in this election is, in every election I've worked on the last 3 days of the campaign, the Liberals seem to eat up some NDP vote that helps them greatly and keeps it either us a little lower or keeps us from winning.
You're killing me.
Yeah.
We're seeing the opposite happen this time because this is a bizarro campaign.
They ate it up at the beginning.
They ate it, and now it looks like it may be coming back to the NDP, and obviously we're hoping that happens. And with the polling, you know, there's an interesting poll that Hamish Marshall, who was the campaign manager in 2019 for the Conservatives, his firm One Persuasion did a poll on your neighboring votes, and it was a similar polling technique used to predict the Brexit outcome. And they show the Conservatives actually doing well based on you think your neighbor's voting Conservative. So it'll be interesting to see if that's accurate and if we'll see that. In terms of a prediction, you want a number? I'm not going to give you one. I'm not making any predictions.
By the way, okay, all right, that's telling in of itself. By the way, it wasn't Alan McEachern, it wasn't Alan McCarthy in Cape Breton. It's Alan McMaster.
I said McMaster.
Did you say McMaster?
I thought you said McCarthy.
I thought you said
That's
McCarthy.
why, and I was
There's
just...
a lot of McCarthys from there, man. That's a field territory.
Yeah.
Okay, Mel, we're going to give you the last word because we're basically gone over time. I'm sorry to the control room. Where do you think this ends up tonight? Who do you think is the government? In what form? And where do the NDP finish in seats?
Who do I think is the government? I'm going to go with a Liberal majority with Greg too, or a very bigger, slim minority. I think it's going to be right on the line, and I think it'll be important to have NDP MPs in Ottawa. The one thing that I think I'm looking forward to is whether or not that message of, you know, because of you, New Democrats were able to get these things because you voted for us, to see if that continues to track in the right direction from the last few days and whether that pushes a lot of our fights across the finish line. I'm obviously hopeful and just really proud of my guy.
Okay, we got to leave it there. Our apologies to Alan McEachern, Alan McIsaac, and mostly to Alan McMaster for getting that wrong. Mel, great to have you back. That's Melanie Richer, Greg McEachern, and Fred Delory. We're going to see you all back in Ottawa on Friday. Still lots more to come right here on Power and Politics. We've got reporters staked out at each of the party's headquarters to give us a sense of how they're feeling before the results come in. All of that is next. Welcome back to a special edition of Power and Politics. I'm David Cochran, live from Toronto on Election Day. Canadians across the country are casting their ballots after a fierce campaign. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre voted with his wife in his Ottawa area riding this morning. As you can see, that ballot is long. There are 91 candidates on it, and most of those candidates are linked to a group advocating for electoral reform.
All right, everyone, get out to vote for a change. Thank you. Have a great day, sir. Thank you.
It was like shoving a phone book in there. Liberal leader Mark Carney also voted in Ottawa this afternoon. This is Carney's first time on a ballot. Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet cast his vote in his Quebec riding this morning. He'll spend the evening in Montreal watching the results roll in. And NDP leader Jagmeet Singh cast his ballot in advance polls, but he was out today with supporters in Port Moody, British Columbia. The first polls will close in just 2 hours. We have the Power Panel all here in studio, and we have reporters standing by at the major party headquarters. We'll hear from each of them throughout the show, but we are going to start with the Liberals.
Who is ready to stand up for Canada with me? We need to fundamentally reimagine our economy. We also have to stand up directly to a man named Donald Trump. We're going to fight, we're going to protect, and we're going to build. Double the pace of housing construction build. Baby build. With respect to my personal assets, is I have complied with all of the rules. It may be difficult, Mr. Poilievre. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone, okay? They're both gone. We need a majority because we need big changes.
Liberal leader Mark Carney is spending election night in Ottawa. The CBC's Ashley Burke is at the Liberal headquarters in the nation's capital. So, Ashley, this could be a big night for the Liberals. What's it like at the headquarters right now? I'm guessing it's empty because they're all pull and vote. What are your thoughts?
That's exactly it. They're out getting out the vote. This is a room where Mark Carney's volunteers and supporters are expected to start filling into a little later in the night when the results start coming in. And right behind me, that's the podium that he is hoping to stand on later tonight and claim victory. But people here are not popping the champagne yet. They think, those around him that I'm talking to, that are part of their campaign, think that they do have a shot at a majority, but they are watching for a lot of really tight races in places like Saskatchewan, Ontario, and BC. And we saw Mark Carney earlier in the campaign. We didn't think he was going to do what his predecessor did, which is the final day of the campaign, travel across the country, across time zones, try to hit as many places as possible to really energize people to get out the vote. But then in the last couple days of the campaign, we found out that was happening. So he left Ontario yesterday morning. He headed to Saskatchewan, Alberta, then BC, and we ended with an event in like a vineyard kind of area in Elizabeth May's, the Green leaders, co-leaders riding just before midnight, where he wrapped up his campaign there. They've been going aggressive in Vancouver Island, really playing offense there. And then he overnighted back, and we got in this morning just after 8:30 or so. So he wanted to campaign into the last minute that he could. And as well, something people in his campaign are also talking about is how much he's changed. Like, we're watching him learn on the job. He has never been elected to public office before. The first week when I was out on the campaign with him, you could see him at these whistle stops and these events, these photo ops where he looked like uncomfortable or amused, or, hasn't, for example, cut a piece of wood in front of a camera, or his hard hat, I remember once, was tilted and they were trying to straighten it out, and there was a podium where they had to put a piece of red tape behind it, so he stood in the right spot behind the camera, and you could see him kind of march up and stomp like proudly that he got in his spot. And then this last week when we came out, completely, things had changed. He was much more comfortable with his speeches, ad-libbing more, really going out and talking to the crowd more. It seemed like he enjoyed it. So seeing him kind of learn how to do those things on the job, but also, he's really focused his campaign consistently from week one to the very end on his central message. This was a very disciplined campaign about who is best to take on Donald Trump. We've seen him really almost exclusively aim his attacks at his main rival, Pierre Poilievre. He even joked in Victoria this week that he didn't think he'd said Jagmeet Singh's name this entire campaign. He's also talked about Donald Trump a lot, which has really helped his campaign out. Every single time there's been a threat or tariffs, he's gone into prime minister mode to talk about that. And he's also, had a lot of challenges, though, too, David. He's had his past after he was the governors of the Bank of England and Canada. His time as the chair of Brookfield really opened him up to attacks by the opposition about questions about a conflict of interest or their use of their tax practices in offshore areas. So that's something he's had to counter throughout this campaign. He could be, like at the beginning of this campaign we were talking about, he could be the shortest serving prime minister in history. He's been on that job for 45 days. And tonight, Canadians are going to decide if that's the case or if they're going to choose him to lead this country and if they're going to give him that strong mandate that he's after. David?
All right, Ashley, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Ashley Burke in Ottawa. The Power Panel is here with me to talk about all the things about this election. Vandana Cotter, she's been gone for a while because she's been working on the Liberal campaign. She was also an advisor to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Ginny Roth is a former Conservative campaign strategist. Brad Levine is a former national campaign director for the NDP. And Rob Russo is the Canada correspondent for The Economist. It's great to see you all in person. Adrian's letting us use the studio, so that's good on a big day like this. Vandana, if Mark Carney loses today, he would take the record from Charles Tupper, who was Prime Minister for 69 days, going all the way back. He is a very different politician at the end of this campaign than he was at the beginning of his leadership. What's your sense of where things stand for your party tonight?
I think it comes down to exactly what Ashley said. It's going to come down to a few ridings. We worked really hard on a field program, taking an offensive approach, going in areas where we haven't had a lot of infrastructure over the years, but also sticking to what we think is a Canadians ballot box question, which is about who is best to protect Canada against Donald Trump. Having seen him these last few days, from the beginning, we first chatted about him running for leader to now, he's really enjoying the campaign. I think he's really enjoying talking to Canadians. I think that's really showcasing and how his interactions are and getting used to it. I think, he always said he was willing to listen and to take direction, and you see he's also just enjoying being with people. So I think that all plays out. At the end of the day, every vote's going to matter. Polls say what they say, but whatever matters is who gets out to the ballot box questions. But I'm going to be watching for a few really close ridings to make sure we can get across the finish line. Okay,
Ginny, 4 or 5 months ago, the Liberals would have been lucky to get 40 seats. Now they're polling consistently around 40% or above. I mean, it's been the whole campaign has been transformed with Trudeau's departure and his arrival. What are your thoughts on where the Liberals are right now? Because we're going to talk about the Conservatives in a second.
Well, first I would say the Liberal fortune started to improve before Trudeau stepped down. They started to improve when Canadians rallied around the flag because they felt threatened by Trump. They rallied around Premier Ford, they rallied around most premiers across the country, and they rallied around Trudeau. Carney then benefited from that even more as he kind of threw off some of the most unpopular policy commitments of the Trudeau government, the carbon tax, the capital gains change, and those things combined really lifted the Liberals' fortunes. The Conservatives are holding in tough. I mean, if you believe the polls, the Conservatives are at a high watermark for them as a modern party. And so whether the Liberals can deliver on this now and convert their very efficient vote into as many seats as possible, I guess we'll see.
Brad, Mark Carney has done a very good job of prosecuting the record of the Trudeau Liberals as he seeks to lead the Trudeau Liberals in this election, right? Moving away from the carbon tax, criticizing handling of immigration and other things like that. And even with that sort of the shift away with a lot of the same team behind him, it's him that seems to be resonating with a lot of Canadians as the Liberals come back off the mat.
It's him and it's his resume. And I think there's a tremendous amount of projection that Canadians they don't know much about Mark Carney. They know he's a central bank governor here in Canada and in the UK. After that, maybe some folks may know Brookfield. But I think he's benefited tremendously and frustratingly so from his opponents, where people just say, Mr. Carney must know how to deal with the Americans. We don't know that. There's nothing on his resume that would show that he's a great negotiator. There's not a lot that we know of this man other than those two major career moments, which are impressive, to say the least, and his demeanor and his tone. And I think that between those two things, but it's not because I think people have fallen in love with the man himself. They've fallen in love with the concept of the man. And I think that this honeymoon, if he does win tonight, will be short-lived, because I don't think that he'll be able to sustain the expectations that we have. And because once the contest is done, we're not comparing Mr. Carney to Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Singh anymore. We're comparing Mr. Carney, if he does win, to what's going on in people's day-to-day lives. And we got some headwinds coming in this country.
You know, Rob, those two moments Brad talked about, those are two pretty big moments, right? I mean, the day after Brexit, when he had to go on British television and sort of calm everything down, like 30, 35 million people watching him. Like, he's been tested in big moments, just not as an elected official. I mean, what's your sense of how he's done this campaign?
What has he done? He has not turned into a golden-throated orator. He has remained an owlish former central banker who tends to campaign in stumbling and sometimes bumbling ways at the beginning of the campaign. But I think that he became a more à droite campaigner as the campaign went on. He was a guy who campaigned also on a fair amount of dread. He showed political nimbleness. I think Jenny referred to it by some light-fingered larceny of much of the Conservative campaign platform as well. So this is a man who has the image of a kind of sober central banker who is above politics, but I think that conceals some political acumen that he developed over years and years and years of dealing with people at the highest levels of government, including Donald Trump. He met with Donald Trump a few times when he was, in particular, when he was at the Bank of England. So he knows how to operate. He has this persona. I think Brad is also right, and there's no better night for a prime minister than on the night that he wins a mandate. And then the hard stuff begins. We'll see if this persona of the kind of wise helmsman is enduring. But this is what got him to where he is.
You know, Ginny, the Conservatives tried to define him as carbon tax Carney, just like Justin, and then he scraps the carbon tax, and he's got a different focus than Justin Trudeau, even if it is the same party. Like he's more focused on the economy than Justin Trudeau, I think, ever was. I mean, do you think your party has done enough, or what is it that, I don't know, protected Mark Carney from this sort of attack the way Michael Ignatieff, for example, crumbled?
Well, I think Brad's right that Canadians want to see in Mark Carney what they feel they need. And so he's benefited from that. I think he's benefited from a generous perspective on the part of Canadians. Maybe not undeservedly, but that's the circumstance. He also has benefited from a short campaign, or a short period of time as leader of the party and prime minister. That has meant, I think, that he really hasn't had to answer for, I think, the toughest dynamic for him, which is the breadth of his voting coalition and the breadth of their opinions on policy matters. You see this on things like pipelines, the balance between environmental policy and natural resource extractive advances. I think this is going to come up in a lot of different areas, and Canadians may find the prime minister they end up with, if he wins, is someone who is saying a lot of things to a lot of people, and he'll have to negotiate and sort that out after the election if he wins.
Yeah, quickly. Yeah.
Just to say that Mr. Carney himself acknowledged in the interview on Saint-Chef that there would be no Mark Carney candidacy without the crisis. Right. He is a man who has found and met a propitious moment for him that wouldn't have been the case if he'd have been running 6 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, Vandana, you know, should your party win tonight, Mark Carney will have a lot of challenges in front of him, but I mean, I think he's quite happy to have those challenges in front of him should he win tonight. I mean, what's your sense, your expectation of where this night might end? I mean, the polls and the aggregators would suggest majority Liberal government is the most likely outcome. Greg McEachern said it was for certain earlier, so he definitely jinxed it, right? I mean, he didn't say it was for certain. But where do you think it ends? I mean, because all last fall, every Monday was it was like trauma for you talking about the polls.
It was trauma for me.
Where are you right now on this Monday?
Listen, I'm still going to be watching all the way till BC. So I think it's going to be nail-biter till the end. Do I still think, again, as Jenny mentioned, we have efficiency in our voter, like the GTA-rich vote. But like you said, I signed a lot of focus groups. I signed a lot of places we were testing. And Pierre Poilievre had a long time to also penetrate his messaging, which did come through. So I do think in a short time, he has been able to showcase that he is calm in a crisis. And I will attest, he is very calm in a crisis in general. So I think that's what Canadians are looking for. I think Canadians are also looking for a change. And what I mean by change, I'm not even talking about governments. I think there's been a lot of just theatrics in Parliament and in politics, not just here, but in the US. And they want someone who just seems stable and, as Rob said, above politics. So I'll still be waiting till the end. I'm not celebrating yet. But I'd be curious to see, I hope to see seats in every province across Saskatchewan. I think that will be great, not only for the future of the party, but also for infrastructure, but also to showcase that you can actually represent all Canadians across the country. Yeah,
we kind of went through a mood in the electorate where they got tired of preachy, were pretty angry, and now being afraid maybe has sent them towards steady. And we'll see if that bears out by the end of the night. We're going to check in with the Conservative campaign now.
My little boy understands something the Liberals do not, which is that in baseball and in politics, it's 3 strikes and you're out.
Mark Carney wants us to forget about the last 10 years and his role in bringing about the lost Liberal decade. Lost Liberal decade.
I will axe the carbon tax.
With Carney, it's a carbon tax. With Trump, it's a tariff.
What we need now is strength. We need to build pipelines, dig mines, and take back control of our economic future. This has got to be the biggest political gathering of the 21st century.
If there were a bigger rally than that, you would know about it.
Catch and release gone. House arrest gone.
You exploit and terrorize our people, you will go to jail for life. They should only come out in a box. We need a change, and that's what this election is about, a change to put Canada first.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre will also be in Ottawa tonight watching the results come in, and the CBC's Kate McKenna is at the Conservative headquarters in downtown Ottawa. So Kate, how are Conservatives feeling as they await the results tonight?
Well, the Conservatives that I've been speaking to are nervous and anxious. That is not the official line from the campaign. The campaign says that they're optimistic, that they have a good get-out-the-vote machine, and that a lot of these ridings are going to rely on good turnout. So the Conservatives, their campaign is saying that, you know, they still have a shot at this. There's still a path to victory. But, David, I can tell you I've spoken to probably about 20 Conservatives over the last 24 hours, and there's a real fear that tonight Pierre Poilievre will not be giving a victory speech at this event when he gets here in the evening. But the campaign says that they're very proud of the race that they've run. You know, they've really put Pierre Poilievre, positioned him as the vehicle for change, as a champion for working class people who have seen the costs of necessities like food and housing go up, and also on issues such as drug addiction and housing and the military. You know, they say that they are seeing levels of support for the Conservatives that they haven't seen in this modern window of the Conservative Party. Now, that doesn't mean there hasn't been any turbulence. There has. We've reported on it. There has been some infighting, some accusations, including from Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, that Pierre Poilievre hasn't changed his message enough to be focused on Donald Trump, to go harder on Donald Trump in what is appearing to be a campaign that's about Donald Trump and his tariff threat and his threats on Canada's sovereignty. Now, Pierre Poilievre would tell you that this is actually a change election, that he is the only vehicle for change in this time after 10 years of Liberal government. But last night we did see a little bit of a shift in tone from him. You know, even since he was running for the leader of the Conservative Party, he was saying he was running for Prime Minister. But yesterday, when he was at his own riding, his last whistle-stop event in Carleton, he made reference to no matter what happens tonight. That was the first time I've heard that from him. A possible admission that, you know, he might not be winning this evening, but he said no matter what happens, he'll keep fighting, and we'll be watching to see what does happen here this evening.
Okay, Kate, thank you so much. This is CBC's Kate McKenna in Ottawa. Power panel is back with me, Vonda Nakater, Ginny Roth, Brad Levine, and Rob Rousseau. Ginny, not the election I think Pierre Poilievre expected when he became leader and had the deteriorating popularity of Justin Trudeau across from him in question period every day. Where do you think they are right now, tonight?
I think that they are optimistic. And doing everything they can to focus on getting out as many votes as possible. Because if Poilievre does pull off a surprise victory, and I think at this point, to your point about the polls, it'll be a bit of a surprise. It's certainly possible, but it'll be a surprise. If they pull off a surprise victory, it will be because they motivated young men, especially, young people, middle-aged people, and in many cases, maybe not traditional voters, people who vote less frequently or haven't voted in previous elections, people who maybe don't show up in those polling panels as frequently. It'll be because they convince those people who go to the rallies, who are really enthusiastic, to actually show up and vote. And so you've got to be totally focused on that, which I think is why you've seen these huge rallies across the country over the last, especially week or 2 weeks, because there is a huge percentage of the electorate that is very frustrated, still pretty angry, but also hopeful. When they poll Canadians. The biggest reason why people are voting for Conservative is because they have hope of the future and they want more change. It's people who are more concerned and anxious that are voting Liberal now. Right. And so hoping that hope converts, is, I think, where they're at. And also that the way these seats fall, maybe they pick up some seats from NDP, the NDP party, for instance, in British Columbia and other places where
Northern Ontario,
this realigned voter base is actually could serve their interests in terms of.
But just not, it is amazing here on April 28th, like you said, surprise victory. For so long, it was inevitable, and him and his party seemed invincible. I mean, it's weird to ask this question, but what does Pierre Poilievre need to see tonight to stay on as leader? Like, is there an outcome where he can't stay on as leader? Does a Carney majority end his ability to lead the Conservative Party?
No, I don't think it does. I think he should stay on as leader. I hope he does. I can't speak to his mindset, but he is a guy who's incredibly popular with the Conservative Party membership.
He's made it younger, too.
Which is how the
really
Conservative
made the party young.
Yeah, he's young. He's very popular with the Conservative Party membership, which is how we elect leaders in our party. He's very popular with the 40% who are likely to vote for him of the country. I mean, that's millions of Canadians. That's a lot of people. And so I think he, if he's not successful, he should stay on and figure out how to convert that. Figure out how to get to the end of Mark Carney's honeymoon as fast as possible, which I don't think will take too much time. And I also, I want to point out some structural forces. There's the U.S. and Trump. There's also the fact that we went from a 5-party system to a 2-party system in 12 weeks. Yeah. I mean, that is a structural, massive challenge for the Conservatives and for Pierre Poilievre. And he's the one to turn his mind to it, because I think if he's able to get one of the stronger results in our Conservative Party's history, it would be foolish to switch horses mid-race.
Brad, Ginny is right about the polarization of this election and how it went essentially down to a 2-party system. But I think the issue for the Conservatives is that when it became a choice between who are the 2 best people to deal with what's happening right now, the answer wasn't them. You know what I mean? Because he's going to keep the high 30s, but he was in the high 40s, and that all moved back to the Liberals once Mark Carney became the option. That's the challenge you have to reckon with, I think, if it doesn't go their way tonight.
I think that is true. Poilievre's, I think the support, when we saw it at those historical highs, was due to him being in a contrast to Justin Trudeau. Yeah. And I think that the minute that the comparables among the 2 major parties were changed, therefore the 10 points came right off the top. But you could take a look at the architecture of Mr. Poilievre's inability, because you should be proud of the Conservatives, because what Mr. Poilievre has done is maintain the Harper coalition. But his inability to grow it beyond that was either based on the fact that the other parties would have enough support so that 38, 39 could get you the tickets to 24, the keys to 24 Sussex. Or I think his negative campaigning and his inability to be nimble put a ceiling on him. Like, so there's a very high floor in the Conservative Party. They wake up every day.
But is it a bungalow, right? There's no second floor.
There's no second floor after that. And so his, the high risk of doubling down on a one policy issue, which is the carbon tax, which it looks risky now, because once you remove it, then your 18 months and millions of dollars in campaigning goes out the window, and people look at that refreshing. The other thing is that Mr. Poilievre, and I know lots of Conservatives like to give New Democrats a hard time. For some strange reason, their ability to grow is based on the functioning of the New Democrats. But running the campaign against Singh will go down in the textbooks, I think, plus the carbon tax, plus the inability to be nimble.
Yeah,
go down.
The $3 million negative ad campaign against Jagmeet Singh, grinding him into dust, Rob, may have made it very hard to get the votes which you need in a post-Justin Trudeau world and with the polarization of things. What's your sense of where Mr. Poilievre finds himself on the election day he's wanted for a couple of years?
Well, I think the hallmarks of this campaign and of the Poilievre time in office has been growth and defiance. He has been defiant in terms of those, in the face of those calling for him to change, for him to moderate, for him to become less conservative. And he has some cause for defending that position. As you guys have said, the party is younger, it's broader, there are more working Canadians who support the Conservatives, I think, than ever before. They are attracting people, I would say, like Mr. Trump, who normally do not participate in the political process. That's not necessarily a bad thing, to get people who don't vote to come out to vote. He has also attracted, however, scorn even from his own fellow Conservatives for the way he has waged this campaign, for his failure to recognize the tectonic shift in the landscape after the election of Mr. Trump. I don't think that he was without evolution. He was. Clearly, he went from the rumbling bulldozer to a man who could show anthropomorphic tendencies, talking about his family, talking about coming into the world via an unwed mother and the relationship he still has with her. But as the campaign ended and it became clear that there was that ceiling that you referred to, he did go back to depicting a dystopic hellscape of Canada.
The last week, and focusing on that Policy Horizons document from, you know, an obscure department and obscure department.
That suggested to me that in some ways almost like he was beginning to defend his leadership. He was beginning the fight to defend his leadership by keeping those who he brought into the party with the party. You know, the Conservative Party has adopted a one-and-done policy since Stephen Harper. Stephen Harper was the last Conservative leader to lose an election and stay on. Since then, it's one and done. I'm not sure I shared Ginny's optimism. We all know that the grinding sound we hear in the background is axes and knives that are already being sharpened if there is a majority mandate for the Liberals.
Yeah, so look, they do lead the league in regicide, right? I mean, the leaders do go quickly. I just want to get Vonda and Janelle. I'll come back to you for the last word. But, you know, the fractures we've read about with Nova Scotia, with the Conservatives there, and with the Ontario Party, these are not things that help you and feel like issues that should have been resolved so you can build a more enduring coalition, right?
Yeah, actually, when I started working in politics, one of my really good friends who's been in politics a long time said, when you go into politics, remember, people have been there forever. You have to get along with everyone because you'll see the same characters over and over again. I'm sure we've all worked with people that we've worked with 10 years ago, but I think that to have that coalition together would have been beneficial for Mr. Poilievre, because even if he's seen as an attack dog, if he's seen a certain way, and even if you don't believe him when he talks about his family, you have other people. It would be great to have Doug Ford on side, Mr. Houston on side, and have that voting coalition together, because if you don't like Poilievre, but you like Doug Ford, you might be like, okay, well, if he trusts him, I'll lend my vote.
Yeah, instead, Doug Ford's having breakfast with Mark Carney, and Corey Tenike is making more news than Elizabeth May in this campaign. Jane, I'll give you the last word on this. You wanted to jump in there.
That's a low bar for making news, to be fair. I said earlier, going from a five-party race to a two-party race, it's not just the Bloc and the NDP. The PPC has collapsed. And don't forget, in the last election, we were talking about the PPC spoiling ridings for Conservatives. That is a huge achievement. When you want to talk about holding the whole coalition together, you've got, you know, centrist, older folks who will vote Conservative, many of them, and young, you know, potentially former PPCers staying in the Conservative coalition because they see a home for the broader right of center and a role for them in it. I think that's a pretty impressive achievement. Whether it's going to convert into enough seats, I don't know. And I think Conservatives, if it doesn't, will have to look at voter efficiency in a two-party system and figure out how do we win in that environment. But the idea that you can run away from everything you committed to as a Conservative and not sacrifice those voters on the right, I think is foolish. And it's not just PPC voters. Those voters stay home. We saw a bunch of voters just disappear in the broader GTA in the last election who would have been previously Conservative voters. And so, you know, it's not. I'm painting a picture to show how difficult it is to hold together that coalition and speak to the successes I think that we'll see tonight.
Yeah, there's not a natural governing Conservative coalition, right? And Pierre Poilievre, you know, to his credit, he believes what he is running on and doesn't want to move off those principles. He made that clear that he'd rather kind of like run and lose on his principles than moderate and win and then having to change. But winning back the PPC, I know that was a big priority early. The Portage-Lisgar by-election, right? They put everything in there to smash Maxime Bernier. They've successfully grafted those percentages of the electorate back in, but does that then become a bit of a shackle that stops you from moving too far into the middle to break into the GTA in the way you want because you risk losing it at the other end?
I mean, not if you focus on the issues that you think 40% or more of people care about, including everyone across that whole spectrum. So you said, well, he's going to stick to his principles even if it means he loses. To a certain extent, I think what he was really saying is, I'm going to stick to talking about cost of living and people who are suffering, which maybe is about principles, or maybe it's just about those voters. And that is a lot of people in Canada right now. And it might be, we might forget that quickly come tonight, because the Liberals might win on the Trump issue, and that might be all we talk about. But there are still going to be millions of Canadians who are like struggling to afford food, struggling to fill their cars with gas, and those are going to be people who voted for Poilievre, and who are going to feel really, really disenchanted, I think, if the Conservatives don't.
Yes, there's going to be geographic and generational challenges for Mark Carney should he win tonight. We're going to check in now with the NDP campaign and see what is at stake for that party tonight.
You deserve a government that has your back, and we will fight like hell to make sure that happens. To describe what has happened when Donald Trump stabs us in the back, it's a betrayal. We gotta fight back. We gotta protect these workers. We're in it for the working class. We're in it for you. It's not gonna be Mark Carney and the Liberals that are gonna stand up for you. And Pierre Poilievre's plan is one of cuts. That's why I'm putting myself forward as a candidate for Prime Minister. I'm running to become Prime Minister.
Are you still running for Prime Minister?
I've seen the difference that we make in people's lives. Concretely, we made a difference. And that's why I say it would be the honor of my life to serve as Prime Minister. We were able to fight to bring in dental care, pharmacare, and childcare. Pharmacare, we made happen. Anti-scab legislation, we made happen. If you want to see more of those things happen, vote for a New Democrat.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh will spend election night in Burnaby, British Columbia. And the CBC's Marina von Stackelberg is at the NDP headquarters in Burnaby. So, Marina, what does a good night look like for Jagmeet Singh and the NDP?
A good night for the New Democrats would be holding on to as many seats that they have as they can. They went into this election with 24. If they can keep a majority of those, maybe pick up 1 or 2, 3, 4 extra, that would be a very good night for them. A bad night for them would be losing official party status, going below 12 MPs in the House of Commons. The last time that happened was in the 90s. You know, David, I've been on this campaign at the beginning, I've been here at the end, and I feel like I've been on 2 different campaigns. At the beginning, I would say it was sleepy. At times, it was strange. I remember one time going to Hamilton. Jagmeet Singh went to a rec center twice, but didn't speak to steelworkers. And it speaks to the issue the party had with speaking to the Trump and tariff issue. You know, Jagmeet Singh, he was just kind of focused on certain things. And the real thing that I noticed was that he kind of stayed on message track. He talked a lot about the idea that Pierre Poilievre wasn't the person for people, Mark Carney wasn't the person for people, but he couldn't clearly articulate why he was the person for people. And of course, he was dogged with his relationship with Justin Trudeau, you know, voters holding on to the concerns that he had continued to support this Liberal government for as long as he had. But then there was this very clear change. I noticed it about 10 days ago, I would say, when the tactics changed and the messaging changed. And the NDP really went on the defensive. They had bigger events. They had more energetic events. We saw an energy in Jagmeet Singh we hadn't seen before. They hit ridings that they had already and were trying to shore up support. And his language changed. He started talking about holding the line. He stopped talking about being prime minister and started saying that people should vote for New Democrats because they would be the ones to hold a future government to account, and they were the ones that had proven that they were the people that had made sure that, you know, brought in different programs that had made people's lives better, like dental care, like pharmacare. There was also this change in Jagmeet Singh as well. I feel like for much of this campaign, he was very much on message track, but then we saw this realness to him just within the last few days. You know, he spoke very openly about his decision to support the Liberal government, saying in his words that he couldn't stomach the idea of a Conservative majority. He talked about how he wanted to make sure dental care got through so that Canadians would start to receive it before an election, making it harder for any future government to take it away. He revealed for the first time that a year and a half ago he had faced death threats. And then, of course, after this horrible incident here in BC, at which he was at this event just minutes before it happened, he spoke very emotionally yesterday about that. And it speaks to Jagmeet Singh's strength, which is understanding people's struggle and speaking to that. But the issue is this is a very short campaign, and the question will be whether voters will feel that they should support Jagmeet Singh and go to the ballot box with that.
Okay, Marina, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Marina von Stackelberg in Burnaby, British Columbia. Brad, I want to start with you. I always feel like on election night, the best assignment is the NDP campaign because you get to be in Vancouver, in the Vancouver area, until there's a national leader from St. John's. I think that wins out. What is a good night for Jagmeet Singh? Because, you know, it went from I'm running to be Prime Minister to give me the balance of power to please elect as many of us as you can.
Yeah. I think that there's a contrast between the Conservative campaign and the New Democrat one. One is inability for Mr. Poilievre to pivot either to the issue of the day on that, and then you've got, I think, in a campaign technically serviceable, run by Mr. Singh, like no major mistakes that cost them the support. The drop in support happened at the beginning, and it's not necessarily because it's a lack of embracing of the values of the party, because those that even are moving over to Mr. Carney, now they're coming back a little bit, but those that moved over to Mr. Carney in the middle of the campaign, we're talking about, I haven't given up as a Democrat, I just can't have Poilievre and Trump at the same time. So I give Mr. Singh tremendous credit for being nimble enough to say, okay, here's where we want to start, here's where things are after maybe the end of the first period of the campaign, and here's where we want to be in the second, and then we'll see where we are in the third. Exceeding expectations, I think, would be a good night. Right now, the expectations are low, and I think that
what is exceeding expectations? Is how many?
Is a good when you said what's a good night for the NDP? Exceeding the expectations. So if you look at, I mean, people like to, as a whole industry now in this country of aggregators, where people translate what the vote is and hopefully do some smart work to see what the seats is. But it's returning the caucus. And if there's any slippage within returning the caucus, then it's some of those key ridings, like my riding of Parkdale High Park here in Toronto. There's no incumbent. It is a neck and neck between the New Democrat and Butila Capoce and the Liberal candidate. So you know that's a good night for sure. It's a good
official party status, though. It has to be that. It has to be 12 plus, right?
That is the minimum bar for sure. Yeah. No, there's no question about it. Nobody goes, oh, I hope we get it. I mean, listen, we've come a long way. Like, listen, 14 years ago, right? I just got my Facebook. This is what happened 14 years ago during the Orange Wave. You know, we had 103 seats. Within just a handful of cycles, we're now debating whether or not we want to be there. Yeah. But here's where I think that the supporters are rallying, and I think you'd rather end up on the dip on the way up than on the way down. And that is when Mr. Singh rightfully was saying, well, I'm going to run for Prime Minister, Canadians were saying, we don't think that maybe this is the right time for somebody like you to be the Prime Minister. We're looking over here. And then you could see that in the tee up here from the reporter on site in Burnaby was saying that things changed because I think there's a heck of a lot more people that go, you know what, we do want you as an insurance policy. We do want you in the House of Commons. If Mr. Carney has only got to listen to Poilievre and the extreme conservative movement in this country, that's going to be a very bad House of Commons for working men and women. So now we have the NDP where people like us, and that is under Mr. Singh's leadership. They want us to make the case and make sure that Mr. Carney is held to account and doesn't, again, for a guy that we don't know much about, the NDP is insurance policy. And that's where I think the crowds got more excited. They got bigger. And I think that's where we saw the dip up in the polls.
Okay, V, what are your thoughts?
I think, I do think Canadians like Mr. Singh generally. I mean, my mom was really sad to see. It's like, I wish he would do better.
He's been very cheery for a guy in a tough spot. I will say that. He's been very positive.
And as he should be. And I think his heart's in the right place. I think, and I did sit in focus group. People do like the Democrats, do like Jagmeet Singh, and just are too worried of Mr. Poilievre. And they're worried about tariffs. And they're like, he doesn't have a chance in being Prime Minister. I don't want to split the vote. I'm going to make sure I vote for the Liberals. On my algorithm, on my TikTok, on my Instagram, I saw a lot of people saying, where can you strategically vote? And they mentioned Parkdale High Park, they mentioned other places, and where do people feel on these social issues? And they would compare the Liberals and New Democrats, trying to give voters an understanding of where do you feel, and does it make sense for you to vote New Democrat here or Liberals? I think the thing is, what Mr. Jagmeet Singh hasn't been able to do is prosecute why he needs more seats in the House of Commons. I think as much as people see Dentacare and Pharmacare, and he's talked about it, I think he hasn't been able to take that full credit for the work he did there. And no matter what happens, you won't get that kind of agreement again. So what do you do if you're an opposition party, right? What kind of power do you have? So I think that's where people have a hard time. But I do think attacking Jagmeet Singh isn't the right strategy, because I do think Canadians generally like him. And I'll say this, he's also a racialized man who wears a turban. He is going to have a hard time in some parts of the country.
Yeah, Rob, it's also his third national election. as leader. If there's the same question I asked Ginny, right? Like if there's a decline here and barely holds on to party status and his own seat is still very much in play tonight, it may very well be his last election.
I'm sure he'll be given a courteous 15 minutes to make up his mind, and then he will be roughly shoved out the door. Look, there are stumbles, there are sags, and then there are spiraling swan dives, and we've seen a spiraling swan dive with the New Democratic Party. Yes, absolutely, this has turned into a two-party race. But if they're ever going to form a government at the federal level, I think New Democrats need to understand that their enemies may be as much the Liberals, if not more, than the Conservatives. When Brad was working for Jack Layton, they seemed to realize that. Mr. Layton went after Michael Ignatieff, the Liberal leader, with more vim, more vigor than he did go after Mr. Harper. The result was the NDP formed the official opposition for the first time. New Democrats have no trouble governing at the provincial level, it seems, because they've shown to be reasonable financial managers in places like Saskatchewan, for instance. They need to be able to show that. They're not going to be able to show that if they remain a conscience party of parliament. There is a role for that, if they decide that is their role. And I imagine that argument is going to break out, if it hasn't already, shortly after.
Brad, I'll come back to want to get you in here. They're good in those binary races out west. It's when it's a multi-party race. That's where the NDP gets squeezed at the national level. They haven't figured that out yet. Your thoughts, Ginny, over there?
The question with the NDP is, what is the raison d'etre of the NDP? Because it would appear to be today to stop Conservatives. And if so, they may be successful. But that is not a parliamentary party in our democratic system, or at least it's not, it's not working in its rational self-interest, let's put it that way. The NDP, by opposing Poilievre, has refused to acknowledge that he's attracting young working people who are traditionally the voters of the NDP. And you may say that has hurt the Conservative because they've gone after the NDP and it's boosted the Liberals. But that's how they're growing their voting coalition. Mm-hmm. And the NDP has chosen to insult those voters by saying you're voting for someone who's a bad person, who's immoral, who's unprincipled. And certainly not courting those voters back. And they've said to Canadian voters, the only rational choice you have if you're progressive and on the left is to vote Liberal. And I just think that's a huge political failure. And if that's what the NDP wants to do, they should just pack up shop and stop being a political party.
There is a lot of insulting leaders going around, I think it's safe to say, in the parliament, and denigrating the integrity of your rivals, which is probably not a good thing in the long run for civic virtue. But Brad, last word to you.
Just on Rob's point about the notion of conscience versus government. I mean, so in Western Canada, the New Democratic Party is either the government or the official opposition, because we have predominantly two-party systems.
Two-way races, yeah.
And we've spent generations elbowing out the Liberal Party from being a contestant in that. And there's good people attempting to do that good work here in the province of Ontario. That is going to be the discussion going forward after this election campaign. Whatever happens tonight and all the things come down. And we've had this discussion. This is when you talk about what is the raison d'etre, where is the soul of the New Democratic Party? It is between those within the party that seek to influence others when they govern versus they themselves wish to govern. And that it's not left or right. It's not east-west. It's whether you want to be governed or you want to be the conscious. And that we will talk more of, and I'm sure, in the coming days.
Yes, there are no participation medals in politics. You win or you don't is really, I think, the question they need to sort out. But let's check in. Let's head to Quebec now. We're going to check in with the Bloc Québécois campaign. Leader Yves-François Blanchet will be in Montreal to watch the results roll in, and the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian will be there to watch the results roll in. He's at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal. So, Rafi, a little bit like the question with the NDP, what is at stake for the Bloc and its leader in the results this evening?
David, in one word, relevance, and that is the struggle the Bloc Québécois has had throughout this campaign as well. This is a party that can thrive when they can shine a spotlight on Quebec-centric issues. Think of the legal challenges against the provincial language protection or secularism laws, but there's been very little room for that kind of talk in the last 5 weeks. It's all been dominated by Donald Trump, and who is, best suited to stand up to the U.S. economic threat. And Yves-François Blanchet has had to kind of elbow his way into that conversation. He's tried that. Their platform actually came out before the platforms of the parties trying to form government, and a lot of it was about protecting Quebec economic interests from Donald Trump. He's tried to suggest Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, would not be good at that. But, over the course of the last few weeks, he's also started predicting Mark Carney would win and form government. There's a bit of strategy going on there. Blanchet essentially saying, listen, Quebecers, you don't have to worry about Pierre Poilievre forming government, so vote for me instead. But this is a party that a few months ago may have had some official opposition dreams, right? Think about the by-election they won in Montreal, Liberal Fortress Montreal. That was at the height of Justin Trudeau's unpopularity, and things have certainly changed for them since then. So they're heading into tonight with more modest goals. They've talked about trying to hold the Liberal government to account by, holding the balance of power. Nobody wants to come out of election night with fewer seats than they went into it. But if Blanchet can turn around and say, listen, sure, we're down to 20-something seats now to his people, but, we get to hold the balance of power, that's a bit of a consolation prize for him.
Okay, Rafi, thank you so much. This is CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Montreal. We're going to go from the BQ back to BC in British Columbia now to check in with the Green Party. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich is at the party headquarters in Victoria. So Olivia, Elizabeth May, I know she's the co-leader. Jonathan Pedno's in Montreal. What are Elizabeth May's plans for this evening?
Well, David, this is expected to be an election night watch party unlike any other because we're not in a convention center or a ballroom without any windows. We are here at a beautiful winery in Elizabeth May's riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, and she says that she plans to have fun tonight no matter what happens. There's going to be live music from Bill Henderson, the lead singer of the Canadian classic rock band Chilliwack, poetry by Lorna Crozier, and May herself is expected to take the stage with her husband, John Kidder, and the two are expected to perform a duet at some point in the night to cap things off. May says that she feels good about her chances, despite the fact that polls have her party polling at its lowest level, David, under her tenure. So it's a difficult situation, and she acknowledges this. She's in basically the race of her life, facing a three-party challenge here between the Greens herself and stiff competition from the Liberals and Conservatives as well, who are trying to unseat her. May herself has been an MP since 2011, and she was the first elected Green MP, and she's hoping to get more of these MPs elected, but pollsters are even saying that it's quite possible that the Green Party could be wiped off the electoral map tonight. So she's aware of these challenges. She also has raised concerns about the fact that the Green Party was shut out of the debates, and this was supposed to be her co-leader's moment to shine, Jonathan Pedno. But of course, the Green Party did not meet the participation requirements, so Pedno was not able to get that opportunity and join the national conversation. May is also concerned, David, with how this federal election has unfolded, with it largely being seen as a two-party race between the Liberals and Conservatives. May says she's concerned about this because she says that it seems like Canada is heading towards the direction of the United States when you have a choice between just the Republicans for the most part and the Democrats. So, May is concerned about this, and she wants Canadians to remember that there are more than just Liberals and Conservatives here, that there are people who support other parties. And she says this is just healthy for Canada's democracy because she says it forces politicians to work across party lines and work for the greater good of Canadians.
Okay, Olivia, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Olivia Stefanovich in Victoria. The power panel is back. Rob Russo, Ginny Roth, Vandana Cotter, and Brad Levine. Rob, election night in a winery with Chilliwack is probably not a bad idea, though the most famous Chilliwack song is Gone, Gone, Gone. She's been gone so long.
You're not old enough.
More seats or more leaders at the end of the night for the Green
Party. And warbling a tune may soothe the savage wounds if she's going to go in that direction. Olivia raised an interesting point. This is the first time since 1958, and Brad, no, I did not cover that election, that we do really face a choice between two parties, and that no third party is going to it seems, if polls are to be believed, play a determinant role in the outcome of this election campaign. I was interested in the report from Rafi as well.
Yeah.
The Bloc is employing, in effect, the strategy that Kathleen Wynne employed in Ontario, saying, I'm going to lose, but I acknowledge that we still need a presence in the legislature in Ontario. The Bloc concession speech, it'll be interesting to see if that does convince some Blocistes to come home. The best result for him, for Mr. Blanchet, even if he loses seats, as many are predicting, would be to hold the balance of power. That would not necessarily be the best result for national unity, I would say, even with a diminished Bloc vote, because we all know that will undoubtedly engender a whole bunch of alienation from the province of Alberta in particular. But I do find it ironic for those of us who have watched the national unity debate for decades that Quebecers may turn, it seems, to a man who doesn't know the province of Quebec very well, who did suffer some stumbles himself in the French language early on, because they see in Mr. Carney someone who will represent the federal state that will be a better buffer against the Anglo menace that can be that's representative to the culture and language of Quebec. That would be, I think, a bitter irony for Mr. Blanchet.
Yes, and Ginny, the Yves-Francois Blanchet decision desk has projected a Mark Carney government. It's just a question of majority or minority in the leader of the Bloc's view. When you're watching the Quebec results come in, I mean, if the Bloc are in the high 20s, low 30s, that makes the majority a whole lot harder, right? Yes. I mean, what are you looking for in there in terms of seat splits in the 78 Quebec ridings?
I think exactly as you say. If the Bloc outperforms the polls, even by a little bit, like it doesn't have to be that much, if they see a tick up and a bit of a resurgence, that will keep the Liberals at bay. The Conservatives could also increase their seat count in Quebec, in parts of the province where they're a little bit more popular.
Jonquière, Beauport, Trois-Rivières, those places.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so if Quebec starts to split a bunch of different ways and the Liberals are not able to consolidate power and pick up a bunch of seats the way that, or hold a bunch of seats the way that that the polls looked, you know, a week, 2 weeks ago, that I think could play a spoiler for a Liberal majority, certainly, and potentially even a Liberal government if the Conservatives have been picking up in Atlantic Canada before that and continue to pick up into Ontario and BC.
V, your thoughts on the Greens and the Bloc?
I think for the Bloc, looking at a few key seats like Abitibi, La Prairie, Shefford, we have great candidates there. I think there's a lot of options there. I think Mr. Carney put a lot of effort into Quebec. We had a great Quebec team as well. And his command of the French language only improves over time. And I think he's been able to keep at bay some of those issues that Quebecers that can cause problems. Like he talked about the notwithstanding clause across all provinces rather than just focusing on Quebec, etc. I think with the Greens, I think Pedneau is actually more of the future. I think Elizabeth May, as much as everyone likes like Elizabeth May, I think, you know, not being able to restructure and have some fresh takes on it kind of holds them back. But what I'm looking at for the Greens, I'm looking at Kitchener Centre, I'm looking at some of those BC ridings where they can split that vote. But I do think Mr. Carney has talked a lot about an environmental strategy as well, enough to give people comfort enough. But I also think it's time for them to reflect on what the leadership looks like in the future.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to make the transition, you make the transition. It seems like there's been more focus on constitution of the Green Party and internal mechanisms and all these things rather than building as a party. So I know they're playing 2 seats, Brad, you know, in Saanich-Sooke and in Kitchener Centre, and we'll see where it is at the end of the night. But, you know, the Bloc will obviously have a much bigger determining role in, you know, who is Prime Minister and whether it's majority or minority.
It is unfair to lump these two parties together in the same segment, but I respect the fact that we only have so much time.
Right? We only got an hour, you know?
We only have so much time. Yeah, I think the Greens are. The Greens used to play back in like 2000 when Elizabeth May first came on the scene in 2008. She played a significant role in the public discourse. We had I think the luxury to have a wide policy discussion back then. The environment and climate change was emerging, and it was a significant issue. I believe that it's got to be hard for any Green Party in the Western world right now to keep the environment on the public's radar when things like inflation, cost of living, housing crisis, and with Trump taking on the whole world with tariffs. Got to be very difficult. So I think they're going to be in for tough tonight.
They've also lost exclusivity on that issue. You know what I mean? Like Mark Carney is not a climate denier. Neither is Jagmeet Singh. I mean, I know
they were successful in spreading. Yeah, they were successful in spreading their kind of get this on the radar, and now they just be kind of. I think it's a very kind of more of a niche. Let me just a polite term for saying that, as opposed to previous election campaigns. For the Bloc, yes, it's got to be frustrating. I think the two groups who are going to be most frustrated tonight will be the Bloc will be among them in terms of that, because it was just a short while ago we were talking about the Bloc playing either the official opposition or balance of power, particularly after the LaSalle-Mard by-election win, where again. And we talked about this at the time. We always overestimate the ability of a by-election to then predict the next general election and its outcome, because the Bloc have gone down ever since.
Right. If Trudeau hadn't left,
no. I know. Stuff changes. No. Yeah. I take the point, but things do change. I think Quebec will be interesting. It'll be one of the first rounds of results that we'll get back, and I think it'll set the table for what we are to understand to be what the next parliament will be when the Eastern time zones come in. The splits will be interesting. I'll be looking for LaSalle-Mard, Craig Sauvé, obviously Rosemont with our incumbent.
Berthier Masconanger with Ruth Ellen.
And of course, we'll be rooting for Ruth Ellen from all corners of the country.
Well, the fascinating thing is that, the Newfoundland and Labrador polls obviously close first, and then the Atlantic opens, and the Gaspé, the Ile de Magdalene will intrude into the Atlantic results for a bit, but then it's Quebec, Ontario, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta all at once.
Yeah.
And it's going to be this torrent of seats. And so keep an eye on the Quebec story. It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Is anybody here willing to make predictions just before we say goodbye? What the outcome?
One of the rare times when us babbling members of the punditocracy should get out of the way and allow the great Canadian electorate, in its wisdom, to cast its verdict.
Love it.
That is such a coward's
Let me
answer. No, I hear you. I hear you. Look, and the polls are still open, but I have to say, as a guy that does a TV show 2 hours a day, every day on politics, what I was covering when I came back from Labor Day to where we are a week from my birthday, it's like a totally different political system, right? And it's just... I've never seen a period of change quite this rapid in my life.
And what's happened in the interim as well, more and more Canadians are watching your program and listening to us. They're more engaged than ever before. They're paying attention, and that is why I get out of their way.
You say Canadian politics is boring.
It's the eye candy. That's why. All right, we got to leave it there. As long as we're avoiding the predictions, that's where we're going to end it. Look, I want to thank you all for being here and going through this with us, and throughout the campaign and after the campaign. We'll have everyone back to talk about. We'll have to pick through these results at some point. Vanda Nakata, Brad Levine, Rob Russo, Ginny Rothman. Great to see you all. Thank you very much to the Power Panel. We're going to take a break, but coming up, we're going to talk to another pre-election panel about what to watch for as the polls close. But first, a look back at this campaign, which was full of character attacks on all of the leaders.
A liberal is a liberal is a liberal.
Pierre Poilievre's plan is to divide and be conquered.
The Liberals and Conservatives, their plan is one that helps millionaires the most.
It is a teachable moment. It teaches us that Mark Carney will never stand up for Canada.
I don't think any woman wants to hear Pierre Poilievre talking about their body, period.
Mr. Carney is not a businessman. He is a political grifter.
Pierre Poilievre was not at any of those tables, was not given any of that responsibilities, and note further that in subsequent years he has not gained any responsibility.
Mark Carney's Liberals are even more costly than Justin Trudeau's.
Conservative math is not mathing.
There's a phantom growth that comes from the sky in his platform.
When Liberals have all the power, they ignore people, they forget people.
One of the conditions that should be imposed before you do politics is to have art in your chest. And Mr. Poilievre seems to have shown that he lacks it.
Sadly, the Bloc is basically a useless party.
I might tell myself, I won't miss this guy.
Mark Carney's plan is to do exactly what Trudeau did on steroids.
In 9 days as a new government, we did more than Pierre Poilievre has imagined in his decades in politics.
Canada? Who is ready to vote for change in Canada?
This is the most consequential vote of our lifetimes.
This election is really about the cost of living.
We can control our destiny with a plan that meets the moment.
After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs and crime, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term.
Our country works best when one party doesn't have all the power.
Quebecers will decide how many of us will go in Ottawa and fight for Quebec.
In a trade war, just like in hockey, we will win.
Never entrust the solution to the people who made the problem.
We need New Democrats now more than ever.
We know how, as America retreats from the world, Canada will lead it.
This election comes down to one word only: change. Change, change, change.
It all comes down to tonight and what Canadians decided as they figure out who will be the next Prime Minister and lead this country through one of the most serious economic challenges it has faced. The first polls begin to close in less than an hour, and results will start pouring in after a 36-day race that just 5 months ago nobody saw coming. But Justin Trudeau's exit and Donald Trump's entry, those changed pretty much everything. Voters turned out in record numbers in advanced polls, which suggests Canadians are deeply engaged in this election and anxious about this country's future. So, will they choose a fourth Liberal term under new management, or will they opt for a change in course and elect a Conservative government for the first time in 14 years? Now, we're also watching how the other political parties fare because their fortunes could determine whether it is a majority or a minority government. Okay, that is a live shot of Conservative Party headquarters in downtown Ottawa. That is where Pierre Poilievre will be addressing supporters once we get the results of this election tonight. And also in Ottawa, that is where Mark Carney is going to speak to the Liberal faithful in the national capital later tonight, as we are less than an hour away from the polls closing. And I can hear someone talking there, so we're going to move on there before they say something career-limiting. We're going to start with our pre-election panel now that we're into the final half hour or so of this show and a final hour before the polls close. Out east in Newfoundland and Labrador, Amanda Alvaro is a former Liberal Party communication strategist and co-host of the Beyond the Ballot podcast. Andrew Thompson is a former Saskatchewan NDP cabinet minister. Amanda Galbraith is here, so two Amandas, that won't be confusing. She was an advisor to former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And Rob Benzie, or just Benzie to his friends, is the Queen's Park bureau chief for the Toronto Star. It's good to see you. I get to see so many people in person when they let me go on the road here. Look, it is the last day of an election that is very different than the election we thought we would have, you know, when the school year began back in September. I mean, Amanda, what are your thoughts? Here we are now that we're going to get the first results coming out of, you know, Newfoundland and Labrador in about 54 minutes or so. Your thoughts on where this is going to go tonight?
First of all, when the school year began feels like an actual lifetime ago, right?
Sure does.
Everything was different. And everything has changed. If you had told me even, 3 months ago when we were 20 points down that this could have been the outcome or the potential outcome of tonight, I would have never believed you. And I think that, where we're at today is a testament in many ways to the change that happened for the Liberal Party, obviously, and for the circumstances that surrounded it. So Trump tariffs, who's going to lead us through that trade war. And the one thing that Carney, I think, has presented throughout this campaign is that consistent, clear through-line message. Like, if you ask Canadians, we know that this is one of their top issues, this and the cost of living, affordable living. But if you ask them, what did Carney and the Liberal Party stand for? They will tell you this is what they stood for. The majority of Canadians know exactly what the Liberal Party is bringing to the table. And I think that matters, especially because the Conservative Party pivoted a lot in this election.
Well, I mean, Amanda, the thing the Liberal Party stands for right now is not being led by Justin Trudeau. It's the biggest electoral thing, right? I mean, Pierre Poilievre must feel like Charlie Brown trying to kick the football, right? The carbon tax and Justin Trudeau both got yanked away by Lucy in the form of Mark Carney.
Yeah, I mean, the Conservatives won the election campaign before it even started, right? I think, and that was a very successful routing of Prime Minister Trudeau and the carbon tax, things that they defended for years and years. Instead, we were faced with a brand new ballot box issue, a brand new leader, brand new organization, and I think, yeah, the party had to shift to address that. I do think that they ran a solid campaign where they're polling at, as if we believe the polls, is Stephen Harper majority government territory poll levels. What the story here today, to me, honestly, is the NDP collapse and all those voters stampeding over to the Liberal Party. And that really is, I think, what will underline all the results tonight.
Well, you know, Andrew, this is the meta story, right? That you saw the Bloc and the NDP kind of get squeezed and their support broadly go to the Liberals. But there was a drop of a chunk of the Conservative support in the pre-election polls that were not New Democrat, not Bloc Québécois, might have been sort of more blue Liberals who were totally disaffected with the Trudeau government and have maybe come home here. I mean, how do you view how this has played out to get to where we are today?
This election is a transactional one. And I think that's what you're seeing voters look at is, in this moment right now, who is it they want to lead the country? It's not a fundamental shift. It's certainly not an endorsement of the last 4 years of Liberal government. It is very much a question of what's in front of them right now. What is it we need to get through this? And I think Canadians believe that the economy is fundamentally being restructured, that there are big questions about what that's going to mean for us. And the question is, who do you want? Do you want more dramatic change that the Conservatives are promising? Do you want incremental change like the Liberals have suggested? Or what? And I think that this is really what we're seeing, is this very kind of just transactional approach. So I kind of reject the idea that New Democrats are collapsing. I think that that vote is going and parking itself in very large numbers with, you know, a leader that they believe will carry them through. Partly for a reason that Poilievre failed to be able to understand that that was what was going to happen. He continued with this extreme, you know, hardcore Western reform kind of message, which drives voters away on the left over into a safer harbor. And that's seeming to me, at least what's happened in this election. Does it matter 6 months from now? Are the NDP back at 14%? Quite possibly.
Right. I mean, the Bloc has probably an obvious resilience. I think they've already started to kind of come back. But, you know, Benzi, for a long time, Pierre Poilievre was the main character in Canadian politics. And then until Donald Trump became the main character in world politics. But he was like the knight trying to slay the dragon, but he slayed it too early.
Yeah, he
killed it in chapter 2.
He defined the peace. I mean, if you think about it, last year, what did the Tories do? They spent $25 million beating up Justin Trudeau and another $3 million beating up Jagmeet Singh. How'd that work out for them?
Well,
they got rid.
Those guys both got beat up pretty bad.
They got beat up pretty badly, and they beat up Trudeau so badly that that he had to go. And I actually think, and I was at Don Stewart's headquarters in St. Paul's on the night of that by-election. You and I talked after that, David. And I remember thinking at the time, I wonder, like, good for the Tories to win a safe Liberal seat, but I thought that that would be the end of Justin Trudeau. That particular, I didn't think that it would take until Chrystia Freeland in December finally said, "I'm out of here," that would be what killed him. But I thought, I wonder if the Tories are going to regret winning this by-election because they may get rid of Trudeau. Now, they didn't get rid of Trudeau. The Liberals didn't get rid of Trudeau right away. So I thought, well, maybe the Tories are getting the best of both worlds: a downtown Toronto seat, and the Trudeau will run and be the leader in the next election. The fact that he's not on the ballot this time is probably the worst thing for Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah, and Amanda Galbraith, just to be specific, because you're out too. You know, I was before the show started. I was having a chat with my good friend and colleague Louis Blouin, right? Because you know, I share English Canada intel, he shares French Canada intel, and he told me a funny line that he heard from a Liberal strategist today, saying that they're wondering if they have to book Donald Trump's salary as a campaign expense. Because, you know, he put out the True Social post today, you know, bringing up annexation and all this, and this has just been. It's not foreign interference technically because it's not covert, it's just out there, but it has just upended everything Pierre Poilievre and them were counting on.
It certainly has, and I will say Conservative circles, when St. Paul's was happening, we're all like, we'd love to come really, really close on this one, but none of us wanted to go over, at least I didn't.
You wanted the mortally wounded.
Exactly, we don't, because we all knew that it was happening there, right? So I do think that was a real calculation for the party. And yes, Donald Trump's post today, which I read this morning, and I was like, who is he endorsing? And then I think
it was himself,
he's endorsing himself to solve the problem, which is its own challenge. But certainly, he was the main character of this election campaign. The comparisons between him and Pierre Poilievre, many of which I thought were unfair, were supremely unhelpful a lot of the time. And even at the end of days, it was the plane shot was posted. Yes. I was like, oh, this is very Trumpy. And I'm like, nope, this is what every leader does. And every single election.
But the Liberals avoided the photo op in front of the plane plane with the leader's name on it because they had to get the plane before they knew who the leader was going to be. Otherwise, Mark Carney's name is on the side of the plane. So, like, everybody dunking on Poilievre for this. I think the focus on the rally size and that encounter with Laura Stone, those were more Trumpy-style episodes than he's standing in front of his campaign plane. I mean, everybody does that, except in provincial elections, Amanda Alvaro, where there are no planes, right?
Yeah, but I also think one of the most damaging ads of the campaign was the "Everything is Broken" ad. And so for those who hadn't seen it, this was an ad where they took clips of Trump saying everything is broken and they spliced it with clips of Poilievre saying everything is broken. And I think that comparison after, you know, a long time of him using a lot of toxic language, which turned off a lot of women. We've talked a lot on this panel about the big gender divide, and we'll see if that materializes tonight. But with, you know, the Liberals up in some polls 20 points with women voters, what did Poilievre's leadership do to repel women? Part of it, I think, was that Trump comparison. Part of it was the language that he used for 2 years leading up to the election. Part of it was the sloganizing. But it'll be really interesting as we look back on the results to see, you know, did it end up coming to fruition? Were women coming out in support of Liberals the way that we expect, maybe hope them to come out today?
Yeah, Andrew, like I'm talking to Conservative candidates and sitting MPs throughout this campaign, a lot of them in Ontario, and they tell you if they're knocking on a door and it's a woman over 40, you're not going to get what you're looking for there in terms of voter ID. So the gender dynamic and the sort of the bleed from the Bloc and the NDP, that's going to have an effect on seat count tonight that I don't know if we can fully appreciate because of how it plays out differently in different parts of the country.
And I think that is the big piece, and we've certainly said that before, you know, that when it's one thing to look at the national polls, it's really as you start to break it down, what does this mean in specific seats? What does incumbency mean for either party? I mean, I've seen seats that frankly were targeted, or people are saying in this province are going to go Liberal, which I find very hard to believe. I'm convinced many of those ones in Southwest Ontario stay solidly Conservative. We'll see what happens, you know, as these votes start to show up.
It's the NDP and the Green seats in southwestern Ontario that you wonder about whether those flip around.
Well, there's almost none, right? So, I mean, I think the bigger question is what happens in British Columbia. You know, that'll be the big question for the NDP is can they hold, how many do they hold in BC? And what is it, you know, what does it mean?
Yeah, so let's just talk about the New Democrats for a second because, you know, we sort of saw the closing arguments. Poilievre was change. Mark Carney was Trump. And Jagmeet Singh, Andrew, kind of became please. Like, we need to survive, right? Because, you know, he started talking about being a prime minister, then it was balance of power in a minority, and now it's like as many New Democrats as you can, because that's what we need. I mean, how confident are you that they get over the 12 seats and that Mr. Singh holds his seat in Burnaby?
Well, look, I mean, we'll see what comes of this. I think that it was sensible for them to move to a much more pragmatic, realistic statement of what was going to be achieved. And that was really what they should have run on to start with. They're saying, look, we made great things happen. This is what happens when you've got New Democrats in Parliament. And instead, they decided to go with this, you know, grand play as if somehow it was, you know, 2015. It still stuns me that, you know, it's only 10 years ago that we could have had an NDP government in this country. And now we're, you know, in this situation where you end up with, you know, New Democrats really fighting to save whatever furniture they can as they go forward. That said, you know, is this, I know people, and we'll have this conversation next week, I'm sure people will be talking about, you know, the demise of the NDP. The fact is the NDP holds either opposition or government in every single province west of Quebec.
Yeah, and their opposition in Nova Scotia. You know, and so like they have a viable presence at the provincial level broadly, so you can come back from that.
But a big difference between what the provincial NDP talk about in those provinces and this kind of campaign that Singh has run, which really felt much more comfortable in kind of 1975 than 2025.
Yeah, and much more binary political environments there than the multi-party, well,
absolutely,
at least until this election, which has become a very binary election. Amanda, what are your thoughts there? Do you think Jagmeet Singh, you know, it's his third national election and party status is on the line tonight, which is not the trend you want in a leadership career?
No, it's not the trend you want, but I think what you said is very smart, right? I mean, we know the NDP provincially have that governing muscle. They know how to win election campaigns. Why that ship has not fallen that way or that it has not moved up to the federal level is beyond me, and in fact, it's gone the opposite direction. I think Jagmeet Singh, candidly, appears to be a very nice person, but is one of the weakest federal NDP leaders I've seen in a long time, and weakest federal leaders, period. You know, every time we've seen a junior party run into these sort of governance coalitions around big policy items, the bigger party always eats their lunch. This isn't the first time it's happened. It's not the last time. So I understand that he wants to stand on principle and say, I got dental care and I got whatever. And Perhaps that helps him go to sleep at night, but that does not achieve any victories for the NDP or any gains for the NDP. And now he's staring down losing party status after Jack Layton's historic achievement so long ago. To me, is honestly, it's a dereliction of duty of a federal leader. Like, your job is to win those seats, is to support your colleagues. It's not to write your campaign obituary 2 days before the writ drops in the Toronto Star. No offense to my colleague here.
No, I mean, yeah, but you know, Amanda Alvaro, you know, Cheryl Oates made a good point on the show Friday, I think it was, because the days were blurring together. She, you know, was Rachel Notley's communications director. That Jagmeet Singh, while maybe he isn't politically going to be successful, he has been consequential from a policy perspective, and that is something New Democrats really value. That, you know, the argument, the interview he gave the Toronto Star, where he said, "I didn't pull the plug last fall because I didn't want Pierre Poilievre to win, and we may lose seats, but the country could be better off."
Yeah, yes and no, because I think that part of being consequential requires you to get the credit for it as well. So yes, you push the policy along, and I think that there's credit there, but unfortunately they were never able to materialize that into something that really Canadians could sink their teeth into. If you ask most Canadians, I don't know that they would walk away saying, you know what the NDP have done for me lately? I have pharmacare, I have dental care. I don't think that they're talking about those things.
Right.
And that was, I'll agree with Amanda. I think that was a failure on behalf of that party, not just from a communication standpoint, but from a leadership standpoint. They didn't know how to translate that into the thing that they needed most. And that was for Canadians to say, we can't live without this party.
Right, but you know, Rob, it's also the same kind of problem the Liberals with Trudeau found themselves in, that it's backward looking as opposed to forward looking. Like Trudeau said, we brought in the Canada Child Benefit, we did this, we got you through COVID. It was like, yeah, but you know, what's next is kind of the challenge, and what is next for the NDP is a big question.
Yeah, I don't know what, I mean, I thought the NDP might vanish because they were the junior partner in a coalition, and we saw that happen to the Liberal Democrats in the United Kingdom when they were aligned with the Conservatives from 2010 to 2015. So I kind of thought that would happen, but this election has upended all of that, and I think, I mean, I'm still trying to get my head around some of the things that have happened, including, David, you and I talked about this the other day, Doug Ford and Tim Houston, the two very powerful, popular, progressive Conservative premiers, one in Nova Scotia, one in Ontario. By the way, Ontario, 122 ridings up for grabs tonight. So Ontario will decide, everyone in the rest of the country hates this, and I apologize in advance, but Ontario will decide who the next Prime Minister is. And the fact that Doug Ford has made it clear that he may be voting for the local Conservative candidate in his riding, he clearly wants Mark Carney's Liberals to win.
Are we sure? Are we sure?
He says he has a blue sign up, but I haven't driven by my house.
I can confirm
could be a Bloc Québécois sign.
Someone confirmed eyes on today. There was a blue sign on Ford's
but I mean, we know that and that interview he gave to Politico, where he basically
he was dunking like peak Jordan.
Yeah, he was in that interview where he confirmed, by the way, let the record show that what he said about my story, saying his first phone call from Poilievre was a cry for help. I wrote that, and Ford said, oh, Ford and Poilievre both said it wasn't, and then he tells Politico on the weekend, oh yeah, actually, yeah, he called me for help, but what could I do? So it was just, but you know, good for Jonathan Martin at Politico to get Ford to fess up. But it's amazing to me that Doug Ford is the elephant in the room in this campaign. Like literally.
Yeah, well,
literally.
So, Amanda, let's talk about that, right? Because, you know, the shocking bit for me was that when Doug Ford, and I know. Now you know how the Liberals have felt on this show for 2 years, right? You know,
2 years, Amanda. This is how I felt.
Exactly. It's like a Freaky Friday.
You're at 18%. These are fun. It's just like strap on the vest and I'm going to go on the show.
Exactly.
But, you know, the shocking thing in the story that Benzie had in the Star was not that he called him for advice, that it was the very first time ever the two men had ever spoken to each other, because that seems insane to me. And then, you know, Tim Houston was compelled to go out of his way to say nice things about Mark Carney in written statements, and we find out, you know, all of this tension between the two, and like Jenny Byrne having fights with senior people in campaigns and senior people in office, like making enemies with no upside is a bizarre thing. And now it's an election where in those two provinces where they could have grown and had allies, they may not and could retrench in Nova Scotia. And I just wonder what the point of all of that was.
I don't know what the point of it is that the most powerful Conservative in the country, the Premier of Ontario, continues to punch down on a campaign.
Punch down on the national Conservative
on the national,
leader, have a 25
but on the national campaign that I do not. And I respect Premier Ford very much. I think he's a very effective politician. I do not know why our party continues to infight unnecessarily. So it's in our DNA in a weird way. We go knives out really fast on any of our leaders, on any time there's any kind of disappointment. I think part of it is it's a hunger to govern, but it is, I will say, as a Conservative who works with both provincial entities across the country and federal, it's frustrating. It's frustrating for our volunteers to see that happen on these days. And it's frustrating for the candidates. So at the end of the day, we can all argue about, this strategist is fighting with that strategist, but at the end of the day, there are people out there who are door knocking, who are putting their lives and their families on the line to do this, and it doesn't need to happen.
But Amanda, in a lot of the ways, it's because purity tests and loyalty tests were applied.
Yes.
Right? You're not conservative enough. Oh, you want to run? What have you done for me? You can't. You haven't done anything for me. You can't run. And that just creates hard feelings and divisions that you can live with if you keep your 25-point lead. Yeah. But you can't if you lose the 25-point lead.
Absolutely not. And I think that there's been this kind of undercurrent, this stubborn undercurrent that we hear often about, and Amanda would be better to tell you about this than I would, about the federal Conservative Party, their inability to pivot off an issue, the fact that they ran against Trudeau for the first couple of weeks of the campaign, or their demands on some of the other leaders to get in line. And, none of that is going to serve you well when you find yourself in the position that they found themselves in. So, I agree with you. I don't think that having strategists, make these big proclamations on TV that end up dousing a party is the way to go when you're trying to win an election. But I also think that it feels like there hasn't been a lot of olive branches from the federal Conservative Party, and their closed-door approach has turned people off. It's turned people off in their own party, and frankly, it's turned Canadians off as well.
Yeah, so Andrew, I wonder, if we were having this conversation 5 months ago, it's an inevitable Conservative majority. Do they go over 200 seats or not? Tonight, all the indications are Mark Carney is going to win this election in some form or another. If Carney gets a majority, can Pierre Poilievre survive as leader of the Conservative Party? Because he's built the coalition, he's made it younger, he's made it durable. Does he last if he is not the Prime Minister designate at the end of the night?
The fascinating thing about parties are the factions within the parties.
Yes.
Yeah. Any of us who've come up through party politics know that is really where the problem, rises. And I think the challenge for Poilievre is that he has decided to carry the banner for what is essentially a Western reform group within the party. Unfortunately, in this election, that is largely coded as U.S. It is MAGA, it's U.S. ideas, it's that kind of, rough and tumble kind of politics. It's a style. And that's worked against him.
Yeah.
And he spent years building that out, not only building that out, but wanting to kind of supplant whatever this Doug Ford populism is, or whatever it is that Tim Houston's doing in Nova Scotia. It is that sense that there really has to be a litmus test, and there's true believers. So I don't know how he survives in that environment, but I don't know what's left within the Conservative Party to fight against it.
I don't want to take space, but can I just jump in there real quick?
Yeah.
I don't agree the idea that he's got a coded Western reform base. I actually think if you look at the coalition that he's built out, it is, we've, for the first time in the history of the party, have leading under 40 voters, which I don't even know what to do with that. Truly, I have no. Part of the other flip is we've lost the over 60s, which is a whole other problem for us as a party.
Yes, it is.
But I'm talking to young people in my office, truly young women in my office today who said, "I'm going to go vote for Pierre." Actually did. I was shocked. I was in. And it's not because she works for me, it's because...
what have you done to her?
But I do think there is an underestimation in the vote coalition that Pierre Poilievre has put together. His focus on housing, I think, has really actually pushed forward. We can argue about some of the rhetoric around it, but I do think that is an interesting, appealing thing to raise our floor from that 30 to 35% world. It still isn't enough to win when you have a two-party system.
Right.
But I would not characterize it as Western reform, because candidly, I'm part of that coalition. I'm not Western reform. I'm a Harper conservative that came together when that party came together.
But the question is that the last group that's still really angry and voting on, on anger? Everyone else in this election has kind of moved on because they're like, yeah, this isn't great. We didn't love what the Liberals did, but we've got a different set of issues. There is still definitely, and I see it in young people too, there's that real frustration that this just is not working for them. Yeah. And I think that's going to be the challenge when if Carney gets elected.
He has to deliver real change there.
That's right, with exactly the same caucus, with the same set of advisors, with essentially the same table set. Yeah. So what changes in that? Now he's got an ability, obviously, to change it. Prime ministers are powerful people.
Yeah.
But that'll be the big question, and he won't have a lot of time to demonstrate that.
Yeah, look, I think the advisors will change. The priorities will definitely change. I mean, you know, Pierre Poilievre has largely the Aaron O'Toole caucus. It's a very different party, right? So leadership can do that. But look, we got about 2 minutes left. I mean, what do we think? Is anybody willing? I asked this at the last panel. Anyone willing? Can Pierre Poilievre win tonight? Does Mark Carney get the majority? Like,
yes to all the above, right?
Yes to all of the above. You know, I know, Amanda. Is there a path for the Conservatives to win the most seats tonight? That seems credible at this point. Do you think?
I think there's a path. I think it's a narrow one, but I think there's always a path to victory. I do think our GOTV operation is it's very good, but I don't know if it's good enough to overcome what's happening in the country right now and overcome Donald Trump.
Rob, what do you think?
Unless all of the polls, every single one of the polls is wrong, and unless the campaign strategy is all a big fake out, they're trying to out-fake us with some of the things that they're doing, Pierre Poilievre being in his own riding on the night before the election, I think I'd be very surprised if Mark Carney doesn't win the election tonight. I don't know if he has a majority or a minority, but I will be very surprised if the Tories have more seats than the Liberals at the end of the night.
Yeah, Amanda, the Liberals I talked to are all like suffering from the PTSD of the last 2 years.
Definitely.
And really saying, oh, it might be a minority, it might be this, and then in an honest moment saying, but you know, there is this upside potential. I mean, what do you think you might see?
I'm one of those Liberals. So I think we were talking about this before we came on, and you know, I think, listen, it's close, it's tight. Every vote actually matters. Getting out the vote really matters. But, you know, Liberals have a good track record of being able to do that. And I think they're in a better position than heading into the last 2 elections, if you believe their internal data and if you believe the polls. So, you know, fingers crossed that we're able to make up in vote-rich Ontario, make up that ground and push it from a minority to majority. That would be a good news story for us.
30 seconds left, Andrew.
I mean, big question is what happens in Quebec. I don't think any of us really know enough about how those splits are going to work. That makes a big difference if the Tories only get 10 seats. If they get 20, it's a completely different story. And I think the same within BC. There's a lot of fluidity there, and it's going to be very, very hard to see. It'll depend a lot on turnout. It's going to depend a lot on ground game.
Yeah, the Liberals need about 145 to 150 seats when they hit the Manitoba border. So think 25 in the Atlantic, 40 in Quebec, and 80 in Ontario. If they're above those numbers, they could be on their way to getting to where they need to go. Amanda Alvaro, Amanda Galbraith, Rob Benzie, Andrew Thompson, thank you so much. I'm David Cochran. Thank you for watching Power and Politics today and every other day in this election campaign. Stay with CBC News now, though, for election night. Our chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, picks up special election coverage next. I'm going to be running down to that set and joining her along with Adrian Arsenault, Ian Hannah-Mansing, Catherine Cullen, and CBC reporters from right across the country. We're going to bring you the results as they come in this evening. We're going to be on very late. Canada Votes with Rosemary Barton starts right now.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
It is Monday, April 28th, 6:30 Eastern Time in downtown Toronto. For 36 days, federal leaders did their best to sell their visions of the future to Canadians. And judging by the voting numbers so far, Canada leaned in. There is a lot riding on this election. We're live from the atrium of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. I'm Rosemary Barton. It's election night. This is Canada Votes.
Who is ready to stand up for Canada with me?
Who's ready to vote for a change?
This is Canada at a crossroads. With the U.S. threatening economic upheaval and the cost of living squeezing households, Canadians are turning out in droves to choose their path forward.
It's a big deal for Canada, what's going on.
This is a vital election. A record number of voters, more than 7 million, cast their ballots in advance. Millions more are doing so today.
It's good to see so much voter turnout.
Who will they choose to lead?
Send more New Democrats to Ottawa because we're going to stand up and fight for you.
Nobody loves Quebec more than a Quebecer.
And who will be the one to take on Donald Trump?
Knock it off. Stop attacking America's friends.
Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves.
Tonight, together, we learn what Canadians have decided. This is Canada Votes 2025. Hello, and welcome to your election night. Thank you for being here with us. Over the next number of hours, we will start to see the results of how you voted. It is election night, and our team is ready, here to bring you all the results and analysis you will need to make sense of tonight. Tonight, we are going to find out, riding by riding, who will form government, who will lead this country through what could really be some very turbulent months and years ahead, facing an existential threat from the U.S. president. Joining me tonight, of course, the CBC's chief correspondent, Adrian Arsenault, host of The House, Catherine Cullen, and Ian Hannah-Mansing, host of the National and Cross Country Checkup. And David Cochrane, the host of Power and Politics, will join us shortly as well to help us chart the paths to victory tonight. First, though, let's start with Adrian to get a sense of what you're watching tonight, Adrian.
You bet, Rosie. I'm looking at the north. I'm looking at Prince Edward Island, and I'm looking at the biggest province, Ontario. That behemoth has 122 seats. Liberals and Conservatives both need to make gains in this province, not just hold what they have. And we're checking on a pattern here because people in Ontario tend to vote one way provincially, another way federally. So Premier Doug Ford's Progressive Conservatives just picked up a third majority in February. Does that mean Ford Nation becomes Carney country? They both campaigned on Trump, on tariffs. They've both been wearing that cape of Captain Canada. Does that strategy hold with those same voters, Rosie?
Okay, some big things to watch for you tonight. And Catherine Cullen, what are you watching?
I'm going to be watching Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Alberta. In Quebec, Rosie, we are going to be wanting to keep a close eye on those bloc numbers. If the bloc can hold on to their 30-plus seats, it makes the path to a majority government much harder for any party, but particularly the Liberals, which have long relied on Quebec.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine. Down at the other end of the table, our friend Ian Hannah-Mansing.
4 provinces I'll be looking at, Rosie. My home province of New Brunswick, your home province of Manitoba, as well as Saskatchewan and British Columbia. BC has been really important for the 3 major parties. In 2021, 14 MPs from each of the Liberals and Conservatives came from BC, 13 NDP. Now, if the polls are right, and if NDP's support is going down, maybe even collapsing, what does that mean for the other 2 major parties? So we may be counting late into the night. The other thing about British Columbia, of course, that terrible tragedy in East Vancouver on Saturday night, a cloud over the country to an extent, and certainly over the province. And we're thinking of people who have been touched by that tragedy tonight.
Okay, we sure are, Ian, and that's why we're going to talk about that for a moment, because that moment, that tragedy in British Columbia, did mark the last day of campaigning, a day that's usually about parties trying to build momentum, get their message out. It was much changed following a car ramming at that Filipino street festival in Vancouver that left 11 dead and more injured, as many as 20 others injured. Vancouver now in shock and disbelief, the city in mourning, and of course the Filipino community stricken with grief. So we want to take a moment to go to Lindsay Duncombe now. She's in Vancouver to give us a sense of how people are doing there today. Lindsay.
You know, Rosie, absolutely everything has been overwhelmed with the grief, with the shock, with the sadness, with the anger about what happened here on Saturday night. I've been standing at this memorial all day, and it just keeps growing. People just keep coming to pay their respects. It's interesting because we're actually just around the corner from a polling station, and those bright yellow and black Elections Canada vote signs look almost exactly the same as the police tape that is still up from Saturday night. And a lot of people we would see would go vote, and then they would come here and they would say a prayer, light a candle, show their respects. As much as there is grief here for everything that's been lost, there is also anger. The person charged in connection with these deaths, facing right now 8 counts of second-degree murder, it's expected that will go up, had mental health problems and a history of interactions with the police. Certainly, the mental health crisis in this city, in this country, is a public safety issue that is on people's minds. And right now, the people here are just so incredibly, incredibly sad.
Okay. Lindsay Duncombe, thank you for that. We appreciate you coming to us from Vancouver tonight, because as we've been talking about, that tragedy also weighed heavily on that final day of campaigning. In fact, the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, he was campaigning at that very festival in Vancouver just moments before the attack.
Our hearts are broken for those that have lost loved ones, those that are injured, those that are in the hospital. And the people that saw this violence are going to be traumatized and are going to need support and care as well. And I just want to acknowledge them as well.
Anna and I just wanted
you all to know that our hearts are with you today. All Canadians are united in solidarity with the Filipino community.
Families lost a sister, a brother, a mother, a father, a son, or a daughter. Those families are living every family's nightmare.
Just some of how the party leaders reacted on that last day of campaigning. This, of course, after a 5-week election campaign dominated by U.S. President Trump's tariffs and threats to take over Canada. There's a lot at stake for the country, the parties, and the leaders. And tonight we have reporters right across the country with those leaders, watching the results closely from east to west. 2 party leaders are in the nation's capital. Both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre are running in ridings in Ottawa. You'd have to go back more than 100 years to 1921 when 2 leaders both ended their campaigns in the nation's capital. That would be Mackenzie King and Arthur Meehan. So let's start with the Liberals and the CBC's Ashley Burke. She's at TD Place. Ashley, what is the campaign saying about their expectations tonight?
Yeah, Rosie, I'm at Liberal headquarters, and we're not expecting supporters or volunteers to start filling into this room later tonight. Right now, they are focused on getting out the vote. But as you just saw, they're testing out the video system. They're getting the stage set up. And if you can see behind me here, that podium, that is where Mark Carney is expected to appear later tonight, where he is hoping to claim victory. Sources within the campaign say today they're feeling optimistic. Others say they're feeling cautious because there's so many tight races, especially in places like BC. We saw Mark Carney run a campaign across the country last night. Up until the last minute, I was traveling with that campaign. Started in Ontario, ended just before midnight on Vancouver Island. And he's run a really disciplined campaign focused on one thing, and that is who is best to take on Donald Trump. That has been his message from the beginning to end. And he's been prime minister for 45 days. Tonight, Canadians will decide if he becomes the shortest serving prime minister in history, or if he will continue on and lead this country and get that strong mandate that he says he's after.
Well, after competing with that PA test of the system there, you've already won the night, Ashley Burke. We will come back to you later. Thank you so much for that. Kate McKenna is with the Conservatives at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Kate, how is the Pierre Poilievre campaign feeling tonight?
Rosie, Pierre Poilievre has been waiting for this exact night for more than 2.5 years, and it may not end the way that he was hoping. Now, the Conservative campaign says that they're optimistic. They say that they have a great get-out-the-vote machine, that could make a difference in key ridings, and that they are expecting to have a good night. But the reality is, if you look at the polls, you know this is Mark Carney's race to lose. That said, the campaign is very satisfied with how the race has gone. They point to higher polling numbers than the modern Conservative Party has had in its history. They look to the rallies that have drawn thousands of people. They look to their base, which appears to be growing. It appears to be younger. And they look at Pierre Poilievre, who has crisscrossed this country, not just during this campaign, but before this campaign as well. He has really positioned himself as an agent of change, trying to make that the ballot question in this campaign. But he has faced criticism from inside the party and from outside the party for not being strong enough on Donald Trump. So tonight we'll see whether or not his change message is what ends up resonating with Canadians.
Okay, and Kate, you've been doing a great job chasing the Conservative leader right across the country because, of course, he didn't have the media with him. So kudos to you for that, and we'll come back to you through the evening as well. Appreciate it. Let's move all the way over to the West Coast now. Marina von Stackelberg is with the New Democrats. Marina, this is Jagmeet Singh's 3rd federal election as NDP leader. He is not publicly campaigning to win, but instead to try and hold winners accountable. What are you hearing from them tonight?
Yeah, well, success tonight for the NDP would be holding on to the seats that they have right now, 24 of them. If they can hold on to a majority of those, I think that the campaign team will feel like they've come out on a good end of things. Failure for them would be losing official party status, going below 12 MPs. The last time that happened was more than 30 years ago. You know, the NDP has really struggled to be part of the Trump tariff conversation. You know, Singh has also struggled with the fact that he kept the Liberal minority government afloat for as long as he did. It's something that he has really been dogged by throughout this campaign. We really saw him go quite on message track for much of this campaign, but then we saw a real noticeable switch in the last 10 days or so where the NDP went on the defensive and Singh's language changed to be about what he said, hold the line. Make sure that enough NDP MPs get elected to hold the future government account and fight for the things that Canadians need.
Okay, Marina, thank you so much for that. Look forward to speaking to all three of you throughout the evening as the results come in. Thank you so much. We want to let you know as well that American Sign Language interpretation is available for this special you are watching now. It is streaming on CBC Gem. That's where you can find that. When we come back, we will check in with some other familiar faces who have pretty direct insight into what these kinds of nights can bring. But first, we spoke with Canadians right across the country to ask them what issues matter to you in this election.
Just a future for my kids. I got 3 young daughters. I want them to have a future.
People either got to pay rent or can't eat. It's one or the other, and it's a big problem.
We both work in healthcare, so that's something that's really on the top of our minds.
National unity for the country. I think, the interprovincial trade issues that are going on, this is the kind of thing that we need to tackle.
Welcome back, Canada. Counting has already begun for this 45th federal general election. You can see here Elections Canada workers in Ottawa counting special ballots this afternoon. These are ballots cast by Canadians outside of their riding, those who might be living abroad or traveling, students on campus, and Canadian Armed Forces members. In Canada, as you probably know, voters don't cast a ballot directly for Prime Minister. You, the voters, vote for your member of parliament, and we'll need to know the results of these local races to know the bigger national picture. There are 343 ridings right across the country. Each of these local races form the building blocks of the federal electoral map. Results tonight will come in from east to west.
First results will come in from Newfoundland and Labrador, and then over the course of about 3 to 4 hours, we should know how Canada has voted from coast to coast to coast.
So I'm joined by 3 former MPs representing the 3 main national parties inside the House of Commons. Arif Virani is a former Liberal cabinet minister. Jason Kenney is a former Conservative cabinet minister and also former Premier of Alberta because he likes to outperform. And Randall Garrison is a former New Democrat MP. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate it. You're going to be with us through the evening in various forms and formats, but we want to start with the 3 of you now just to get your sense of the night. Arif Virani, what are you hearing from Liberals in terms of expectations tonight?
Well, there's a lot of cautious optimism out there. It's obviously tainted by the tragedy that happened on Saturday, and I just want to acknowledge that everyone is feeling the pain of the Filipino community. But there's cautious optimism, and what I mean by that is that people are very motivated. We've seen really record numbers in terms of volunteers coming through the doors of offices of many of my former colleagues, and that's been amazing. So there's a huge get out the vote effort going on right now, and will continue right until the polls close. And I think people are really gravitating towards 2 things. One is Mark Carney and his vision and what he's offering as a plan to take on Donald Trump, which is the sole issue in this campaign in many people's minds. But secondly, they've also been gravitating towards what the Liberal government has to offer. And I think that mobilization and the volunteers is also being seen at the polls themselves. Right. One thing I think that may be very clear tonight is we're going to see record turnout that may exceed even the numbers we saw in 2015, which is interesting because that was a change election. Yep. This is about sort of an existential challenge for the nation.
Well, Jason Kenney, for Conservatives, it is a change election. At least that's what Pierre Poilievre is hoping to see tonight, I think, right?
Yeah, and the majority of most of the polls are indicating that actually change is the bigger issue than taking on Trump right now. And that's where Mr. Poilievre wanted to steer the question for Canadians. I'm actually picking up a lot of optimism. Obviously, we can see where the polls are, but I think every Conservative I've spoken to expects them to outperform the polls. I wouldn't be surprised. When I was elected Premier with a 21-point margin, the public polls the week before said I was going to win by about a 7-point margin. There's the shy Tory phenomena, and there's also, I think, a probably disproportionate intensity on the Conservative side. You've seen that at the turnout. But also there's a new composition of the Conservative coalition. Younger people, people who've never voted before.
Young men?
I heard today that 17% of the people who voted in the advance balloting had never voted before. I take a positive inference from that for the Conservatives. So I think they've got a lot of intensity. Yep. Whether that will overcome the Liberals' natural geographic efficiency and where their support is concentrated is another question.
Okay. Randall Garrison, how about you? How are you feeling? I know that NDPers are not feeling super great today. What are you hearing?
Well, can I just say one thing to start with? There's one thing I'm certain of, and that is that Canadians will continue to come together and surround those who lost friends and family in the Filipino community with love and support. That's the one thing I'm certain of tonight. For New Democrats, our job is easy. We have to exceed expectations tonight. And since they've been driven down to the floor, that shouldn't be too hard.
That's the one thing you have going for you tonight.
That is. But let me say this, is that what I hope to see is that the poll aggregators are as wrong in the federal elections as they were in the Ontario provincial election, where the NDP got more than twice as many seats as predicted. And what we have is a caucus of very strong incumbents with very strong organizations on the ground. There's a few ridings where we have come close before, and those organizations are still intact. So I think that polling and those aggregators tend to discount the ground game and the local service of incumbent MPs. And so I'm hoping and I'm expecting that we will exceed those expectations tonight.
Okay, the thing, Jason Kenney called himself a recovering politician on Sunday. The thing about recovering politicians is you all speak very frankly, and I appreciate that. We'll come back to you through the evening. Thank you all so much. At Issue, of course, will be joining us later tonight. Once we start to see more of those results, we will bring them in to chat with us through the night as well. I know you want to hear what they have to say. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more Canada Votes.
Millions of Canadians have already cast their ballot and are expected to more this election, including party leaders. Many, like you, cast their ballot today, and then some, like the NDP leader, did so at an advance poll, a record number, actually, more than 7 million. That was just last weekend. Welcome back. Only a few minutes to go until the first polls close in the country. We want to remind you, though, before we get there, of how things stood after the country last voted. Take a look at this House of Commons. This is how it looked after redistribution, which happens every 10 years and happened for this election, and some by-election losses. The Liberals stood at 154 seats, the Conservatives 128, 35 for the Bloc, 24 New Democrats, 2 Greens, and now let's just wipe that clean tonight. We're starting at 0, and Canada votes, you vote, to determine the makeup of the next Parliament. Let's take a look at what you'll be seeing on your screens through the night. You can see there at the bottom of your screen what we call the count. As soon as polls close, those numbers are going to start to move around, up and down, based on the number of ridings each party is leading or elected in. So we'll keep bringing you back to that number to see who forms government and what kind of government, indeed, you have chosen as well. The first numbers, as you know, they're going to come from the East Coast. So let's gear up for that. Ian's in charge of New Brunswick. Ian.
Rosie, there are 10 ridings in New Brunswick, and in 2021, only one of those flipped. Miramichi-Grand Lake went from the Liberals to the Conservative, but the incumbent is not running this time around. So I talked to Mike Dawson, he's the Conservative candidate, and Lisa Harris, the Liberal candidate. Both feel confident with what's happened during the campaign, but both acknowledge it feels like it's really close. So as we did in 2021, we may be counting late into the night to see what happens in Miramichi-Grand Lake. St. John, Kennebecasis, the port city, the biggest city in New Brunswick is St. John. It has elected Conservative MPs many times in the past, but for the last 3 elections, Wayne Long, the Liberal, has been the MP there, and Jacques Poitras, our legislative reporter in New Brunswick, is at the Wayne Long Liberal Watch Party in St. John. Jacques.
Good evening, Ian. Yeah, I'm here at O'Leary's. It's an Irish pub in the uptown of St. John, and shortly, Liberal supporters of Wayne Long will be gathering here to see if he wins a 4th mandate. Wayne Long was the first sitting Liberal MP to call for Justin Trudeau to resign. That was last June, and he will proudly tell you he was ahead of the curve, and he will tell you that the polls proved him right. The other reason we're in St. John is because this city has been rated as Canada's most tariff-vulnerable city because of the sheer number of exports that go out from the whole province through this port. And so the Trump tariff issue has resonated very tangibly in this riding, and we will see what that means for Wayne Long, Liberal candidate, here tonight.
Yeah, lots to talk about tonight, Jacques, when it comes to St. John, Kennebecasis, including what happened within the Conservative Party when the candidate was chosen for that riding. So we'll check back with you to chat about that a little bit later on. Rosie.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. And I'll turn things over to Catherine Cullen in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Nova Scotia, Rosie, a great place to talk about political currents. In 2015, the whole province was awash in red. The Conservatives have chipped away at that since then, taking 3 of the 11 seats in the lead up to this. And a few months ago, they thought that number was going to get a lot higher. They thought that they were going to be able to grab ridings just like this one. Central Nova, Sean Fraser, former cabinet minister, he had announced he wasn't going to run again. He was stepping away from politics, but there was an 11th hour phone call from Mark Carney, brought him back in. The Conservatives feeling, I think, less confident about this riding tonight. Let's take a look at another important riding, Acadie-Annapolis. This should be a safe seat for the Conservatives. Chris D'Entremont, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, won by more than 20 points last time. But the Liberals are trying to give him a run for his money. The CBC's Taryn Grant is in the riding tonight. So, Taryn, tell us what you're seeing there.
Well, Catherine, if I look to my left out the window, I can see a wharf full of fishing vessels. And over to my right, there's a tank full of live lobster. And I'm standing in the middle of a seafood restaurant. We're really delivering on the Nova Scotia stereotype tonight. And that's because Conservative candidate Chris D'Entremont chose this location for his watch party. Some of his supporters have already started trickling in to see the results as they unfold over the coming hours. And it's really appropriate that we're surrounded by these symbols of the fishing industry because the fisheries are an important election issue in this part of the province. In southwest Nova Scotia, there's been a growing anti-Liberal government sentiment over the last few years as people have been dissatisfied with the way the Trudeau government handled regulation of the lobster fishery. But that isn't stopping the Liberals from trying to flip this seat. They nominated a former lobster fisherman as their candidate, Ronnie LeBlanc. He also was a one-term Liberal member of our provincial legislature. If he can unseat D'Entremont in this riding, it will be a big upset for the Conservative Party. Catherine.
Okay, thank you very much, Taryn Grant. Rosie.
Thank you very much for that, Catherine Cullen. If you are in line in Newfoundland and Labrador, don't forget that the polls close, but if you're in line, you still have the right to vote. So stay in that line. Newfoundland and Labrador, always the first region, the first province to set the stage for how this election will unfold. We'll bring you those results as soon as they come in. David Cochrane has arrived down from Power and Politics and will begin to do that. But the first polls are closed in Canada for this election. It is 8:30 local time in Newfoundland, and polls have now closed in the easternmost part of this country. There are 7 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador. They'll start off our results tonight, as they always do in every election. Okay, so it's exciting. It's really happening. It started. But before those results come in, let's go to Adrienne, who's going to tell us a little bit about PEI.
Oh, yeah. No one's going to forget about PEI. 4 ridings on PEI, almost all of them Liberal for the better part of 40 years. The story here is of a huge investment by the Conservatives with high-profile candidates. They so want to loosen some of that red sand on PEI. This is one place they're going to try to do that, Cardigan. First time in 40 years, Lawrence McCauley is not running, so Kent McDonald, the dairy farmer, he is hoping to carry that high-profile James Elwood, former provincial politician for the Conservatives. Another riding we're going to look at, Egmont. Of all the PEI ridings, this is the only one since the early 80s that's ever gone Conservative. For Logan McClellan to do that, he has to get past Bobby Morrissey, who certainly has been around for a long time. Let's see how all of this is landing with someone very familiar to Islanders. That's Louise Martin, who's at a watch party in Charlottetown. How are you, Louise?
I'm doing really well, Adrienne. And listen, I'm in the province that had the highest voter turnout, right, in 2021 in the last federal election at nearly 73%. So it's no surprise that I'm surrounded by a bunch of political junkies. I'm at University of Prince Edward Island's campus bar. It is closed for the season because school's out and there are still people here. Even the Premier of Prince Edward Island is here watching the election results come in. There is a lot on the line, as you mentioned, for the Liberal Party. All 4 ridings are Liberal red. Will the Blue be able to chip away? I mean, the appetite for change is real here, but is a change in leadership enough, or will it have to be a change in party? So the polls have closed in Newfoundland and Labrador, about half an hour to go here. Lots of people watching and waiting.
All right, you bet we'll check in with you later. You ask a question that is relevant countrywide. Rosie?
Okay, thanks for that, Adrienne. We will start to bring you results from Newfoundland and Labrador as soon as they come in. David Cochrane will do that, but he also has another very important job here tonight, and that is at his magic map here to show us the possible paths to victory.
Yeah, that's right, Rosie. Polls are closed in Newfoundland and Labrador. It's 8:30 in Newfoundland, 8 o'clock in Labrador, north of Black Tickle. There aren't enough seats in Atlantic Canada to be decisive, but they can be predictive as waves start near the sea, and the Liberals we got an omen of Liberal fortune in the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada in the last 3 elections. So this is how it looks right now with no results reporting. This is what it looked like the last time Canadians voted. You're going to see some anomalies here because this is the updated 343 riding map with the last vote transposed on it. There are no Liberal seats in Saskatchewan right now. This is just how it would have gone had they voted the same way with the new riding boundaries. So we're going to walk you through paths to majority for the Liberals first and then for the Conservatives. 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, split right now 24-8 favoring the Liberals. If you want Mark Carney to be the Prime Minister at the end of this election, you want to see the Liberals coming out of this region with about 25 of the 32 seats. Quebec, 78 seats up for grabs. The Liberals right now in the low 30s. They want to get off the island of Montreal into the North and South Shore ridings. If you're a Liberal, you want to see the number being at or above 40. Then Ontario, the biggest province in Canada, more seats than the North, PEI, Newfoundland and Labrador, and the 4 Western provinces combined. The number you want to see there from the Liberals is around 80 or above. That gets them to the Manitoba border with 145 seats, keeping in mind it takes 172 for a majority government. This is where it gets a lot tougher for the Liberals. They have 2 of the 3 northern ridings. Say they hold on to 2 there. There is a real chance in Saskatchewan that they could win this riding in northern Saskatchewan. Des Nethé, they've got a former NDP member of the provincial legislature running there. The polls have been suggesting that you might see 1 seat coming out of Saskatchewan for the Liberals. Then I skipped over Manitoba. My apologies to friendly Manitoba. The Liberals, they want to come out of the prairies essentially with 10 seats. They're strong in Winnipeg. If you're a Liberal, you want to see 6 seats coming out of Manitoba. Then you get to Alberta. They've got 1 seat in Edmonton last election, 1 seat in Calgary. They're hoping to gain a little bit more. Then you want to see 3 seats coming out of Alberta. This brings you to British Columbia, where there are 43 seats. The Liberals need 15 seats to form a majority government. So all of that gets you to 172. The polls would suggest all of these outcomes are probable, if not likely, maybe a little bit more upside in Eastern Canada, but that is the path to majority for the Liberals. Now, let's look at the Conservatives. It gets a whole lot more difficult. We're going to start in Western Canada. There are 43 seats up for grabs in British Columbia. They're going to be hunting these orange seats. They have been throughout this campaign. You'd like to see a number somewhere around 25 for the Conservatives coming out of BC. The prairie provinces, in particular, Saskatchewan and Alberta, that is the political home for the Conservatives. The problem is that home is a bungalow. There's really no second floor. There's only a basement. They tend to sweep Saskatchewan, do really well in Alberta. 37 seats up for grabs there. You'd like to see them get 35, sweep the 14 in Saskatchewan, and then you want to see them get about 8 in Manitoba and maybe get lucky and flip one up north. That gets you 83 seats. We got a first result. We're going to go to that in a second. In the Harper majority years, they got 11 seats in Atlantic Canada. Let's give them 12 for this thought exercise. 12 in Quebec. This leaves you 65 seats short, and that is what they need in Ontario. To get to 65, they're going to have to bust down the doors of the 905, break through that Liberal wall around the city of Toronto in places like Mississauga and in Brampton and in the York region. That just shows you how important Ontario is and how difficult the path is in Ontario and in Eastern Canada for the Conservatives to get to a majority.
And that's sort of what Jason Kenney was saying about vote efficiency and how it breaks down. That's what it shows you. Okay, tell us more about this first result we're seeing on the board here.
All right, well, this is one of the seats the Conservatives picked up in the 2021 election in Newfoundland and Labrador. It split 6-1, and this is the one. Clifford Small, he defeated longtime Liberal MP Scott Sims. People watched the election last time. They learned that Clifford Small is a businessman who owns Smitty's Restaurant in Mount Pearl, amongst other different ventures. Lynette Powell is running for the Liberals. She's a doctor, former president of the Newfoundland and Labrador Medical Association. And this riding, of course, Rosie, this is where Gander is. This is where Mark Carney went on day 2 of the campaign to do that 9/11-themed reminder of how Canada was there for the United States in an election. That's really all about the Canada-U.S. relationship.
Okay, David, I'll let you take a minute before we get some more results. Maybe I'll go to our panel, Jason Kenney. What do you make of David's math there? That's all informed by what parties are telling us, obviously, and what their expectations are.
I broadly agree. Look, it's cliche for a reason that these federal elections very often come down to the roughly 45 constituencies in the 905 metro belt around Toronto, the suburban, exurban constituencies, partly because they tend to vote fairly monolithically. You saw that in the recent provincial election.
Yep.
When Stephen Harper won, he won big in there. The same with the Liberals in the last 2 or 3 federal elections. And my sense is, those are a lot of young aspirational families, a lot of new Canadians who are very focused on affordability and the cost of living. They, like all of us, are concerned about the Trump threats. But I think first in their mind is this issue about affordability. And what I've been hearing from Conservative candidates in that 905 region of suburban, exurban Toronto is 5 to 1. When Conservative candidates are at the door in those ridings, what they're hearing about is cost of living, affordability, housing, food, more than they're hearing about Trump.
Too.
And crime is thrown in there, but the overwhelming concern seems to be about those issues that at least the Conservatives have been majoring on in the campaign.
Ari Ferrani, what did you make of the math and the possible path to victory?
Well, I think it's interesting. I mean, I noted obviously as an Ontario MP that we had, by my count, about 78 in the last Parliament. So getting to 80 in Ontario, when I'm seeing on the ground and I'm hearing from my colleagues about the tremendous upsurge in support, seems very doable, is the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that in terms of the vote efficiency point, is that I know in 2019 and 2021, we lost the popular vote, we as Liberals, and yet because the vote was better distributed, we were returned to government. So that's very, very important in terms of that vote efficiency point. But I think what's really resonating for me is that, if we talk about the 905 and how important it is in this province, is that if you take a bit of the playbook that you saw with Doug Ford in the February election, I mean, he talked about the one thing that Mark Carney's been talking about, which is how to take on Donald Trump with a actual achievable plan. And for my colleagues that are fighting in those 905 regions, they're seeing that that sentiment is resonating, as is Mark Carney's resume, because it's clearly showing to voters that, you know, you need to have an actual plan and a business pedigree to back it up, as opposed to, unfortunately, what we've seen a lot of over the last 2 years, which is three-word slogans that amount to basically a polarization. And instead, you have a person who is a newcomer to politics, who's actually engendering a lot of support by people towards his vision.
Okay, let's thank you for that. Let's take another look at this result. One on the board. This is how it goes. It goes slow and then it goes really fast. So as we get a big dump of polls when Quebec, Ontario, and everything out to Alberta closes. But at the beginning, Newfoundland Labrador gets a lot of time, and so David Cochran's very happy. What can you tell us about this one blue on the board here?
Well, I mean, it is the central Newfoundland riding. It is where Cliff Small busted through last time and you know, defeated Scott Sims. His lead there is very small. It's very early polling. Not very small, it's very early. 108 to 30, a 78 vote lead with one of 233 polls reporting. You got big towns, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, but a very rural riding. So it's going to take a bit of time before we get true clarity on how this is going to go. But Heather Gillis with CBC Newfoundland and Labrador is standing by in the riding near the Clifford Small campaign. And Heather joins us now. So Heather, what's the latest you're getting from central Newfoundland?
Okay, well, David, we're outside Clifford Small's campaign, and we just heard a big roar of applause from inside, and that must be that one poll reporting that you were talking about. So just to let our viewers know who Clifford Small is, he's got ties to the fishery. He owns some restaurants. When Pierre Poilievre was campaigning here, he was front and center, of course, because he is the only Conservative MP in our province. He's up against Lynette Powell, who's a doctor, was president of the Medical Association in this province. And when we've been talking to people in this area today, the Conservatives are confident that Small will be reelected. The Liberals, on the other hand, saying that it's close, but the feeling here tonight is that Clifford Small, they do believe, will be reelected in this area. And this is, you know, one seat to watch, because if the Liberals want a majority, well, this place was a long time Liberal riding. Will they flip it back red? And for the Conservatives, if they want to win this election tonight, this is one area that they're going to have to hold on to or even make inroads in this province.
Okay, Heather, thank you so much. That's CBC's Heather Gillis outside Cliff Small's campaign headquarters. Rosie, we don't know if she'll get inside Clifford Small's campaign headquarters. It's been a bit of an issue throughout this election campaign. Some breaking of that, though, in Newfoundland and Labrador. David Brazel, who's the candidate in St. John's East, did a debate, did it on the CBC, has done media interviews. So they tend to go their own way. But this is a super important seat for the Conservatives because, you know, and Jason Kenney will remember this, Danny Williams scorched the earth for the federal Conservatives in the 2000s with the ABC campaign. So Cliff Small breaking through, it's a bit like, you know, Liberals breaking through in Saskatchewan. You need a Hinterland Who's Who video to see them in office. And it's been a long time. So Cliff Small is important for Pierre Poilievre.
But very early results.
Very early.
Do you want to weigh in on Newfoundland and Labrador and Danny Williams there?
Well, yeah, that was...
Or really not?
Rather not. That was a difficult moment.
It was.
And it went on for, you're right, 2 or 3 election cycles where Conservatives got shut out. But I will say that things have been changing. And, you know, before the Trump attacks and Mr. Trudeau resigned, the Conservatives were posting very large sustained polling leads in Newfoundland. And they are optimistic about picking up potentially 1 or 2 more tonight.
Really? Yeah, and that one would be one, I would imagine. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Rosie, there was a provincial by-election for Andrew Furey's Liberal government there, near where Cliff Small is, in the Bayvert area. It was a seat the Liberals held, and it swung by 60 points in the by-election to the Progressive Conservatives provincially, and it was all anti-Trudeau, anti-carbon tax. And a guy I've known since university was knocking on doors out there, and people were saying, oh, I'm voting for Conservatives. I'm going to get rid of Trudeau and get rid of the carbon tax. And they'd say, well, you know, that's federal, we're provincial. And then by the 4th or 5th year, it's like, you know, forget it. Yes, you know, get rid of Trudeau.
Yeah, and but there's no carbon tax now, so you would have to wonder whether that has affected anything as well. And of course, the Atlantic provinces and home heating oil had been taken out entirely by Justin Trudeau. Randall Garrison, I feel like I should bring you in, even though we don't expect any any orange to show up on that part of the map.
Oh, well, I'm not so sure about that.
Okay. Tell me more.
No, we've got a strong candidate in Halifax who was a former provincial member of the legislature.
Oh, yes, out in the Maritimes generally, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
and even in Newfoundland, Mary Shardall, who's the
Yeah.
president of the NDP and a former president of the Newfoundland Federation of Labor, is running in St. John East. So we'll see what happens over the evening. But if I can just go back to David's numbers and say how much I like them as a New Democrat, because I think what's happening at the end here is that New Democrat voters who may have been worried about a Tory government are starting to see that they might be able to go home and vote for their New Democrat incumbents as the possibility of a Conservative win recedes. And also those who are worried about who's going to face Trump are becoming more and more confident that it's probably going to be Carney. And so, therefore, who's going to keep the banker in check in the House of Commons if you don't re-elect some New Democrats?
Well, that was Jagmeet Singh's closing argument. Jason Kenney, quickly, then I got
one other point about Newfoundland
Please.
that we sometimes forget about. We think about Newfoundland and the fishery, which is historic and important. But increasingly, it's an oil economy. And so the emphasis of Mr. Poilievre and the Conservatives on the oil and gas sector, on energy development, responsible resource development, exporting Canadian oil, and a lot of Newfoundlanders have worked in the Alberta oil patch as well. So I think that there's been a gradual shift focused around those energy issues.
Yep, that's an awfully good point. Got another result there, David.
Yeah, and Jason Kenney's not wrong. My dad was one of them. That's why I lived in the same neighborhood as Pierre Poilievre in southeast Calgary for a while when I was younger. All right, as you can see here on the map, we have another result. This is from Labrador. This is the Big Land. This is where Yvonne Jones had been the incumbent Liberal MP, but her and just about all the other Liberal MPs decided they weren't going to run again. Philip Earle, though, as a replacement, is about as good as you're going to get in Labrador. A well-known and successful businessman involved with companies such as Air Labrador and Air Borealis. Ella Wallace is the Conservative there. She is born and raised in Labrador, spent a lot of time working away in Florida and Australia, moved back a few years ago to work in the family businesses, currently the Deputy Mayor of Happy Valley Goose Bay. And here we are in there is central Newfoundland again. Clifford Small growing his lead a little bit. We're only at 2 polls of 233. We've got a 106 vote lead over Lynette Powell. But interestingly, 2 Conservatives on the board. And where is that second one? Well, here it is in Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. Look. We're not going to call this one for a while. 1 poll of 270 polls reporting. Jonathan Rowe, Jason Kenney, an engineer who worked in the oil and gas sector, also has a strong organizational base within his church, running against Anthony Germain, who is a former CBC broadcaster in both Ottawa and in Newfoundland and Labrador and in China. He is in second place with 1 of 270 polls reporting.
Okay. David, thank you so much for that. As you can see there at the bottom of your screen, that's where we're at in terms of leading and elected. But as David said, very early results out of Newfoundland and Labrador. The next set of results in 13 minutes' time will be from the Maritime provinces, adding another 25 seats up for grabs. And of course, the map's going to start to change quickly as we go through the night. And as we wait for more results from Newfoundland and Labrador, maybe I'll bring in Arif Irani just on that point about energy. And it is an interesting election, the way energy became, I would suggest, a more dominant issue than climate change in some ways, and how Mr. Carney was also pushed to talk more about the possibility of energy development, including maybe a pipeline.
Well, I was in the room on the night of the Liberal Leadership Convention, and it entered the conversation immediately on that first night. And he talked about being an energy superpower, and people were talking about asking what does that mean, and he said quite candidly that means embracing new technologies, new types of energy, sustainable energy, but also embracing the energy resources that we have and ensuring that the needs are met within Canada, but also among our allies, and building up this east-west corridor, including a pipeline. And I think that kind of message has gravitated. So obviously Jason's point is well taken with respect to Newfoundlanders and their work in the oil and gas sector, but you're not seeing in a guy like Mark Carney an individual who is not embracing the energy sector. Far from it. He is actually openly discussing it, talking about how we invest in it, how we build up that sector as a way of shoring up our economy. And I think that's a message that's landing well with voters out east, in the middle of the country, but also out west.
Okay, we'll see. Thank you for that, though. Again, results on the board haven't changed very much, but we are going to go back to Adrian to talk a little bit more about PEI.
Indeed. And really, I'd like to go to PEI to have a chat with Louise, because Louise Martin has been, you saw her at that University of Prince Edward Island gathering people. Well, somebody has shown up who she really wants to talk to. So I'm so curious. Who's with you there, Louise?
Oh, can you guess, Adrian? As someone who really should have his finger on the pulse of the issues here on Prince Edward Island, and that is PEI Premier Rob Lance. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Hi, Louise.
So what are you thinking? What are the big issues that you've been hearing from Islanders and as they affect the federal election?
Well, it's going to be an exciting night. All of our assumptions about how this election would look were sort of upended with the departure of Justin Trudeau and the arrival of Donald Trump, and this whole issue of trade and our economic relationship with the U.S. has dominated it. But of course, there's still all of the important domestic issues of cost of living, housing, healthcare, childcare. All of those are still important to Prince Edward Islanders.
And the bridge tolls. You've got two commitments, one from the Liberals to reduce the bridge tolls and the cost of the ferry, and one from the Conservatives to actually reduce or cut the bridge tolls altogether, but no commitment there on the ferries.
Well, you know, it just underscores the fact that this has been an election largely about trade, and the bridge and the ferry for us are critical strategic transportation infrastructure. And just as Canada is a huge country with tremendous resources that we move around the country and around the world, PEI is no exception. We've built a huge trading economy here in Prince Edward Island. Export is very important to us, more so than ever. And so, eliminating or reducing the bridge tolls effectively is a tax cut to Islanders and island businesses that they can use to reinvest in Prince Edward Island and create a more resilient and productive economy here. So we're excited about those commitments.
All right. PEI Premier Rob Lance here at the University of Prince Edward Island. We're at the campus bar with a lot of political junkies in the room as the polls close very shortly here on Prince Edward Island. Adrian.
All right. Thanks, Louise. Our thanks to the Premier. Third time a PEI Premier has shown up on this broadcast. Listening to him talk about exports, 80% of what PEI exports goes to the United States. So you know that tariff conversation is going to be a big one. Yeah. Rosie?
Okay, thanks, Adrian. I've been desperate to get the Premier on, the PEI Premier on my show. Maybe I should.
She can hook you up.
We'll see
maybe.
if we can make that happen eventually. Ian.
As you know, Rosie, I grew up in New Brunswick,
Yes.
but I'm reminded tonight that it's been a long time since I lived there, more than 40 years. And so a kind viewer sent a kind email and said to me, you know, when you
look
said
40, that's right?
No. When I mentioned that St. John is the biggest city, it was when I was a kid.
Yes.
But he points out that Greater Moncton has surpassed St. John. He said, kindly, I'd like a correction. Here's your correction. Okay. Now, let's go to the second biggest city in New Brunswick, St. John. And Jacques Poitras is looking at St. John Kennebecasis for us. And Jacques, you talked about Wayne Long, the incumbent Liberal MP. But tell us the other side of the political story there and what's been happening with the Conservatives.
Well, there was a lot of interest in the Conservative nomination here going back more than a year, and there were several Conservatives, provincially they're progressive Conservatives, who were interested in the nomination. And the nomination meeting kept getting put off and put off and put off, and then we got to the election call, and the party appointed Melissa Young as the candidate without a nominating contest ever being held. And there are Conservatives here who were not happy about that. One of the other potential nomination contestants, in fact, wouldn't tell me how she was going to vote in this election, and she was clearly dismayed with the process, how that had happened. And we've heard that story in some ridings across the country. It is a factor here. One thing people are watching here tonight is whether that progressive Conservative vote comes out for Melissa Young, or votes for Wayne Long, or stays home, Ian.
We'll look for those numbers. Last time around was a 6 percentage point difference with the Conservatives in second place. So as you say, will the Conservatives manage to at least keep the support they had last time around, or will those internal divisions, among other things, have an impact? Rosie.
Okay, thank you for that to Ian and Jacques. Let's go back to David now, because you can see there's been some movement there at the bottom of your screen. 2-2 so far.
Yeah, it's very incremental movement. We have 4 of 7 ridings reporting. The latest is the riding of Avalon. This is a seat that got a bit of notoriety because Ken McDonald was there. He was the first to call for a leadership review of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, suggesting his best before date had come and gone. This was January of last year. Ken McDonald did that. Ken's not running federally. He's getting ready to run provincially. But Paul Connors is Ken McDonald's executive assistant, running against Steve Kent, a former deputy premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. He was in charge of candidate recruitment, certainly in Newfoundland and Labrador and broadly throughout Atlantic Canada for Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives, and somehow managed to find himself as the right choice for Avalon. This was despite recruiting 2 other candidates, one of whom, Jessica Babb, was upset with this. Her father, John Babb, was a former longtime president of the provincial Progressive Conservative Party. There's some bad blood in Avalon that could cause some problems for the Conservatives. So right now, Paul Connors leading 38 to 13 in very, very, very early numbers. And Rosie, look, polls have been closed since about 24 minutes now. We have results from 4 ridings. Long Range Mountains out here on the West Coast. This is one expected to be competitive. I know the Liberals are a little bit worried about it. And I was just texting with David Brazel, who's the Conservative candidate in St. John's East. And he tells me turnout is high. Lines were still going at polling stations after the official close of polls. And so they wait till everyone has voted and it's in the ballot box before they start counting it. So that explains some of the slowness in getting results from those ridings.
Okay, good to know. And that's also a good reminder that so many of you did vote during those advanced polls over the Easter long weekend, 7.3 million. We do know that those special votes, those special ballots were very, very high as well. So lots of people already voted. We'll see what people did today. A reminder now that we are just under 6 minutes out from the Maritime Provinces polls closing there. 25 more seats, which will bring us up to 32. And we'll start to see more shifts here as votes get counted. We are told that there are no issues from Elections Canada with any of the counts at this hour. But of course, lots of polls still open and lots more votes to count. Let's go back to our friends over here at the panel as we wait for more results to talk about. Let's talk a little bit about Atlantic Canada. I'll go back to you maybe, Randall, because you made a point about Halifax, St. John's East, too, a place where the NDP has had success with Jack Harris. Do you think that people are still interested in the NDP in the Atlantic? And why do you think there's been past success that hasn't necessarily been built on?
Well, what I've heard from my contacts in both Halifax and in St. John's is they had very active campaigns, lots of volunteers, no trouble fundraising. And so there still is that interest. But in this overwhelming attention that's given to Trump and to the threat he presents to Canada, and that's real, and I understand why Canadians are concerned about that. It's become difficult for New Democrat voices to be heard. And I think that applies especially in the Atlantic provinces, where so many of the economies are so linked to trade with the United States.
How much do you think Mr. Singh staying in that supply and confidence deal so long, and I'm sure we'll talk about this later in the night, how much of damage do you think that potentially did to him and the party, being so attached to Justin Trudeau?
Well, definitely. Some people are very unhappy with that. There's also people now with dental care. There are people who have the beginnings of pharmacare in this country, and especially among seniors, which I think is a factor many people miss. Tons and tons of seniors were without any kind of dental care. And millions, literally millions of Canadians have got dental care now. So for those who are unhappy that we propped up the Trudeau government, that was a risk we knew we were taking. There are those who are happy because we've delivered things that Canadians need.
Yeah, and yet that message it was hard for that
hard to
message
get it through in this campaign.
For sure. Okay, thank you for that, Randall Garrison. We'll go back to David Cochrane because the numbers have shifted a bit there on their screen.
Yeah, they're pouring in now, Rosie. We got results from the West Coast riding of Long Range Mountains. This was the seat held by Liberal Cabinet Minister Goody Hutchings, who, like the 5 of the 6 Liberal incumbents, decided not to run again. Don Bradshaw is a well-known face across Newfoundland and Labrador. He has been, for many, many years, the West Coast correspondent for NTV News. So he is used to getting the viewers of Newfoundland and Labrador, and now he's trying to get the voters of Newfoundland and Labrador. Carol Anstey, the Conservative, she ran against Goody Hutchings last time, got just under 40% of the vote, and hasn't stopped knocking on doors since. She's a real estate agent in Deer Lake, so she's used to jamming signs into lawns, and she's been doing that throughout this campaign. This is one the Conservatives think, along with their held riding in central Newfoundland, Rosie, this is the one they think they have the best chance of picking up in Long Range Mountains, and I know the one the Liberals, of all the seats they hold, the one they are the most worried about in Newfoundland and Labrador. Okay, and look, one riding we're still waiting on results for is St. John's East. Luckily, we have Carolyn Stokes standing by there, so she can maybe catch us up on what's happening there. Because Carolyn, you know, a cabinet minister, there's some big candidates running there. What's the latest from St. John's East?
Well, David, Joanne Thompson, she is the last Liberal standing in this province. She is the lone Liberal incumbent. We had 5 other Liberal MPs, but they all jumped ship. And Thompson was rewarded for sticking around with a cabinet position. Carney put her in the fisheries portfolio, but she is going up against some tough competition, some strong candidates in this riding. There's the PC candidate, David Brazel, who's the former PC leader and won 5 provincial elections. And there's also a very well-known NDP candidate, Mary Shortall, who is the president of the federal NDP and a veteran in the labor movement. So months ago, this was a pretty tight race, and there was a sense that Joanne Thompson was in for a really tough fight and that she might lose her seat. But of course, as I've been hearing everyone talking about, a lot has changed since then with Donald Trump and the trade war and a new prime minister and the collapse of the NDP vote, all benefiting the Liberals and Joanne Thompson. So the campaign here tells me that they still think this is a tight race, but we'll find out soon enough when those results start rolling in just how tight it is, David.
Okay, Carolyn, thank you very much. And you know, Rosie, because we haven't had results, I do want to put up the board just to show who these people are. There is Joanne Thompson. She is the Fisheries Minister. David Brazel, former PC leader of Newfoundland and Labrador. And Mary Shortall, the former president of the Federation of Labor, now the president of the party. Mark Carney made her Fisheries Minister a week after the federal government cut the crab quota by about 25%. And then he made it his first stop in the election. And you remember the fishermen were outside his speech. They had to get the police to come in. This is why you never have an election in spring in Newfoundland and Labrador, because the fishery is always in crisis in the spring, so you try to avoid it. We'll see if it has any kind of a difference on these results when and if we actually see something from St. John's East and, of course, from Cape Spear, the other St. John's riding. We have no results.
And would that be enough of a move to upset voters in that riding?
I mean, it can be. It depends on where it is. You got a lot of people who work in the fishery, who live in St. John's, but the rural seats tend to be more acutely vulnerable to fluctuations in quota.
Okay. This is where we are as we move into another group of polls closing. 3 leading and elected for the Conservatives, 2 for the Liberals, but very early results. But guess what? We're now going to add to that 25 more seats in the Maritime provinces. It is now 8:30 local time in the Maritimes. Polls have closed in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. The 25 seats here will start to give us an early sense of Canadians' voting intentions tonight. Will it be a trend for the rest of the country? We'll have to wait and see. Okay, and so those 25 seats will bring us up to 32 as these polls start to close, and we'll start to give you a picture of what else is happening in Atlantic Canada. And as David pointed out, if the Liberals want to form government, they really need to perform well in this part of the country. Catherine.
Yes, Rosie, Randall Garrison's been telling us about Halifax as a potential bright spot for the NDP in Atlantic Canada. One thing that makes the riding of Halifax particularly interesting, those folks haven't had an MP since September when the Liberal, Andy Fillmore, decided he was going to leave the House of Commons, try to run for mayor of Halifax. He succeeded. He's been the mayor for months. They're still waiting to find out who their new MP is going to be. So let's visit the CBC's Tom Murphy, who is in the riding of Halifax. Tom, what's going on?
Yeah, another reporter reporting from another bar on election night. Don't read too much into that. But it's half-price wine night here. It's half-price wine night here, by the way, for some of the curious in the room. No, this is your panel was talking about how this is a strong riding for the NDP. It really is. I know the Liberals you mentioned have held this seat most recently, but this is a seat that was held by Alexa McDonough, federal leader of the NDP, and also Megan Leslie MP after that. Real big NDP roots here for sure. Now, obviously some of that frustration that the panel was talking about as well, about how some of those NDP issues seem to get lost in some of those bigger issues, housing, healthcare, affordability, all of them big issues, certainly in the city of Halifax as they are in many cities across the country. But there was that frustration during this campaign. How did they get the time for that? But Lisa Roberts is a very popular politician here, a former MLA in the provincial legislature, lives just down the street from where I am here now. She almost won this riding. She's about 1,000 votes short the last time around, so she has come close before. NDP, of course, famous for the ground game. We'll see how that goes. Will they be celebrating with the wine or crying in their beer later tonight? We'll find out.
Nothing says affordability like half-price wine. CBC's Tom Murphy. Thank you very much. Sorry you can't partake, Tom. That's disappointing. Rosie, back to you.
No wine from the United States, though, I'm sure. Okay, remember, with 343 seats in total up for grabs in this election, because the electoral map has changed, 172 is that magic number for a majority. That's what everyone will be watching for tonight, not only who forms government, but what kind of government you have decided to elect this time round. Let's bring you some pictures pictures that came in just moments ago. Jagmeet Singh in Burnaby, British Columbia, watching results roll in there with his wife and 2 daughters and his parents. He probably a little bit nervous about how things are going to unfold tonight. Oh, look, there I am on my screen, on his screen. How lovely. Glad he's tuning in with us. Yves-François Blanchet is in Montreal. He is also watching results as they begin to roll in. Probably not watching CBC. I'm going to guess he's watching Radio-Canada, hopefully. He's there with some of his staff waiting to see how things are going to unfold. And of course, we'll bring you more pictures and visuals of leaders as they watch results roll in with their families and friends and supporters. A critical night for so many parties tonight, critical night for the country, and lots of questions tonight about what will happen to the parties that are not the 2 main parties, and that includes the Bloc Québécois, as you saw there. We heard from 3 of the leader headquarters. We're also at 2 others, the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party, and Rafi Boudjikanian has been following the Bloc through the campaign. He's in Montreal tonight. Rafi, what are you hearing?
Well, Rosie, I will say I think Yves-François Blanchet was actually watching TVA, not Radio-Canada. Basically, this has been a challenging campaign for the Bloc. They tend to do well when they can talk about Quebec identity issues. Think of the language protection law or the secularism law that this province has. But this has not been the kind of campaign where they've had the space to do that. Instead, they've had to try to muscle in on this national debate about who's best placed to tackle U.S. President Donald Trump and the threats he represents. Yves-François Blanchet has tried doing that. He's tried presenting a platform that's all about protecting Quebec economic interests, and he's tried to argue that Liberal Mark Carney is not the guy to do that. But he's also gone on to predict a Carney victory, and then has tried saying, look, Quebecers, you can just vote for me so I can defend you guys from a majority government. Now, a few months ago, it was a very different picture. Think of Justin Trudeau's unpopularity. Last September, the Bloc won that by-election in Montreal. They might have been thinking about forming official opposition. That's very different than now, when they're aspiring to hold a minority parliament to account as the party that holds the balance of power. And they might be able to pull that off even if they lose some seats tonight. And that would be an argument Blanchet could then take to his supporters and say, look what I've accomplished.
Yeah, similar challenges to what the NDP is going through there. And Rafi, just so you know, Mr. Blanchet did have Radio-Canada on his laptop, so he hasn't abandoned us quite yet. Thank you for that. That's Rafi in Montreal. I believe Adrienne Arsenault has some results from PEI.
Indeed. We have some of the first numbers in from Malpeque. Let's have a quick look-see and see what's going on there. So that is the Liberal incumbent Heath MacDonald with a lead of 14 over Jamie Foxx, who is a former MLA. Just 1 out of 97 polls reporting. So, you know, there's a ways to go. Worth noting that Pierre Poilievre spent some time on Prince Edward Island, quite determined to try to move the needle. We'll see if he does.
Okay, just very early results then on the island, but you can see there on the bottom of your screen, things are starting to move around a little bit, 6-3, but again, early results as we start to get more from Atlantic Canada. Catherine Cullen.
Yeah, we've got first results from Nova Scotia. Let's head over to Sydney, Glace Bay. Mike Kellaway there in an early lead. One thing that makes this riding particularly interesting, Rosemary, there were 2 Liberals that wanted to run here, both Mike Kellaway and Jaime Batiste, who wound up running in Cape Breton, Canso, and Antigonish. Right. This is because of redistribution. It changed the ridings an awful lot. Ultimately, the party decided that Kellaway was going to be the one to run in this riding. Off to a healthy start. One other fun fact about Sydney Glace Bay, home to, you knew I was going to say this, it is home to the world's biggest fiddle, also known as the Big Fiddle, 18 meters tall. So the next time you're in Sydney Glace Bay, just one thing you can check out.
Well, you know what's going to happen is at the end of this night, everyone will have booked holidays to Atlantic Canada, because this is when we have a little more time to talk about all the great things out there.
Wonderful time to travel Canada.
That's right, David.
I have restaurant recommendations in all 7 ridings that I'm covering. Look, Rosie, as Rafi said, the Yves-François Blanchet decision desk has already projected a Mark Carney win tonight. We're not ready to do that because we've only just now got the last 2 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador reporting. Like, these are the ones. ones in and around the St. John's area. This, of course, is St. John's East, as we were talking about. Joanne Thompson, the Fisheries Minister, the last incumbent running for the Liberals, with an early lead, because everything is early right now. 2 of 197 polls reporting. She's leading David Brazel, a former cabinet minister and leader of the Provincial Conservative Party, and Mary Shortall, who is the national president of the NDP. And this is Cape Spear. This was Seamus O'Regan's seat until he announced last year he wasn't going to be running again. The Liberals couldn't find anyone to run for a long, long time, and then they had a contested nomination of some pretty good candidates, and Tom Osborne, I wonder what changed. He came out of that victorious. Tom Osborne comes from a political family. Him, his mom, and his uncle all had seats in the House of Assembly all at the same time. He's been a Speaker of the Newfoundland Legislature, a progressive Conservative cabinet minister, and most recently a Liberal government cabinet minister. Left politics not that long ago, Rosie, but he is back and right now has an early lead in this. But just one thing to show you about Newfoundland and Labrador, all blue right now outside of the St. John's adjacent ridings. The rural island ridings, right now the Conservatives are leading in those. That's the type of change Pierre Poilievre needs and Mark Carney does not want to see.
That's right, because they only had one seat previously.
Yeah, it was 6-1, and right now it's 3-4.
Okay, so we'll see where that goes from there. Before we get some more results, I do want to ask. I'm going to ask Ruy Ferrani. You can weigh in on that certainly, but the issue of incumbency is an important one during an election, maybe particularly for the Liberals in Newfoundland and Labrador. Liberals and Conservatives have about the same number of incumbents. You yourself could have been an incumbent, decided not to. How big a deal is incumbency, do you think?
Well, the first thing I want to do is, since everyone's laying claim to the East Coast, is just point out to David and the viewers that I proposed to my wife at Cape Spear.
Oh, well.
So, but in terms of sort of the incumbency piece, I think it's generally an advantage. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But what I'd say is interesting right now is that since Mark Carney's nomination as leader, what we found is that there was search for candidates at one point in time, last fall, early winter.
Yeah.
And since Carney coming into the fold, there have then been competitive nomination races.
Yep.
So there's been an urge for people and excitement for people to get involved. I think that's really telling.
And people changing their mind.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the other points I just want to make about Eastern Canada is just that this idea, I think the progressive voters in Halifax, I think they're looking for the same thing progressive voters are looking for in Toronto. And I fight in a progressive riding. I did for the last 3 elections. And what that is someone that will protect things that people care about, but someone who will also protect them from an existential threat, which is Donald Trump. So that's an important point. But in Nova Scotia in particular, what I'm thinking about is the portfolio I just held and things like the Mass Casualty Commission and the impact that's going to have on things such as people's approach towards gun violence and intimate partner violence. Mm-hmm. Those are important issues for progressives. They should be important for all Canadians. Yeah. I think Carney's team has a very strong plan on that, and I think you're going to see results in Nova Scotia that bear fruit.
In case you forgot, Ruy Ferrani was the Justice Minister and Attorney General until fairly recently. Jason Kenney, do you want to weigh in on incumbency? Because it is a factor and can be an important factor in getting reelected.
Yeah, I think the political scientists say that on the whole, it is typically an advantage, but this is a time of change. People want change. They're frustrated with what's happened over the past decade on the economy, on crime, on immigration, on public services.
Right. So maybe it doesn't hold the same way?
Well, so yeah, I think it has less purchase at a change time like the context like this. But there are, when you're talking about Atlantic Canada, especially rural ridings and rural Atlantic Canada, I think the incumbency has a different character where you often have very popular local figures who are very focused in their constituencies and are very rooted with those relationships. It's much harder to do that in a big suburban or urban riding. So I do think that incumbency is a greater advantage in more rural communities where families have been living for multiple generations and they probably know who the candidate is and they've grown up with them.
Okay. Thank you all for that. Randall, I'll come back to you. Do want to give you a little bit of information at this hour. If you are on your way to vote, trying to figure out where to vote, still making plans to vote, because that could well be the case, particularly on the West Coast, Elections Canada's website is down. So that means that if you are looking to find where you vote, you would normally put in maybe your postal code, your address, and you would be directed to a polling station. That may not be working for you right now. Don't panic. We also have that tool at cbc.ca/results. So go there for now, because we do want to make sure that all of you get an opportunity to vote. We will keep our eyes on the Elections Canada website and let you know when it is back up and running as it should. But again, cbc.ca/results will tell you where to go to cast your ballot. It is your election after all. I'll go back now to Randall Garrison. Just some thoughts on incumbency for you as well. I had the NDP one, but I'll let you start talking while I pull up that number.
Well, for me, I ran 6 times. 3 times I was not the incumbent. I only won 1 of those. And 3 times I was the incumbent, and I won all 3 of those.
Okay, so you're an anomaly.
My personal experience would tell me. I think there's 2 things in incumbency. One is when you hold the office, you have a record for people to judge.
Right.
And that's an advantage if you've worked hard at being the MP locally. And the second thing is that Canadians generally look for ties to the riding. And it's much more difficult for someone, if they haven't been the MP, to prove that all parts of the riding are important to them and all those kinds of things that the incumbent's been doing for the last term. Attending every event, being present everywhere, handing out the grants. So there is an advantage. Now, I'm a recovering political scientist as well as a recovering politician, and the literature says it can add about 5%.
Right.
By being the incumbent. But in the kind of ridings and races we have in Canada, 5% is a lot.
Yes. Yeah. Incumbents for the NDP, 20 this time around. So that's interesting. But as you all have rightly pointed out, maybe because this election has been so different and unusual, maybe none of those same rules apply. So we will see. I'm going to go over to Ian now because he's got some results.
No results yet
no
in
results,
New Brunswick,
sorry.
which is interesting. But I want to talk a little bit about one of the ridings where voters have shown propensity to switch from election to election. So in Fredericton, Oromocto, they had a Conservative MP back in 2011, a Liberal in 2015, a Green MP in the next election, 2019, and then a Liberal in 2021. So, as I say, if there's a place in New Brunswick where voters seem willing to, vote for other parties, it is in Fredericton, Oromocto. So let's go to the provincial affairs reporter for the CBC, Jacques Poitras, who is in St. John, Kennebecasis. But Jacques, tell us a little bit about the race in Fredericton, Oromocto.
It's a very interesting race, Ian. As you said, Jenica Atwin captured that riding for the Greens in 2019, then crossed the floor to the Liberals and was re-elected in 2021 as a Liberal. But it was the closest race in the province. It took the decision desk days to call that race. And so Jenica Atwin decided just recently not to run again. And David Miles, a popular singer-songwriter from the Fredericton area, got into the race with the enthusiastic backing of the new Liberal Premier, Susan Holt. David Miles is up against Brian McDonald. He's a former 2-term provincial member of the legislature, a military veteran. He's been campaigning for more than a year. He was nominated more than a year ago. Strong candidate, looks like an MP, but he may see that slip away from him with the way things have changed in the last few weeks.
All right, Jacques, thank you very much. I had an interesting conversation with David Miles earlier today. I tried to talk to the Conservative candidate, and his campaign manager said he's too busy knocking on doors today for even a 5-minute phone conversation. So either he doesn't like me or he actually is too busy knocking on doors. We have our first results, by the way, from a New Brunswick riding, Acadie Bathurst. And there's a famous quote in New Brunswick politics, or maybe infamous. The former Conservative Premier Blaine Higgs said, "The Liberals could run a lampshade in northern New Brunswick and win." And, not casting any aspersions on Serge Cormier, an excellent politician. But Liberals do very well in Acadie Bathurst. And, of course, this is really, really early here. But we would expect to see the Liberals to continue to do well in that riding. Rosemary.
Okay. That's great. Thank you, Ian. Did want to remind people about that Elections Canada website issue. The other way that you can find out where to vote, if you are still doing that, is if you got your voter registration card at the mail. That also has your polling station on it. Otherwise, you can go to cbc.ca/results. Make sure you get counted today, because we're in the early hours of this, still trying to figure out what Canadians have decided, David.
Yeah, Rosie, remember when we did these rehearsals over the weekend and the results came in at 1,000,000 miles an hour?
Yeah.
This is not that. But yeah, it's kind of refreshing, though I don't know what to do with myself. Look, we're going to look at the 3 Conservative leads in Newfoundland and Labrador right now, because this would have the Liberals down 2 in a usually reliably Liberal province. In Long Range Mountains, Carol Anstey, the real estate agent from Deer Lake, who came second to Goody Hutchings, the cabinet minister, last time, is ahead by 720 votes now, with 35 of 253 polls reporting. She's beating the appointed Liberal candidate, Don Bradshaw, who's well known across the province from his years as a correspondent with NTV. But right now, he is running in second place. The other riding is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. Again, a riding where the Liberal incumbent, Churence Rogers, decided not to run again. A former president of the provincial party, a multi-term MP. He has stepped aside. Jonathan Rowe, an engineer from the Clarenville area, from Clarenville itself, actually has a 321 vote lead over former CBC broadcaster Anthony Germain. And of course, in central Newfoundland, Clifford Small, who won narrowly last time, now has a pretty good lead with 45 of 233 polls reporting. So still a lot of polls to come, Rosie. I think just a little over 11% of polls reporting. The dynamic, as I understand it, in Newfoundland and Labrador is Liberals did very, very well in the advance polls, is what they think. Those tend not to come until late. And so in conversations about what to expect I was having with people from Conservative and from Liberal campaigns is that you might see a lot of blue early as day of vote in smaller rural areas are counted first and get into the system first. Lineups in the more urban centers, a little bit longer open pass voting time could delay things a little bit in some of the larger centers in the ridings here. I'm not saying that means it's all going to flip. I'm just saying that's why you're probably seeing no projected elected in some of these ridings yet, because there's a whole lot of vote to come and in areas where we expect the Liberals to be strong.
Okay, good. And just a little update about that Elections Canada website issue. It is not everyone. It is just some users we are hearing that are having that problem, putting their postal code in and finding their polling station. But if it is you, you know that CBC's got you covered on that front. Let's go to Catherine Cullen now with some results from Nova Scotia.
Yeah, a few ridings coming in. I think we're going to start, Rosie, with the other half of that equation we were just talking about. Sydney, Glace Bay, Jaime Batiste had wanted to run there as well. He wound up running in Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. Perhaps a more challenging riding because it's grown significantly and because he has some tough competition in his Conservative competitor, Alan McMaster, former Deputy Premier, former Finance Minister, and didn't you want another fiddle fact? He is also the son of famed fiddler Buddy McMaster. So some early results there. Central Nova, another interesting riding. As we were discussing earlier, Sean Fraser ultimately decided to come back to politics thanks to a phone call from Mark Carney. We know that the Conservatives were really hoping to get their hands on this riding. Bryce Jenkins had been trying to give the Liberals a run for their money, but a strong early start, although just with one poll for Sean Fraser. Braden Clark ahead in Sackville. The Liberal incumbent did not run again, but this is a riding that was held by the Liberals. And finally, and let's see if these numbers are still, yes, a tie in South Shore St. Margaret's. Yes, it is just one poll. Too early for a recount, David Cochran. A couple of things interesting here, Rosie. This riding expected to be a real tough fight. And also, you'll notice the third place there. The NDP did not run an official candidate in this riding. Rick Perkins is the incumbent. He took the riding in 2021. But this question about whether or not the fact that there is not an official NDP candidate in the riding is going to make things tougher for him because perhaps some of those progressive votes are going to wind up going to the Liberals.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Catherine. If you look at the bottom of your screen, that's where we are at so far with the tally this evening. But as all of my friends and colleagues have been saying here, early results coming from Atlantic Canada. And of course, many more polls to close. Adrian, though, has some results.
And I'm going to say it again. Early results.
Yes.
In only 2 of the 4 ridings of PEI. Let's start with Egmont. Bobby Morrissey with a 76 vote lead over Logan McClellan. This is basically a rematch of 2019. The Conservatives really hoping to repeat what happened what happened in Egmont years ago with Gail Shea. We'll see if, obviously, 5 of 99 polls reporting, ways to go. Let's check out Malpeque as well. Heath MacDonald, again, a lead of just 28, 2 of 97 polls reporting against Jamie Foxx, who has, by the way, been campaigning in Malpeque for some 16 months. That's how ready the Conservatives have been.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Adrian. All right, so this is where we are, again, in the evening, as all the polls now closed in Atlantic Canada. So that brings us to 32 polls reporting, and this is what it looks like so far. 11 for the Liberals, leading or elected. I don't even know if we have any elected as of now. Yeah, no. And Conservatives leading in 4. Which means that we are still in the early hours of this election. Remember, the next group of polls to close, 266, and that's from Quebec all the way through to Alberta, plus Nunavut and the Northwest Territories. That's when things get busy because that's where the most votes get counted. But we're going to stay where we are in Atlantic Canada for now, and we'll go back to David in a minute to get some updates. But first, I do want to make sure we hit one more leader headquarters, and that's in Victoria, British Columbia for the Green Party, and that's where we find our own Olivia Stefanovich. Olivia.
Rosie, well, it's still really early on the West Coast, and Green Party co-leader Elizabeth May, she's not here, of course, at this moment. She's actually out campaigning up until the last minute, trying to hang on to her seat in Saanich Gulf Islands, a seat that is normally safe for the Greens. May has won it 4 times in a row in the past 4 federal elections by quite a large margin. But now she's in the race of her life, facing stiff competition from the Liberals and Conservatives. Pollsters say this riding is a toss-up. They aren't sure if she'll be able to hang on to it, and her supporters aren't sure either. But May is trying as hard as she can, leaning into those local connections to try to make sure she can hang on for a 5th federal election, Rosie.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Olivia. Of course, Elizabeth May shares her leadership role with Jonathan Pedneau, who's running in Outremont in Quebec. There are lots of questions about why he chose that particular riding, because it is not going to be an easy race for him. But those polls have not closed yet. Let's go over to David at the magic board there, David.
Elizabeth May, by the way, Olivia Stefanovich has the best assignment tonight. She's at a winery.
Well, everyone's at a bar, though. Everyone's at it. It's just us.
But a winery on Vancouver Island, and one of the guests is one of the members of the band Chilliwack. You know, and, you know, I don't know if gone, should been gone so long is what you want. But let's go through Newfoundland and Labrador again and show you the situation right now. You have 3 Conservative seats right now leading, no one elected. The biggest lead is here in central Newfoundland, where Clifford Small is, you know, he's got almost a 2,000 vote lead with 55 of 233 polls reporting. So you're seeing there the sort of margins the Conservatives want. When Pierre Poilievre came to Newfoundland and Labrador, and he was there a lot, he spent a lot of time in Cliff Small's riding and in long-range mountains riding in areas like Corner Brook, and you're seeing some of the fruits of that labor right now with an 821 vote lead, though with only about 1/5 of the polls reporting there for Carol Yancey over Don Bradshaw. Going back to where we started things, with the path to victory, though, Rosie, we talked about the Liberals wanting to be at about 25 seats in Atlantic Canada. Right now, they would be below that mark. They'd be down to about 22 if nothing changes here and nothing changes in the rest of Atlantic Canada. But we still got a whole lot to populate in. We know that there are 3 ridings in Nova Scotia the Liberals are targeting, probably 2 ridings the Conservatives are really targeting, and really 1 or 2 only a play in New Brunswick. But the results are coming in slow because of these lineups that went past the end of voting, and this is why we're sort of in this static sort of situation right now with slow results coming in. So the central Newfoundland numbers are creeping up and up and up, and Cliff Small, who just, I think he won by like 0.5 percentage point last time. He's got a pretty good lead right now, but the advanced polls are expected to heavily favor the Liberals, so we're waiting to see what happens there.
Okay, so all early results, but thank you for reminding us what everyone is looking for coming out of that part of the country as they look to see who will form, as we look to see who will form government this night. Let's go to Ian now. He's got some more results from New Brunswick.
Yeah, something's going on in New Brunswick, and it's not quick counting of votes because we have one poll that we talked about from Acadie Bathurst, and now we have early results from Madawaska Restigouche, and yeah, look how few votes have been counted there. This is, though, another one of those ridings in New Brunswick that I don't know if there's a sure thing in politics, but if there is, it's ridings like Madawaska Restigouche. The Liberals win it almost every year. One exception was 2011, the first Harper majority, and Bernard Valcourt won. But the last 3 elections, René Arsenault was the MP here, always had more than 50% of the vote. The incumbency advantage is not going to apply here, but the Liberal in Madawaska Restigouche advantage may apply, but still early days, early hours, early minutes in Madawaska Restigouche.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you so much for that, Ian. Let's go over to Catherine Cullen with some more results.
Yeah, we are hungry for those early numbers, Rosie, so let's see what King's Hants has to offer us. Not a heck of a lot of votes, but Cody Blois is in the lead. This is an interesting riding because this is a very precise example of the kind of riding that the Conservatives really thought they had a great shot in the fall. Cody Blois, frankly, he was sweating about holding on to his seat when Justin Trudeau was still Prime Minister. Since then, he was named Minister of Agriculture in Mark Carney's government, and I've been talking to him the past couple of days, feeling pretty optimistic about that, says he's been meeting with a lot of farmers, getting a lot of requests for signs. Certainly he will like these early numbers, but only 2 polls. So we'll have to go back and check in on King's Hants later.
Okay, so as we've been saying, again, and we're going to say it for some time now, early results and the count, not happening super quickly. Nothing wrong with that, but we'll have to keep on top of things. Again, this is what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen. Those are leading numbers. No one is elected yet, and we're waiting for more polls to report. Remember, the next big swath of polls to do that will happen at 9:30 Eastern with 266 more polls reporting. But one of my producers smartly reminds me there's one little one, Les Îles de la Madeleine, that reports at 8:30 Eastern. That's actually an interesting riding, so we'll bring you that when that happens as well. Let's go back to our panel here whether you are, is there anything that you are remarking? It's early results. This is what happens in Atlantic Canada. Yeah.
Here we are. The Conservatives are leading in popular vote an hour and a half into this thing. So
well, that happens a lot.
I'll take what I can get.
Okay, that's fine. Fair enough.
I just want to reflect on, we had a little panel shot of Yves-François Blanchet, and I think if there's one thing we'd probably, the three of us, agree on, it's that Donald Trump's gift to Canada has been dampened Quebec's sovereignty interest. I mean, I remember the Four Nations face-off. I was at a Habs game in Montreal actually just about 10 days ago, and the amount of patriotic blue, red and white Canadian nationalism happening in that province right now is an amazing thing for people who want to see this country unified. Obviously, there's been some tensions out west. I think it's an open challenge, and people should be asking themselves about how Mr. Poilievre in particular responded to Danielle Smith and Preston Manning. But I think with respect to people that want to keep this country united and dampen Quebec separatism, that has been a phenomenal achievement that has been presented by an external threat. And I think that's what people are gravitating towards, a different message. And that seems to be Mark Carney's message.
Sure. I mean, I would say, as someone that covered Quebec politics for a decade, that you would never count the Bloc Québécois out. And the Parti Québécois continues to be strong. So, yes, there's certainly a rallying around the flag effect right now. I don't know how, I don't know whether that's something more to read into, I guess, is my point. And certainly, Mr. Blanchet at the end was saying, come back to us, because we're only we can defend the Quebec interests. I want to talk about the western piece of that, but first, David Cochrane has a result.
Yeah, that's right, Rosie. We have some news. We have the first projected elected of the night, and it comes from the big land. It comes from the riding of Labrador, where the decision desk has seen enough. Philip Earle, a well-known and successful businessman in Labrador, involved with companies such as Air Labrador, succeeding Yvonne Jones as the Liberal candidate in the riding of Labrador, and succeeding Yvonne Jones as the Member of Parliament for Labrador, as Philip Earle is the first declared elected of the night, and he will be making his way to Ottawa as soon as Parliament is recalled.
I wonder if you get a door prize if you become the first elected MP in Canada of the night.
You know, I don't know, but it's a half an hour earlier in Labrador than it is in Newfoundland, and he was able to get it done first. Yeah. So I don't know about what's going on with the counting on the island, but I'd like some more results.
Okay, well, no one's going to panic yet. It's because, as David said, when we rehearse these things, they happen in 15-minute increments, not in hours long, and that is what we're in for tonight, because it has been a competitive race and a very different one. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Do want to give you a sense, though, of what David was talking about there, about our decision desk. That is how we determine who is leading and who is elected. Once the results start to come in, the count below there, as I said, will show the number of seats each party is leading or projected elected in. You might be wondering, hey, how do they do that? How do they make those projections? Behind that projection is a team of journalists, the CBC News Decision Desk. That team is working behind the scenes tonight to crunch the numbers and analyze results as they come in. These journalists have been studying each riding across the country, looking at demographics, boundary changes, voting history and trends, the candidates, and local issues that are likely to influence the vote. When enough votes are in and they are satisfied the result won't change, the decision desk projects a winner, and that checkmark appears. The decision desk will also watch overall trends and make a projection about who will form the next government. If there are strong and clear early trends, a call could be made before all ridings are reporting results. Or, if we see a close race, we could be in for a much longer night. But we're here with you until it gets done. Don't you worry, stick with us, because the decision desk has got you covered, and we do as well. Ian has some results at this hour.
Well, before we get to the results, I want to mention something. You know how I said that the Blaine Higgs, the former Conservative mayor or premier, said you could run a lampshade for the Liberals and win? So I'm having this lively conversation by email with strangers. And somebody just emailed me.
This is what you do as a job, I think.
Somebody said in an email, Ian, the real expression is you could put a pair of pants on a cat, call him a Tory, and he'd be elected.
Right.
I hadn't heard that expression before, but that expression might fit in St. John, St. Croix. We have very few results in New Brunswick right now, but this is one of them. John Williamson playing the role of the cat. He has been a multiple-term Conservative MP for what was New Brunswick Southwest, now called St. John, St. Croix. But look at the small numbers, and we have so few results from New Brunswick at this point. Beausejour is a riding, used to be Westmoreland, Kent, and Dominic LeBlanc first won here in the year 2000. He has been an MP and, of course, a cabinet minister, but an MP for 25 years. He's got a solid lead there, and we would expect him to just grow that lead through the night. Rosemary?
Okay, I don't get those kinds of emails. I got one about my hair and one asking where we are. We are in the atrium of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation in downtown Toronto. It's a beautiful building, and they've set up this beautiful set for us, and that's where we are bringing you all of, look at it, that's where we're bringing you all of these results, and Catherine Cullen has more.
Okay.
Yes, earlier Taryn Grant was telling us about Acadie-Annapolis. Let's take a look at the first numbers from there. Now, yes, it's true, the Liberals are in the lead, and this is a surprise, but you'll note that that is a 3-vote difference. Chris d'Entremont, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, and well-liked across the aisle, I'm told, which is interesting. Yeah. The Liberals I've spoken to have said, you know, they would love to get their hands on this riding, not so convinced it's going to happen. Ronnie LeBlanc, as Taryn Grant was telling us earlier, a member of provincial parliament, he got a little boost in this election campaign, Rosie. Jean Chrétien came and visited him in the riding, and Liberals saying, you know, Mr. Chrétien wouldn't necessarily have made the trek if he didn't think the Liberals had a shot, although 3 votes, I think, obviously, we're going to have to wait and see some more numbers.
But when you see former Prime Minister out on the hustings, it's usually an encouraging sign.
A 91-year-old, no less, too, right?
Quite right. Okay. Thank you for that, Catherine. We're going to go over to Adrian now, who has some results.
Well, firstly, I'm not checking my email. So if people are sending me notes, I'm not
You'll answer them tomorrow.
I'll do that tomorrow. We do have some more results from Prince Edward Island. Let's look at Cardigan. Kent MacDonald. The first time there hasn't been an incumbent there in a very long time. He's got a lead of 214 votes over the former provincial health minister, James Aylward. That is going to be important to the Liberals. So far, the trend looks like that they are holding Bobby Morrissey, the incumbent in Egmont. Lead of 76, but certainly a lead over Logan McClellan. One more to look at, which is Malpeque. Heath MacDonald, again, a lead of just 28 over Jamie Foxx, again, who has been campaigning there for a very long time. PEI, this place where the Conservatives invested a ton. So far, the Liberals are holding, but somebody should check in on Charlottetown because we don't have any numbers from Charlottetown yet.
Yeah, and one of the things about this race is the Conservatives have been ready for this election for 18 months, 2 years. So they had an advantage out there until things changed pretty dramatically with the new Liberal leader and, of course, Donald Trump. Catherine Cullen?
Yes, let's take a look at Cumberland-Colchester, where, again, we have early results. This is one of the 3 ridings the Conservatives held going into tonight's vote. Dr. Stephen Ellis with the lead. He was elected in 2021. He's been pretty outspoken on a number of health issues, including the fentanyl file and the way in which the Liberal government dealt with that. So, again, early numbers, but not an insignificant lead in that first poll for Dr. Stephen Ellis.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine Cullen. 16-7 is what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen there, but we only have one elected at this stage, so we're standing by for more results, and that's what Ian has for us right now.
We've been really eager, Rosie, to find out what's going to happen in Miramichi Grand Lake, so let's take a look at the first results from there. Nothing very conclusive at this point, not a lot of votes counted, but one thing I should point out to you as we do get, hopefully soon, more results from Miramichi Grand Lake. Both Mike Dawson and Lisa Harris point out that the riding is really different depending on which polls you're looking at. They're conservative areas, they're liberal areas, and so we really have to be cautious about reading too much, even in the early results. And of course, we would read nothing in this really early result, but this is a riding that the Conservatives won last time around, and they're leading right now.
Okay. But the results are coming, and that is encouraging. As we wait for more results, we're going to take a short break. This will probably be the only one tonight because we're very busy. Canada Votes 2025 will continue right after this.
The top issue for me is affordability. So whether it's housing, gas, groceries, student loans, affordability really is my top election issue, which I'll be voting on for the first time.
Your parents are both in the automotive industry, so talk to me about how the tariffs will impact your vote.
I live in Ontario, where auto is the main industry, and both my parents work in that industry. My dad was laid off last year, and my mom is still working in auto. So for my dad to be rehired and for my mom's job to keep going, auto is really important. And I'm starting university, so that's an added expense that will really suffer if the job stability does not exist on the auto industry anymore.
What are you looking for in, a new leader?
Well, obviously, if the tariffs go into effect, there will be a decrease in job stability. And so I think it really is the federal government's responsibility to make sure that lower and middle class families can still afford, housing, groceries, gas, kind of like as the minimum. So like I live in Brampton, which has really high house pricing, either mortgages or rent. It's really unaffordable. So yes, build the homes, but make sure that those homes are affordable for the lower and middle classes. And then in addition, groceries is really important. Maybe a tax break or something else that can make sure that, at least the bare minimum of affordability is there. And then also there's gas, which the prices for gas recently went down with the removal of the carbon tax. And so that's one of the things that I'm looking at when I'm deciding my first vote. Definitely the responses that we've seen already from all of the different parties, Prime Minister Mark Carney, and all of that he's doing with negotiations with the US, that's really important.
We are responding with purpose and with force.
Obviously, there's a very optimistic attitude still because it is an election. I'm hoping that maybe something could still be done about some of the tariffs that are going on for auto. And if something can be done, that's definitely going to win my vote. My parents, they worked really hard for the last 20 years. They had me and my brother. They have 2 cars and a nice home in Brampton. It really was living the immigrant dream for the last 20 years. It's only recently that affordability has become such an issue that that dream is kind of slipping away.
Now.
Welcome back. Elections Canada's website is down for some people in the country. So if you are looking for where to vote, you would normally put your postal code in there and head to your polling station. Here are some other ways you can do it if you are encountering that problem. First of all, the voter registration card, which you perhaps got in the mail, will tell you where to go if you are encountering that problem. And again, it's not everyone. You can go to cbc.ca/results. Let me give you a little bit more information about how votes are counted in this country. Unlike some provinces, the federal election is done manually. That means you write it down with your X on a piece of paper. It gets counted manually. It takes about 15 minutes for those polling station doors to close, for the people to start counting, and of course for scrutineers, members usually of parties, to watch over that count. It is all to make sure that this is a trusted process and that everything happens the way it should. So that is why it sometimes takes a little longer to count those ballots, because it's all being done by human beings. Let's go back to David Cochran now, who's at the map, to give us a bit of a sense again of what we should be watching for in Atlantic Canada.
Okay, so we'll go back to Newfoundland and Labrador, where we have the most results, and that is a very relative statement at this hour of the night. But we have at least the results from all 7 ridings and 1 projected elected right up here in Labrador. You see more blue than you would normally see in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is what it looked like last time, where you had just the 1 Conservative seat. You now have 3 when we bring it back to real time based on the results that we have so far. None of them projected elected yet, but this is the sort of change the Liberals were afraid of and that the Conservatives were desperate to see, because they only ever got to 11 seats in Atlantic Canada when Stephen Harper won his majority in 2011. So the path to 11, where they are now and higher, that is, it starts here on the rural part of the island of Newfoundland. We do have another elected, though, in Newfoundland and Labrador, and this is in Cape Spear, I believe. Okay, I'm going to just make sure my fingers can get to the right one. Here we go. Cape Spear, Tom Osborne. Comes from a very long-time political family. Him, his mother, and his uncle, all members of the provincial legislature at one time. He now has just under a 2,000 vote lead over Corey Curtis, who is an executive with OceanX in St. John's. Tom Osborne's been a provincial Conservative cabinet minister, a Speaker of the House of Assembly, and a provincial Liberal cabinet minister. He can add member of Parliament to a fairly extensive political resume, as Tom Osborne has been the second Liberal tonight elected, joining Philip Earle up in Labrador. So good starts for Tom Osborne and Philip Earle, but a good start for the Conservatives as they need to gain. They're doing that right now in rural Newfoundland and Labrador. And look, there's a lot of blue right here. They're up to 12 seats. Remember when we did that path to victory, path to majority segment right off the top of the show, the Liberals needed to be at 25. The Conservatives, 12, would have been a very good result for them in Atlantic Canada. That's where they're sitting at right now. You're even seeing one on Prince Edward Island where normally the red soil delivers a lot of red seats, but there is one blue leading right now. Ridings like Miramichi in New Brunswick, which the Liberals had targeted, are holding right now. You see moving up into Central Nova, where Sean Fraser came out of retirement. Retired when the Liberals were down 25. He was talked into unretiring when they were not down 25, but at least in the early results, he's trailing there. So, Rosie, in terms of the path to the majority, the Liberals are 10, 11 seats off their mark at this stage of the counting. The Conservatives are pretty much right where they need to be at this stage of the counting. So we'll see if any of that flips when the advance polls come in, when more numbers come in. But at this stage of the night, it looks like a pretty promising start for Pierre Poilievre and his Conservatives on the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm looking again to see, how quickly the polls are coming in. It's 11 out of 229 for Sean Fraser.
Exactly.
So again, we are not sure how this is all going to shake out. But
and Rosie, just to go back to what I was told by both Conservative and Liberal campaigns, the Liberals banked a lot of vote very heavily in the advance polls, and those come in at inconsistent times. Day of tends to come first, and that could be why you're seeing the trends we're seeing early.
And we're reminding you all of that, of course, because here 13 to 13 is something significant, and it's moving around a lot, and that's why. It's because the votes are being counted. We are going now to Adrian.
Yeah, you bet, Rosie, because I think we want to actually talk about another province that we're going to be waiting for soon, and that is Ontario, because the pressure certainly will be on Ontario for the Liberals. Maybe some of the pressure's eased off for the Conservatives. We'll see. It is the key prize. The Liberals in particular are looking to pick up seats that they won in their 2015 majority, but then lost in subsequent elections. A lot of those seats are along the 401, the biggest highway in Canada. And because David Common's job is to get up very early in the morning, and he'll come in at 4 a.m. We thought we'd send him out because it's going to be a late night. I mean, why not? So, David, you are somewhere along the 401. Where are you? What are you hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, as you all are paying attention to the big political game going on tonight, there's this other game happening here in Kitchener at the Odd. This is the Kitchener versus London, the other Battle of Ontario. And what is amazing is that we are in Kitchener Centre here. This is one of those key ridings. It was held by the Green Party, Mike Morris, when the election was called. Now, whether they're going to be able to hold it or not, that is not a certainty. Absolutely coming into this election, Mike Morris was working very hard to hold on to it. But this is a city that really does flip back and forth between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And so when you look at the other ridings, 3 of them in Kitchener, Kitchener-Conestoga, Kitchener South Hespeler, those were decided in the last election by less than 2% in between first and second place. So it really gives you a sense of just how much the parties have to work really hard here. The game right now is tied. The crowd is pumped. And guess what? When we get to the second intermission, if you haven't voted yet, that's no problem, because just down the hallway here, right down the stairs, that's a polling station. Now, Adrian, that is convenience here in Kitchener.
David Common, trust you to find that, and you're probably going to get yourself a hot dog for the whole deal, too. All right, David Common at a hockey game. Rosie?
God, I just love David Common. I mean, I don't even... How does he get those assignments? How does that even happen? Catherine Cullen, over to you.
Yeah, got some jumping around happening in Nova Scotia in several ridings, Rosie. So let's take a look. We're going to start with Central Nova. You and David were just talking about it. Let's look at where the numbers have us. So that is, of course, Sean Fraser's riding. He was the incumbent. Right now, the Conservative, Bryce Jenkins, in the lead. And I will tell you, Conservatives I've spoken to have said Bryce Jenkins really hustling, but Sean Fraser is certainly a well-known name in this country. So we're going to want to keep an eye on that. Up next, Cumberland-Colchester, the Conservative incumbent, Stephen Ellis, in second place. Liberal challenger, Alana Hurdle, in first. And Coming up next, Acadianapolis. Earlier, we showed you Ronnie LeBlanc. First results, he was in the lead. Chris D'Entremont now moving into the lead. And we have first results from Halifax West, so not a flip, but the first results of the night. Lena Metelage-Diab, she is up against the former Conservative Party president, Federal Conservative Party president, Rob Batherson.
Okay, and some people are asking me about that little star there that you see on the screen. That means that that person is the incumbent. That person has already won that riding before, so we give them a little star, a little gold star. Just keep that in mind, because as we were talking about earlier, incumbency can be a factor here, but that means that they are up running for re-election another time. Let's go over to Ian now, who has some more results.
Yeah, I want to take a look at 3 ridings, and they have these things in common. First of all, the parties that are in the lead are the parties you would expect to be in the lead, given the trends in New Brunswick over the last few elections, and also that the shares for the party in the lead are actually a little higher than they were back in 2021. So let's start with Fundy Royal, longtime Conservative riding, except for Justin Trudeau's first year, 2015, and Jean Chrétien's first year in 1993. But no surprise to see Rob Moore in the lead there. Not a huge lead, and still early in Fundy Royal. Tobic-Mactaquac, also a riding that the Conservatives have done well in. Richard Bragdon has won the last 2 times, and as you can see, he's in the lead at this point. And this will certainly come as no surprise from the largest city in New Brunswick, Moncton. And this riding also includes Dieppe, not Riverview any longer, though it used to, but Riverview, through redistribution, is no longer part of this riding. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor has been the MP here since 2015. She is the president of the Treasury Board, one of a handful of cabinet posts that she's had, and a comfortable lead for her.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Ian. I'm going to go back to the panel because I'm going to put you guys on a break after and bring At Issue in, because I am getting emails demanding Chantal Hébert's appearance. So we have to respect that. But I wanted to go back to something that you said, Jason Kenney, about popular vote. So right now, the Liberals are leading in popular vote, but it is. I wanted to dwell on it for a minute because it is interesting that Conservatives frequently win the popular vote. Yeah. And yet it doesn't translate into forming government. And I gather that's all, again, about voter efficiency and where the seats are.
Right. So each of the last 2 elections, the Conservative Party obtained more popular vote than they were at 33-34% versus 31-32 for the Liberals. And I think it's entirely possible tonight that we'll see a Conservative popular vote, if they get out that vote, which I think is more intense, more motivated, north of 40%. It could be the first Conservative campaign since Brian Mulroney in 1988, 37 years ago, to do that. A very good chance of exceeding Stephen Harper's high watermark of 39%. Yep. And yet, you could still see the scenario where they achieve that, but fall short on seats. But what we're seeing early here is, I think, it is early, and I do think that smaller population rural polling stations tend to report earlier because they're quicker to count. But this is a fair bit off what the public, what the media polling was suggesting. So I think most Conservatives right now would be taking at least some faint hope in that. Sure. Their basic premise going into today is that people really do want change. And a lot of those shy Conservative voters perhaps felt intimidated into saying they were going to vote for Conservative, and perhaps weren't entirely forthcoming. So we'll see. But that's happened in previous elections where Conservatives outperformed the polls so far. Very early indications in Atlantic Canada, something like that may be happening.
I don't know a lot of shy Conservatives, so that is not a thing that I am familiar with. I'm not doubting that it can happen, but most of the Conservatives I know are quite out there and proud about it. Arif Virani, talk about that issue, that poll, popular vote versus voter efficiency, and whether we should read anything into things so far. And again, the Liberals have taken the lead in the popular vote, but previous elections, that has been the trend.
Well, I think we have to understand the function of the electoral system as it is, right? Yeah. We have a first-past-the-post system. We have ridings that are distributed. Some ridings are much smaller in terms of population size. Some are much larger. But I think, winning a riding in rural Alberta by 90% only serves you so well in terms of your vote efficiency. And I think, as we've seen so many times, we're sitting in the Toronto studio, we've talked about the 416, we've talked about the 905. These are key battlegrounds, and this is going to be determinative in this kind of an election. Yeah. I think it's also telling what you and David were talking about earlier, that the advanced polls were at record-setting levels. Those have yet to be counted. And we're also looking at more rural sites reporting in than urban sites, and that's going to affect the results that we're seeing. So I think we need to be patient in terms of what we're seeing, but I think it's also important that we're not taking anything for granted as Team Red over here, right? Our volunteers are out there. I was with a couple of GOTV teams this morning in Toronto, and they are motivated. They're not taking anything for granted. They're working extremely hard, which is, I think, what needs to be done to earn people's trust.
GOTV is get out the vote.
Yes.
For people that are not as nerdy as we are. I will say, too, with the redistribution, one of the things that happened was Alberta picked up 3 seats as part of the rebalancing of the population. So there is an attempt to sort of course correct a little bit for what Jason Kenney's talking about. Last word to you there, Randall Garrison, on that issue.
Well, again, I'm the recovering political scientist. What this demonstrates is we have an archaic electoral system. And most world democracies, most advanced democracies, have moved to proportional representation, where every vote actually counts toward getting representation in the national parliament. And so if we had change to that, which the Liberals promised to do and then reneged on the promise, we wouldn't be having these arcane discussions about voter efficiency and other things. We'd be talking about what people actually wanted being reflected in Parliament.
Yeah, that was not a conversation at all during this election, electoral reform. Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for that. I'm going to go now to David Cochrane.
Yeah, Rosie, this is how it is filling in across Atlantic Canada. We're still waiting on results from one riding that appears to be Charlottetown in Prince Edward Island, but we do have the first Conservative elect of the night, as Clifford Small has been elected by the CBC Decision Desk, winning his second term in the House of Commons in the riding of Central Newfoundland. You can see there a lead that has just kept growing throughout the night, more than 3,000 votes ahead of Lynette Powell, the Liberal candidate, a doctor and former head of the Newfoundland and Labrador Medical Association. This was the big target in Newfoundland and Labrador by the Liberals, who are now behind their performance of 6 seats in that province in the last election. And Heather Gillis with CBC Newfoundland and Labrador is standing by with Clifford Small, I believe. Heather.
I am. Yeah, hi, David. I'm here with Clifford Small, and we have a lot of happy and exuberant Conservatives here because Clifford Small has a commanding lead here. Thank you so much for joining us and being with us, Clifford. How do you feel about your win here tonight?
Okay, well, I feel great. I feel very happy for the people of the riding of Central Newfoundland and for the people behind me who made this possible. It's their victory. It's a victory for Central Newfoundland riding and a victory for Newfoundland and Labrador.
What were you hearing from people at the doors? What were the big issues for people who came out and voted for you today?
At the doors, cost of living was number one. Crime, it really, at the doors, things haven't changed since the way they were in December. So it's no surprise to me. We soldiered on, we worked hard, we knew the support was there. The people have spoken, and I thank them very, very much for the support that they've given me here in the riding of Central Newfoundland. And it's from all over the riding. It's not concentrated in any one area, it's from everywhere. So my heart is bursting my heart's bursting. It's a very humbling victory, and I'd like to thank the people. Again, I can't thank them enough, and my volunteers.
And what are you looking forward to about your second term in Ottawa?
I'm looking forward to being a part of a Conservative government. I'm expecting that we're going to double our seat count in Atlantic Canada. That was my prediction right from the beginning of this election. I predicted 3 or 4 here in this province. I'm predicting 16 to 18 in Atlantic Canada. The blue wave has started, I think.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on the polls. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, David, so Clifford Small there, the MP for Central Newfoundland yet again.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. That's a happy crowd there in Central Newfoundland as Clifford Small is on his way back to Ottawa. You can see on either side of him, these were the 2 Liberal-held seats that the Liberals were most worried about just because of the loss of incumbency, weak ground game they believed in this particular riding. Clifford Small elected, and one more Liberal in Newfoundland and Labrador to tell you about who's been elected, and that is Paul Connors, who holds the riding of Avalon. He now has a 2,100 vote lead over Steve Kent, the former Deputy Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, and one of those ridings where there was a nomination controversy, where the party nominated Steve Kent, displacing people who had been gearing up for months, if not more than a year, to seek the nomination for the party there. But Central Party headquarters came in and made Steve Kent the candidate there at the last minute. And Rosie, there's some other controversies. Mr. Kent, an old selfie of him surfaced wearing a Make America Great Again hat. You don't know how any of those things play out, but when you upset some of the grassroots and you're running in a Liberal-held seat where you have no typical roots, this is often the kind of result you end up with.
Okay, that was a nice moment with Clifford Small, and that's a good reminder to everyone that these are people who are working really hard to serve you and get your confidence and get your vote, and they are delighted when they get it, as you saw from Clifford Small. Okay, I do want to show you one graphic that might give you a sense of where we are right now. In the evening. Okay, this is something called Vote Change, just to give you a sense of who is doing well and who is not doing as well. So you can see that very clearly in those top two lines there. Liberals, an increase of 6.3%. But the Conservatives, double that. And that is the kind of performance that they would want to see coming out of Atlantic Canada. This is the beginning, at least, of a very good night for the Conservatives. If they can make that kind of gain in Atlantic Canada, and if they can continue that, of course, then through the rest of the country. Let me show you what that looks like in terms of seat change. So there you see it. Up 1 for the Conservatives, down 1 for Liberals. Yes, it's just 2 seats, but it's just one flip, but it does make a difference when obviously every riding counts. And as we start to track what government Canadians have chosen here tonight, that is the beginning of a picture that we're going to try to paint for you and explain to you as the evening continues. Jason Kenney, what do you make of that?
Yeah, as I was just saying, it is very early, but still a positive sign. There does seem to be a swing, and there's something in that I've been wanting to watch for tonight. Sure. We've talked a lot about this NDP switch to the Liberal Party in the polls, and notionally that's long-time New Democrats wanting to, not to waste their vote when it comes to standing up to Donald Trump. But one of the things Mr. Poilievre has done very effectively is to reach out to traditional private sector unions and union members, working people. I mean, if you look at the kinds of events, he's done hundreds over the past 3 years, very typically working people in small manufacturing, food processing, where people make stuff. And he has received far, far more endorsements from unions than any Conservative campaign at the federal level I can recall. And so, and you also see this where a significant polling advantage for Conservatives amongst people who don't have university degrees, typically in blue-collar occupations. So I think we may beginning to see a shift of some traditional working New Democrat voters to the Conservative column. That appears to be the case so far in Atlantic Canada. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that is something that Doug Ford has done very successfully in Ontario, for sure. Randall, do you want to weigh in there? Well, I think it's been a strong strategy of the Conservatives. It's just unfortunate that their record in the House of Commons doesn't match that when it comes to working people. They've been, as governments, prone to order workers back to work in strike situations. They've voted against any of the improvements to employment insurance. So the proof is actually in the pudding. You can appeal to people, but you have to actually deliver in the House of Commons. And I think that's where this will fall short. Okay, I'm going to let you all take a little break and bring in At Issue, but we will see you through the course of the evening. Thank you for starting things off with us. Appreciate it very much. We are now just 39 seconds away from one poll closing, and that's in Les Îles-la-Madeleine, just off the coast of Quebec there, a beautiful place if you've never been. And that will bring us one more poll closing before we get, again, to the big dump of polls closing that happens at 9:30 Eastern. That's when 266 more polls close, and we start to get a much better sense of how this night is going to unfold. But you can already see there on your screen, 21 for the Liberals, leading or elected, 10 for the Conservatives. And while the Liberals are off to a good start, it is really the fact that the Conservatives seem to be doing well coming out of Atlantic Canada that would be giving them a little bit of encouraging signs as we head into the next bit of the polls closing. I believe it's Ian now who has some results. Yeah, and let's start with one that's really interesting, and I think it'll be surprising to a lot of political watchers in New Brunswick, or at least political watchers outside of Madawaska, Restigouche. This is a riding the Liberals have won 3 straight times with about 50% of the vote there. But as you can see, it's the Conservatives that are in the lead.
That may not look like a big lead, but when you look at the percentage right now, the Conservative candidate has 50% of the vote, and 2,200 votes have been counted so far for him. So last time around, the Conservatives had just under 28%. So that is a big pickup. And as of right now, that pickup is at the expense of the Liberals, the NDP, and the PPC. So that is one that's worth watching. It could be a switch in New Brunswick. Here's another one that could be a flip in New Brunswick, but another one that's very close, as we expected last time around. The Conservatives won here. This time around, the Liberals are in the lead. And by the way, the incumbency factor not in play in those last two ridings I showed you, the incumbent MPs not running again. And in Fredericton, pretty big lead for David Miles, the Juno-winning musician who's trying his hand at politics. I'll have more to say about that as the evening progresses, but not a lot, 7 of 175 polls, Rosemary, but fair-sized lead for the Liberals there.
Yeah, I should tell people, though, that all 32 polls in the Maritime, in the Atlantic provinces are reporting now. So we do have results coming in from all of those ridings, which will make everyone really happy here because they're all concentrated on their results and the ridings that they are looking at. Look there at the bottom of your screen. That is the beginning of the story of this election. The Liberals leading or elected in 21 as we come out of Atlantic Canada, and the Conservatives leading or elected in 11. Those numbers have changed. They've shifted, and they'll continue to do that as more polls close. We've had one additional poll close in Les Îles-la-Madeleine, Gaspésie, and we'll have another big dump of them at 9:30 Eastern, of course. But let's go to Adrian, who has some results. Adrian.
Well, very relieved to see that Charlottetown is okay.
Good.
We're getting first results from Charlottetown. Let's have a look at that. The incumbent, Sean Casey, has a lead there. Just one poll reporting, lead of 53 over Natalie Jameson, popular MLA at one point there, who's been campaigning hard. Just a note here, only 10% of the polls across the whole island are reporting. So obviously these are still early. But why don't we flip to the ones we have some more information. Bobby Morrissey, the incumbent, a lead of 69 over Logan McClellan. Again, someone who is well known there. This is a matchup from 2019, just 20 of 99 polls reporting. The third riding here, Malpeque, Heath McDonald. Slightly bigger lead of 250 over Jamie Foxx. 16 months Jamie Foxx has been on the hustings there. And the last one to have a look-see, Kent McDonald. That is a big lead for Kent McDonald over James Aylward. Kent McDonald, the only Liberal candidate that isn't the incumbent on PEI. Liberals are holding so far, but again, just 10% of the polls reporting so far on PEI.
Okay, thank you for that, Adrian. Glad that Charlottetown's doing fine.
Me too.
Yeah, we like it there. Okay, David, I hear you have a pickup of some kind.
And can I just say, because of the slow count in Charlottetown, someone working on the campaign there took pictures of the results the scrutineers have and sent it to me. Said, here, because you're not getting them, they have a bunch more results. So we should expect to see more.
I don't know if they're allowed to do that, so don't reveal any names.
No, the scrutineers call it in, the campaigns have it, and it says how they know whether to be happy. Look, we got one more elect in Newfoundland and Labrador, and this is a gain for the Conservatives. Carol Anstey has done it in long-range mountains. She came a very close second in 2021 to Goody Hutchings, the former cabinet minister who decided not to seek re-election right now. But with 135 of 253 polls reporting, the lead is big enough over former NTV broadcaster Don Bradshaw, who was used to getting the views from people in Newfoundland and Labrador, but he did not get the votes of the people of Long Range Mountains in the mass that he needed to defeat Carol Anstey tonight. So, going back to that path to victory we talked about, Rosie, the Liberals are at 24, the Conservatives are at 8. You see where the standings are now. The Liberals are down 2.
A little bit, yeah.
When the numbers are up to 10, 11, 12, I had some Liberals texting me and says, this is very tight. This is uncomfortable. This is lose the election type numbers. So if you do see the Conservatives get into the teens and stay into the teens, you can expect some really anxious moments at Liberal headquarters.
Well, it puts the pressure then on the
They need to overperform in Quebec, Ontario, and the West.
Yeah,
for sure.
And it would be a reassuring sight, as you heard there from Jason Kenney, for the Conservatives to come out with a couple of flips like that. Do you have some results?
Yeah, let's take a look at Halifax. We've been talking about that riding quite a bit tonight, Rosie. Again, they haven't had an MP since September. And what is so interesting about the results in the riding of Halifax, the Liberals are in the lead, and that is not necessarily a surprise. Shannon Miedema. But look where the NDP is, in third place. Now, with redistribution, last time around, the results would have amounted to the Liberals beating the NDP by almost 1,000 votes. This time you have the NDP in third. So I do think that's something, you talk about how people are feeling in headquarters of the NDP federally, not going to be very happy to see that. And we want to check in on Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, where the incumbent Darren Fisher is in the lead.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine Cullen. And because so many people have been emailing me demanding that they appear, they have now appeared. At Issue is here with us tonight. Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, thank you all for being here in person. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Isn't it nice to know you have a large fan base that gets angry when you haven't appeared yet? Okay, I'm gonna start to get your take so far. As David has been rightly pointing out, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted to see Atlantic Canada. It is not, there are ways to make up the seats, but they would need, it just makes it much harder. Chantal.
Yes, but it's also very early. Yeah. I'm looking at some of the margins on your board. 14 seat lead, 14 vote lead means very few votes are counted. Yeah, 38, 65. So I don't know. Possibly because I'm still traumatized from 1997 when Atlantic Canada gave a slap to the Liberals and everyone said, oh, the Liberals are going to have a bad night. And then we got into the rest of the country and Jean Chrétien walked away with a significant majority government. But I'm not even calling Atlantic Canada because those results are too small. But there are ridings that I think the Liberals thought they would do better in, that at this point they're not.
Okay, that is important. You'll see the block there is up on your screen. We'll get Catherine Cullen to talk about that in a minute. But Andrew, what is your first take of this?
Well, so the difference with 1997 and now, if this were of any significance, is that 97 there were specific reasons why Atlantic Canada would be particularly ticked with the Liberals, which weren't necessarily indicative of a national trend.
Right.
Don't see as much of that this time around. If these results were indicative, it would say this is clearly, at this point, Liberals underperforming, and you'd be more inclined to see national trends in that. The difficulty is we don't know how much of this is rural versus urban, how much of this is advanced polls versus election day voting, and so one has to be really, really careful.
Yeah, I would also say in this part of the country so far, we are not seeing the NDP isn't really a factor yet, and that could also be part of the story moving forward. The same for the bloc. Althea?
Well, I don't want to just repeat what Dave said, but
you can.
This is not what the Liberals wanted to see, we're hoping to see. This is a lot tighter. I think we're all getting messages like, oh, this is uncomfortably tight, and what could it mean? Especially in Ontario, if this pattern continues. So the breather that they were hoping to have is not there. The signs of a potential red sweep that they were hoping to see
that's right.
is not there.
Yep.
I think that, yes, Chantal is absolutely right. We don't actually have that many polls reporting. But from early indication, even this pickup in Newfoundland that the Liberals did not want to see, I think the other conversation we may end up having is the importance of incumbency.
Yes.
So many Liberals decided not to run again. What will that mean if that pattern
Though it is the same, it's almost the same number. It's 109 to 107 for the Conservatives. So I don't know whether that, but yeah, you're right. It's something to keep an eye on. Okay, thank you all. Everyone's glad that you're here. We'll come back to you, of course, but Catherine Cullen has some early results.
Yeah, from Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouche, because the Maggies are in a different time zone, we get some early results there. And this is an interesting competition, Rosemary, because this is a riding that changed dramatically under redistribution. So Diane Leboutillier was the incumbent, but the boundaries shifted a lot. It gave the Bloc a real advantage, and we see right now something of a star candidate for the Bloc, Alexis Deschênes, is in the lead. He's a former Radio-Canada reporter, also a lawyer, well-known in the area, and this is definitely going to be a riding we want to keep our eye on tonight.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think I'm going to go back to Rafi Boudjikanian in Montreal. What was the Bloc talking about when it was talking about that riding, Île de la Madeleine, Gaspésie, Listigouche?
Rosie, they were very aggressive about that riding. They said they could take it. Yves-François Blanchet visited the riding twice. That may not seem like a big number, but keep in mind it's a little difficult to get to, especially for a party leader who does not have his own plane, unlike all the others. So he would have had to charter a plane, go there, come back. He went to see Alexis Deschênes, and as Catherine said, Deschênes is a known quantity in that area. On top of being a candidate for the Bloc, he's also run for the provincial Parti Québécois a couple of times now, but never in his home riding, never where he lives. And they're hoping that'll make the difference for them this time around. That being said, they might have also been hopeful that Diane Leboutillier would not run again. She used to be cabinet minister, was shuffled out by Mark Carney, but she decided to run again. And the Liberals seem to be aware that there could be a challenge for them there. They actually flew Dominic LeBlanc over from his campaigning in New Brunswick to go reinforce her. Now, if the Bloc ends up winning this riding, that would be an early sign of enthusiasm and Bowie supporters who have been hearing for this whole campaign that some seats held by the Bloc could be in danger. This would be a flip for them.
Okay. Rafi, thank you for that context. Very early results in that riding, of course, though, and the margin is small as well. But we'll come back to you, Rafi. Appreciate that. Canadians across the country are voting still right now at this hour because polls are still open in large parts of the country. But many of them will be voting in new ridings in this election, and here's the reason why. When Parliament dissolved, there were 338 seats in the House of Commons. This election, Canadians will be electing 343 MPs. 5 more ridings are being added, 1 in Ontario, 1 in BC, and 3 in Alberta. That's all thanks to redistribution. It's a process that happens every 10 years. Independent, nonpartisan commissions were tasked with redrawing the electoral map as populations change based on census data. The idea, each riding should have roughly the same number of people, while taking into account factors like community identity and geographic size. And the brand new ridings aren't the only changes. A number have been renamed, and some have had significant boundary changes. In fact, 90% of ridings across the country have changed in some way. The redrawn map also means a new threshold for a party to win a majority government, 172 seats. Okay, so that's why you might be voting in a riding that looks different or has a different name. That's why in Alberta there are 3 more ridings to adjust for that kind of population growth, and why now the number is 343, and the number that everyone will be watching for tonight, 172. That is what would bring you a majority. We'll see whether we're on track for that tonight. Adrienne Arsenault has some results.
Thank you, Rosie. Beyond the seats, we're curious what's happening to the votes. Where are the votes coming from? So let's look at a vote change on PEI here. What you will see there, the Liberals up 11.2 percentage points, Conservatives up 5.8, but look at who is down. The Greens. The Greens have been such a huge force in provincial politics on PEI, but look, they're down 7.3 percentage points, NDP down 7.2 percentage points. That is a big deal, but good old PEI, they have already got a projected elect. So let's look at Cardigan, because this is a big deal. This is a huge lead. Kent MacDonald is going to Ottawa. That majority is bigger than the one earned by Lawrence Macaulay last time. That is a big deal for Kent MacDonald. Well done for him. Completely different story in another part of the island. Let's look at Egmont. A lead of 13, just 13 votes with 30 out of 99 polls reporting. Egmont, if you recall, is the one riding on Prince Edward Island that has flipped between Liberals and Conservatives at some point over the last 40 years. It has been bouncing a little bit at the bottom of your screen over tonight, and it is not over yet in Egmont.
Okay, Adrienne, thank you for that. Let's go down to Ian now, who's also got some results.
Well, let's start, Rosemary, with the change in the vote in New Brunswick from 2025 compared to 2021. And you can see both the Liberals and the Conservatives up considerably, and to an extent at the expense of the NDP as well as the other parties. But, you know, votes are kind of like shots on goal in terms of the actual goals, the seats that parties are leading or elected in. Well, nothing right now is changing in New Brunswick. Let's take a look at Madawaska-Restigouche. Last time we looked here, the Conservatives were in the lead. That's changed. And what happened is there was a huge swing in Madawaska-Restigouche, almost like 7 or 8 percentage points just in a matter of minutes. This is more of what we would expect in that riding. 3 times in a row, the Liberals have won there with Rene Arsenault and new candidate, but old story in terms of a lead. Miramichi Grand Lake, this one has been going back and forth, and right now a 52-vote lead for the Liberal. This would be a flip, and so this just happened a moment ago, but it's been going back and forth exactly as we expected. Not that we could predict who would win, neither could the candidates when I talked to them, but they did predict it would be close, and indeed it is close at this point. There are 4 MPs projected, elected in New Brunswick, and no surprise that Dominic LeBlanc is one of them. Not only has he been the MP for Beausejour since the year 2000, but it's one of the 3 ridings across the country, Rosemary, that I'll be covering. One is in Manitoba, another one is in British Columbia, where there's kind of a father-son dynasty. And Romeo LeBlanc, of course, a loyal lieutenant to Pierre Trudeau, won in what was Westmoreland, Kent, 4 times, and now Dominic LeBlanc has won many times. I know this riding well because the town I grew up in, Sackville, New Brunswick, is right in, well, it's not in the center, but it's certainly part of this riding.
And Dominic LeBlanc is such an interesting story through the past 6 months of turbulence in Canadian politics, stepping in to become finance minister for Justin Trudeau when Chrystia Freeland quit, and then stepping up to help Mark Carney with some of the negotiations with the United States and dealing with the issue of trade. Okay, we are going back to David Cochran.
Yeah, and Rosie, that's why we call Dom LeBlanc the Minister of Janitorial Affairs on my show, because whenever there's a problem, they just shuffle him into there, and he tries to...
I call him the Minister of Everything, but yours is more colorful.
Yeah, well, that's I'm on cable. Look, we're still waiting on 2 final results in Newfoundland and Labrador. One of them is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, where Jonathan Rowe has a 570-vote lead over former CBC broadcaster Anthony Germain. There are 165 of 270 polls reporting. The concern from the Liberals in this particular riding was maybe a weak ground game. Churns Rogers retiring there after 3 terms, a by-election win and 2 general election wins. It is unclear what sort of a machine Anthony Germain inherited there as a Liberal candidate. Right now, about a little over halfway through, he is down by 570. And here in St. John's East, where Joanne Thompson, the cabinet minister and the incumbent, as you see by that little star next to her name, she has a 1,360 vote lead over David Brazel. But look, fewer than 1/3 of the polls are reporting there, 60 of 197 polls. So that's the situation there. You've got a 4-3 split in Newfoundland and Labrador. You got a 21-11 split in Atlantic Canada, Rosie. The Conservatives are sort of where they want to be, in the area where they want to be, to have the kind of growth. The Liberals are down. If the Conservatives end the count in Atlantic Canada in double digits, there's going to be some anxiety, I think, at Liberal headquarters. And it's good that you and Catherine pointed out that the Gaspé reports early, because if the Bloc were winning seats in Atlantic Canada, that's a really bad night for the Liberals.
I did want to go back to something you said about advanced polls, because I'm getting lots of questions about that. So just so people know, every poll can decide when they count the advanced votes. So you can choose to count them 2 hours ahead of the poll closing if you want, or you can wait till the very end. So some of the things that you're talking about may or may not be reflected here.
Right, and so here's the thing. I'll give you an example, all right? So obviously I am paying attention and texting with people who are in Newfoundland and Labrador. This has been lost by the Liberals. We have projected that Don Bradshaw has been defeated in Long Range Mountains. Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, which we just showed, that is not called yet. I'll just bring it back up to show the numbers. Look, you can see this. It's about a 600-vote lead, 170 of 270 polls reporting. The campaigns have, in every vote counting location, or just about every, scrutineers, who, when the votes are counted there, they call the headquarters and tell them. You're hearing from Liberals saying, hey, the scrutineers telling us, you know, the numbers are better than what has already been reported. So information flows at different times. There have been times in provincial by-elections when we knew a candidate had won just in what you're able to get from the different campaigns well before Elections NL was able to call it, just because the scrutineers called it in so fast. They write it on the wall in marker, and that's how you know what's going on. So it is going slow. There is definitely some anxiety in the Liberal camp. There is some excitement in the Conservative camp, because there is a lot of blue on the board right now in Atlantic Canada. But right now, it's gone back down to 10. Right? So just to show you one last thing. One last thing, because we got time. As you can see, this is the change, right? Right now, South Shore St. Margaret's, that was, Rick Perkins won that in 2021. Right now, it's red. You know, so there is some lead changes bouncing back and forth. And what's interesting is more polls have come in, Rosie. When you look at the vote share, it was like 48-44. It's starting to move up. The Liberals are at about 50% now overall. The question will be, is that NDP vote that lets them run up the score in safe Liberal seats that they were going to win? And so vote inefficiency comes into play. And also some of the Atlantic NDP voters, more of that trade unionist thing than urban progressives, right? The sort of people who might switch to the Conservatives because they could be union members who live in Clarenville and commute to the oil patch of Fort McMurray to work.
As Jason Kenney was just saying.
Exactly.
So something to watch for sure. Okay, let's go over back to Ian now.
It is a very good night for Wayne Long, the 3-term but about to be 4-term MP for St. John, Kennebecasis. He has increased his share of the vote in that riding by 20 percentage points. Our provincial affairs reporter in New Brunswick is Jacques Poitras, and he is with Wayne Long in St. John. Jacques.
Yeah, hi, Ian. I'm here at Wayne Long's headquarters with the candidate, Wayne Long. Wayne, tell us, you were the first MP to call for Justin Trudeau to resign last year.
I was.
How did his resignation change the election campaign?
Totally turned it around. I mean, people sadly were tired of Justin Trudeau. They wanted a change. So Mark Carney came in, new vision, economic leader. You'd argue one of the best economists in the world. And I think that, Canadians looked for leadership. Canadians knew the threat we were under with respect to Donald Trump. And Mark Carney was a difference maker. I heard it door after door.
And the tariff issue itself, how did that change things here for you, for the riding?
I mean, I don't think it's any secret that St. John is the most impacted city in the country. So, whether it's Moosehead Breweries or Cook Aquaculture or the Irving Conglomerate or Crosby Molasses, every business that employs thousands of people in this riding were impacted. So they were looking for leadership. They looked to Mark Carney. I think Mark was somewhat of a blood pressure lowerer for the country. When he spoke, people listened. People wanted to hear what he had to say. And again, I heard it door after door. It's a great night so far. Lots of votes to be counted yet, though. So we're not putting anything in the bank yet.
Okay, well, the CBC says you're elected, so congratulations.
I'll take that, but we're still waiting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wayne Long declared elected by the decision desk. Ian, back to you.
Yeah, Sean, thank you very much. And Rosemary, maybe it's worth reminding people that when our decision desk projects a winner, that is a significant step for them. It's not something they do lightly.
No, Wayne Long can take that to the bank, I would say, if he wants. Maybe he's not quite ready to celebrate yet. Catherine Pella.
The Wayne Long decision desk, not ready to make that decision yet, but the CBC decision desk has made some more decisions in Nova Scotia. Got a few ridings projected elected to tell you about, and then also some interesting races to watch. Halifax, there we go. The Liberal, Shannon Meadaba, projected elected in that riding. And again, I would just draw your attention to the NDP number, the NDP in third when they, in the past, have been in second place in this riding. It's been a pretty healthy competition, so not a great sign for the NDP in this particular riding. We're going to look at a couple more projected elected. The incumbent, Darren Fisher, projected re-elected in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour. Let's move on to Sackville, Bedford, Preston, where Braden Clark is projected elected in that riding. And here is an interesting riding to watch. Central Nova, Sean Fraser and Bryson Jenkins have been duking it out all night, and right now the former cabinet minister is in second place in that riding. Finally, we're going to talk about Acadianapolis, where Chris d'Entremont, the deputy speaker of the House of Commons, is in the lead. That is also where the TBC's Taryn Grant is tonight, at Chris d'Entremont's headquarters. Taryn, we got you with us? Yes, there she is.
I'm here. Yep.
How are things going there?
Well, we're calling it leading. Chris d'Entremont has already made his victory speech. He walked in here a few minutes ago and spoke to his supporters. So he's obviously feeling confident enough that he already thinks that he's won. He spoke in his victory speech about how the fisheries were an important issue in this riding, which we talked about earlier at the top of the show. He was also talking about how now he's waiting to see how the rest of the results shake down in Nova Scotia. And as you and your colleagues were mentioning earlier, things are flipping back and forth in some Nova Scotia ridings. So the polls are coming in really fast, and we'll probably know some more just in the next few minutes here. But as it stands, it's not clear if and how many Conservatives from Nova Scotia might be heading back to Ottawa. Catherine.
Okay. The CBC's Taryn Grant in Acadianapolis. The Chris d'Entremont decision desk moves with much more certainty than the Wayne Long decision desk.
We have not called that one at this stage, but Wayne Long can relax. Chris d'Entremont, not quite yet. But things are looking good. But we're going to stick with our own decision desk, if that's okay. Couple numbers just to keep in mind here as you look at the bottom of your screen with the Liberals leading or elected in 22, Conservatives 10, and the Bloc Québécois on the board, of course, just because of that one Quebec riding that has closed. All right, I'm going to bring in At Issue again, even though they're all busy away, like talking to people, messaging people, writing columns, all the things that they do most of the time. Althea, you traveled a little bit and you talked to lots of people. Is there anything that stands out to you in terms of what we're seeing here?
Well, the NDP is third in every single contest that we have looked at, that we have data for. And one of the things we heard both from the Conservatives and the Liberals was that they don't actually have a model that can predict an election like this, because we haven't had a two-party race in a very, very, very long time. And so while they think that they're doing well, or they think that they are hoping that they would be doing better, they're not sure how things might break down. There is also questions about, not so much in Atlantic Canada, but in Ontario and British Columbia, how three-way splits might work, because the Progressives have been galvanized by the Liberals to vote for Mark Carney, but in some ridings where there are NDP incumbents, or where the NDP has done typically better than the Liberal candidate, the Progressives are not sure who to vote for. And so there's the potential that the Conservatives are elected in those ridings. So there's a lot of different things happening. The parties have been doing IVRs in addition to their modeling, trying to figure out what the support might look like. But it's clear, I think, that this is not what any camp actually, if this plays out the way that it is, this is not what they expected.
But that speaks to really the story that we've been trying to talk about through the election, that if it's a two-party race and the NDP doesn't perform, and we'll see whether that continues, that becomes very difficult for us to know where that support's going to go and how that's going to shake down, because there are blue-orange races just as there are orange-red races.
But just to echo Althea's point about the difficulty in modeling this, we may emerge from tonight with both the Liberals and the Conservatives over 40% of the vote. You know the last time that happened?
Hit me.
1930.
Okay.
Okay, so this is...
None of us were alive then.
Exactly, so I hasten to add. So that makes these things, I think, very difficult to model. There's the usual difficulties in even just polling, let alone modeling, which we may find are greater than we thought. I think it's also bedeviled by the fact that I think there was really two elections that went on in this thing. There was the election of the first half of the campaign, which was it's all about Donald Trump, NDP voters stampeding to the Liberals, stop Trump, et cetera. It's all about leadership, Mark Carney having decided advantage over Pierre Poilievre. But as the Trump thing seemed to recede, only because he wasn't fueling it every day with the same intensity or frequency as he was before, you could see greater focus on time to get rid of this bunch, time for a change.
Cost of living.
Been in too long, cost of living. And you could see it. I mean, I was a skeptic at first about the closing of the polls. I'm not a skeptic anymore. There was a lot of closing, and there may have been more closing in the last weekend than was apparent even to the pollsters. And that's one of the things we're going to test to the degree that we're reading anything into Atlantic Canada. But that will be one of the things is how much of that ground was made up, how much of if they're not shy Tories, then at least unpredictable Tories, people who don't usually vote. So that's the potential for a surprise here.
I have about 2 minutes before I need to reset. Chantal, the other factor, though, is that the issue of the leader's favorability, right, as we're looking at the modeling here. And Pierre Poilievre never overcame that issue in terms of favorability and likability.
6 months ago, those Liberal numbers in Atlantic Canada would have looked miraculous.
Yes.
And the share of the vote, which at this point stands over 50%. So clearly we're into a two-party battle, as we've seen from the beginning. But it is breaking somewhat in the Liberals' favor. Now, I'm not saying that what we're seeing here we can replicate and apply to Quebec, Ontario. That it's much too early for that. But it's really interesting to see those numbers. They're really high. I mean, both main parties have increased their vote share significantly. And I do believe that this two-way battle, we will see more of it as we move west across the country. And like my colleagues, I do not have a template for this kind of polarization between two parties.
Just to give people an idea of what we're talking about here, Liberals right now at just over 51%, Conservatives at just over 48%, and you have to go all the NDP is at 4.5%. So that gives you a sense of, that does reflect sort of what we saw in the polls, that this is a two-party race and that the other parties are struggling to get support. And indeed, the Bloc Québécois, the only other party on the board right now, but we will expect to see a lot more of that to change. At 9:30 Eastern, of course, 266 more polls close, and we will start to see the results of those coming in just a few moments' time. We are getting ready for another important moment, and that's because many more of you are joining us at this hour. It is Monday, April 28th. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are live from the atrium of the Toronto Broadcasting Centre. For 36 days, federal leaders did their best to sell their visions of the future to Canadians. It all comes down to this. I'm Rosemary Barton. It is election night, and this is Canada Votes. Tonight, a remarkable race in a remarkable time is brought to a close. Canadians will choose their next government as the country's economic future comes under threat.
My message to President Trump is knock it off.
I think this is the biggest crisis of our lifetime.
Donald Trump's tariffs, a major campaign issue, but not the only one, as voters search for solutions to the housing crisis and cost of living.
We cannot afford a fourth Liberal term.
I'm fighting for a strong economy. It will lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
A record number of people voted in advance polls.
It's an important election.
It feels like it's a bit of a turning point.
More cast their ballots today. Now their choices are revealed. This is Canada Votes 2025. And as we're saying, we've already had a lot of results, but there are a lot more to come. In 30 minutes' time, we will get results from 266 more ridings, a huge amount of data and a huge amount of votes from Quebec all the way over to Alberta and two territories. That round of votes will come fast and furious, and things will start to look a lot clearer in terms of the direction of this country going forward. You can see there, though, at the bottom of your screen, that is where we are at now, with Atlantic Canada results coming in. 22 leading and elected for the Liberals, Conservatives at 10, and the Bloc Québécois at 1, and that's because only one Quebec riding has closed at this hour, and that's in Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Okay, we do want to show you one person who was re-elected handily tonight, and that is Dominic LeBlanc, re-elected in the riding of Beauséjour. As I said, handily for Dominic LeBlanc, of course, a cabinet minister under Mark Carney right now. And there he is tonight. Dominic LeBlanc, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on your re-election.
Hi, Rosemary. Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you. First of all, I want to ask you about where the Liberal Party is at coming out of Atlantic Canada here. Leading or elected, we've got you at 22, the Conservatives at 10. Those weren't quite the numbers that we understood that the Liberals wanted to see at this stage of the evening.
I think that's fair, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted. I've been looking at some of the results in some of the New Brunswick or Nova Scotia ridings, and there are still a lot of polls to be counted. And my experience tells me often the polls that are slow to come in are the ones where there was a very heavy turnout in some advance polls. Sure. Or other big turnouts on election day today. So look, sure, I think that we should still be very confident in Mr. Carney's campaign, and I'm confident that there's going to be a Liberal government. It can be a majority government, but we'll see as we get into the heavy numbers in Ontario, Quebec, and provinces like British Columbia, I think, will also be very instructive.
Well, we've been talking a little bit about how the race has shaken out so far, and it does seem as though the one thing the polls were right about is this is a two-party race. The NDP rather, coming out of Atlantic Canada at just over 4%. How difficult is it then, Dominic LeBlanc, to kind of project where that might go across the country, given how the Liberals are performing and the Conservatives are performing?
So that's a question, Rosemary, that I've asked myself for the last number of days when we expected some of the smaller parties, the NDP and the Green Party, not to pick up a lot of support. in Ontario, in British Columbia, even in provinces like Alberta, Manitoba, that could lead to a number of Liberal wins, of Liberal pickups in terms of seats. I'm quite confident, as I say, that we'll do very well at the end of the evening, but I certainly have seen, I saw it in my own riding, Rosemary, Sackville, New Brunswick's in my riding, where Mount Allison University is. There's a traditional New Democratic vote in Sackville, New Brunswick, and some of the communities around Sackville. It hasn't been showing up in the polls that I've seen, in the results I've seen. Didn't show up in the all-candidates meeting I went to there 2 weeks ago. So I think you're right. We should ask ourselves what that means in some of the bigger provinces like Ontario or even British Columbia.
I did notice there, Dominic LeBlanc, that you used the M word. You used the word majority. Is that an expectation, a real expectation for you tonight?
It's a hope, Rosemary, expectation. Look, Mr. Carney ran a great campaign. I think that we can absolutely finish with a Liberal majority government. That's certainly what I'm hoping for. I think it's realistic, but we have to wait for the votes to be counted. So I remain very confident. I'm proud of the campaign that Mr. Carney and my colleagues ran, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results.
Okay. Shouldn't you be at a party at this stage of the evening then?
You know what, Rosemary? I stayed here at my residence for an extra 10 minutes to talk to you, and now I'm probably going to drive too quickly to Shediac because I've got people waiting there, so thank you for noting that.
Okay, well, we can confirm that you're on your way in just a moment. Dominic LeBlanc, nice to speak with you tonight. Congratulations on your re-election.
Thank you, Rosemary. Hope to see you soon.
Okay, sounds good. That's Dominic LeBlanc, re-elected in Beauséjour tonight, and again, talking quite confidently about how the Liberals' evening is going to unfold. Hopeful, he says, but still possible that he says the Liberals could get to a majority. Let's go back to David Cochrane to give us a sense of what the parties are looking for next. That was hopeful optimism there from Dominic LeBlanc.
So a few things on that. You see the scoreboard there, 23-10. One of those is the Gaspé Magdalen Islands, which has slipped from the bloc to the Liberals. It's 22-10 in Atlantic Canada right now. 25-7 at least is what the Liberals wanted to see. Maybe 10, 11, 12 is what the Conservatives wanted to see. We know the Conservatives have flipped one seat in Newfoundland and Labrador. Long Range Mountains has been projected elected. But we have not yet projected the Terra Nova and the Peninsula's riding and the St. John's East riding, so those are still in play. Part of the problem is this. We have more than 70% of the vote counted in Newfoundland and Labrador. We've just hit the 50% mark in Prince Edward Island, and we're below 50% in New Brunswick, in Nova Scotia, and only just over a third of the vote counted in New Brunswick. So it makes it very difficult to call some of the ridings when you're still under half of the vote there. So here we are. The Liberals wanted to be at 25, the Conservatives above 10. That's the state of play in Atlantic Canada. Let's broaden it out. Let's go into Quebec, because we're going to get, in 23 minutes, from Quebec to the Rocky Mountains. Those polls are going to close and results are going to start coming in, and we're going to lose track of some of these Atlantic Canadian battles. Quebec, 78 seats in that riding. This is what it looked like last time, right? It is this blue, that is Bloc Québécois blue, not Conservative blue. But let's go to the Greater Montreal area. This is the key battleground for the Liberals. They need to dominate the island, and they need to move into the North Shore ridings. Oops, I just touched the map. Sorry about that, folks. That just shows you how sensitive it is. But they need to move into the North Shore ridings and the South Shore ridings, where they are in fights with the Bloc Québécois. And this is why Yves-François Blanchet's closing argument is so important in this particular race, by saying that we know Mark Carney is going to win, the Mr. Blanchet decision desk said, but you can send more Bloc Québécois members to Ottawa to stand up for the interests of Quebec, trying to woo people back who had huddled around the image of Mark Carney for security in the early stages of the election. Jagmeet Singh making a similar argument in English Canada. So watch for that in terms of whether the Liberals, whatever ground they lose in Atlantic Canada, whether they can make it up here. They want their number to start with a 4. They want to be at 40 or above. Then we're going to get into Ontario, which is the key province in this election campaign because it has 122 seats. That's Newfoundland and Labrador, PEI, the North, BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba combined, all in one. For the Conservatives to win here, they have got to storm the doors of the 905, which, as you can see, all around Toronto is red seat after red seat after red seat, except in Toronto-St. Paul's, where Don Stewart won that by-election last year that really started to catalyze a series of movements that got us to an election with Mark Carney as the Liberal leader. You need to see all of this turn blue tonight, or a lot of this turn blue tonight, and a lot of this turn blue tonight. If the Conservatives are going to continue the trend they may be starting in Atlantic Canada, the Liberals need that to hold. and where they were hunting for their majority in the final days was in southwestern Ontario. Not so much these blue Conservative seats, but the orange seat in Hamilton, the green seat in Kitchener, the orange in London, the orange in Windsor. This part of Canada is where the election story and the Trump story intersect at scale, because it is the home of the auto sector and the manufacturing sector. It is the most vulnerable part of the country to the trade threat presented by Donald Trump. So if the Liberals are below the 25 mark in Atlantic Canada, when all of these polls open, they need to be at 40 in Ontario, they need to be at 80 in Quebec, because they need to hit the Manitoba border at around 145. They think they can win a seat in northern Manitoba. There's going to be a fight in the Winnipeg area where you can see St. Boniface should be fine for them. But it's these two NDP seats where the Liberals have ambitions, where the NDP needs to hold in their quest for party status, and they think they can actually take some seats from the Conservatives in Winnipeg West and in Kildonan and St. Paul. They believe they have a shot in Saskatchewan up here. This is a Conservative seat in the House of Commons that was just dissolved, but with the redrawing of the boundaries and the overlaying of the vote from the last election, it projects to go Liberal. Just a projection. That would be where they hope to gain. And of course, Edmonton and Calgary, NDP, Conservative, and Liberal fights there. But if this continues, Rosie, if the Liberals underperform in the Atlantic, though as more votes come in, they get back closer to at least status quo, they need to pick up ground here and pick up ground here, because the chances for targets are narrower on the prairies and in the north, and then a whole lot could be riding on British Columbia. But they just got one more seat on their quest there, and that is because the CBC Decision Desk has elected Joanne Thompson in the riding of St. John's East, the fisheries minister in the Mark Carney government, and the last Liberal incumbent to seek re-election is returning to Ottawa, and the CBC's Carolyn Stokes is standing by at Joanne Thompson's headquarters. Carolyn, take it away.
Hi, David. Yes, I'm hearing that CBC is projecting that Joanne Thompson has held on to her seat, but actually not many people here in the room have heard that yet. We've had no reaction to this yet, so no cheering or anything, so we're just, here we go. Okay, so this room, very, very happy people here. We're expecting Joanne Thompson to come out now and give a speech. Lots of celebration, as you can see. And a pretty good showing, it looks, for Joanne Thompson tonight. Holding on to the seat, heading back to Ottawa. And with not as many Liberal colleagues from this province as before, because of the loss in Long Range Mountains, and Clifford Small holding on to his seat. So, yeah, this is the situation here in St. John's East. A lot of happy people. David.
All right, Carolyn, thank you very much. Joanne Thompson beating David Brazel, a former leader of the Provincial Conservative Party, Mary Shortall, the president of the NDP. Yeah. Rosie, I was getting texts from people there with Carolyn saying, why haven't you projected Joanne Thompson elected yet? We're going to change the channel, is what they were threatening to do. That's not why we did it. The numbers just got to the point that we could.
There's a little delay, just a delay between us saying it and it appearing on your TV screen. But that also, nice to see when people get excited to win. Adrian is going to, as we get closer to the polls closing here, in many, many, many ridings, you've got a big one, and you're going to give us a sense of what we should watch for beyond the trends there that David was talking about.
Yeah, rolling up the sleeves, 122 seats to keep an eye on. Given what David was just saying, Rosie, about the pressure, definitely the Liberals want to pick up places that they won in 2015 and then lost subsequently. Places like Peterborough. They lost it in 21. The Conservative candidate, Michelle Ferreri, the incumbent former radio show host. Redistribution makes this one a little bit more of a potential pickup for the Liberals, but an indication of how much is at stake here. Both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre have spent important time there. Let's look at another one that David was referring to. This is one of the 4 NDP seats that were held in Ontario. Windsor West, front line of the trade war. That has had 2 Mark Carney visits, 1 Pierre Poilievre, 2 Jagmeet Singh. Carney was there almost as soon as he became Prime Minister. He was back a few days ago. This one is one that, boy, the Liberals are counting on picking up if they can. One last one to look at that I think is really relevant here. This is King Vaughan. Again, the Liberals won it in 2015, then they lost it in 2021 by very few votes, but also it had the lowest turnout in the province then been very interesting to see Mark Carney there in the last few days of this race.
Okay,
Rosie?
Adrian, thank you for that. Just wanted to give you a little update on the Elections Canada website. It is all working now. So if you are still waiting to vote, if you're trying to get to your polling station, you can go to their website and you can put in your postal code and find out where you need to go. So that problem has been solved. And if you are wondering what's happening in your riding and the polling has closed for you, you can also find that on our website, cbc.ca/results. In case we have not mentioned your riding or you're just tuning in, that's a good place to go to find it. Catherine, you've got a lot coming up as well.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to be looking at results in Alberta and Quebec tonight. Rosie, why don't we start in the West with a sample of what we might see? Edmonton Centre. Now, this was Randy Boissonneau's old riding. Former cabinet minister, you'll recall, he resigned from cabinet in November when there was controversy involving his former business partner. The Liberal fight in this riding gets even harder because with redistribution, the changes in the riding boundaries, this riding now would have gone Conservative if you transpose the results of the last federal election. Let's move to Quebec with some real high drama south of Montreal. This is Châteauguay, Les Jardins, and Napierville. The Bloc candidate in this riding, Patrick O'Hara, he ran last time. In 2021, he thought he had won on election night by more than 280 votes, started making plans to go to Ottawa. It was a judicial recount. He lost by 12 votes. Now he is back. Redistribution in this instance favors the Bloc, but the Liberals have a star candidate, Nathalie Provost, known for her fight for gun control. Finally, the last vestige of the orange wave in Quebec. The only NDP MP in Quebec is Alexandre Bouleris in the riding of Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie, and that is where we find the CBC's Kwabena Oduro. Kwabena, it has not been a terrific night for the NDP so far in terms of what we're seeing in the numbers. What is the energy like in Rosemont?
Well, Catherine, the energy here is starting to pick up. More volunteers and more candidates are coming to join the party over here. I asked them about how they're feeling about how things are going so far. They said that they are optimistic that Alexandre Bouleris will keep his seat here in Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie, but they are not liking what they are seeing. As you just mentioned, it's not a really good night for the NDP out east, and they are feeling it here. But they say that in Montreal, they feel like they will keep this seat because when they went out to talk to people in the riding, they say that people have been giving them positive feedback. And the issue that they say that they are hearing the most is the housing crisis and the cost of living. And Alexandre Bouleris says that if he gets re-elected here, he's going to handle and he's going to make sure that he holds anyone who is elected accountable at Parliament when it resumes. Catherine?
Thank you very much for that. The CBC's Kwabena Oduro in Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. And Rosie, you know, if the NDP is going to maintain official party status tonight, that is one of the seats that they would expect and hope to hold on.
Yeah, and you need 12 seats for that, and that is important if you want to have money and opportunity inside the House of Commons and get to be part of committees and have questions and all those kinds of things. So we'll talk more about that as the night goes on. Ian, as we mentioned off the top of the show, we talked about that tragedy in British Columbia, how it affected the last day of campaigning at that Filipino street festival, 11 people dead, more than 20 people injured. The city just really grappling with such a shocking event, coming at this joyous community event in Vancouver, obviously affecting the campaign as well, and had become kind of a part of the campaign on that last day of campaigning.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. You know, thinking about what's happening in New Brunswick, where the NDP vote has collapsed, but what impact does it have on seat change? None at all. Like all the parties that won last time are either elected in those same ridings or on their way. In BC, if the NDP vote collapses in the same way, it likely will have a huge impact in terms of changes among the Liberal and Conservative count. In a riding like Port Moody, Coquitlam, if you look at the redistributed results in that riding, 35% is what the NDP had in terms of support in what are the new boundaries, 32% for the Conservatives, 29% for the Liberals. So imagine a world where the NDP support dropped by 15 points, for example, and then who picks up the seat. On Vancouver Island, take a look at Nanaimo Ladysmith. There, the leading party was the NDP with just over 29% of the vote, the Conservatives at 26.5%, and in third place, not the Liberals, but the Greens with almost 26% of the vote. So again, in a world where the NDP ends up losing 10 percentage points, 15 percentage points, then all of a sudden you wonder, does that go to the Conservatives? Does it elect even a Green member?
Yeah.
So that it's really intriguing. So, you know, the political observer in all of us finds that intriguing, even exciting to see what's going to happen. But there's the other part of the BC story, as you mentioned, and it's with every time I think about British Columbia, it's with a heavy heart right now. I mean, everything changed on Saturday night, and so many of us, you know, just feel very close to what happened there. I know the neighborhood very well, and so we're toggling here between those two things: political excitement, but also the heaviness of what happened there on Saturday.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ian. And we are trying to reflect a little bit what's going on in Vancouver because, listen, Lindsay Duncombe talked about how people were voting, but they're also voting with all of this weight on them. Lindsay, you're in Vancouver. Give us a sense of how people are doing and what is happening there right now.
People are so overwhelmed, Rosie, by the shock of this, the sadness, the grief, the loss, the anger. I've been standing here since about 7 o'clock this morning, and people just keep coming. And they're laying down flowers, they're lighting candles. It hasn't stopped. I want to just show you what the crowd looks like now. It's after work, after school, and people are lining this memorial, which is taking up much of this corner, and this is the same scene on the other side. There are just as many people there. On the other side of the police tape, there are 2 more memorials, a little bit smaller than this one, where people have also been gathering. I think there's just a real sense that people want to show that they care, that they want to care particularly about the Filipino community in this city. This was, as you mentioned, a celebration, a festival of culture, and it all just went so tragically wrong when 11 people were killed. We know that there are 16 people who remain in hospital, so there is this sense that people are hoping for their return to health, even as we know many of them are in, or at least some of them are in critical condition.
Okay, Lindsay Duncombe, thank you for speaking to us from Vancouver. Wanted to make sure we talked about that because I know a lot of people in British Columbia with heavy hearts again still today. Thank you so much. The leaders certainly responded to that on the last day of campaigning. We will see if it gets mentioned again at all tonight. Obviously, they did continue to campaign, but the campaign looked very differently in those last hours and had a lot less energy, perhaps, in some instances because people were trying to address 2 things as they were unfolding. Did want to address something that's happening there on the bottom of your screen, and you can see a couple of block numbers. The polls haven't closed in Quebec yet, so there may be some early returns that have been put in. We're not going to pay too much attention to it yet because the polls are going to close in under 10 minutes. 2 party leaders this time are in the nation's capital, both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, both running in ridings, neighboring ridings, in fact, in the nation's capital. We're going to start to see the results from their own ridings soon. One has never been elected to public office, and the other trying to get elected for an 8th time. Let's start with the CBC's Ashley Burke at the TD Place. Ashley, how are they feeling so far about things?
Well, Rosie, the doors are about to open here at the Liberal headquarters, and we're expecting supporters and volunteers to start filling this room. The stage has been set for leader Mark Carney to appear here later tonight. On the first week of the campaign, we were at a rally when he said that he was seeking a majority government. Then his language changed, and he talked about in the final week here that he wants a strong mandate. I'm getting texts from sources saying, with the campaign, saying that so far so good based on what they're seeing from the results. One person said that the theme of this campaign has been pragmatic, that they want to over-campaign, they want to be overly cautious and overperform tonight. And they've been targeting, Mr. Carney's been targeting, going on the offensive in places like Atlantic Canada, targeting ridings that were held by the Conservatives. And the theme of his campaign really has been trying to remind Canadians and hammer home his message about what's at stake this election. And for him, that's Donald Trump and his threats to Canada's sovereignty and the economy. But tonight, it will be Canadians that are the ones deciding if it will be Carney sitting around the table with Donald Trump at the end of all this or not.
Okay, Ashley Burke, thank you for that. You are in Ottawa. You're finally home after a crazy couple of hours there with the Liberal campaign crisscrossing the country. We'll come back to you through the evening, of course. Kate McKenna with the Conservatives. She's at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Kate, what is the word there? Perhaps a little bit of optimism from the Conservatives, given what's happened in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, quite a lot of optimism at this headquarters, Rosie. It is open. There are people here. There are a couple hundred people here watching the results as they roll in. And of course, Atlantic Canada is a difficult region for the Conservatives, but what they're seeing on the board is making them extremely happy. I was going out and looking around talking to people, and they were scrolling their phones saying, why are we ahead in this riding, or why are we ahead in that riding? And of course, as you've been saying, these are early returns, but a lot to be excited about if you're the Conservatives, because they're then saying, well, if they're outperforming the polls in Atlantic Canada, then what's going to happen when they hit Ontario with all of those seats in Ontario? And in fact, just a few minutes ago, one of the leaders of this campaign came by and gave me just a big 2 thumbs up. They're very excited about what they're seeing in Atlantic Canada. They're not losing seats so far in Atlantic Canada, and that's a very positive thing for them going into these Ontario results in the next few minutes.
In fact, I think there's one pickup there for them, so I can see why they would be encouraged by that. Kate McKenna, thank you. So I'll talk to both you and Ashley Burke a little bit later throughout the evening as more results start to come in, and we'll get reaction from all the people you're talking to there. Thank you both so much. Appreciate it. Just a reminder that polls are closing in just under 5 minutes in many provinces, Quebec, Ontario, and all the way through to the Rockies and a couple of territories. If you are in line, if you are waiting to vote, stay in line, because even after the polls close, you have the right to cast your ballot. If you're watching this on your phone and wondering where things are at, your vote will matter in this election, that's for sure. So stay where you are and make sure it gets counted. Catherine Cullen has a result.
Yeah, well, we've got a few interesting stories coming out of Nova Scotia. A little bit of drama to start with. First couple of races here. Central Nova, Sean Fraser continuing to be in second place. You can see about a 400 vote difference. So this one is certainly one we're going to keep following through the night. You want to talk, though, about dramatic races. What is happening in South Shore St. Margaret's here right now? The Liberal challenger in the lead, but an even smaller margin, 354 votes. The incumbent is Conservative Rick Perkins. He picked up the riding in 2021. And if you want a sense of what this has looked like, certainly for the candidates and the teams watching this race closely over the course of the night, check this out. What has been happening. And you can see sort of that big bump at the beginning, but just look at how close those lines are, Rosemary. So this is definitely going to be one that we're going to have to follow closely. And we're going to take a little jaunt back to Halifax as well, where we have the candidate projected elected and where the CBC's Tom Murphy finds himself tonight, is in the lovely riding of Halifax. Hey there, Tom. What's going on?
Thank yous than I have time for that you want me to.
Hey, Catherine. Yeah, another bar, but a different mood in this one for sure. Shannon Meadema, the Liberal candidate here in Halifax, projected elected, as you say, taking the stage to make her acceptance speech. And boy, is this room boisterous compared to what the NDP camp were. A lot of people wondering where that NDP vote would go, because going into this election campaign, the NDP were thought to be leading in this ride. And by the sound of this room tonight, you can tell how much things turned around. Shannon Meadema is a political rookie, a real neophyte. She just finished saying in her speech just now that she is not a politician in the regular sense. She even wondered if she had to make a speech tonight or not. So. And she's going to keep going with that speech because it's what the people in this room want to hear. An impressive win for her tonight. Obviously, people, that big election question issue about who would be best to attract or deal with Donald Trump and tariffs in the United States. People in this riding seem to swing to the Liberals on that front, and it seems to have made the difference. We're going to try and get Shannon Meadema for a quick interview as soon as she wraps up her speech here. But obviously, this is one of the seats that the Liberals were really working hard on trying to bring around, and tonight they did it.
Thank you very much. The CBC's Tom Murphy waltzing from bar to bar in the riding of Halifax. Rosemary, not a politician, coming from a Liberal. That sounds a bit familiar.
Yeah, it does sound very familiar. Okay, as we get ready for this next large amount of votes coming in and polls closing, did want to show you where we are as we leave Atlantic Canada. This is the vote change in Atlantic Canada. You can see there the Liberals up 8.6, but the Conservatives up 9, more than 9%. The story, though, coming out of Atlantic Canada is really about that NDP number, down 12 percentage points, and that tells you that they are not performing well in Atlantic Canada, and this really is confirming what we knew about this race, and that this is a two-party race. Let me show you the seat change in Atlantic Canada, and this is what has the Conservatives happy today. Liberals down 2 and Conservatives up 2. That's the kind of movement the Conservatives are happy to see coming out of Atlantic Canada and would hope to see as the polls begin to close right across the country. But we will see, right? As we've said, this is early times. Now, what we're going to see now is a whole lot more data coming in. I'm going to just go quickly, just like 30 seconds to you, David.
I just want to show you one interesting thing where the NDP vote is going a way that common wisdom would suggest it wouldn't. This is way down by about 4 percentage points. By the numbers, it's all gone to Jonathan Rowe, the Conservative, as has the People's Party vote. In this riding, the Bull Arm fabrication yard that built the Hibernia project, there's an oil refinery there, so it's tradespeople and traditional offshore industrial base. So the NDP collapses more that blue-orange thing rather than the orange-red. So that's how it's playing out, at least right now.
That's what Jason Kenney was warning us about or telling us about. Yeah. Okay, good. So good thing to keep in mind as we get ready to bring you a whole lot more information. This is where the bulk of your votes are going to be counted now. Almost 9:30 Eastern. Polls are going to close between Quebec all the way to the Rocky Mountains and 2 territories. This is when your say will start to determine who is going to form government. As we come out of Atlantic Canada, you can see where the results are at the bottom of your screen. Polls now closed in much of the country. Polls have now closed in most of Canada, and that means we're about to get the biggest waves of results we'll get tonight. From Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 266 more seats will be added to the count. Many of these are key battlegrounds of this election, ridings you need to win to form government. Okay, so that is what is to come. Let's look at where we are right now. Coming out of Atlantic Canada, the Liberals leading and elected in 22, the Conservatives with 10, and the Bloc there, we're not going to talk too much about it. We believe some early results were put in for one riding in Quebec, but there is one riding where the Bloc is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember, it was just 3 months ago that the Liberals thought that they were kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly in losing a lot of seats in Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well, the recovery of the Liberals that we've seen after Mark Carney took over. Ian Hannah-Mansing.
There are 2 ridings in New Brunswick right now where our decision desk is not in a position where it can project a win, and one of them is Miramichi Grand Lake. We told you at the beginning of the evening that this could be close. It is the one riding that 4 years ago flipped, in that case from the Liberals to the Conservatives. The lead has gone back and forth, and as you can see, just 472 is the lead for Mike Dawson over Lisa Harris. And the other one I want to show you, which is still in play, is Madawaska-Restigouche, still a lead here for the Liberals, but one of the interesting things when you look at the numbers here for Madawaska-Restigouche is that the Liberal candidate, who's not the incumbent, is performing at about the same level that René Arsenault did the last 3 times. It is the Conservative vote that has really surged compared to last time, and so relatively closer, I think, Rosemary, than a lot of people expected. So these are the 2 ridings in New Brunswick, which are still, at this point in the evening, in play.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in at issue, if I can, just for a moment, to get a sense, Chantal, of what you're going to watch for now, as so many more polls have now closed.
Well, obviously, what happens to the Bloc Québécois vote, whether it's going to be down, as was predicted, or whether the Bloc will hold its ground. The only riding that we actually have numbers for, Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and I'm not even sure that we're getting the entire numbers, because a section of the riding is actually on the same time zone, in the same time zone as the rest of Quebec.
I see.
So, but this riding, which we will get a result, a more definitive result early, is significant. It's actually 2 ridings because of redistribution, a former Bloc riding and a Liberal-held riding. So someone is going to lose a seat here. And if the Bloc keeps the seat, as opposed to the Liberals, it may be that they'll have a better night than they would have otherwise. But the big area to watch, obviously, for the Liberals is in and around Montreal. Okay. And that is also true of the Bloc, with some battles in Quebec City, mostly against Conservatives.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Andrew, in just a minute. But Ian's got some results because you can see the numbers on your screen moving there.
Yeah, counting super quickly in Battleford's, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes counted, and there are a couple of things that are notable about the results to this point. First of all, this is a riding where you'd expect Rosemary Falk to win. She has already, and her vote share in 2019 was 78%, in 2021 69%, and it's even greater at this point. It's in the 80% range, and one of the reasons for that may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of this riding. A lot of Conservative supporters there, and I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part of the Desnethé-Missinippi-Churchill River riding. The fact that it's now moved in redistribution, Rosemary, is good news potentially for the Liberals. It makes that more likely a place where the Liberals could pick up. And the Liberals have not won a seat in Saskatchewan since 2015. The Conservatives have won all of the Saskatchewan ridings in 2019 and 2021.
Okay, Catherine Cullen, I believe, has some early results.
We've got some early results coming in from Quebec. Let's start with a new riding, Les Pays d'en Haut, where you can see, Rosemary, this is an area, now, again, only 2 polls reporting, but based on redistribution, this is an area we'd expect to go Bloc, but the Liberals have a candidate, a local mayor in the riding, who is going to have a little bit of name recognition. Let's move on to Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. This is a Bloc Conservative fight, so interesting to see the Liberals in the middle of that mix, but again, only 1 poll reporting. We will move on to Terrebonne, where the Bloc incumbent, Nathalie Sinclair-Gagné, is in the lead. And another really exciting riding to watch in this province, a 3-way race in 3 rivers, Trois-Rivières. Now, the Liberal candidate in this case was actually something of a parachuted-in candidate from the Outaouais, Yves Lévesque, former mayor in the area, and René Villemur, the Bloc candidate who is the incumbent here, actually had to have surgery for cancer in the middle of the race. It is a riding that we've seen a lot of the leaders visit. Very dynamic. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there tonight.
Yeah, I was talking to our colleague Louis Blouin today, who says that none of the parties knew what was going to happen here. And to be fair, it is a riding that I have visited several times covering federal elections, always a little bit hard to read. Andrew, what are you watching for now as more polls are reporting? What are the things that you're going to keep an eye on?
Well, there's been 2 things happening. We've been focusing on how the race has been tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals.
Right.
There's also been a bit of a bump up in the Bloc support in Quebec in the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And why that's important, you know, in a first past the post system, everything's on such a knife edge. Small little differences in the popular vote can lead to major changes in the seats. What was really working for the Liberals when they were projecting 45 seats in Quebec was the Bloc and the Conservative vote was almost perfectly equally divided. And that's an ideal thing for a front runner. If the Bloc starts getting ahead of the Conservatives, then that, you know, a lot of seats can move on that. Similarly, in Ontario, you know, it's easy to, we often say the national numbers don't mean that much, it's regional. Well, the race had been tightening in Ontario as well. And Ontario votes, the seats have traditionally been so closely fought that a relatively small tightening in the popular vote, again, can mean quite a few swings in seats. So we'll have to see how much of that tightening was real and how much of it turns out on not to have been.
Okay, great. Althea, I'm going to come back to you, but first I want to get to Adrian, who's got some results.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie. Thank you. What everyone is looking for in a province like Ontario is a flip. And in some very early results, we're starting to see one. Let's begin with Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. Now, 1 poll of 262, a lead of only 5, but keep in mind, Cheryl Gallant has held on to the Conservative Party has held on to this riding since 2000. Cheryl Gallant, a long-time MP there. Just a lead of 5, but everyone immediately always looks for flips. You're not seeing a lot, though, in the early results. Let's look at Haldimand, Norfolk, Leslyn Lewis there. That's a sizable lead already, 737, with only 5 of 266 polls reporting, counting very fast there. One more to look at, if we can. David McGinty, 1 poll, but already a lead of 1,000 over the Conservative. That is
Not surprising.
No,
for,
I was
David
about to say
McKenzie.
it's been a Liberal riding since 1988. So,
and he got in cabinet for the very first time. What was it, Justin Trudeau that put him in cabinet? Yeah, Justin Trudeau.
Yes.
Yeah, and then he stayed there with Mark Carney. So he would like to hold on to that and stay in his cabinet job. Ian, you have some results.
Yeah, we have 2 results in Manitoba so far, Winnipeg West, and at this point, it's really early. I show you this, though, not so much because of the count, but that this is a riding that both the Conservatives and the Liberals feel really good about. And it is a rematch between Marty Morantz, the incumbent MP, and Doug Ailson, who used to be the MP for this riding. So we're going to keep a close eye on this through the evening. The other result we're getting right now from Manitoba is riding Mountain. Huge lead for Dan Mazur. He is the incumbent MP there. He's won the last 2 elections with huge margins. So even though it's early there, this is probably an indication of how riding Mountain will go, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Let's just take a look and take a pause for a moment in terms of where we are tonight. As we've said, most of the polls in this country have now closed. British Columbia, of course, and Yukon still to come. But as we see those results start to come in, take a look at where they're at. Liberals leading or elected in 37, Conservatives 26, and the Bloc at 9. Nothing yet for, oh, look, the NDP's just popped up, of course, as I said that, leading in 1. If you want to see who has been confirmed elected, you should head to our website or have it open as you're listening to us. CBC.ca/results is where you can find that. A lot of people also asking me about advanced polls. Yes, there was a huge number of you that voted on those advanced poll weekend. It is up to every polling station to decide when they count those. You can count them as early as 2 hours before, or you can count them right at the end. So you're right, sometimes that will impact the results. Lots of you are watching for that, but we simply don't know when they're getting counted in each polling station, but they will get counted, so not to worry about that. I'm going to go back to the panel now. Althea, you haven't had a chance to weigh in so far on what you're watching for now, as so many other polls close, and you've also been joined by a fellow you know well, Jason Kenney, former Alberta Premier and Conservative Cabinet Minister. We'll get to him first, but what are you watching for now?
I'm actually not watching the results coming in because one poll doesn't really tell you a ton.
You said it.
But I still find the results out east really interesting. Yep. The fact that Sean Fraser is struggling to hold on to his riding. This is a seat that Pierre Poilievre actually visited just last week and had a big rally with Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay. This is, of course, the seat that they held. And what you see in Atlantic Canada, what you hear from candidates at the door is that the pitch is Pierre Poilievre's party is not the party of progressive Conservatives anymore. So come and vote or lend your vote to the Liberals and Mark Carney, who probably is more aligned with your values. At least that's the Liberals' pitch. And you're seeing that that pitch clearly is not working in Central Nova, and that coming out with those 2 huge figures in that riding may have made a difference. At the same time, you're seeing South Shore St. Margaret's, which is traditionally a very Conservative seat, possibly flipping Liberal, which is also quite interesting. And it's like there's bad news for both parties because the Cape Breton-Canso Antigonish seat, there with the candidate that was running, the Conservative candidate, is the former provincial finance minister. And that is the kind of riding the Conservatives needed to win if they were to form government. So there's not a ton of great news, frankly, for both parties, and the Liberals are underperforming their own, but so, frankly, are the Conservatives. Their own desires.
Yeah. Okay. And obviously you can see the numbers they're moving on your screen, fast and furious. They're going to go up and down because we don't have actually that many people projected elected at this stage. It's really just leading and a few, the people out of the Maritimes mostly projected elected. Jason Kenney, you're hearing from people, talking to people, watching things. What are you making?
Yes, I think that most Conservatives are hoping that this trend continues. Now, look, in the pre-election polls, one of the toughest regions for the Conservatives was Atlantic Canada. So to see them being competitive, I think is very encouraging. Sure. There were some polls going into this week indicating that things were narrowing quite a bit in Ontario. I think the last Abacus poll had 44-42. Let me tell you, if Conservatives get a significant turnout advantage on that kind of number, you could see very significant close races all through what I referred to earlier as the GTA Metro Belt, that 905 swath of like nearly 50 constituencies that have a tendency to vote monolithic. But if the NDP collapses that bad, and if these soft NDP voters don't actually show up for Mr. Carney, or many of them actually go to Mr. Poilievre on that appeal to blue-collar trades and working people, you could actually see the Conservatives, I think, splitting the 905 or even winning a plurality of seats in that region, and that would make for a very long night.
Would you all agree, though, that we are not seeing an election of a wave? Or are we? Is it too soon to even say that? Well, okay, too soon. Okay.
Too soon.
Okay, all right. Andrew
Well,
rolls his
that's
eyes
my
at me.
opinion.
Just-
I don't know.
Okay.
The Liberals have done worse so far in Atlantic Canada than they did last time when they got a minority.
Yeah.
So if Atlantic Canada is any kind of indication,
Chantal?
I'm with Althea. It's a bit early.
Okay. Catherine Cullen's got some results from Quebec.
Some early results. Let's just emphasize that, Rosemary. We're going to check in on some exciting races, starting with Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville. We were telling you earlier that this was the riding that was decided by 12 votes in a judicial recount last time around. Patrick O'Hara is back. He told my excellent colleague on the House, Emma Godmere, that he has been thinking about this race every single day since last time around. He's up against a Liberal star candidate in Nathalie Provost. Let's check in Berthier-Masquinongé. The interesting name there that Canadians are going to remember is the NDP candidate, Ruth Ellen Brosseau, known to much of the country as Vegas Girl, because in the time of the Orange Wave in 2011, she went to Vegas during the campaign, but things have changed a lot for Ruth Ellen Brosseau. She lives in the riding now. She is a farmer. They, in fact, raise boar and bison, despite the fact that she is a vegetarian. But it does appear that it is going to be some difficult sledding based on just the first poll for Ruth Ellen Brosseau. And we want to take a look at Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU. The Liberals have a candidate here that they're pretty excited about, Mandy Gull-Masti. She was the first female Grand Chief of the Cree Nation government. She actually stepped away from that term in order to run for the Liberals. But the Bloc really want to hold on to this seat. Yves-François Blanchet went all the way. This is a northern riding. He went up to visit it to try to give Sylvie Bérubé a bit of a boost. So, again, this is another riding folks are going to be watching closely tonight. It'll be interesting to see how that race shakes out.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that, Catherine Cullen. Just a couple of numbers to keep in your mind as well. David's going to give us a few more. But in order for the Liberals to reach majority tonight, they needed to gain 18 seats. They are not on that path so far. The Conservatives, though, needed to gain 44. So I don't think anyone is on that path so far, but it's early. It's early.
It's a night of early results, Rosie. Yep. Let's face it, we still don't have some seats called in Atlantic Canada. So look, right now there's a couple of seats in Atlantic Canada that are very close, and within one riding I'm looking at, there's only 5 of the advanced polls in. There's still like 20 more advanced polls to come in, and this is why some of these aren't being called. So we've been talking about the Atlantic for a while. Let's look at where we're getting results now, now that Quebec to the Rockies is open. Right now, it's a hodgepodge, but just to show you, for example, look, this is the island of Montreal. The battleground is the North Shore and the Shore Shore ridings. It's all gray. This is like the big chunk of seats that's going to determine a lot of the storyline tonight. So you're looking at the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen. The big ridings where a lot of people live in Quebec have still not come in yet. Let's go to Ontario, and let me give you a pretty good example of that. You're seeing some red in the north and different things like that, but let's go to the Greater Toronto area. Very few results, very early, right? So this is that belt that Jason Kenney was talking about, Mississauga and Brampton and up in the York region. That's the battleground between the Liberals and the Conservatives in Ontario for first place. We have almost nothing from there at this point in the night. Similar thing, I believe, in southwestern Ontario when we go there. This is where the Conservatives are very strong in some of the rural areas, but we've got Windsor, we've got London, we've got Kitchener, we've got Hamilton. If I'm going to extend southwestern Ontario beyond its normal definition, we still have nothing from there. And it's a similar story out on the prairies, okay? You go into Manitoba, you see the blue seat there, but look, Winnipeg, we have one riding. You know, the bulk of the population in Winnipeg, there is no reporting from there yet. So it's still very early in terms of being able to draw any firm conclusions about where this is going. Same thing in Saskatchewan. Nothing from Regina. Nothing from Saskatoon. You go into Alberta, right? You see orange right there, but look at where this is. It's Leduc-Wetaskiwin. Cars cost less in Wetaskiwin. New Democrats don't often win in Wetaskiwin. That is a conservative riding historically, and so you got to keep that in mind. Here in Calgary, where it's expected to be the battleground, where the Liberals hope to gain, you've only got 2 Conservative seats reporting at this point in time. Similar thing in Edmonton. You do not have results yet from the bulk of the ridings in the big cities of Canada at this point of the night. So while it's 57, 43, 10, and 1, that one, Rosie, is in Leduc-Wetaskiwin. I believe that's where Pierre Poilievre had that massive Edmonton rally, because that's the riding where the airport is. If the New Democrats win that, nobody knows anything about this election, and everyone has been wrong all along.
I mean, I'm willing to accept that. Let's,
me too.
As we've been saying, so early results and lots of results flooding in. And as you can see there at the bottom of your screen, 11 minutes now before polls close in British Columbia and Yukon. But let's look at the share of the vote to start to get a sense of the story so far this evening. 51.2% for the Liberals, 39.7% for the Conservatives. The NDP and the Bloc still in very, very low numbers there. Let me show you what that looks like in terms of seat change so far, right? And this is leading and elected. This is not the full picture yet, but look, the Liberals are up 13. And it looks like, at least at this stage of the evening, that it is to the expense of the Bloc Québécois down 12 and the Conservatives 1. If that kind of trend were to continue, that would be encouraging for the Liberals. That would mean that they would come out of Quebec having gained some seats and some more strength, frankly, than they perhaps needed. We're not there yet, but that's what that is pushing towards, and we'll keep our eye on Quebec to see how many of those things turn into actual flips for the Liberal Party. Let's look now at Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, watching results as they come in there with his wife, Diana Fox Carney. He's just, well, he was watching us. That's also good. He's also waiting, of course, to see the results of his own riding. He is putting himself up for public office for the very first time in the riding of Nepean. We'll keep our eye on how he's doing in his own riding. Okay, let's go to Adrian now, who's got some results from Ontario.
We do, yeah, we do, Rosie. Really interesting. I'd really like to start with Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mishkegowuk. This was Charlie Angus's riding, right? This is the one where people wondered, I wonder what will happen in the north. Could it be that we're looking at an orange-blue transition? So far, no. Steve Black, who's the former mayor and the city councillor in Timmins, has a lead of 79. Just 3 of 206 polls reporting. This is one you have to keep an eye on. This will matter for a whole bunch of people, including the NDP, of course. So let's move on to Markham-Stouffville. Again, Helena Jazik was the incumbent there. With 1 of 217, you already have, for the police officer, the Conservative candidate, a lead of 65 there. That is the sort of flip that the Conservatives will really want to hang on to. One more that's relevant to this conversation in particular is Essex. So Chris Lewis, this was held by the Conservatives for I guess it's been a Conservative NDP race, basically, in the past with Liberals in third. But look at what is happening here with Chris Sutton, who's a public affairs for a Millwright Council. He's got a lead of 42, just 4 of 278 polls reporting. But that whole area, the cross-border relations, it wraps itself around Windsor. You can imagine the tariff conversations that have been happening there. No one knows that better than Chris Ensing, who is joining us now. Chris, what are people saying there?
Adrian, the tariffs top of mind. You know, talking to voters here today in Windsor West, the riding I'm in right now, where the NDP are hoping to secure Brian Massey's seat as the longtime incumbent. Voters were telling me that who is going to battle Donald Trump in these conversations and negotiations of a new NAFTA is top of mind. That threat against Canada's sovereignty is also something that they're taking very seriously. And when we think about what's happened here in Windsor, Essex, just in the past, you mentioned in Essex how the NDP have been sparring with the Conservatives, the Liberal in there now. Well, you also have this fight going on in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, where the Liberals have eked out wins with slim majorities or slim wins there in that riding. And so what we see in Windsor-Essex is an area that is trying to decide what it will do next in the face of this trade war. just very quickly here, Trump is saying they want to onshore manufacturing there now. Well, we watched this with Biden as well. That administration throwing credits at battery plants that want to build in one of these countries. Well, the battery plant that came here that is promising more than 2,500 jobs for vehicles built in Windsor, well, people are starting to wonder what is going to happen there once this election finishes and once these negotiations finish up when we're talking about that new NAFTA. It's something where that deal was renegotiated with the IRA credits to make sure that that plant stayed here under the Trudeau government, and now people are wondering what its future holds as well. That's what's in the mind of voters as they try and decide who they're going to pick to lead them moving forward here, Adrian.
Okay, Chris, you might be in for a long night. Thanks very much, eh? Rosie?
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks, Chris. And I'm going to go to Ian now.
Let's take a look at Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River in Saskatchewan. Redistribution suggested that the Liberals had a chance to pick this seat up, have a chance to pick this seat up, still obviously really early in the counting. And Jim Lemaigre is a former Saskatchewan Party MLA. Buckley Belanger is a former NDP, MLA, both high profile, both considered strong candidates by their parties. And we are going to be watching this riding very closely because if the Liberals were able to win this riding, it would be their first win, as I mentioned before, since Ralph Goodale won in Regina, Wascana back in 2015.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I can tell you that at this hour, more than 1 million votes have been counted, and obviously the counting continues. Of course, there were also more than 7.3 million of you that voted in the advance polls, but lots of vote counting going on right now to bring you some of these results that you're seeing here at the bottom of your screen. Take a look. Those numbers are leading and elected. So the Liberals are leading and elected in 80 ridings at this stage, Conservatives 56, Bloc on the board with 11, NDP with just 1, where they are leading and or elected. And remember, we gave you those numbers before. If the Liberals were trying to form a majority government, they needed to pick up 18 seats. The Conservatives needed to pick up 44. The Liberals have picked up 15 so far. So those not all confirmed, but that is the trend that we are seeing so far, and we'll keep watching as more polls about to close in British Columbia and the Yukon. Catherine Cullen.
Yes, let's talk about Alberta. Rosemary, we're going to start with the first projected elected in the province of Alberta by the CBC Decision Desk, Michelle Rempel-Garner, a Conservative who is certainly a well-known vocal member of that caucus. That big smile on her face because she is the first Conservative that the CBC Decision Desk says has been re-elected to her seat. Let's take a look, though, at some other interesting races. Edmonton Southeast. Part of what makes this interesting, Amarjeet Sohi, former Liberal cabinet minister under Justin Trudeau. He was defeated. He ran for mayor of Edmonton. He won. He has stepped away from his mayoral duties to run in this seat. But it is worth noting, it is a new riding. And if you look at what the numbers say from the 2021 election results, this is a riding that should go Conservative right now with the first poll reporting. The Conservative is in the lead in that riding. Let's move on to Edmonton Northwest. Billy Morin, this is a candidate the Conservatives are certainly excited about. Former chief of the Enoch Cree Nation, very enthusiastic about resource development and somebody that the Conservatives would really like to have in their caucus. Finally, in Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas. Now, what makes this riding so interesting? Certainly, it is traditional Conservative territory, but Chris Spearman, the Liberal candidate there, former mayor of Lethbridge, he was endorsed by the provincial NDP former cabinet minister Shannon Phillips. So note, NDP, provincial cabinet minister, endorsing a Liberal candidate. Also, Rosie, provincially, Lethbridge is 2 ridings. Lethbridge West, that went NDP. So perhaps some movement here, but Rachel Thomas definitely has some reason for enthusiasm as well. This is serious Conservative territory.
Another strong member of the Conservative caucus. Jason Kenney, you want to weigh in there on Michelle Rempel-Garner winning re-election, the first Conservative re-elected in Alberta?
Yeah, well,
not surprising.
Not surprising that any of those folks would be well in the lead, and I think it's confirmation at early stage that the strong Conservative support in Alberta is holding. There are some phenomenal new candidates as well. You just saw Billy Morin on the screen. I've worked very closely with him as Premier. He was chief of the Enoch Cree First Nation and really a significant leader in economic development for First Nations in Western Canada. He, together with Ellis Ross, a former chief councillor of the Haisla First Nation out in the BC West Coast Kitimat, if those two are elected, you will see 2 very strong voices for reconciliation for First Nations to not just exercise the right to say no in consultation, but to say yes to responsible resource development. So one of the interesting aspects of this campaign has been energy has not been a dominant, but a significant issue, perhaps for the first time ever. And you may end up with some very strong pro-resource development First Nations leaders in the next parliament.
And that may be because of Donald Trump. Really, that's why we're talking about it in a different way than we had before. Okay, thank you for that, Jason Kenney. Polls closing in British Columbia in just over 2 minutes, which will add another 44, British Columbia and the Yukon, another 44 polls to our count, and which will mean that all polls are closed right across the country. That happens at 10 p.m. Eastern. 343 seats, remember, because there has been a map that has been redistributed. 172 is the magic number to get you to a majority government, but we are not able to get anywhere near calling any of those things yet because results are still coming in, and Adrian has some.
Boy, you're not kidding about them coming in fast, Rosie.
I told you.
All right, let's look at some important ridings that we've been talking about all night. Let's start with Peterborough, because this has always been a riding to watch. Historically, a bellwether, bucked the trend in 2021 when Michelle Ferreri, a popular TV anchor, won. But look at that lead, 436 for Emma Harrison, the small business owner, with just 6 of 308 polls reporting. The Liberals will want to hang on to that one. Let's look at the next one here. This is important. Newmarket Aurora. Okay, so this was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals in the GTA in 2021. But look at what is happening. Sandra Kobena, lead of 227, just 2 of 212's polls reporting. But that is on trend, certainly for what the Conservatives want to see. They poured a lot into that riding. One last one to look at. This is important. This is Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake. So this has gone back and forth a little bit between the Liberal and the Conservative this evening. Only 3 of 202 polls reporting, just a lead of 8. But this is a riding that's been Conservative for the last 25 years. It's definitely smaller in redistribution. The Liberals were hoping that would help them out. Rosie?
Okay, but a very, very small lead of 8 votes, so we'll see. Mark Carney was down there pretty recently as well, making his case about Canada, the U.S., and taking on Donald Trump, another area where, of course, that argument resonates very strongly. Okay, polls closing in British Columbia and the Yukon in just moments. If you're in line to vote, stay there, because you still get to do it even after the polls are closed. It is 7 p.m. Pacific. Polls are now closing in the westernmost parts of this country. There are 43 ridings in beautiful British Columbia and 1 in the Yukon. That means that polls have closed right across the country, 343 polls reporting. And British Columbia, aren't you excited? We haven't called government yet. That rarely happens to you. So guess what? Your votes are going to matter here as we get ready to decide where this is going to go. Let's give you an indication of what we're noticing already, and that is the change in the share of vote. Liberals taking off now at this stage, well over 50%, and the Conservatives at 38.8, which, to be clear, is a very good score for Conservatives on any other normal election. But this election has been unusual, and you can see the NDP and the Bloc not performing where they normally would be. That, too, has been the story of this election. Let me show you now what seat change looks like. Okay. Let's go through this. Liberals seem to be at this stage leading or elected in 17 seats. Conservatives down 5, Bloc down 11. That would be a devastating amount of losses for the Bloc Québécois in Quebec. NDP down 1. Of course, that is going to change as British Columbia starts to report. But remember, that number to keep in your head here about whether we can get to a majority government is for the Liberals to gain 18 seats. They are 1 away right now in our projections, not everything confirmed, but they are tracking towards that at this hour, and a lot of it coming at the expense of the Bloc Québécois. Let's go now to Catherine Collins.
Yeah, let's try to look a little bit closer at what that story is, the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. Let's start with looking a bit at the big picture in the province of Quebec. The seat change, the Liberals up 14 seats. The Bloc down 11, the Conservatives losing 3 seats in Quebec. But again, these are still relatively early numbers. Let's dig into some of what we're seeing in the province. Here is a riding that folks are going to remember the name of, La Salle, Émard, Verdun. That consequential by-election in the fall, it's on the island of Montreal. This is part of the Liberal Château Fort, right, of Fortress. And yet, the Bloc Québécois, Louis-Philippe Sauvé, a former Bloc Québécois staffer, won in that by-election. Now the Liberals have something of a star candidate in Claude Gay, former president of IBM Canada. Right now, with 2 polls reporting, he's in the lead by almost 300 votes. Let's move over to Shefford, where, again, the Bloc Québécois incumbent, Andréane LaRouche, in second. And in the lead, the Liberal candidate, Félix Dion. I believe he's a councillor in Granby. And finally, Rimouski, Alexander Reiford, again, a name that would be known well in that area, the former director of the Métis Gardens in the area, English Gardens, and the Bloc Québécois incumbent, Maxime Blanchet-Jonca, in second. So all, again, Rosie, you know, these are only some of the polls that are coming in, but interesting to see how those numbers are shaking.
Yeah, Métis Gardens also, just a lovely
Beautiful.
place. Yeah. We could just do ads of places to vacation. Chantal, I want to get your take before I get some more results, because if this holds and the Bloc is trending or looking projected to lose as many as 11 seats, that's pretty devastating.
The Bloc itself believed it could lose 10 to 15 seats. Of course, that wasn't the hope, but this is the best beginning of night
for the
Liberals in Quebec that I have seen in decades.
How many decades?
Oh, I don't think I was around because Jean Chrétien never won a majority of Quebec seats.
Yeah.
So you go back all the way to Jean Chrétien, and Brian Mulroney wiped them off the map. So I think you'd have to go back to Pierre Trudeau. But it's early.
It's early. It's early. But that's still. It's early. But it's still fascinating that someone who. At the beginning of the campaign was not speaking French as well as he was at the end, would be suddenly that appealing to Quebecers, if this is where things go.
But I'm also wondering, and the numbers are still coming, whether the Conservatives are also having a difficult night in Quebec.
Okay.
Because at this point, they are under what is called the paying zone. In percentage points, they're below 20%. That's not when you get votes, but not seats. You need to get over that. And at this point, who knows? Because we're still missing a lot of seats and a lot of posts. But for the Liberals who want 40 seats, they're ahead in 33.
Yeah,
not too bad.
No, and if that is true, that the Conservatives are going to suffer in Quebec, that I think speaks to some of the choices that Pierre Poilievre made. But we will talk more about that as results firm up. Ian has some results, though, now.
Yeah, let's look at your home province, Manitoba, and in particular 3 ridings in Winnipeg that are reporting results right now. This one would be, if the Liberals were able to keep it through the night, a pickup. I'm laughing because, of course, I can read the numbers just as well as you can. It's really early. What's interesting about this, besides the fact that it's an NDP incumbent is in second place, is that Raul Walia, 23 years old, got the nomination here in the old days, December 2024. Remember then? Remember the prospects for the Liberals at that point? So I don't think when he became the candidate, he expected to be possible that he could go to Ottawa. We'll see what happens in Winnipeg Centre as the evening unfolds. Let's go now to Winnipeg West and see what's happening there. And Marty Morantz, the Conservative incumbent, is in a lead, not a huge lead. Doug Elson has been the MP here before. This is the 3rd time, I think, these 2 very well-known politicians, and Doug Elson also an ER doc, so well known for that as well, are facing off in Winnipeg West. So another one we're going to be looking at very closely. And in Winnipeg North, no surprise to see Kevin Lamoureux, the incumbent, in the lead. But I'll tell you what is interesting is that if you look at the percentages last time around, the NDP was in second place with 28% of the vote. Their support right now has plummeted to 8%, and almost all of that has been picked up, and this is early, I know, not by the Liberals, but by the Conservatives.
Right.
So just kind of interesting. That's we would expect Kevin Lamoureux to prevail in that riding. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yes.
But it's fascinating to me to see the change in support between the NDP and the Conservatives.
Yeah, Kevin Lamoureux, hugely popular in that riding, so we'll see whether that continues. Just want to tell you that the Liberals continue to do well here tonight, but also want to tell you that there are 85 ridings where it is very close still. And so we might well be in for a long night as we get through all of these results and track towards being able to project a government. Catherine Cullen.
We're going to go back to Nova Scotia for just one riding, Rosie, one that we knew was going to be a real scrap tonight, but we've got a projected elected in South Shore, St. Margaret's. Let's take a look. The Liberal Jessica Fancy Landry projected elected in that riding. Rick Perkins took this riding from the Liberals in the last election, but it was not to be for him this time out. He had an additional challenge because, of course, the NDP did not run an official candidate in this riding. So there will be questions, I think, about what happened to that vote. Although when you look at the NDP vote across the board, it hasn't been all that substantial across the country, Rosemary. So perhaps that won't have been that much of a factor. But nonetheless, Jessica Fancy Landry projected elected in South Shore St. Margaret's.
That's a significant flip. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to show you a board right now to try and explain where we're at and what you should be watching for as the results continue to tick in from polls right across the country at this stage. This is where the Liberals are right now. They are leading or elected in 123 ridings. Let me show you the next piece of that. That is the pink seats that you're seeing there. Those are incumbents. Those are the seats that they would have to now win, 51 more if they want to track towards a majority. And if they were to win those 51 incumbents, incumbency, as we've been talking about, does give you an advantage, but if they were to win that, they would surpass the 172 they need to get to a majority. So they need to hold those leading and elected in 123 that you see on your screen. They need to hold the 51 incumbents that are there, and then they're on their way. And things are tracking in this direction so far tonight. But again, many, many close races, and we're watching some of those. And I think David Cochrane wants to talk to us now.
Yeah, so just to give you an idea of how close this is, when we were talking about Atlantic Canada earlier, it was 22-10, right? 22 Liberals, 10 Conservatives. Well, there are two ridings, Terra Nova, where Anthony Germain is running for the Liberals, where the advanced polls offer the hope of them getting over the top there. And in Central Nova, the advanced polls have put Sean Fraser back in the lead, as that has now gone to red. So we're to a 23-9 count in Atlantic Canada now. You move into Quebec. Chantal was saying this is the best early results you've seen I'm in Ontario. My apologies to the people of Quebec. It was the best night she's seen for Liberals in a long time at the start of an election. Well, look at this, what we're still waiting for. Rosie was saying the Liberals are up seats. We still don't have a lot of seats in from the island of Montreal where the Liberals are going to be strong, and in some of these battlegrounds on the South Shore in particular, where the Liberals and the Bloc are in a fight that really could determine whether the Liberals can get to this majority government that the polls have been suggesting was available for them in this election. And it's a similar situation in Ontario. We're starting to get things populated. You're seeing a lot more red getting there in the GTA, but still not out in sort of the Halton region and the Peel region. We're still waiting on a lot of seats there. And when you go into southwestern Ontario, look, we are seeing red in Windsor, red in London, and we're still waiting on some of southwestern Ontario where Liberals are hoping to gain. I'll show you one last thing before I send it back to Rosie, and that's in Manitoba, because the urban centres are where the Liberals this majority is going to live and die tonight. There's only two ridings in from Winnipeg, so still a lot to come in the big cities of Canada. Rosie?
Thank you very much for that, David Cochrane. And some news for all of you, Canada. Get ready. Our CBC News decision desk is ready to make a call. Canada's next government will be a Liberal government. It is not yet clear at this hour whether it will be a minority or majority. Because of some of those close races we were talking about, this marks a fourth Liberal mandate. Very rare in Canadian politics. But the Liberal Party, led by Mark Carney, has pulled it off. A stunning reversal, a Liberal comeback with a first-time politician as leader. You're looking live there at the Liberal Party headquarters right now. Okay, a remarkable, as we said, reversal in political fortunes for the Liberal Party that was thought perhaps to be left for dead just months ago, has now made this incredible comeback, remarkable comeback, and is going to form government yet again with someone who has never been elected to public office before. We're waiting on results from his riding tonight. Mark Carney, the 24th Prime Minister, will now be the 25th Prime Minister as well. Let me show you how it happened. here is the vote share, the share of vote that we've been showing you through the night. The Liberals over 50%, the Conservatives at 38.6%, which again, we've been saying in a regular election would have been a remarkable share of the vote for them. But the story really in what's happening with the other parties on the board there, the Bloc and the NDP, not even reaching 5% at this stage. Let me show you the seat change that allows us to call for a Liberal government. 23 seats are leading and elected in. The Liberals are up, the Conservatives down 5, the Bloc down 12 at this stage, which, as Chantal was saying, was not out of the realm of possibility even for people inside the Bloc, but would be very disappointing for them. And the NDP now down 6. The NDP right now on your screen only leading or elected in 2 ridings. Remember, you need 12 to get official party status. I'm going to go over to David to give us a sense of how we got here.
Well, look, it's a bit of what we were, at the risk of repeating myself, but that's going to happen a lot on election night. There are 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. We said the path to majority for the Liberals was 25. Right now, they sit at 23, and I can tell you, this riding in Terra Nova, my buddy Terry Roberts is at the watching party for the Conservative candidate. He says the air has gone out of the place because the advance polls are coming in and the lead is shrinking. The Liberals might get to 24, not the 25. We said they need it for a majority, but that gets them a little bit closer. We go into Quebec, you see a lot of red in a lot of places, and you're going to see even more red in the island of Montreal. Right now, we had said that the Liberals needed 40 seats in Quebec to be on a path to a majority. They're sitting at 42. And Montreal and the North Shore and the South Shore haven't populated. Down to 40, I'm told. It's changing in real time. But still, the areas where they're strong still needs to come in. And that is a sign of hope for them. This is why you can see a minority government is almost certain at this point, or is certain at this point, and a majority government is still very much in play. Let's go into Ontario, and let's go to that key fortress, one of the 4 big pillars for the Liberal governments that have been elected since 2015. You still see a tremendous amount of red, certainly in the city of Toronto and in the areas around it, punctuated with a little bit of blue right now. The latest numbers I had is that the Liberals are at 56 seats and they're up 2 seats in Ontario. They're now at 63 seats in Ontario. We had said they needed to be at 80, so they're tracking towards that because a lot of these seats that will fill in over the course of the night, history and polling tells us that these will go Liberal. Now, let's go into Manitoba. The Liberals are currently sitting at 4 seats. We had suggested they would want to get 6 here to build up to a total of 10 on the prairies to be at a majority level. They have 1, obviously, in the north right now where they're leading in the NDP-held riding of Churchill. And they've got a couple of 3 seats right now in Winnipeg, and these are also seats where the Liberals will be competitive once we get more results throughout the night. So there is still upward potential for the Liberals as they try to get to that magic number of 172. And this helps right here. This is Desnethé, Misnippy, Churchill River. That's a Liberal leading in Saskatchewan. Do not adjust your set. That's a real thing. It's not officially projected elected yet, but this is a chance for the Liberals to break through in Saskatchewan for the first time since Ralph Goodale was a member of Parliament. And here in Alberta, you see a lot of blue. This is where a lot of the Conservative seats are coming from. But you got to zoom in on Calgary, where the Liberals are leading right now in Calgary Centre, and you got to zoom in on Edmonton. These are going to be the areas where the Liberals and the New Democrats are going to be in a battle. Those 2 seats that I just showed, those will be pickups right now for the Liberals if those results hold. So, Rosie, you can see a roughly even performance in the Atlantic with the potential of it to get back to where it was and maybe grow a little bit. A good early start in Quebec, decent numbers in Ontario, presence in the prairies. Still too early to say exactly what's going to happen in British Columbia. But, you know, BC often complains about being the empty net goal on election night. They might be the winner tonight when the results come in there.
Okay, and one of the reasons we have yet to call what kind of government Canada will have is because there are 100 ridings where the vote margin is about 100 votes. And that is simply too close to call for us and for the decision desk. And so we're going to wait to be sure before we get to that point. And that's partly why, as David said, British Columbia could be awfully important here tonight. You're always important, British Columbia, but even more important in terms of forming government for Mark Carney to become now, who is Prime Minister right now, but stays Prime Minister, the 24th Prime Minister. And now, for sure, won't have any problems beating Charles Tupper's record of being Prime Minister for only 68 days. He's going to hang in there a little bit longer, apparently. Ashley Burke is at Liberal headquarters where they are dealing with the news and waiting for more news in terms of what kind of government they're going to have for this 4th mandate, Ashley.
You heard the reaction here in the room, Rosie. People erupted. They were cheering. They were excited. Just moments before that, we were talking about how they were feeling. People are still cautiously optimistic. People in the campaign, they want a majority government. And as you just mentioned, they're thinking, could it come down to BC? They're hoping that as the results come in, it'll become a bit clearer, but that's what they're waiting for. This, as you mentioned, is one of the most dramatic reversals in political fortune that we've seen in recent Canadian history. Just last year, the Liberals were tanking in the polls. Justin Trudeau, after he left, Mark Carney came in and turned things around. But we've really been watching him on the spot during this campaign learn how to be a politician. We've seen him have to try to figure out how to navigate photo ops. And over the campaign, we've seen him get more comfortable with that, including being in crowds and talking to people. But as you mentioned, there were questions about if he would be the shortest serving prime minister or not. 45 days he's been prime minister, and now Canadians tonight have decided that they want him to stay on and lead this country. After he's really been hammering home his message about during this campaign about who is best to deal with Donald Trump. Rosie?
Okay, Ashley Burke coming from Liberal headquarters, where there are a lot of happy people there tonight, but we'll see how happy they are, because we still have to call what kind of government Mark Carney is going to lead, a minority or a majority. But we should remind you that a fourth mandate like this, incredibly rare in Canadian politics. The last time was from 1993 to 2006 under two leaders. That was Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. Some similarities here, again, because this is happening with two different leaders. Chantal, your thoughts?
But it is also that Mark Carney has succeeded in doing what John Turner and Kim Campbell could not.
You are
that
right.
is,
yes.
Become the new leader of a very unpopular government, get a boost in the poll. That's all par for the course. But to hold that lead long enough to not go in that portrait gallery as someone about whom the kids ask, who's that
guy? Yeah.
Right. That is quite an achievement when you go back 4 months to where we were. This is not the election night that anyone imagined we would have. And I'm guessing it's not the election night, looking at those numbers, that the NDP imagined either, or the Bloc.
No, pretty devastating numbers, and we'll come back to them. But I want to get Arif Virani in, because you are a former Liberal cabinet minister. Still happy with that decision not to run, are you?
I'm very happy with that decision, as is my family. But I'm also equally delighted with what's transpiring. I mean, what we've seen is something that is truly quite remarkable.
Yes.
And I think what I'm really proud about tonight is Canadians, how strongly they came out to vote, what's been motivating them, but also just really discerning in terms of making choices based on what's on offer. An individual with a business background who had navigated two world economies through difficult crises, and you had another politician who was frankly still offering catchword phrases and running an election as if we were back in November or December. Things changed. Justin Trudeau is no longer around. The consumer carbon price no longer around. And Donald Trump entered in a big way.
Yeah.
And we saw other conservative politicians in this country pivot, like provincially, Doug Ford in this province. We saw an inability for a pivot on the part of Pierre Poilievre. And I think you're seeing the results. People have decided that they want mature professional leadership, and that's what they're getting with Mark Carney. And I think it's a really important time for Canada, because there's a lot of hard work to be done.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of government we end up with here, Andrew, because that also sends a message. If Canadians opt for a minority government, that also is a message to the Liberals and to Conservatives. But what do you make of the fact that this has happened? Because it is right, it is a remarkable thing.
Yeah, it would not have happened without Donald Trump, I don't think. If Mark Carney had simply come in and said, well, I'm change, I'm a new prime minister, I'm not sure that would have been enough to carry the day. I'm not sure if Trump alone would be enough to carry the day, though. I think it's the combination of so far as the first part of the campaign in particular, focused on Trump as the issue, and therefore focused on leadership and the relative qualities of the two-party leaders. That was clearly to Carney's advantage. But I think probably what put him over the top was he was also enough change for enough people.
Right.
He wasn't, on its own, it wouldn't be enough change, but the two things together, I think, was enough to put him over the top.
Althea, what do you make of the win?
I agree with everything Andrew said, but I would add, basically, it's New Democrats that have handed Mark Carney the ability to become prime minister, remain prime minister. And for them, the fear was, Donald Trump, but also Pierre Poilievre. They decided that they really feared Pierre Poilievre more than they feared another Liberal government. And so they've basically abandoned their party in droves and possibly handing Mark Carney a majority government. So it's not... You guys should send the NDP a thank you note.
I think progressive voters in my riding of Tayek on Park Delhi Park, and good luck to the team there. But I think progressive voters really had to make a difficult decision, and that was simply that in the face of what the country is facing, we need to select a prime minister and a government. That's more important than anything else. That relates to the CBC, that relates to protecting linguistic rights, that relates to protecting human rights. And you had a choice between somebody who would empower Donald Trump and somebody who would confront Donald Trump. That's the choice that Canadians have made tonight, and I think they made the right choice.
Okay, and the NDP sitting right now at 7, leading our elected. Let's get some more information about how we got here, how we were able to call a Liberal win tonight. Catherine Cullen's got some of those results.
Yeah, and obviously, Rosie, part of this picture has to do with Quebec and what has happened with the Bloc Québécois. So let's take a look. The Liberals up 12 seats. Yes, one of them coming from the Conservatives, but most of that, the vast majority, at the expense of the Bloc, again, based on the numbers that we're seeing early. Let's see where it's happening. We're going to take a quick zip around the suburbs of the island of Montreal. We're going to start in Thérèse de Blainville, and you can see here the Liberal candidate in the lead. Let's go to Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. We're going to stay on the North Shore. And again, the Liberal candidate with the Bloc Québécois incumbent in second. We'll head down to the South Shore, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. And again, yes, the Liberal candidate in the lead with the Bloc incumbent in second. That pattern being repeated both north and south of the island of Montreal. Liberals looking like they're going to gain at the expense of the Bloc. That's a big part of what's happening tonight.
And we'll look at more. We'll look at more of those results as they firm up, and we can project elected. Ian Hannah-Mansing's got some of those right now. Some results anyway.
Yeah. So not projected elected, but still interesting trend lines. And let's start with Churchill. Kiwanatuk-Aski. Nikki Ashton has been the MP here for the NDP since 2008. In 2015, she almost lost to Rebecca Chartrand. There was a difference of 3 percentage points. And right now, early, but still, when you look at those numbers, fairly significant lead at this point for the Liberal candidate. This is Kildonan St. Paul, one of the Winnipeg ridings, and Raquel Dancho is the incumbent for the Conservatives. She's won 2 elections in a row. Thomas Nakin's a relative newcomer. Hard to find information about him, but he was acclaimed as a candidate when the polls suggested there was little chance of winning, and right now he's in the lead there. And let's just look at Regina Wascana. This is interesting. It's super close. When I started speaking a few minutes ago, Jeffrey Walters was in the lead. The big question in Regina Wascana for a lot of people is the number of times the Liberals won there. Was it Ralph Goodale that was the factor, or was it Liberal support? And a lot of people wondering what's going to happen there tonight. As you can see, it is close, but the Conservatives are in the lead in Ralph Goodale's old riding.
Okay, Adrian, you've got some results too.
Certainly. Catherine showed you some seat changes. I'd like to show you some vote changes in Ontario. Why don't we have a little look at this? So Liberals up 9.5 percentage points. Conservatives also up 9.0, but look at the NDP down 12.7. That is where the votes are largely coming from. So what does that look like? Let's start with Sault Ste. Marie, Algoma. This is a riding that Terry Sheehan is ahead by 428. Interesting, because the Liberals only picked it up by 247 last time. Still just 35 of 287 polls reporting. If we move on to the Bay of Quinte, this is a riding we've been keeping an eye on. The Liberals picked it up in 2015. They wanted it desperately because this is the sort of riding they need if they want to get a majority. They've got a lead of 193 with just 15 polls reporting. And the last one, which is a big one for Fortress Toronto, if you will, is Leslie Church and Toronto St. Paul's with a lead of 701. She lost that to Dawn Stewart in July by just 600 some votes. So they're counting on that lead.
And remember, that is part of the story. Thank you, Adrian. That is part of the story here, is that a lot of these ridings are still close, and that's why we cannot yet tell you what kind of government Mark Carney will lead. But yes, in case you missed the big moment, the Liberals have secured a 4th mandate led by Mark Carney, who is at this stage waiting to see whether he will be elected in his own riding in Nepean. R.F. Ferrani, what are you hearing from your Liberal friends? Are you getting lots of texts? Are people? Are they thinking that a majority is still within reach here? What are they saying?
I think obviously a majority government is aspirational. That's what we would like to have. You heard Dominic talk about that earlier, but I think people are elated. I mean, we know where the party was prior to Christmas. Yeah. We know where we were in early January. The fact that it's been such a remarkable swing is a testament to optimism. It's a testament to Mark Carney's leadership. But again, it's a testament to Canadian voters. And I think, you know, when I think back about what's really changed in the last little while, I think if you're looking at somebody who need to stand up to an American threat that is as clear and demonstrative as Donald Trump, and you have somebody who's posturing themselves that they want to be that person, Pierre Poilievre, who shows an inability to stand up to Preston Manning and Danielle Smith, I think you know you don't have the right individual. When you have somebody who still continues to speak in three-word slogans as opposed to presenting an accurate plan, an outlined plan, a professionalized plan, you don't have the right person. Canadians have realized this, and as I said earlier on the show, I think Quebecers have realized this, notwithstanding linguistic limitations, notwithstanding concerns about Francophone rights, those are all very valid concerns. But when you're facing a threat of that size from the American neighbor, you need to put that aside and vote in terms of selecting a leader. And that's what Canadians have done. And my colleagues are all keen on securing a majority. A majority government would allow us to have that strong mandate that Prime Minister Carney is seeking to effectuate the change that we need to see to grow the economy, to build a collaboration, to diversify our trade partners, and to continue to make progress.
Althea made a little bit of a squint there, winced a little bit as you spoke, so I'm going to let her talk before I get some more results.
Well, I was going to say on the whole, like who we should give a testament to, it's all the Liberal backbenchers who tried to get Justin Trudeau to leave. Chrystia Freeland, who finally, frankly, knifed him. If Justin Trudeau had not left, there is no way we would see the result that we are seeing right now, even with Donald Trump in the White House. So there's other people.
There's lots of
who
things going on. Yeah.
Create the scenario that we find ourselves in at the moment. And also, pretty soon people won't be able to vote, so you don't need to convince them to vote for the Liberal Party.
Yes, you've already won. You've already won.
The votes have already been cast?
We're just waiting to see. Yes, we're just waiting to see how it goes. But it's hard to shake it off, I understand. I think Ian has some early results.
Yeah, in British Columbia, as we've said, the Conservatives, Liberals, and NDP have done well there. They certainly did well there in 2021, and so there's a lot of potential, particularly for the Liberals and the Conservatives, to pick up seats. Let's look at some early results with some potential changes. North Island, Powell River, this has been a stronghold for the NDP, and right now in the lead there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at in the interior, Silkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Again, relatively close, but this is would be a pickup for the Conservatives if they could hang on to this. Helena Conans is a former professional tennis player and competed in Wimbledon and at the U.S. Open. I did not know that, and I find that really interesting. And South Surrey, White Rock, obviously really low numbers. We just wanted to show this to you because it would be a change if this were to hold. And interesting, Ernie Klassen was acclaimed as the candidate. I think we're seeing a lot of that across the country, right, where candidates who were acclaimed when maybe nobody else really wanted the nomination. I'm not sure if that's what happened there, but you know, some of those people are going to end up going to the House of Commons.
Okay. All right, let's have a look at someone who is having a difficult night, but at least his own riding is secure. That's Yves-François Blanchet in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly. He has won handily in that riding, but he is probably not enjoying the evening so far, given where things are tracking for the Bloc. Remember, at last vote, the Bloc Québécois had 35 seats, and right now they're tracking towards 23. We'll continue to watch some of those numbers because, as we've told you, the vote is changing. It is close still in many, many ridings across the country, and that is why we are waiting to tell you whether you have a minority or majority government. Rafi Bouchikanian, I can see you there. Yves-François Blanchet has been elected. We have the Decision Desk has projected him elected, but not a strong evening so far for the Bloc Québécois. What are you hearing?
It is not, and you'll forgive me. I was just turning around to try to figure out who they were cheering there. There have been a lot of cheers for people you'd expect to get reelected, like Yves-François Blanchet and a couple of others like Alexis Brunel-Duceppe, you know, like a stalwart of the party. But this is not the results they're looking for. 23 seats, I mean, that's kind of a number where if the Liberals get a majority, that's not a great night for the Bloc Québécois. They're trying to cheer up here. They're trying to be, you know, enthusiastic. They did have one major win. We were talking about Gaspésie earlier. Well, they won that riding. Radio-Canada announced that they project a win for Alexis Deschênes, that star candidate, who would be taking that riding from Diane Le Boutillier, a Liberal who has been there for a while, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers here when that happened. So that was one that's a take from the Liberals, so that's a real reason for them to be happy. But for the rest of it, I mean, they're really just sort of trying to hold on to hope. We've got a little bit of a show here. They keep inviting incumbents or candidates to come up and talk to the crowd. There's an MC asking them all sorts of questions about, how did your campaign go, and what do you think of Nicolas Blanchet's messages, and they're just sort of trying to hold on to hope at this point.
Okay, Rafi Bouchikanian, thank you so much from Montreal. We will be back to you, of course. Perhaps we can show a bit of how the vote share in Quebec changed. Let me know when we can go to that. But I'll go to Chantal, I think, if I can. Yves-François Blanchet, this is his third election, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, and he probably is feeling better when he compares his fate to what could be happening to the NDP. Yeah. I don't think anyone at this point is looking to challenge the leadership of Yves-François Blanchet. A lot of people in Quebec over the campaign were saying, well, we're going to lend our vote to the Liberals because of special circumstances. But it wasn't a judgment on the Bloc Québécois that they were making. Now, that being said, what also created this dynamics in Quebec in particular, the only province where Pierre Poilievre never led the pack, was always in third place, was this notion. At some point, the Bloc surged, not because the Bloc was doing so well, but because a lot of Quebec voters looked at the numbers outside Quebec and thought to themselves, the rest of Canada is about to elect Pierre Poilievre. We don't want him. So we are going to build a wall by voting for the Bloc. And of course, that wall crumbled the second that Justin Trudeau left and the polls showed that Mark Carney had a shot at winning.
Well, then they built a wall around the Liberals in Quebec is really what happened to keep out Pierre Poilievre.
I mean, they're looking at 440 seats, and it looks at this point in the evening like they're going to get better than that.
Okay, some other good news for the Liberals at this hour. Let me show you who has just been elected as a member of Parliament for the very first time, and that is Mark Carney, Canada's Prime Minister. This is his first time running for public office. He was tempted many times, but never decided to go for it, and this time he has, and he has won handily in his riding of Nepean. This is, I can't remember, what I have this trivia somewhere, but the last time that a Prime Minister's riding was in the nation's capital. I'll go find that for you. But Mark Carney winning his own riding tonight. That is the first time that he has won public office, the first time he has sought public office, and now he can also not only be Prime Minister, but be elected as Prime Minister, something that he wasn't before. That is Liberal headquarters, where they are waiting for more information, obviously, about how this evening is going to unfold and what kind of government they will celebrate tonight. David Cochran.
Yeah, Rosie, I'm beginning to think Mark Carney's never going to be the finance minister at this rate, because that was always the rumor on his entry into Canadian politics. I want to go through sort of where the Liberals are at this stage, to support the reason why we have projected a Liberal government and to show why a majority is still very much in play. And I'm going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador just to show you something here. This is Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. This has been a Conservative seat throughout the night, but just have a look at this. It's now down to a 28-vote lead. This has been happening in a lot of the ridings in Atlantic Canada where the advance vote is being counted late and where the Liberals did a really good job of getting their vote in early over that Easter weekend. So with 12 polls reporting, you can see Anthony Germain, the Liberal candidate there, chewing up that Conservative lead and getting now within less than 30 votes. There's been similar stories. We saw that happen in Central Nova, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser was way down for a period of time, but as more and more advanced polls have come in, he's moved into the lead, and also in New Brunswick, in Miramichi, Grand Lake, where the advanced polls have put the Liberals into the lead there. So the Liberals started the night with 24 seats that they held as the 32 in Atlantic Canada. They're back at 24 with a chance, if Terra Nova flips, to get it to that 25 that we talked about on the path to majority earlier. So still a chance for them to hit the threshold here. We'll go into Quebec, where the last I checked, because the numbers are changing soon, they were at 42 seats. They're now at 44 seats in Quebec, 13 of them pickups. And look at this. We're still waiting for a little bit of data on the island of Montreal, only really in one riding. There is a Conservative leading on the island of Montreal right now in the riding of Mount Royal, so we'll have to see where that goes. But either way, the Liberals at this point in the night, with still a lot of votes to be counted, are ahead of the 40-vote threshold they needed to be at in Quebec. Now, Ontario, a lot of votes being counted, slightly different story. They are at 69 seats of the 122. They are down 6 right now. You're seeing some movement here in the GTA seats that have been the stronghold of the Liberals. Oops, I didn't mean to click on Kitchener, but they're doing well in Kitchener. But there's only about 11% of the vote counted in Ontario. And again, this is going to be a pattern throughout the night with the Liberal vote. They are widely believed by all the campaigns, we've heard this from Conservatives as well, to have outperformed their opponents in the advance vote, and in a lot of cases, that comes in last. So while they're at 150 seats there right now, the last time I checked, there were still about a dozen seats that we were waiting on results for that all the campaigns believe are going to go Liberal. So you can bear that in mind as a reason why we have not yet ruled out the possibility of a Liberal majority government. In Manitoba, we had set the threshold at 6 for them to be on the path for majority. They're right at 6 right now. They've got 2 pickups. They're leading right now in Winnipeg West, which was a Conservative seat. They are not leading in Winnipeg Centre, but they have picked up, or at least leading in the Northern Manitoba riding right now. In Saskatchewan, we said 1. All they needed was 1. Well, guess what? It looks like they have 1. They're up there. They're leading right now in Desnethe. That's Buckley Boulanger, as Ian was telling us. They're nowhere right now in the Saskatoon ridings, though Mark Carney did go there, and Saskatoon University was a riding that the Liberals had talked about as a potential gain for them. They've held right now 2 of their 3 in the north. Nunavut is still trending NDP. I don't want to ruin the NDP's night, but they are no longer ahead in Wetaskiwin, as we predicted earlier. But right now, the Liberals do have 2 seats in Alberta, and they're both in Calgary right now. So Calgary McKnight, where George Chahal was the incumbent, and Calgary Centre, which was on their target list. They're leading there now. They are not ahead in Edmonton. That is where they had 1 seat. That was Randy Boissonneau's seat in Edmonton Centre. That is blue right now in Edmonton Strathcona. Maybe the safest NDP seat around. We don't have results from that yet. So with a lot still to come, Rosie, in Vancouver area in particular, the Liberals right now, they only have 8 in BC, but look at this, right? We got a lot to come, but of the 8 that are reporting, the Liberals have 3 pickups, and we're still not fully in to the Vancouver core and the suburbs there, and that is the Liberal stronghold in British Columbia. So they're at 155 right now at this point in time. There's still upside growth there for them. You can see a path to the delta of 17 that they need, and it might actually include Delta, which is a seat they hold on the Lower Mainline.
Yeah. Okay, so let me tell you part of the reason why that is there too. Was there a joke there that I missed that I was supposed to?
Yeah, I was talking about deltas and deltas, you know, like sort of thing. Don't worry.
I got a lot of people talking to me. That was a funny one. Thank you.
Sure.
There are 47 ridings still where the vote is under 100. So that gives you a sense of why we are still holding off in determining what kind of government this is. But as David rightly points out, it is still possible, and we'll show you more about that in a moment. And just because I have a lot of good colleagues who heard me, the only other Prime Minister to hold a seat in the Ottawa area was John A. Macdonald. So Mark Carney becomes number 2. Ian, over to you.
So interesting things happening in British Columbia in terms of the vote. And let's look at the vote change so far in the province of British Columbia. And you see both the Conservatives and the Liberals up. Liberals up by 15 percentage points. And who is down? Well, no surprise. The NDP, almost 16 percentage points. And in some of the ridings, you can see the impact of that. Let's take a look at Kelowna. Kelowna is really interesting because if you look at what happened to the NDP support there, at least as of right now, it was 18% in 2021. It's down to 2.7%. And it seems to be going to both the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals right now in the lead, the incumbent in second place. Let's take a look at Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. There, the NDP support has gone from 18.9 percentage points to 5.5. Now, super early, but still interesting to note and to keep an eye on. And now Richmond East, Steveston, this is another riding that kind of shows what's happened to the NDP support. It's gone from 19% in 2021 to 3.7%. Both the Liberals and Conservatives up. It looks like the Conservatives in Richmond East, Steveston might be benefiting more from that drop in NDP support than the Liberals are. But throughout British Columbia. We said this hours ago. I mean, maybe it was yesterday. I'm not sure. But anyway, hours ago.
We haven't been here since yesterday, to be
feels
fair.
That way,
yeah,
though.
I know.
Anyway, what would happen to NDP support? Would it drop? It seems to be doing that in British Columbia and in a province where the Liberals and Conservatives are so competitive in so many ridings. Who will benefit the most from that? Still very much in flux, but they both seem to be benefiting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's get another part of that story, and that's to look at whether a majority is still possible here as we wait to make a firm call on what kind of government Canada has chosen. So here you go again. This is back to the House of Commons. All those red seats there, leading and elected. So that gets you up to 157. Now we're going to add incumbents to come. Those are the pink seats. That is 9. So they need to hold the 157 they have, gain 9, and they are still under 6, not quite reaching a majority so far with those numbers. But let me give you another little piece of information that is relevant as we think about whether this is going to be a majority government, and that is that there are 44 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. And in 24 of those, the Liberals are in second place, meaning that there is still a possibility that they could flip some of those ridings and indeed get over that threshold of 172. And that also tells you why we're not saying anything just yet, because there's a lot still in flux here. It's possible, but it's getting a little bit harder for the Liberals to get there, and they're going to have to work a lot harder in these other ridings and these counts in order to make it. Let's go to Adrian now, who has some results.
You bet. You're talking about tiny margins. You're talking about areas the Liberals want to flip. Let's look at some of those. Let's start with Kitchener Centre. You are not seeing green on the map on the bar at the bottom because Mike Morris is trailing by 33. Just 3 out of 213 polls reporting, but it's the very thing Rosie's been talking about. Let's look at another one, Hamilton Centre. Again, the NDP wanted to hang on to that. Liberals are leading with 55, just 55. One last, another one that's tiny margin. That is Niagara South, and that is a riding that would have flipped to the Conservatives in redistribution. The Liberals are holding it with just 22. Only one poll reporting there, Rosie.
Okay, so some of those early results you're seeing, some of those tight places. Oh, I think you've got one more elected
here.
here.
Well, look at that, and that's a big one to miss. That is Leslie Church, projected elected in Toronto St. Paul's. That was a rematch against Dawn Stewart. That lead, 1,840. She lost that by 647 votes in that by-election that started everything that's happening right now. You can draw a direct line between that and this.
Yeah, that loss, that by-election loss, was part of what got Liberals upset with Justin Trudeau and starting to speak more openly about how he needed to leave. A lot of Conservatives thought that by-election win was an anomaly. And indeed, the Liberals have taken back that riding tonight with Leslie Church. Let's have a look at Conservative headquarters now and see what's shaking over there. Also in Ottawa. Okay. Yeah. That is what it looks like when you know you're not going to form government, and it looked like you were back in January, 25 points ahead. They are waiting to see whether they can hold the Liberals to a minority, which would be something to celebrate for them, but we are waiting to see more. I should also tell you that we are waiting for results to come in from Pierre Poilievre's riding. They've started to come in. Remember, he and his riding was up against 91, I believe, other candidates. But as you can see there, this is only one poll reporting. The Liberals slightly ahead. The expectation would be that Pierre Poilievre would win, but there was some concern expressed about how that long ballot initiative, which is a protest movement to try and protest the first past the post system that we have, would affect this. Obviously, Elections Canada has been counting those ballots for a very long time. They got special dispensation to start much earlier in the day. Oh, David's got a long ballot with him.
Rosie,
of course you have a prop.
Because we have an arts and craft division at Power and Politics, we had a replica. This is the ballot you're dealing with in Carleton, right? This is what the longest ballot, this is what 91 names look like, right? And you gotta do this to kind of find Pierre Poilievre. He's right there, by the way, on the ballot. Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal, is right there on the ballot. But just look at the sheer girth of this thing, right? Just look at this, 91 names. So you got to get this, you got to write it, you got to fold it up, they got to stuff it into, I don't know, a mail box as opposed to a ballot box. And there were 43,000 of these cast in the advance vote, right? So that's already in there in the system. That's why they got that special dispensation to go early. So while we may know that the Liberals are going to form government. We don't yet know whether it's going to be a majority government or not. Those by-elections that we were talking about, this happened in Toronto, St. Paul. We hosted one of a by-election special there and with LaSalle and Marvin. It was 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before you got results. Now, with a leader and a seat on the line, may go faster, but they had to count tens of thousands of these. Yeah, that's the challenge we're up against.
I do have to say that those numbers that we saw there with a Liberal advantage, it's because the advance polls were counted first for that riding. So let's not, no one's going to suggest here that that's the direction this is going to take. Arif, you wanted to say something there?
Well, I think it's interesting. You showed that photo of the folks in the conservative room, and the concern that I have is actually what it's going to look like that first Conservative caucus meeting. What I'm getting at, Rosemary, is that in terms of expectations, the expectations were quite large on the part of Pierre Poilievre's caucus, that he would deliver them into government, minority or majority, but he would deliver them into government. They have this legislation that we deal with all the time as parliamentarians. First act of a caucus is to decide on the Michael Chong private members bill about what we're going to do.
If you want to get going, Andrew Coyne's ready for this conversation.
But it's an interesting conversation because I just think what we've seen after consecutive elections is Andrew Scheer turfed, Erin O'Toole turfed. So Pierre Poilievre is concerned with his caucus and the expectations. And I would hear about that on the floor of committees, Rosemary. I would hear about it on the floor of the House of Commons. People measuring the drapes on their future ministerial offices. That has not happened tonight. There's going to be unhappy Conservatives on the
Sure. But let's see. If he improves the Conservatives' results from the last vote, which was 128 with redistribution, he's at 133, 134 here. I don't know. It's possible that some people will want to let him. He could say this is a partial victory if he holds them to a minority. I don't know. I'm just saying. Andrew, you went in, and then I got to go to Catherine here.
It's one thing to measure the drapes. It's another thing to measure the coffin. I mean, it's maybe a little early for that. I think it will depend in part on whether it's a majority or minority.
Totally.
I think you absolutely are right that if he comes out of this with 40% of the vote, he would have bettered Stephen Harper. The other question is, he's got such a lock on the base of the party. Can you really take him out even if the caucus decides?
Yes,
the caucus might turf him. I mean, the base might vote him back in.
Okay,
but Rosemary, in terms of the base of the party, it's the inability to stand up to that base in Alberta that has cost him this election.
Okay,
if he could have stood up to Daniel Smith, I think that's actually what's happened.
Let's talk about it after. I do want to spend time. We're not going to write off anyone because we're not at that stage in the evening at all. Catherine Cullen, apparently you have a guest.
Yes, and first we're going to just talk a little bit about what is going on in Quebec before we get to Vanessa Lee, our colleague on the island of Montreal. Let's start by taking a look at what is going on in LaSalle and Verdun. Oh, perhaps. In fact, we are going to go to Vanessa Lee right away. Let's just get to the good stuff. And there you are, Vanessa Lee, on the island of Montreal. I believe you are with some prominent Liberals. Tell us what's going on.
Well, Catherine, we are at the Society of Arts and Technology in the heart of downtown Montreal, and this is a very happy place because this is where more than a dozen Liberal candidates in the greater Montreal area are gathering and celebrating tonight. And joining me now is Stephen Guilbeault, the Quebec Lieutenant, most recently responsible for Parks Canada as well as Canadian culture and identity. Mr. Guilbeault, congratulations on your party's win. How are you? What's going through your mind right now? Because your riding is still too close to call.
Yes, I think things are looking very well in the riding, but as you rightly say, it's too close to call yet, or it's very early. I think our numbers are very good, but are very early. We're very grateful that Canadians have decided to give us another mandate, and we feel honored, and we will work hard for Canadians. We're asking for a strong government because we know we have tough days ahead, certainly with the U.S. administration and President Trump. We know it's going to be complicated, so the stronger the Canadian government can be, the more united we are, the easiest it's going to be to face President Trump.
What do you think made the difference in this election that Canadians have voted for another Liberal government? And how confident are you that it will be a majority government?
Well, clearly the numerous attacks by President Trump on the Canadian economy, but not just the economy, on our sovereignty and our very identity, I think have really mobilized Canadians. And I think they saw in Prime Minister Carney someone who has experience on the world stage, someone who has experience with the economy, with finance, who has managed crisis versus Pierre Poilievre, who's never done anything else than work on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. And they felt he was the right person for what's coming ahead and the difficult times we have ahead of us.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Catherine.
Lee in Montreal. And Rosie, worth noting, Stephen Guilbeault's riding, it was Gilles Ducep's old riding. It's gone Bloc in the past. It went NDP. Even in 2015, Hélène Laverdière kept that riding.
That's right.
Right now, though, Stephen Guilbeault, about 46% of the vote. Still early numbers, though.
Okay. And you can see there at the bottom of your screen, we have still not made a call about what kind of government Mark Carney will be leading as the 24th Prime Minister. 162 seats leading and elected for the Liberals, 138 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, 10 leading or elected for, I think they're just leading, but maybe leading and elected for the NDP. You need 12 to form official party status. The Greens, oh, look, they just popped up. It seems like every time I mention them, they just appear. Leading and elected in 1. Remember that the number that the Liberals are still hoping to get to tonight is 172. That would give them a majority government and, of course, the ability, the mandate to implement their agenda much, much easier than if they're going to have to work with another party. But what we're seeing tonight is really the story of what this election has been. Largely a two-party race and the collapse of the Bloc and the NDP's vote right now. I want to talk maybe a little bit about popular vote and whether it matters here. I'm just looking at our dashboard. The Liberals are at 44.7%. The Conservatives at 40.6%. And I would just note that these numbers are so big, right? They are so big compared to what you would normally see in an election. 2015, for instance, Justin Trudeau won his majority with 39.47% of the popular vote. That is, I guess, just because we're in this two-party race. Is that how I should read that, Chantal?
Yeah, you should also wait to have the full score.
Yes, of course.
What you're getting is a lot of those Alberta Conservative votes that are kind of
pushing theirs up,
raising the numbers for the Conservatives. But having said that, yes, it is. Both numbers are way too high for the kind, and that's why when you look at the seats and the possibility of a majority government, it's really hard to have a minority government if you do not have a strong third-party presence. And at this point, yes, the Bloc looks like it's going to get 23, 24 seats, but still, we're used to parliaments where minority rule means many parties that have an official party status.
Yes.
And at this point, that's not where we're going tonight. So I'm curious to see how the night unfolds. Yeah. I notice there are still loads of places where the vote has barely been counted.
Yes, there are probably 24 places where, 24 places where it has barely been counted. Worth remembering here that 6 of the last 8 federal elections have produced minority governments, right? The last majority government we had, of course, was Liberal in 2015.
And with 4 parties with official party status, we look like we're going down to 3. I don't really believe there are loads of New Democrat votes hidden in those uncounted votes.
No, we might get to 4. Does that concern anyone that there is fewer, less representation of parties inside the House of Commons in terms of what that means for democracy, Andrew?
I don't think it's a good thing or bad thing on its own. I mean, again, you get into the issue of how representative is the popular vote in that regard. How well represented is it in terms of the number of seats?
Yeah.
But ultimately, the electorate is going to decide whether they want to have a multiplicity of parties or maybe in the present circumstances. That's the question is this a one-off or does this represent a greater degree of change? We've seen the NDP written off before they came back. We've seen the Liberals written off before.
The Bloc, too, yeah.
We've seen the Bloc.
Yeah.
So these are enduring brands, and the wheel goes full circle, and they may come back.
Chantal, then Althea.
On the NDP, they went from no official party status in '93 to a decade or 2 later, I admit, but they still, at some point, they had presence across the country, from Atlantic Canada to BC, including Quebec. So that possibility is still there. Do not assume that a victory for the Liberals tonight is necessarily a Liberal reign for all times.
No.
At some point, the seeds of change will come back, and they might have a better chance to bloom.
Yeah, and Liberals probably shouldn't assume that either. Andrew, and then Althea.
The one thing I think we should be looking for is not just, will they get over the majority, will BC put them over the top, but also how will the Liberals do in Western Canada? One of the things people have been very worried about, some people, is Will this, will another Liberal victory cause Westerners, and some Westerners anyway, to give up on Canada? I should note that the numbers coming in BC and Alberta are looking pretty close to what the polling numbers were suggesting, and the polling numbers are saying the Liberals are going to do better, at least in the popular vote in those provinces, better than they have since 1968. So that should hopefully dampen down some of the sort of attempts to portray this as the West being shut out yet again.
We'll see. We'll see. Last word to you, Althea.
Just a few things. So on that is something that the Liberals were quite concerned about, which is why Mr. Carney spent the last day going to Saskatchewan, going to Alberta to make that case, hoping to grab seats that they otherwise did not have. I think it's not a thing about democracy if there are no parties, smaller parties in the House. I think it's just, if the balance of power is the Bloc Québécois, it is an opening for the Conservatives to say that it's an illegitimate coalition, much like they did in 2008, which basically means that we will have another election.
But it's not a coalition. It's just one party helps another, right?
Right. But they framed the last supply and confidence agreement as a coalition.
The
just
Bloc
because
isn't about to sign a supply and confidence agreement
with anyone. Of course not. They will do issue by issue as they always have, as they have always communicated. But that will not stop the Conservative Party from framing it in that way. Right. And I think it will make it very difficult, especially if Mr. Poilievre remains the Conservative leader, because I don't see areas where, although there actually are lots of policy areas where they could get together, I don't see the personalities leading to cooperation in the House of Commons, which basically just means that we will have an election, if it is a minority government and the Bloc has a balance of power, either later this year or next year.
But at that level, if the NDP doesn't even need official party status, it can have a share of the balance of power. Let's agree that we are not yet in those scenarios where the Bloc was going to become the official opposition, and then I was going to hold a knife to the throat of the government. That's not what's happening.
No, I got to get to David Cochrane here. He's got some stuff from the 905.
Well, look, this is part of the reason why we are where we are. You see the Liberal number actually retreating a little bit. Right now, they are only at 65 seats in Ontario. They are down 10, down 11. And we're going to look at the Greater Toronto area, and this gives you a sense of where we are right now. So you can see here, Mississauga is blue, a Brampton is blue, another Brampton is blue. So Peel region has been breached by the Conservatives at this point in time. As we were saying earlier, this is the gate that they need to break down and get closer to the downtown part of Toronto if they're going to make it more of a game at the top line numbers, but certainly in Ontario. And the Liberals are having a little bit of a struggle, at least at this hour of the night. Similar story. There we go. In Vaughan Woodbridge, this is a Conservative-held seat. Thornhill, that's Melissa Landsman. But York Centre, this is another Liberal seat that is blue at the moment. And in Richmond Hill, Aurora, Oak Ridge is a Newmarket, Aurora. York region and Peel region. The Liberals felt pretty good about Peel region. There was some top-line polling suggesting that it was tightening up there as you got towards Election Day. And you are seeing that also up in the York region, which is what the Liberals were the most worried about in their seats in Ontario. But an interesting thing developing as well here in southwestern Ontario, because look, the Conservative number is 144. Like, that's way up for Pierre Poilievre. Like, that is a big increase in the seats, at least at this point in the night. In the NDP, from Hamilton to London to Windsor right now, those are blue. The conventional wisdom was the collapse of the NDP vote would elect Liberals. But if the Liberals and the NDP both are strong second and third, the Conservatives could come up the middle. That may be what is happening in those areas. And just going back to the GTA, I know this was a concern up in the York region here, was that the NDP vote dropping would help the Liberals run up the score in the downtown Toronto core, where they're going to win just by larger margins. But there were not really any NDP vote to be gained in a lot of these 905 outer areas. And that would you would have a false sense of how viable you were in those ridings, and you would see Conservatives flip those blue. So the Liberals, still early yet in Ontario, but vote inefficiency not playing in their favor as they are down double-digit seats in a province that pollsters from start to finish had them up double-digit points, right?
But that again speaks to what we're talking about around the popular vote and the seat efficiency. Nothing is working as it normally would in an election. That's what's happening, right?
Yes, and Donald Trump obviously disrupted this entire election. I mean, the U.S. president makes about $400,000 U.S. a year. The Liberals should probably book that as a campaign expense, given the way that it's helped them throughout this thing. But, until we get sort of the urban votes in mass number to know exactly how the cities of Canada are going to vote and the suburbs of Canada are going to finally vote, and of course British Columbia, it's hard to know if they're going to get there. But the vote efficiency that has helped the Liberals win the 2019 federal election and win the 2021 federal election, despite losing the popular vote, at this stage, we're not yet seeing that. Now, they're starting to tick back up. They're in 161 right now. Them and the New Democrats and the Greens, Rosie, that's a majority. You got a bingo right there. But, that's a whole lot of work that still needs to be sorted out at this point of the night.
Okay, thank you so much for that, David Cochrane. If you're just tuning in, we have, in fact, called a Liberal government with Mark Carney as Canada's 24th Prime Minister. He also has been elected for the very first time in his life in the riding of Nepean. We are waiting to see whether it's a minority or a majority, so we're going to go to Adrian now, who's got some projected results maybe that will help us get there.
Indeed. So we're looking at a projected elected, the only one that is a flip in Ontario so far. That is Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Again, the only projected elected flip for the Liberals so far in Ontario. Wouldn't it be interesting to talk to Leslie Church? Well, why don't we do that? Let's talk to Eli Glasner, who is in Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Hello, Eli.
Yeah, Adrian, so we are here in our room crammed with volunteers, and here she is, Leslie Church. Congratulations. I want to know from you that very close loss to Don Stewart back in June, and then to pick up the campaign and start again. How was it different when you started knocking on doors for now a second time?
Well, the difference was really Trump and Mark Carney. Donald Trump, I think, has really set the stakes for this election in a way that people understood at the doors. And the change of leadership. Mark Carney came in as a fresh, new, experienced leader for the Liberal Party, and I think people were looking for that too. So that really changed the playing field. And also it was more time to do the outreach that we needed, to hear from people heading into a general election as opposed to a by-election. And I think that was really important. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful for the result tonight.
You lost in the by-election to the Conservative Don Stewart, a small margin of votes of just over 600. Now here you are. How are you feeling this evening?
I feel very good. I feel so grateful for the trust that the community of St. Paul's has put in me. I'm so grateful for the team. We've had just people coming out in this election in ways that I've never seen before, getting involved because of what's at stake. And so I really hope to continue that engagement as we go forward.
I understand people were coming to your campaign manager when he was out putting out signs, something like 4 times the amount of requests for signs. So there really was, this time as opposed to the by-election, a bit of an uphill battle. A lot of voters talking about Justin Trudeau, not so happy, but a different atmosphere this time.
Well, look, the world has changed, and St. Paul's feels that. And so it's absolutely true. We had people coming in literally off the street, getting involved in their first campaign of their lives, saying this matters, this is going to be the most important election of my lifetime in Canada. And we're proud to be part of a party that is pushing a positive agenda, that wants to build a better future here, and most importantly wants to stand up for Canada in the face of Donald Trump. I mean, that was just an existential threat that really loomed over all of this election.
All right, thank you for making time for us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
There you go, Leslie Church. Here at Toronto St. Paul's, very dramatic riding, bit of a bellwether, bit of a wake-up call for the Liberals when the by-election, a big surprise when Don Stewart won just a very small margin. But as you're seeing from those results, a very dramatic difference tonight. And certainly when she came downstairs and entered, this celebration, there were loud cheers. And as we were hearing from the organizers when they were out on the street, when they were knocking on doors, the thing they were hearing again and again was Trump and the tariffs, and those concerns has brought this red wave back to St. Paul's. It was a red riding for many, many years with Carolyn Bennett, and it is red now once again.
Okay, all right, Eli Glasner, who was with Leslie Church there. That's a story of Fortress Toronto, but if you go outside Toronto, it's a different story. Let's look at what is happening in the Greater Toronto area. Used to be known as the Greater Trudeau area for the hold the Liberals had on it, but look at what's happening now. Liberals are down 9 seats, seats that they're not leading in. Conservatives are up 9. That is not what they were hoping for. What's happening in particular ridings? So let's look at Newmarket, Aurora here. This was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals. Last time they hoped they would hang on to it. They are not. Let's look at Brampton. I spent a lot of time in Brampton. Even though this is a place affected by tariffs, everybody there talked about affordability and crime. They were very nervous. That may explain some of what you're seeing here with the Conservatives with the 419 vote lead. One more I want to look at here. This is Milton East, Halton Hills South. Brand new riding in Ontario. It was projected that it would be very close with the Liberals, and yet with only 43 polls reporting, the Conservatives have a lead there of 528. If at the end of the night we are talking about a Liberal minority and not a Liberal majority, you might want to look at what happened in the GTA for some answers there, Rosie.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Adrian. I should tell you there are 5 ridings where we don't have any information yet at all, no data. But you can see there are 2 greens on the board there, and just to give you a sense of who those are, not confirmed, projected elected, but leading. That is both in Kitchener Centre with Mike Morris and with, of course, the co-leader Elizabeth May in Saanich Gulf Islands. We'll, of course, keep you posted on whether those hold. Let's go over to Ian, though, now with some results.
Yeah, Rosie, counting is slow in a lot of the British Columbia ridings, but I do want to take a look at what the seat change looks like at this point. And keep in mind, a lot of the seats in British Columbia are not projected to be done, to be elected, but still in play. But you can see both Conservatives and Liberals up by 3 each, and that's at the expense of the NDP. Let's look at some examples of what's leading to the potential seat change. Langley Township, Fraser Heights. What's interesting to me about this is John Aldag, who used to be an MP, running again here, is how his share of the vote has just soared. It's gone from 30% in the last election in this riding to 48.3%. And so it's not coming at the expense of the Conservatives. They have almost exactly the same support right now, it's early, I know, as they did in 2021. Some of it's the NDP. Their vote has collapsed from almost 20% to just 5%. Vancouver Kingsway. If you know BC politics at all or follow the NDP closely, this will be really surprising to see Don Davies, the longtime incumbent, in second place. It's only a lead of 13, but we'll keep an eye on Vancouver Kingsway. Interesting to see that result. And in Richmond Centre, again, counts pretty small. They're taking a long time to count votes in a lot of the British Columbia ridings, but you see the incumbent Wilson Miao in second place, and the Conservatives right now in a small but still interesting lead. Lots of churn in these early counting moments in British Columbia.
And lots of close races, too. And we'll show you a little bit more about how close some of those races are and why the numbers at the bottom of your screen are moving back and forth so dramatically. And indeed, why we have yet to be able to call what kind of government Canadians have elected here. Right now, the Liberals leading are elected in 156. Remember, it's 172 you need for a majority. Conservatives ticking up to 148. Bloc at 25. NDP at 10. And the Greens now back down to 1. That shows you, as Ian was just talking about there, a lot of churn. A lot of things still moving here, and that means that we're going to take our time to call what kind of government Canada will end up with by the end of the night. We know it will be Liberal. We don't know whether it's a minority or a majority. Catherine Cullen, you have some results.
Yeah, let's look at some places where the numbers are starting to firm up. In this case, we're going to be looking particularly at Quebec and what is happening with the Bloc vote. You can see there the vast majority of the benefit there is going to the Liberals with that one Conservative seat. But some of this is less tentative now. We're going to look at 3 examples of projected elected seats, and they're all pretty interesting, starting with LaSalle and Mard Verdun. Of course, we talked about earlier that famous by-election where the Bloc got into that Liberal stronghold. Well, no more. Claude Gay, projected elected in LaSalle and Mard Verdun. Let's move over to Chateauguay, Les Jardins de Napierville, where Patrick O'Hara lost by 12 votes last time around. This time, it is Liberal star candidate Nathalie Provost who is projected elected in that seat. And finally, in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, the Bloc incumbent Luc Desilets will not be winning the day. Linda Lapointe projected elected in that riding. So giving you a sense, Rosie, of how some of those numbers are firming up in this case. These are not just early numbers. Now we're projecting elected.
And that really tells the story about what's happening in Quebec. The Bloc down and the Liberals picking things up there, which could help them on their road to seeing if they form a minority or a majority government. Where are we going next here? Oh, let's check in with the panel. Yes, Arif Irani.
Well, I just think...
Arif Irani put his hand up, so I should have known that's where we were going next.
Rosie, I think what's important is that sort of understanding sort of the optimism and the aspirational component of the election, right? You've talked about it yourself during the course of this evening. Mark Carney was not a polished politician. I think the fact that he wasn't a polished politician actually allowed him to present himself as a fresh face to Canadian voters, but he was also very ambitious and very confident, right? Going into ridings like Saskatchewan, where we've been talking about Destinity tonight, working on his French for that French language debate, showing that optimism that we could maybe take seats on Vancouver Island. A lot remains to be determined, but I think that optimism was telling, and I think that started to become a bit infectious. And as you saw, as the campaign rollout happened with the advertising, for example, he was front and center on almost everything. And then you saw Pierre Poilievre conversely sort of being resiling a bit and sometimes being replaced by Stephen Harper, which is a bit antithetical to that change narrative. You're talking about a guy who was the Prime Minister 10 years ago. So I think that's important to sort of understand in terms of what's been taking place here. And what I heard from folks in the 416, in the 905, is that that message that Carney was offering was really resonating. So I heard that from James Maloney in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I heard that from people such as Kareem Bardisi, and I will just a personal shout out to Tayakon Park, Delhi Park. He's been declared elected. He will make an excellent successor, and that's a terrific result to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right to point out that issue of leaders' favorability, because that obviously may have been a factor here as well. What I'm not going to accept anymore is that Mark Carney's not a politician. He's a politician, that's it. There's no going back. That's who he is.
Now.
That's who he is for the rest of his life. Yeah.
Well, and if people thought he was going to run as a high-minded technocrat, I think we found he was very much a political animal. And
yes.
He's been after this job for years. He was quite capable of being economical with the truth, quite capable of putting forward policies that were vaporous on observation. You know, he could play the game for good or ill.
Well, he also got good just at talking to people and doing rallies. And, well, Theo, you were out with him for a while.
He got a lot better.
Yeah,
like the first 2 weeks of the campaign, the difference between the last two is just astronomical. Like, he has really fine-tuned his skills as a politician, as a public speaker. I don't want to defend the Conservatives on this panel or any political party, but I mean, I do think that a lot of Conservatives have also pinned their hopes and dreams on Pierre Poilievre, and they feel like, just as so many progressives feel, that Mark Carney is the one to lead them out of the threat of Donald Trump. So many Conservatives and new members of the Conservative Party feel that Pierre Poilievre is the person that is going to make them wealthier and reduce crime and get rid of the homeless on the streets. And you know, I do feel that there has been a lot of projection of aspirations on political leaders in this election.
And that can be dangerous. Obviously, Prime Minister Carney started with lower expectations, but I think what's really quite amazing is that learning curve and how quickly he adapts and how quickly he could pivot from being a leading banker in two different sort of states to an elected representative, because it's difficult, let alone in a different language that isn't his mother tongue. And I think the Quebec electorate has responded to that.
Chantal.
Talking about the Quebec electorate, if you look at the province that did deliver what the Liberals needed tonight, it was Quebec. Take away those 9 gains and we are in a very different territory, the one where we never go to sleep tonight because we're still waiting to figure it out.
Well, that could still happen, let's be clear.
And what was but the feature that caused this, yes, there was the Trump factor, but it was Pierre Poilievre's lack of popularity in Quebec.
Yes.
If Quebecers had not been so viscerally opposed to Pierre Poilievre, the Quebec results for the Bloc would not be as bad as they are. And the Liberals would not be sitting with not a very big lead on the Conservatives seat-wise.
Yeah, no, not a very big lead at all. We'll see where that goes. But if you see that kind of tight, if we're heading towards a minority and is that tight, my gosh, that's not a very stable time for anybody. David, you got some stuff you want to talk about there?
Look, Rosie, I think the political science term for that is a parliament from hell. But what's happening right now is the stories in Ontario, folks. I mean, look, the Liberals have been projected to win the most seats here tonight, but they are down in Ontario, not just below where we thought they needed to be for the path of majority. They're just flat out down. And like, let's go through some of the regions here. The NDP vote is nowhere in Ontario, but a lot of it's going Conservative. So we've seen the Conservatives moving into the Peel region here and like gaining seats in the York region. But what's also interesting is if you go to southwestern Ontario, look at this. Windsor right now is blue. London Fanshawe is blue. I believe Kitchener Centre, the Green Party seat, that is blue right now. And I bet you if we go into the Hamilton area, we're going to see some of that there as well. Look, there's no orange in Hamilton, but in Hamilton Centre, there's a Conservative in the lead right now. So this is the top line numbers, and sort of the conventional wisdom of this election has been that the NDP vote collapse would just all huddle around Mark Carney as the new Progressive Party avatar. But what you're seeing is a lot of those orange votes seem to have gone blue, or at least the orange ridings are going blue because the dynamics where red and orange are pretty strong seconds and third. And you know what? Doug Ford rode this dynamic to a majority in Ontario because you had Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stiles kind of competitive second and third place in vote share. And we're seeing this sort of playing out in Canada's biggest province, in the key battleground of Ontario. The last numbers I had on Ontario, because it is changing back and forth, 63 Liberal is what I'm told right now. They're down 13 in Ontario right now, at 59 Conservative. They're up 18. So the Liberals are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. The NDP are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. And look at that. It's 154 to 152 right now. Like, we're getting close to a tie. Rosie?
Okay, Althea, you want in there, and then Andrew, and then I'm going to get some more results.
Two things.
Yeah.
One, I don't think we actually know enough at this moment because we don't know what the advanced polls are, and there was such a huge turnout for the Liberals. So I don't know, but a lot of the ridings that Mark Carney went to in the last week, like Newmarket, Aurora, King Vaughan, those are all blue at the moment, and I think a lot of the major issues there are crime, and the Liberals really did not speak to a lot of people's anxieties on that. The other thing that you're seeing in Edmonton Centre, in Windsor West, in London Fanshawe, is that the Liberals decided to go after basically NDP incumbents to get to their majority, and Progressives did not know who to vote for. We talked about this at the beginning of the show. And so these are not naturally Conservative seats at all, but the Liberal and the NDP have split the vote, and the Conservative is coming in.
Yeah, Andrew, and then Arif, and then I'm going to take a...
Well, these are remarkable numbers at this point. Now, I know a lot can change. I know we've got the advanced poll. I know that there's probably more urban votes to come in. But a lot of seats are going to have to flip from where they are now to get the Liberals to a majority. And I would certainly only say, let's not equate minority government with instability or parliament from hell. You know, this is, there's, you know, even in a crisis, there's two ways in which you can have stability in a crisis. One is one party wins a majority of the vote and just rams everything through. Another is the parties figure out they have to work together.
I agree, but look at these two parties.
Put aside politics as usual.
Do you see Pierre Poilievre working with Mark Carney?
We'll have to see.
I mean, he believes that the role of the opposition is to oppose. Like, that is how he attacked the NDP in the last
But look, if things get really hairy with Trump, the electorate will be in an unforgiving mood for anybody who's seen to be just playing politics as usual. I think we've seen that the electorate has adjusted their metrics as to how they look at people when they're really scared about things.
Maybe. Quickly, Arif Irani, then I got to go to Catherine Cullen.
Well, I'll agree with a bit of what Althea said, but just politely push back. So on the point about the advanced polls coming out, that we still need to wait for that. There's no doubt. I think the conversation with respect to crime has absolutely happened by Mark Carney, by the platform that he put out. It talks about things like gun control. It talks about things like investments in officers. What it doesn't talk about is suspending charter rights and invoking the notwithstanding clause. I think that's a mature approach, a professional approach, and one that is required from somebody who aspires to the highest office.
Okay. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. That's what's got us all worked up here because things are moving around very quickly and things are very close. And so that's where we are tonight. Yes, it'll be a Liberal government. What kind is anyone's guess? Catherine Cullen.
Yeah, and you see the NDP there hovering just below official party status. But one thing that is a little bit more certain than that, one seat that is a little bit more certain, is that of Alexandre Boulgaris. He maintains the NDP presence in Quebec. And I believe we have Mr. Boulgaris. The CBC's Kwabena Oduro is in the riding of Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. And you got the candidate himself there, Kwabena.
Yes, I do, Catherine. And when it was brought up on screen that he was elected again in his riding, the crowd erupted. And I'm here with Alexander Boulris. What's that feeling like?
No, I'm so proud, and I thank the people of Rosemont Petite Patrie for their confidence for a fifth mandate. We will continue to talk for them and to fight for them and get results.
So it is going to be a Liberal government. What are your feelings about that?
At least it's not a Conservative government, and we showed in the past that we can negotiate with the Liberals and get concrete results for Quebecers, like dental care. So we will continue that kind of work in Ottawa. It's not going to be easy, but I don't know what will be the end of this evening. It's quite exciting.
What do you want Quebecers and Canadians to know now that you are going back to the House of Commons to serve them?
I will be there to talk for their issues, grocery, housing, the cost of living. We will continue to fight for working families, and we will have a close look on the Liberals and Mr. Carney.
So you are happy, your fans here are happy, your volunteers are happy. What is it like seeing your party not do so well tonight, though?
It's difficult. It's a rough night for the NDP in general. We'll see at the end of the evening. But it was difficult from the beginning because of Mr. Trump changed everything. But we will continue to be there for Quebecers and Canadians.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much for that, Kwabena, the CBC's Kwabena Oduro in Rosemont Le Petit Patrie. And I will note, Rosemary, I believe as of right now, Mr. Boulris is the only actually projected elected NDP candidate in the country. There are obviously a number of races where they're leading, but that's the only one the CBC's decision desk has said is a go.
Okay, so again, at the bottom of your screen there, 156 to 149, but those numbers keep bouncing around back and forth, and that's because we still have so many ridings where we do not have a projected elected, and that's what's going to happen until we get things a little more solidified. As David was pointing out, some of the numbers in Ontario may shift a bit still, with advanced polls being counted and what have you. So we might be in for a long evening here. It is late already, but we might be in for a lot longer. Chantal, it looked like you wanted to say something there.
I'm looking at the what's available for Carleton.
Yes.
You talk about Ontario ridings not being, there are not that many polls counted.
No.
But at this point, the Liberal candidate is ahead of Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah.
But that's mostly an illustration. I believe the end result will be a lot tighter than what I'm seeing. But it gives you an idea of how long we might be here before we have some final sense of what's happening. It's,
Yeah.
It seems to me that the vote counting is slower than usual.
It might be.
In many regions of the country. Carleton is a special case because it's got 91 candidates on the ballot.
But, we don't know what the turnout is. If the turnout is anyway what the advanced polls was, if that is reflected in the general, there are more votes to be counted then too, right? That's possible.
Yes, but I also believe that in future Elections Canada should want a protocol where the advanced polls are all calculated at the
ahead
same
of time. Yeah.
So that it doesn't skew the commentary and the results and kind of gives you a more stable basis for what's happening.
Right, because again, in Carleton, where they have those 91 people on the ballot, they were allowed to start counting those votes 6 hours ahead of time. Advanced polls in the rest of the country, it's 2 hours ahead of time if the returning officer wants. It's up to each returning officer to make that decision, and that's why things are a little sticky right now, I would say. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm going to show you. Oh, here we go. This is Carleton here, as Chantal was just saying. A lead of 1,400 for the Liberals, but that could be all those advanced ballots. That is very possible if they were counted first. And only 10 polls reporting. So we're nowhere near calling anything in that riding, but that is why things are so, I'm not going to say volatile, but they are unusual and difficult to predict, I think is a safe way to characterize things in this highly unusual election. Ian, you've got some results.
Well, let's go to Saskatchewan, where things are more stable and the counting has almost, well, it's not been completed. At least the picture is a lot clearer there. And if you look at the vote change, well, look at the share that the Conservatives have. That will come as no surprise to anybody. The Liberals have increased their vote share by 11 percentage points, but kind of only a moral victory when you consider that is not really translating into a significant change in terms of seats, although even winning one seat in Saskatchewan for the Liberals is significant because it'll be the first time that they've done this since 2015. And the seat we're talking about, and we've mentioned it many times tonight, Desnefe, Missinippi, Churchill River, Buckley Belanger is going to Ottawa. He's been a provincial Liberal. He's been a provincial NDP MLA. He ran unsuccessfully for the Liberals last time around. Redistribution changed this riding and made it look a lot more favorable for the Liberals. And of course, the Liberals have won there. But in the cities, Regina and Saskatoon, this is a province that does not have a truly urban riding. So the ridings include the suburbs and the city core. Makes it difficult for the progressive parties to beat the Conservatives. And look at Andrew Scheer, the former Conservative leader. No surprise that he's won Regina Capel by a huge margin. And Regina Capel is where the CBC's Adam Hunter is tonight. Adam, I know you're an expert on things political in Saskatchewan, so you can take this in any direction you want. What's the headline tonight in Saskatchewan?
I think a crack in the blue wall for the Conservative Party. They held with that share vote you showed, Ian, very impressively, but the Liberals gaining that seat in the north is not insignificant. They'll be happy about that. Here in Regina, they were hoping to pick up some steam, maybe Regina-Wascana, Ralph Goodale's former seat. That didn't come to pass as of yet, and you showed us Andrew Scheer's result. No surprise there. Andrew Scheer winning for the 8th time. The class of 2004 coming in at the same time as Pierre Poilievre. As 24-year-olds, we're waiting to hear from Andrew Scheer. He'll be speaking with us, we believe, momentarily.
And what about the state of the NDP in Saskatchewan tonight?
Yeah, Ian, it's a bit surprising and disappointing, I think, at the same time for the NDP because they did so well in the provincial election, putting up a big fight in that provincial result, really increasing their seat count, but that didn't translate federally. The federal and provincial NDP aren't really aligned, and that showed, I think, tonight in the results, that 13% drop in the share of the vote for the NDP, very significant, and the Liberals picking up a lot of second places across the province, which is a surprise here in Saskatchewan.
All right, Adam Hunter, thank you very much for giving us the lay of the land in Saskatchewan. Rosemary.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. Let me show you what's going on at the bottom of your screen there. And that is a whole lot of nothing definitive, basically. 157 leading and elected for the Liberals, 149 for the Conservatives. The Bloc sort of sticking around that number now that most of the counting is done in Quebec. The NDP at 10 and the Greens at 1. And I believe that's Saanich Gulf Islands at this stage. So we are waiting to be able to give you a better sense of what kind of government Mark Carney will lead in his new mandate, where he is an elected prime minister, not just one who won leadership. That is Liberal headquarters, where there was a lot of excitement earlier in the night when it was declared that they would form government. But right now, they are waiting to see what exactly that means. And I guess we're on there, too. So, Ashley Burke, let's hear from you. I think you have a guest with you. And I guess we're on there, too.
I do, and there's a lot of people in the room watching these election results really closely, nervous about whether or not it'll be a majority or a minority government. And with me is David Lametti, the former Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. He left the government last year. He's a longtime friend of Mark Carney and has been providing informal advice to him throughout his campaign. Mr. Lametti, can you just talk about how you're feeling seeing the results come in, especially that projection for the first seat in Saskatchewan?
Look, I'm really happy that Mark Carney will continue to be Prime Minister of Canada. I think that's critical. I'm really happy that in the riding I used to represent, Claude Gay has won that riding back for the Liberal Party. And I'm glad that Buckley Belanger has won a seat in Saskatchewan. I think that's critically important for the government's credibility to be able to have support in all regions of the country. So I'm really pleased about that. Obviously, there are a lot of close races that we would want to see the end of. Hopefully our numbers will go up a little bit when the advanced polls come in Ontario and other places. But look, if you had asked me in December if these numbers were possible, I would have said no. With Mark Carney in place, we've got these numbers, we've got government, we can serve Canadians, we can stand up to Mr. Trump. There's so much we can do that we couldn't do last November, last December.
Right now, do you still think the Liberals can win a majority tonight?
Well, there are a lot of tight races left. A lot of really tight races in Ontario. We'll see more tight races in British Columbia. We still have to wait and see the advanced polls. So let's see what happens. We know we're going to get government. Let's hope that that government is a strong one.
The vote is so divided right now. What does that say to you about the state of politics in Canada?
There's division out there, and we need to work. We need to work as a country, and we need to work as a government. Mr. Carney, Prime Minister Carney, is going to have to work as a government to be a rassembleur, to bring people together. There's a lot of misinformation out there. We need to combat that. We need to establish the ability to talk to each other again. And since I left politics, it's been a lot easier to talk to people on all sides. And it is something that we all just have to do. Every single citizen has to do it. But a government in particular has to lead, and Mr. Carney will lead us.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Lametti.
Thanks,
That's
Ashley.
David Lametti, the former Justice Minister here at the Liberal headquarters.
Okay, thank you, Ashley Burke. And of course, David Lametti, a good friend of Mark Carney's, who has been advising him, is what we kind of understand, a little bit throughout this campaign. As you see Liberals there waiting to find out how this night is going to unfold. Catherine Cullen, do you have some results?
Yeah, well, Rosie, a lot of action happening on that board. So let's go to Alberta, look at some of the cities and see where some of that action is happening. I believe we are going to start here with Edmonton Griesbach. There you go. Now, this was a rematch, right? Kerry Diot, the previous MP for this riding, Blake Desjardins of the NDP, won it in the last election. Kerry Diot has won it back. That is projected elected. So that is one of the certainties tonight, and some of the movement that you're seeing there also speaks to what is happening with the NDP numbers. Let's head over to Calgary. In Calgary Centre right now, the Conservative incumbent Greg McLean is in second. This is a riding that the Liberals took in 2015, but Greg McLean has had it for some time, so we're going to want to watch the results there. Calgary Confederation, Corey Hogan. If you're a political nerd, like some of the people in this room, cough, cough, you might know Corey Hogan from his podcast, The Strategists. Right now, he is in the lead, but he's got quite an opponent in Jeremy Nixon, somebody well-known in provincial politics. And finally, Calgary McKnight, where the Liberal George Chahal finds himself in second at this point. The Conservative Delwinder Gill ahead by more than 400 votes at this stage of the game, Rosie.
Lots of interesting races there in Alberta. Thanks for that, Catherine. Want to show you a little bit of how the leaders are doing. Those are the MPs or candidates I'm tracking. Let's start with Mark Carney. As we said, he handily won his riding, my gosh, by more than 10,000 votes in Nepean. First time he has been elected to public office, first PM to never hold an elected position, and also, here's another bit of trivia, first Prime Minister born in Northwest Territories, although he grew up mostly in Alberta. Next, let's have a look at okay, that is Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Again, he is trailing the Liberal by 1,700 votes. Not a lot of polls reporting, and as we talked about before, advanced polls may indeed be a factor here. The longest ballot initiative, also a factor. There were 91 candidates on that ballot, but right now Pierre Poilievre trailing in his own riding. Okay, Yves-François Blanchet, we told you about that either. Also, a big lead for him, an easy win in Belleuil-Chambly as leader of the Bloc Québécois. And this is Burnaby Central. It is early still, but the news here is what many in the NDP feared. Jagmeet Singh is in third place in his own riding of Burnaby Central, the Liberal leading by 240 votes. But for Jagmeet Singh to be in third, that might be the start of a very bad story for him tonight. And there you go, Elizabeth May. She is leading in her riding by 1,700 votes. Saanich Gulf Islands will continue to watch there. Elizabeth May, of course, has been around for a long time. She is the co-leader of the Green Party at this stage. And that's because this man, Jonathan Pedneau, is the other co-leader. He decided to run in Outremont, came in fourth. Rachel Bendayan easily re-elected in the riding of Outremont in Quebec. And one more. There you go. This is in the riding of the Beauce. You can see the Conservative there won. My gosh, that is a huge margin, 20,000 votes in the Beauce. Maxime Bernier placing third. He is still the leader of the People's Party of Canada. We'll see whether that party continues after tonight. There has been very little success for him tonight and losing badly in his own home riding of the Beauce. All right, let's go back to David Cochran, who's got some updates and some information.
We're going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador and show you
right.
what's happening in Terra Nova and the peninsulas, and let this riding be a lesson for us throughout the night, because the Conservatives were leading in this all night. But look at this. With 2 polls left to go, the advanced polls, where the Liberals are believed to have dominated, Anthony Germain has gone from hundreds of votes back to just under dozens of votes ahead. He's got a 23-vote lead over Jonathan Rowe right now, with 268 of 270 polls reporting. We've seen some change, for example, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser has moved out to a pretty big lead right now, almost 2,000 votes. But Miramichi, Grand Lake is flipping back and forth in New Brunswick, and this is all on the advanced polls. And that's going to be something we've got to watch in the GTA, for example. Rosie, as I was saying earlier, the Liberals are down about 10 seats in Ontario. There's a lot of advanced votes, they think, still to be counted in a lot of these ridings where they are losing. The vote efficiency, you would expect, with them being in the 44% or wherever it is in the popular vote, is not quite showing up, because they're winning these seats by bigger margins. And a lot of the NDP loss, essentially what's happened is, like, the Liberal surge in the NDP collapse has elected a lot of Conservatives, or at least has the Conservatives more competitive at this point in time based on the vote splits. But you go back and look at what has happened in Terra Nova, what's happened in Central Nova, the Novas basically, on the East Coast. You're seeing the power of the advanced vote coming in and driving results late. So, you know, as we look at the tightening back and forth, as these results come in massive numbers, Carleton, for instance, the Pierre Poilievre riding, 43,000 advanced votes in a single riding there. So there's numbers like that in the tens of thousands right across the country.
And to that end, look at what's going on now at the bottom of your screen. Things have changed pretty dramatically again. Now the Liberals shooting back up to 163 and the Conservatives dropping down to 146, the NDP dropping there as well. So that shows you a little bit, again, how fluid things are still at this hour. What the heck time is it? 11:30 Eastern. Polls have all been closed since 10 o'clock Eastern, an hour and a half in. Yes, we've said who's going to form government, but because those numbers continue to shift around a lot, because of the way this election has unfolded, really being a race between the two main parties, that is where we're at tonight. Still lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call on what kind of government you will end up with by the end of this night, or who knows, maybe early into tomorrow morning. Let's go to this result, though, that has been projected elected. Here it's coming. There you go. And that is in the riding of University Rosedale. Chrystia Freeland has been projected elected with a significant lead, more than 8,400 votes. And Chrystia Freeland joins me now. Congratulations to you, Chrystia Freeland.
Thank you, Rosie Barton.
How are you feeling about where the Liberal Party is tonight? Yes, you're going to form government again. Not sure what kind of government, but what do you make of what has been a remarkable turnaround?
I think it's a remarkable turnaround, Rosie. You know, I look back to where we were as recently as December, and you know as well as I do that at that point, people had totally written us off. People were even talking about whether the Liberals would retain official party status. And right now, you are talking about what the strength of our government will be. So to me, that is a remarkable comeback, and I really want to say kudos to our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who showed in his few weeks as Prime Minister that he is totally up to the job, and he has been a remarkable campaigner. So this is a great night for the Liberal Party. It's a great night for Canadians. What I have experienced in my own riding, supporting 27 other candidates in Ontario and places like Saskatchewan, is Canadians recognized that this was a critical moment for our country. Canadians understood that the ballot question is who can fight for Canada, who can stand up to Donald Trump, and the answer is the Liberal Party and Mark Carney.
How much responsibility do you take for where we are at tonight? Because one could argue that part of your move to quit is what triggered Justin Trudeau's resignation, Mark Carney's arrival. Do you take any solace in that difficult decision, given where you are tonight?
You know, Rosie, obviously, I did not have a crystal ball on that morning when I took the really tough decision to resign from the cabinet. but I knew it was the right thing to do. I didn't know what would happen next, but I knew that we were headed in the wrong direction and that I had to do something about it. And I knew it was the right thing then. I'm delighted by our party's comeback and really grateful to all of the fabulous Liberals who have come out and worked so hard for this result. I've seen in my own campaign and campaigns across the country, people really getting this is an existential moment for Canada and showing up and working hard and showing, democracy, it's a noun, but we have to make it a verb. So for me, this campaign has been a really joyous experience and a moment when I have been so proud of Canada, so proud to be Canadian, and felt this real palpable wave of patriotism. Now we need to harness that patriotism and use it to unite our country and to build our country. And I know that that is what Mark Carney's government is going to do.
Okay, Chrystia Freeland, thank you for making the time on this busy night for you. Congratulations. We will speak again soon, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too.
Okay, thank you. That's Chrystia Freeland, who has easily won her riding tonight. She is projected elected. Adrienne Arsenault has some more results.
Not such an easy battle in other parts of Ontario. We've been talking all night about how tight it is. Well, let's just look at some places where it's very tight. Eglinton Lawrence, Vince Gasparo, only leading by 55 with 114 polls reporting. This is happening all over Ontario. Let's look at another riding where it is extremely tight. Brampton, North Caledon. Ruby Sahota, the government whip, again, only leading by 29. There are 6 seats in Brampton. Almost all of them are very, very tight. The one I find especially interesting is the next one here, which is Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore. Now, it's 325 votes. This was initially thought that it might be a Liberal NDP toss-up, but look at what is happening. And if the numbers don't tell you a story, let's look at this next graph, which shows how tight it has been there all night long. This is the vote share in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore. Look at that line between the Liberals and the Conservatives. This is the story that is playing out in many, many ridings across Ontario, potentially across the country. That is why the number keeps bouncing the way it does at the bottom of your screen, Rosie.
Okay, yeah, it sure does. It's moving around an awful lot, but right now tracking a little more heavily for the Liberals. Remember, a majority government, 172. The Liberals right now projected or elected in 164. Let me show you what the vote share looks like right across the country. Adrienne showed you that one particular riding. Look at that. 42.6 for the Liberals, 41.7 for the Conservatives. That is how close things are. And again, the second part of that story is as you go down your screen and you see what's happened to the Bloc and the NDP at just 5%, which is undoubtedly a devastating outcome for them. They are not yet right at official party status. Not sure whether they will get there. That is the number 12 that you have to watch for. But again, lots of things still fluid and in flux. And Ian's going to tell us a little bit about some of that.
Let's take a look at Vancouver Island. This has been a fortress in the past for the NDP, and a lot of people wondered what would happen to their seats. And you can see here that right now the NDP is trailing in 4 of the ridings that they hold on Vancouver Island, and both the Liberals and the Conservatives are taking the lead there. None of these, though, are projected elected. But let's take a look, first of all, at Victoria. Will Greaves, University of Victoria professor, has pretty well doubled the vote share for the Conservatives in a riding which for a long time has been held by the NDP. I talked to another professor at UVic who said that Professor Greaves got the nomination back when it didn't look like there was really any chance of the Liberals winning. Well, now next year he's not going to teach any students. He's going to be heading to Ottawa. Esquimalt Saanich Suk, Stephanie McLean has gone from being a cabinet minister in the Rachel Notley NDP government in Alberta to displacing the NDP candidate here. This is Randall Garrison's old riding, so of course he was an analyst with us earlier tonight. Obviously the incumbent not running again, but Maya Tate, Mayor Suk, was seen as a star candidate, and you can see she is in 3rd place. Let's take a look at Nanaimo Ladysmith, another place where the NDP support has plummeted And Tamara Cronus is a lawyer, but on her website, it says you might find her bartending at the Legion, sport shooting, or playing bridge. So a lawyer with a bit of a twist. That's kind of interesting. And yeah, huge lead going on in Nanaimo. Ladysmith. Let's look at North Island, Powell River. This is a riding that I think some Conservatives thought they would win easily. And this is a riding that so far the NDP candidate, who is not the incumbent, has managed to hold on to more or less the share that the NDP had last time around. But still, Conservatives in the lead by just over 500 votes, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I'm going to show a couple of boards myself now to explain a little bit more of the story we're seeing tonight. This is sort of what we call a party summary board, how they're doing right across the country at this stage in the evening. So you can see their vote share 5.5% overall. But look at those numbers on the right, on the far right of your screen. Those numbers down. The NDP is down in every region of the country. And let me show you where some of that has gone by showing you this next board. This is the Liberal Party. Overall, 42.6%. But look at that. Look at what has happened to them on the right of your screen. Up in every single region of the country. And that explains a little bit where we are tonight. That collapse of the NDP, yes, has supported everyone, the Conservatives and the Liberals, but the Liberals really surging with some support growth, some growth in every part of the country. Let's go to David Cochrane.
Yeah, Rosie, I mean, the NDP are down by double-digit percentage points everywhere. They could go down by double-digit percentage points. The only spot where they're not are the ones where they were in the single digits to begin with. But look, the path to party status was a difficult one for the NDP coming into Jagmeet Singh's third national election. They need 12 seats to get there. It's going to be tough. They have nothing in Atlantic Canada. We know that. They do have one seat in the island of Montreal. Alexandre Boulay-Rees was re-elected in the Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie riding. That's one. He's the Eastern Canadian flank. We do have them leading in Nunavut, but I don't believe they're elected yet in Nunavut. But let's look at Ontario. Let's look at Greater Toronto Area. Olivia Chow is the mayor of Toronto. There is not a single speck of orange anywhere to see in the GTA. We go into southwestern Ontario, northern Ontario. That was Charlie Angus' seat. Right now, that is blue on our map. You go into southwestern Ontario. There was an NDP seat in Windsor. Right now it is blue. There was one in London. Right now it is blue. You go further east into Hamilton. There was an NDP seat. Right now it is blue. Their vote collapse, while the Liberals have gone up, the vote inefficiency has created a path for Conservatives in a lot of seats that I'm getting texts from people in the NDP campaign saying this is the consequence of strategic voting. People hurrying to the Liberals stop the NDP from stopping Conservatives in seats where if they're voted held, they might have won. Either way, they have two seats basically in the north and all of Eastern Canada. You get into Manitoba, you go into Winnipeg. This was another place where they had three seats coming into this. Right now, Leah Gazan is the last New Democrat standing in Manitoba. She has been elected, I'm told, in Manitoba. In Saskatchewan, they are nowhere at this point in time. You go into Alberta, you go to Edmonton. We already reported earlier, Blake Desjardins had lost his riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. Heather McPherson is leading right now in Edmonton-Strathcona. So that means, really, obviously, no growth potential here. No growth potential here. It all comes down to British Columbia. This is where the core of the NDP caucus was. They had 13 seats in the last parliament from British Columbia. Ian talked about what's happening on Vancouver Island. Well, you know, this is going to be tight. It's already one of the orange seats is flipped blue as the counting goes back and forth. You know, I have described Vancouver Island as the Narnia of Canadian politics. You got green, red, blue, and orange. Nowhere else in the country does that happen, but it's playing out here on Vancouver Island. But you have Liberals in Victoria leading right now for the first time since David Anderson was a member of Parliament in the Chrétien years. But look, this is where it really comes down to right now, is the Lower Mainland. In Greater Vancouver, there were 5 NDP seats in Vancouver, including the leader, Jagmeet Singh. He's trailing right now. The others are close. Don Davies in Vancouver Kingsway, the last update I had on that was less than 300 votes. So these are the areas where the NDP needs to come back, Rosie, if they're going to get to the 12 seats. But the arse is out of their vote. It's up to Vancouver to put it back in there. And I don't know if they have enough time and enough ground game to get it done at this stage of the night.
Okay, thank you for that, David. We can, though, elect another leader. Let's show you that. Elizabeth May has won her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands with a significant lead, more than 2,500 votes. She was first elected in 2011. She continues to be the co-leader of the party. Her other co-leader lost in his riding in Outremont, so we'll see what that means for the future of that party. But right now, only one seat, and it's hers, in British Columbia. She has always been an effective parliamentarian, but obviously difficult when growth continues to elude that party, particularly in an election like this. Chantal Hébert, what are you thinking?
I think this is what it looks like when we have a two-party system.
Yeah.
And the nights get long because it's a one-on-one battle.
Yeah.
And there are so many contradictions. I keep going back to the riding of Carleton.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre's riding, which after 40 polls now, he is still lagging well behind. I'm not saying he's going to lose, but you would think they've done well in Ontario. And yet in his riding, this is happening. But the night we're having now is a direct product of the fact that we had a binary campaign.
Yeah.
And the reason why we're all a bit trying to find our footing is because we've never done an election night that was like this one.
Yeah.
Where none of the usual assumptions allow us to know how this is going to end.
Yeah.
Yes, we know it's going to end with the Liberal government.
Yes.
I also believe the advance poll thing and the lack of a protocol forces us to not go anywhere because we don't know where those votes have been counted.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that hopefully will be the last time we will have an absent over the universal word on how you count those votes so that we know what we're dealing with when we see results.
Well, and it can be done, right? Because the chief electoral officer issued that special directive for Carleton to begin counting advance votes 6 hours before because they were so long. Again, it is the choice of the returning officer, so that's what they get to decide. I guess the issue is, should they be able to decide that way? I will remember an election. Now I'm really dating myself, where Jean Charest was going to win in Sherbrooke, and it looked like he was about to lose.
Oh, the Radio-Canada declared him lost.
That's right.
Half an hour was lost on burying Mr. Charest, who subsequently won his seat.
He won, and I was in Sherbrooke, and they kept saying to me, "Don't do it, don't do it. The boxes aren't open." And that is exactly what happened. The advance ballots got opened, and he clinched his riding.
So you know why I'm obsessing over advance
I do.
votes?
I've
because I lived through that.
Yeah. Andrew?
Yeah, I have one small concern about that, which is to date, we have not had a lot of conspiracy theories about Canadian elections, that we mark them with a paper ballot. It's hard for people to make funny business out of it. But we did see some people talking about, pens versus pencil, et cetera. And I'm certainly hoping that there won't be anybody jumping on this advance thing where if it comes in a wave at the end and the Liberals improve their seat count, I hope that will not give rise to people saying, well, it was all because there was some funny business with the advance polls.
Well, you can use a pen, but they do have special paper, so even if you use a pencil, it doesn't get erased, just so people fact check that. But if you have 7.3 million votes in advanced polls, something's going to happen. Either it's happened or it's going to happen, because that's a lot of people who voted,
That's
a record number,
So as I say, for some people, that's going to feed some conspiracy theories.
Perhaps, yeah. Althea?
Even though I absolutely agree on the advance polls, and we don't know where it's going, but the trickle that you normally see in ridings that the Liberals should have felt confident holding is not there. It is bad news for the Liberals in the 905, and so there's probably a lot of people feeling quite antsy at the moment about the results that they're seeing in Brampton, for example. I mean, it's just so tight.
Yeah.
It's so tight. And Mark Carney will be the Prime Minister, but there will be a lot of, I think, reaching out to millions of people who did not vote for that party. When I asked him about that on Saturday, I felt his answer was not sufficient, but we were not allowed to ask follow-up questions, so.
Yeah, I'm told we're at about 38% turnout. Is that right, where we are right now? So that suggests that there's a lot of ballots that have not been counted.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
25% of the vote,
I bet
right?
it
You
was
know, like
25%.
7.3 million people voted.
Unless really nobody voted today, which I also find hard to believe, because I was also told 1 million votes had been counted. So the count may be slow. That might be part of the problem.
Maybe we want to do Churchill? Maybe we
and
Turning into California.
and what?
We're turning into California, where it takes them a week to count the.
I don't think that's happening, but yeah.
I know you're
Yeah.
taking breakfast orders.
Yeah.
Sunny side up. And
I can get you a coffee. I don't know that I can do eggs yet. I'll get my Uber Eats out if I have to. We'll get you guys sorted. Okay. I'm going to go down to show you where we're at right now as we talk about all these factors that are not allowing us to make any determination on how this night is going to end as we get closer to midnight Eastern here. 161 leading and elected for the Liberals. We've told you they're going to form the next government. We are not confused about that. That is going to happen. Confident in that projection. The second part of the story is what is left there on your screen, at the bottom of your screen. 150 for the Conservatives. That is moving up and down pretty often, that number. The Bloc pretty much holding where you see it around 23, 24. The NDP not getting into the double digits for some time now, and that one green there, Elizabeth May. So that is where the fluidity of the evening is, and as Chantal just brightly pointed out, it is because of this unusual race where we are really talking about two parties fighting it out, as you can see there on the bottom of your screen, that it makes it very difficult at this stage to know how the night is going to end, because all the things that we would normally know during an election simply aren't happening, even when it comes to the share of the vote, which is pretty evenly matched as well. I'm going to go to Ian, who's got some results now.
Before I get to the results, I want to say one of the cool things about sitting here is that when David Cochrane uses a phrase that's very colorful from Newfoundland, and I can watch Andrew Coyne's face.
Yeah.
It was not on camera, but it was one of the most amazing moments of the evening. So good on all of you.
I'm here for a good time and apparently a long time.
Anyway, that was really nice.
Cable.
It's after dark, right? So
let's go to Manitoba now and start with seat change in the province of Manitoba, where they've been counting for a long, long time. And you can see the Liberals up 2 at the expense of the NDP, though only one of those 2 is elected. The other one is leading. But let's take a look, first of all, in the one they're leading. We've talked about it a few times already. Nikki Ashton has been the longtime we're going to actually start in Winnipeg West. Doug Ailson, ER Doc, who was an MP for this riding and then got beaten by Marty Morantz, has turned the tables on him, and he is going back to Ottawa. I think we're going to go up north now. Yes, we are. Churchill Kiwatanuk-Aski and the longtime MP, Nikki Ashton, is trailing by quite a bit. So we don't have enough information there to declare this riding, but you can see it's a big and solid lead for Rebecca Chartrand, who lost this riding by a small margin to Nikki Ashton way back in 2015. And let's look at the perfect bellwether, the riding in Winnipeg South, which since I think 1988, the winner of this riding is also a member of the government. It happens time and time again, and it's happened again. Terry Duguid is leading, or actually has been declared elected there. Bartley Kivas, our CBC reporter who's done some excellent work in Manitoba covering politics, is with the winning candidate in that riding. Go ahead, Bartley.
So, Ian, as you mentioned, Winnipeg South is a perfect bellwether since it was created in 1988. It is only elected candidates from the party that wins, and I'm with one of them right now. Terry Duguid, first of all, when you were thinking in December 2024 about your prospects, and think back to that right now, what would you tell yourself from a few months back?
Well, I thought we were always in the game, but it's been a very decisive victory tonight, and I'm very grateful to the people of Winnipeg South and these amazing volunteers that are behind us. So,
a decisive victory here, but not a decisive victory nationwide. What do you make of the very close margin here and the fact that you've fallen short of a majority?
Well, it was a very hard-fought race. The polls were very, very close all throughout the election campaign. But compared to where we were a few months ago, I think we can be very, very happy about the result tonight.
So in a couple of months, if these results hold and you're sitting there in the House and the Bloc Québécois votes with you for the first time, what will your response be to the Conservatives who say this is yet another coalition?
Well, I think we have to respect the will of the Canadian people. They give us the Parliament that they give us. We have a responsibility to work with all parties in the House, and we will do that. NDP, Bloc, Conservatives. Our country is under threat right now from our neighbor to the south, so we need to work together to stand strong for Canadians.
Terry, thanks very much for taking the time here.
All right, Bartley, thank you very much. And we have the CBC projected that the Liberals will form government, and we have not yet had a projection as to whether that government will be majority or minority. Still a lot of counting to be done. Rosemary.
That's right. Okay, thank you, Ian, and good to see our friend Bartley Kivas out there in Manitoba. Catherine, you've got some results.
Yeah, we said earlier, Rosemary, that the NDP lost the seat of Edmonton-Griesbach, but they have held on to another seat in Edmonton, and that is the seat of Edmonton-Strathcona. You can see projected, elected, re-elected Heather McPherson, and the CBC's Sam Sampson is in that riding of Edmonton-Strathcona tonight. Hey there, Sam.
Hi, Catherine. Yes, and we are here with NDP projected winner of Edmonton-Strathcona, Heather McPherson. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I mean, let's chat about what you said at that stage there just a few minutes ago. The future of the New Democratic Party is in this room, and for the West, that might be you. So nationally, there's a bit of disappointment of how the party has done so far. Where do you go from here as the NDP?
Well, honestly, first of all, I want to say thank you so much to all of the people of Edmonton-Strathcona who were kind enough to send me back to Ottawa. And, I'm going to still do the same thing tomorrow that I've done every single day since I was elected in 2019. I'm going to get up tomorrow and I'm going to fight for people in Edmonton-Strathcona, people in Edmonton, people in Alberta, and people in Canada. That's what New Democrats do. This room was filled with people who were volunteers, who knocked on doors. We had the best candidates in the city. We had a great team. It just, the way things went, people were voting out of a sense of fear this election. And New Democrats do better when people are voting out of a sense of hope and optimism.
Well, you say you have the best candidates in the city, but unfortunately for your party, Blake Desjardins lost his seat to Carrie Diot in Edmonton-Griesbach. In terms of being the orange spot in Alberta at the moment, I mean, how do you represent the West when you go back to Ottawa when there is such strife within the National Party?
In 2019, I was the only New Democrat elected in Alberta, and we were able to get so many things done. With my private member bill, I was able to stop coal mining in the Rocky Mountains. We were able to actually move. In this last parliament, there were 25 New Democrats, and look what we did. The biggest expansion of healthcare in a generation under Jagmeet Singh, a pharmacare plan that the Conservatives and Liberals had voted against time and time again, and that was only 25. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. But New Democrats are used to a lot of work. We're used to doing this, and we are going to hold the Liberal government accountable, and they are going to have to live up to their promises to Canadians to make life more affordable, to make sure that groceries are affordable, to make sure that there is housing and people can afford somewhere to live.
Well, there are a lot of issues there that you just mentioned that I'm sure resonate with many Canadians. Heather McPherson, congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much.
Now, Catherine, Heather won this seat pretty firmly back in 2021 with 60% of the vote. We have called it so far for Heather in this moment. Polls are still reporting, but we are looking at about 12 percentage points less at the moment. We'll see where the night takes us.
Really interesting. Thank you very much for that, the CBC's Sam Sampson. And Rosemary, Heather McPherson saying the future of the NDP is in this room. Pretty noteworthy when they have not right now. They don't have official party status, and the party's leader is in trouble in his own riding.
Yeah, and let me show you just that very thing. There you go. Jagmeet Singh continues to trail, continues to be in third place. That's where he's been this night in his riding of Burnaby Central. It had been a concern for the party, and it continues to be so. So we'll see whether Mr. Singh is even able to hang on to his own riding in Burnaby South. And so I'm going to go to Randall Garrison. I brought him out there. So we'll start with the good for you, Heather McPherson. A bit of a star MP for the NDP, frankly. She was re-elected in her riding, but also a loss of Blake Desjardins. And Mr. Singh is in some trouble. What are you thinking tonight?
Well, it's obviously not a happy night for New Democrats, but I think what
most New Democrats understand is that this is an election where a lot of our traditional supporters held their noses and said, we have to vote for the Liberals to keep Pierre Poilievre out and also to have the strongest possible stance against Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And so they've lent their votes to the Liberal Party this time. But remember, the NDP is still the government in 2 provinces. We're the official opposition in 4 provinces. I still see a path to 12 seats there because the NDP heavily works advanced polls and everyone knows that. I think we could still end up with 12. I think the Liberals could still end up 12 seats short of a majority. So we could still have a fairly positive outcome. But I'm not trying to say that this is a good night for us.
No, you're not going to sugarcoat it. You're a political scientist and recovering politician.
Recovering both. So, but I think there's room to rebuild from this.
Sure.
And that Canadians will remember that Mark Carney is first and foremost a banker and an investment capitalist. And so when it comes time for the Parliament to try and deal with the trouble that Trump is going to cause for ordinary Canadians, there need to be those voices there to say, what are you actually going to do to make it better for ordinary people? And there'll still be at least 9 or 10, if not 12, New Democrats to raise those questions.
Do you think, though, that Mr. Singh should have, earlier in the campaign, we talked a lot about how Mr. Poilievre should have pivoted, and who knows if that's actually the truth given where the numbers are. But I wonder whether Mr. Singh should have pivoted earlier, whether he should have not suggested that there was some world in which he was going to be prime minister and should have pushed more for the balance of power and protecting the things that you're talking about.
Well, it's a very short campaign we've been in, and so pivoting earlier means a week earlier, maybe?
Well, no, starting from that point, maybe.
Well, from the beginning, we had no idea what was going on because of Trump. We had no idea what kind of campaign it was going to be. We had no idea that this big shift would be, whether it would be lasting for Carney or there was a bump. Yeah. So for the first couple of weeks of the campaign, nobody really knew what was happening. And once we did know what was happening, he did shift very quickly.
Right. What happens if he loses a seat?
Well, it's always hard for leaders to lose their seat if they want to stay on as leader. And I'm ultra honest. I don't know whether he'll want to stay on as leader if he loses his seat. Yeah. It's going to be very difficult for him. I know it's been very hard on his family because of the threats that have been made to him. Yeah. And maybe he won't wish to continue. On the other hand, the advanced polls come through, he still wins his seat, we still have 12 and the Liberals are 12 short, that's another whole thing. So that's a story you can't write yet.
No, yeah, that's fair.
And we'll live to see tomorrow where we actually end up.
Okay. Thank you, Randall Garrison. Appreciate you being forthcoming there as well. All right, I'm going to take you to some other results here in the riding of Central Nova. Oh, we're just going to go straight to the person who won in the riding, and there he is, Sean Fraser. He did manage to win in the riding of Central Nova. Sean Fraser, congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you so much. We get to be together on election night anyway, Rosemary.
Okay, so it turns out that idea to not retire and spend time with your family worked out for you here. How are you feeling about that?
Look, I'm feeling really good about the path ahead. Obviously, it's an invigorating experience to be successful in an election, to have the privilege to represent your community in the House of Commons. My family's actually really excited. We were all together earlier this evening watching the results come in, and this is an incredible opportunity to continue our service.
Yeah, and I'm totally teasing you about that. But what do you make of what the numbers are so far and the fact that this has been a two-party race throughout this election campaign, and that is reflected here tonight? And we don't know exactly how this is going to end, other than you are forming government.
Yeah, look, I'll reserve judgment on the final numbers that come in, but the results we're seeing tonight reflects my experience on the doorstep over the course of the last number of weeks. People were faced with a very clear choice. Who is best to represent Canada in defending Canada, standing up to the threat that we're seeing coming from south of the border? People have very different views as to the appropriateness of one party or another, but that's what elections are all about. More than any election I've been a part of, this was a very clear choice with a clear issue, and thankfully, locally and nationally, the voters have made the choice that I think was the right one.
Right, but still not. I realize that the bar, 3 months ago was let's just survive. But as the election went on, it seemed like the bar was let's try and get to a majority. Could still happen, I suppose, but I think it's getting increasingly less likely. A minority government, is that something that you think Liberals can deal with and work with going forward with Mr. Carney if that's where we end up?
Well, look, I anticipate, and you got to keep in mind that the future of the government is not up to political parties, but it's up to Canadians. The Canadian people are always right on the back end of an election, and if they decide to elect a minority or a majority, it's incumbent upon those of us who get elected to work across the aisle as much as possible to ensure that we implement the kinds of policies that are going to serve the Canadian people and the way the Canadian people see fit. If not, you may find ourselves back in an election. But in the meantime, I think we're going to have an opportunity to work in a cross-partisan way to try to defend Canada's interests, in particular in the face of threats from Donald Trump and the United States.
And tell me, do you think it is possible for the Liberal Party to work with the Conservative Party? We were discussing it with the At Issue panel. I mean, it just seems, given the way the election unfolded and how difficult Mr. Poilievre was before the election in terms of how he confronted the Liberal government, I don't know how that works going forward. Do you see a path for people to work together in the face of Donald Trump?
Look, it may depend on the specific issue. Obviously, one of the things that I heard on the doorstep and something that reflects my experience in the House of Commons, Mr. Poilievre in particular has adopted a very similar style of politics to what we've seen from President Trump. But it's not as though that one person represents the voices of every member of Parliament from all opposition parties. We have the opportunity to work with members of different political parties. We have the opportunity on an issue-by-issue basis to work with many Conservatives as well. I had many opportunities to make friends on the other side of the aisle, including in the Conservative caucus, and we're going to have to leverage those relationships. Canadians do not want us to continually talk about what's wrong with the other party that we may be competing against. They want us to put our ideas on the table and work together to get things done. I heard that message loud and clear in my own community, and it's a lesson I'm going to take back to Ottawa going forward.
Okay, Sean Fraser, nice to see you. Congratulations again, and I'm sure we'll talk soon.
I'm sure. Thank you so much, Rosemary.
Okay, have a good evening. Appreciate it very much. All right, we're talking to some of the people who have clinched their seats today. If any Conservatives want to talk and you've won, happy to put you on as well. Just give us a call. Adrian, you've got some results.
Yeah, well, why don't we do that right now? Let's go to Bowmanville, Oshawa North. This is, if you have a look here, this is Jamil Javani projected elected. This is a seat that the Conservatives have held by increasing numbers over the last few years. You know, it's interesting. The shorthand when people talk about Jamil Javani is that he is very good friends with the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. You know, would that make a difference for him, for better or for worse, at the polls? Not so far. He's done extremely well. He is headed back to Ottawa. And let's find out what this night is like for him, because I believe David Common is right there in Bowmanville, Oshawa North. And I think you do have a guest, David.
We do indeed, Adrian. And yes, this is, there have been electoral boundary changes for this election, and this riding certainly among them. But much of it was former Conservative leader Erin O'Toole's riding in the by-election following his resignation. It was Jamil Javani who won that, and Jamil Javani winning again tonight. Congratulations,
first of all. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have a great team here in Bowmanville, Oshawa North. Very excited and happy to bring home a victory.
I do want to ask you, Mr. Javani, because you've just spoken to your supporters, a large group that's here at the pub here in Bowmanville, North Oshawa, and you said to them, among other things, that Doug Ford was a problem for you in this campaign. You said that he sabotaged the Conservative campaign. That's your words. You said he was a hype man for the Liberals. Take me through how you see that.
Yeah, well, look, Doug Ford just went through an election. I have differences of opinion with him. I don't like how he's managed healthcare or education. But out of respect, we didn't say anything. Federal party, we didn't get in his way. When it was our turn to run an election, he couldn't stay out of our business. Always getting his criticisms and all his opinions out, distracting our campaign, trying to make it about him, trying to position himself as some kind of political genius that we needed to be taking cues from.
Was it him specifically? Was it his campaign manager, Corey, tonight? Do you see Doug Ford as a problem for the federal party in the outcome of this race?
I see Doug Ford as a problem for Ontario and for Canada. I think he's not doing a great job in running this province, and now he's trying to exercise his influence over other levels of government, and it's not like this guy is doing anything particularly well. I mean,
you did used to work for him.
I did. I'm speaking from experience. I tried to fix problems in this province, and he kept getting in his way and all his goons around him all the time. They wouldn't make anything better, and now we're seeing him because this guy's a political genius because he beat Bonnie Crombie and Stephen Del Duca, and now we got to sit around getting advice from him? No. He has taken the provincial Conservative Party and turned it into something hollow, unprincipled, something that doesn't solve problems. He's glad-handing with Chrystia Freeland, having coffees and lattes with Mark Carney, and I'm sitting here saying we need to be fighting for change and something new and something different, not being a hype man to the Liberal Party.
Some would argue that the challenge within the federal Conservative movement is that there are these divisions, divisions that in some ways you're outlining tonight, and that it is the thing that stops or prevents, holds back the federal party from the majority government that it seeks. Do you see that as a possible outcome to some of the fractions and frictions that exist within the federal party?
There is a lot of unity from Conservatives across the board. Peter MacKay and Stephen Harper and Jason Kenney, James Moore, all sorts of people who've been part of our movement for a long time, united behind Pierre. There are opportunists like Doug Ford. And I think it's not about ideology or differences of beliefs. It is about some people believing our purpose as Conservatives is to be an alternative to what the Liberals offer. And then there are people like Doug Ford who are opportunists. And I reject that outright.
Do you have any leadership ambitions?
Look, we have a leader of our party right now. We're still waiting in for the final seat counts. I don't know what tomorrow holds. My focus, though, is on all the young people, all the parents, the moms, the dads who came to us and trusted us to offer an alternative, a brighter future. We're going to see that through. We're going to keep fighting, and when the next federal election comes around, Conservatives will earn the trust of more voters, and we will bring home a victory nationally.
My last question to you looks at the results. As we speak here right now, 160 for the Liberals, 151 for your Conservatives. This is a lot closer of a race than some had expected. Why do you think that is?
Well, look, I think a lot of people misunderstood just the frustration that Canadians felt. All these polls that showed Conservatives far below the Liberals, I think we're missing how many young people saw our party as the party of dreamers and hustlers and strivers and builders. That is our identity for young people, and we are going to continue offering them that vision for Canada. As we continue to see progress made, earning more trust, growing our party, getting more union support, police support, young families, working class families, I think we will see this identity that Pierre Poilievre has helped develop crystallize further, and our party will only go up from here.
Jamil Jivani, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Adrian, I will turn back to you from Jamil Jivani's victory party here in Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
If only he would speak his mind, David. I mean, it's unfortunate that he's so vague about his views. Congratulations to him. If Doug Ford is listening, maybe give us a call. He might have a few things to say. That was very interesting, Rosie.
It was. I mean, there was an interview that Politico did with Doug Ford that was published today. That was perhaps inspired what Jamil Jivani said there. It was very frank and aggressive about what the federal Conservatives are doing. Let's bring in the panel and get their response and reaction to that. I mean, if you want a confirmation that there is a problem, a major rift between Ford Conservatives and Pierre Poilievre Conservatives, Jamil Jivani just showed you that.
It's like it was two different interviews. Like the last part of it about the strivers and the go get them, et cetera.
The hustlers.
That's the kind of, but that's a kind of a positive vision of the party. The first part, when he was on the tirade about Ford, shows you part of the problem. I mean, it reflects the duality of the result here. They did a lot better than people were expecting mid-campaign. That's right. So they've escaped with the skin of their teeth. But they blew a 25% lead, and I think you saw part of the reason why there. The failure to build bridges even within their own movement.
Yes.
And this kind of scabrous negativity. I mean, you know, people talk about, oh, well, it's only because the NDP vote collapsed. A big part of the reason the NDP vote collapsed was Pierre Poilievre's leadership and the specter that he presented to, at least to progressive voters.
Yeah.
When conservative leaders are scary, NDP voters are more likely to listen to the Liberal siren call of you have to vote with us.
Yeah, and the favorability for Pierre Poilievre never improved. In fact, it probably did the opposite through the polls, Chantal.
But if you're going to run possibly a fragile government, it's good news to hear this interview because you know the Premier of Ontario will continue to be working with you as the Liberal Prime Minister of Canada.
That's right.
And in the end, bottom line, once we get through this who knows when thing, the next order of business is going to have to be dealing with what's happening south of the border.
That's right.
And the one relationship that will really matter is that of the Premier of Ontario with the Premier of Canada in those circumstances.
Yes, yeah.
Having listened to that, you kind of feel relieved that These are not the people who will be knocking at Premier Ford's door.
Well, I mean, it does show that if it was a Pierre Poilievre prime minister with that kind of animosity between the biggest province in the country, I don't know how that would have worked to take on Donald Trump. I don't know. Maybe they would have been able to patch things up if they were going to form government. But
I mean, when there is no need to say things like this tonight.
And you wonder whether he had authorization for this. I mean, Pierre Poilievre, as I say, they escaped with skin of teeth, but he should be a chastened leader at this point. He threw away a 25% lead, and it's because of things like that. And if he doesn't learn from this experience, then, you know, he's going to reap all he sows.
he still, though, I mean, if these numbers hold, the last vote was at 128. He's 150. He may hold the Liberals to a minority. I mean, that will protect his leadership potentially, right? Yeah.
The first question, will he be in the House of Commons?
Yes.
Because I keep looking at those results in Carleton, and I'm waiting for them to find the stack of votes that puts him back on top.
Yeah.
There are still lots of polls in Carleton that have not been counted.
But he has not led that race yet.
Oh, he is significantly behind. It's not a close race at this point.
Yeah. Jason Kenney, we snuck Jason Kenney in there because I also heard Jamil Jivani say your name as someone who is a conservative that he likes and points to as someone who is able to bring people together. What did you make of that? And like, there is obviously a problem here between Ford conservatives and Poilievre conservatives, and I don't know if it matters, but there's some deep animosity.
Well, there are certainly some personal differences, and to state the obvious, I have a firm grasp of the obvious. By which I mean, I think this is actually much more personal than it is ideological or factional.
Okay.
You know, every party has certain issue factions and personality factions. In this case, there seem to be 2 or 3 personalities that have really ramped up what I think is an unnecessary conflict that simply needs to get resolved.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know Jamil, for whom I have enormous regard. He's a incredibly talented a guy with an amazing story.
Yes.
He has a particular series of grievances. And I just, none of this should have been in the public domain. Let's put it that way.
No, for sure.
And I agree there should have been earlier efforts to engage get those relationships well settled much earlier. But it's not like there's a huge rift. Most of the people going door to door for federal Conservative candidates in the last 5 weeks were going door to door for Doug Ford's candidates a few weeks before that. And you know what? The Ontario PC critique has been that Poilievre's team doesn't know how to win in Ontario. He's right now over 45% of the popular vote. Mr. Ford won 43% of the popular vote earlier this year. So the federal Conservative campaign is getting a better result, a larger total raw vote count, and a higher share of the popular vote.
Yeah.
That's nothing to sneeze at. And I think so a little bit of everybody has to put some water in their wine and put the best interests of the country first.
Yeah.
And maybe the common interests of partisan conservatives somewhere in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Pierre Poilievre had called Doug Ford right from the get-go, the same way that Mark Carney did, he went and had breakfast with him, it probably would have helped. Whether it matters at this stage, I don't know.
Well, remember, it's not just Poilievre versus Ford. It's Poilievre versus Tim Houston in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
And it seemed like there were a series of candidates who looked like they could be perfectly acceptable and presentable candidates for the party who just didn't fit in with the Poilievre clique.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike DeJong in BC, why was he not allowed to be a candidate? So, you know, it's one thing, yeah, you can have a tent that's too broad and you lose all definition and you don't stand for anything, but you can have a tent that's too narrow and you just wind up defeating yourself.
Okay, I want to go to Conservative Party headquarters, if we can. Maybe, possibly.
Much, Anne-Marie. Lots of things to keep our eyes on.
That's just a look inside the room where, yeah, that's what it looks like when you have not won an election and you're waiting to see more. Let's go to Kate McKenna, who's, I imagine, been talking to people and getting a sense of how people are feeling in that room tonight. Kate, yes, they haven't won, but it does look like they have improved over what they got in the last vote. But tell me what people are telling you.
Well, what your guest just mentioned about the federal Conservatives doing better in Ontario than the provincial Conservatives did, that's something that the campaign has been going around talking about. That's something that is very much being discussed in this room. And yes, they are losing. They're aware that they're losing. However, they're happy. Well, I wouldn't say they're happy, but they're encouraged by their gains that they've made. They're encouraged by the amount of popular vote that they're getting. But of course, one thing that's hanging in this room is that Pierre Poilievre has not won his seat yet. In fact, he appears to be trailing in his seat. We are hearing that he is set to talk in a few minutes, but they did play the Jamil Jivani interview here at the same time. Obviously, it was on the CBC broadcast, and there was a lot of applause in the room for the things that he was saying. There was a lot of hollering and cheers for the people in this room who feel that Doug Ford's interventions in this campaign were not helpful, and they did not advance the Conservative cause in this very competitive election. So this ongoing rift appears to still be taking place within this party, and we'll be watching to see how it manifests over the next few days.
Okay, Kate McKenna, thank you so much for that. I'm going to now go to Ian Hannah-Mansing, who's got some results. Ian.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Greater Vancouver and see how the NDP are doing there in terms of seat change, first of all. So we'll put that up on the screen, I hope, or if we don't, then I will, yeah, there we go. So this is vote change in Greater Vancouver, and you see the Liberals are up. The Conservatives are up. This is a pattern we've seen in other parts of the country as well, and you can see that this is at the expense of the NDP. Now, hours ago, when we looked at New Brunswick, this kind of vote change didn't really affect seats at all, but in Greater Vancouver, it is affecting seats. Let's take a look, first of all, at Port Moody, Coquitlam. This was more or less a three-way race in 2021. This time around, the NDP has plummeted from having won this riding. Bonnie Zerillo is the incumbent MP. You can see she's not only in third place, she's in a distant third place, and it's put the Conservatives in first. Arguably, the progressive vote, the left of center vote, has been split just enough between the NDP and the Liberals to allow the Conservatives to come up through the middle. And take a look at this. New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. Peter Julian, one of the mainstays of the NDP for so many years. He's been the MP here since 2004, and he is in third place. And again, easy even for me to do the math between the Liberals and the NDP. If someone had been able to consolidate those numbers on the center left, that would easily win. But in both of those cases, Rosemary, at this point, arguably, it has allowed, once again, the Conservatives to come up through the middle. Now, those aren't elected yet, but it is interesting, and it helps explain why the numbers look the way they do, particularly in BC at this point in the evening.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I want to go back to Jason Kenney, if I can, just to ask you this question. Shortly we're going to hear from Jagmeet Singh. That's the little box there at the bottom of your screen. So we're also going to bring in Randall Garrison in a moment so he can respond to some of what Mr. Singh is saying. But if Pierre Poilievre ends up with a bigger number of seats than the last vote, 149, 150, put aside whether he's going to win his riding, where he is still trailing, but put that aside. How does the Conservative Party view that? Does he have the ability to stay? What do you think is going to happen there? And then if you want to throw in the thing about the riding, I don't know whether this is real, but he hasn't led at all night.
Yeah, well, look, I can't comment on the riding. Sure. I will just say that I think Mr. Poilievre, if he decides to stay as leader and leader of the opposition, he will have overwhelming support to do so. I don't see any faction or group within the party egging for a new leadership. I think the party realizes changing leaders every 3 or 4 years is counterproductive. And I think, on the merits here, he, right now, 42% of the popular vote nationally. The last time the Conservatives achieved that was under Brian Mulroney 37 years ago in 1988. Growth in new cohorts of supporters in a broader Conservative coalition that includes younger voters than typical, apparently doing very well in communities of new Canadians. And one of the most interesting things, I talked earlier about the sort of blue-collar swing that we seem to be observing towards Conservatives. Conservatives are winning in Windsor, Tecumseh, Windsor West, one of the Sudbury seats, we almost went Hamilton. We're competitive in Hamilton Centre. I've never seen that. These are long-time traditional NDP. So the NDP swing was, as I know it's fashionable around here to refer to the progressive bloc. A lot of traditional NDP voters wouldn't regard themselves as on the left. They're for the little guy. Sure. And Pierre Poilievre has been fighting for the little guy. He's broadened the Conservative coalition in that way. And picked up apparently at least 30 seats. So, and finally, he has been, in my judgment, the most effective opposition leader in our lifetime. Some might say too effective, such an effective opposition leader that he became typecast as in that role.
And he also got rid of the very things that were going to help him, Justin Trudeau and a carbon tax. I mean, that was his own success brought that to him as well.
More than that, look, I mean, I heard my friend Arif here dismissively referring to Mr. Poilievre's three-word slogans. Look, he created the issue matrix that has been dominating Canadian politics for the past 2 years around affordability, the cost of living, housing, immigration, much of it represented, yes, by the carbon tax. He's also taken some principled and courageous positions. I think he took on the Liberals on their class warfare baiting on the capital gains tax increase. I believe he's the only leader who in French and English pointedly opposed the Quebec Bill 21 law against religious symbols in Quebec. Did somebody else?
Don't go there. No. He didn't. He actually has fudged whether he would intervene in the Supreme Court on it. So
I heard his clear opposition to it. So my point.
He says he's opposed to it, but he doesn't say what he
would
do about it.
I think he ran a substantive campaign. He set up the issue set. He helped to defenestrate Justin Trudeau. And he's got the best result for a Conservative leader since 1988.
Okay, and I take all those points, and they're excellent points, and I'm going to let Jagmeet Singh speak in a moment, except that wasn't the bar. The bar was 25 points ahead, and you were going to form government. And you're telling me no one in the party is going to be angry with him?
Oh, there's going to be a desire for sure for a retrospective. And I think any leader after this circumstance should show some humility, should take a step back. And I think the important thing is, does a leader have the ability to learn and to grow? I think we've seen him modify his tone, his approach, his issue focus over the past several months. I think that demonstrates such an ability. He'll have to demonstrate that to the party, but I don't see anybody gunning for his job.
Yeah, I'm not saying his leadership's in any trouble, but he needs to reflect on why he's not going to be prime minister tomorrow, because a large part of it was the leadership. The leader was the biggest liability for the party. The strategy that the party pursued, at least for the first part of the campaign, was clearly wrong. He bears responsibility for that. So he should clearly have to answer some questions to the party.
It's also very dangerous to take for granted for both the Liberals and the Conservatives that the NDP weakness in this election is something that will be permanent. On the contrary, I don't know what Mr. Singh is going to say, but at this point, it's not really hard to imagine that it could be stronger with a stronger leader than it has been over the past 3 elections.
Althea?
Well, the ridings that you mentioned are three-way races, that they're not, that the Conservatives got in through the middle because of the progressive vote splitting. But I get your point, especially in the 905, where I think Pierre Poilievre did a really good job, especially on the crime stuff. I think the reason that he's going to have trouble, whether or not he wants to stay, is the interview that we just saw with Jamil Javani. That aggressive tone really does not sit well with a significant chunk of the caucus that has been reelected. And we will find out as soon as the first caucus meeting whether or not they decide to approve the Reform Acts, and the caucus gives itself the power to decide whether or not Pierre Poilievre stays. And I think that will be a way for them to negotiate, because I think there are things that they would like. One MP called it the end of the reign of terror. Basically, they want Jenny Byrne gone, and if the result is low enough, they will set conditions to say, you want to stay, well, these are the changes we want to see.
Okay, quickly, Mr. Kenny, because I'm going to go to Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I would say, look, I think there are legitimate questions around tone.
Yeah.
And I think, amongst other things, if he had made an effort to more clearly position to auditioning for the role of prime minister rather than opposition leader late last year, it could have been marginally helpful. I don't think it would have changed the fundamental structure of this election in the way things unfolded.
Thank you, Jason Kenney. Let's go to Jagmeet Singh. He's there in his riding in British Columbia. I should tell you that right now, as things stand, Mr. Singh is well behind in his own riding. He is in third with 4,000 votes, the other two far ahead. So things not looking good for him in his own riding tonight. And as we've shown you there, the NDP not even official party status. Let's listen in live.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're good, thank you. Thank you, that was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. Gotta keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you, thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. We love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do it without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed a party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kidden. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because, and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathin. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my my caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too, forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. It's a good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy, it's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down, Chardi means rising and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear and optimism over despair and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that is Jagmeet Singh conceding, first of all, his own riding of Burnaby South, where he continues to be in third place, and announcing that he will step down as leader as soon as a new interim leader can be chosen. He was the leader of the NDP since 2017. Marina von Stackelberg is in the room there. Marina, obviously a very emotional room, and I must say, a very gracious speech by Jagmeet Singh tonight.
Yeah, this was really the worst case scenario for the NDP. This idea that Jagmeet Singh would not be able to hold on to his own seat, that there would be severe losses for the party, which is how this is panning out. You know, throughout this campaign, one thing that we heard from supporters and from his team was that a lot of progressive voters that would have voted for the NDP were scared. They were scared of a Trump. They were scared of Trump. They were scared of a Poilievre majority. And so they were going towards Mark Carney's Liberals. And, you know, the party tells me that they feel like if they would have had a bit more time to explain to people that this would cause vote splitting. This is what we've seen is several, you know, big name NDP MPs potentially or actually losing their seat because of vote splitting. The party clearly saw this was a potential issue. They actually started a whole campaign about it here in BC, saying vote for NDP to prevent Conservatives from getting seats. So obviously this is a huge loss for this party. One staffer I spoke to earlier today, we were talking about the potential outcome, said for her, it was something that no matter how it shook up, they had helped to get dental care. They had made dental care happen. And for them, that was something they were going to hold on to. That was something that the NDP pushed to with just 24 MPs in the House of Commons. But obviously, this leaves this party in really the worst situation. The last time they lost official party status was in the 90s. And this is so important for a political party. It allows you questions in the House of Commons. It allows you, you know, to be in committees, to get staff. And so where this party ends now is really going to be the question.
Okay, Marina von Stackelberg live there in British Columbia. Of course, I said Burnaby South. It's Burnaby Central is the riding where Jagmeet Singh has lost his own seat. Thank you, Marina. Appreciate that. I'm going to go to Randall Garrison there. I will say, if you're going to lose and have a devastating night, and still act that gracious in your loss, that speaks to the humanity of these leaders and certainly of Mr. Singh. Speaking about the sacrifices people have made, he himself also has made, and now that he's stepping down. Are you surprised about the fact that he's leaving?
No, and I said just a few minutes ago, I guess, on the air, that it was too early to write the story, but I was pretty sure this is the story we would be writing. Yeah. supported Jagmeet early on because of the kind of person he is and the compassion he shows to others, which he demonstrated in the speech, but also calling on Canadians to get behind the winner of this election to get us through these difficult times. An enormously difficult thing to do when you've lost.
Totally, yeah.
And so I give him high praise for that. I wasn't certain he would resign tonight, but I did think he would resign. Given the outcome. Now, I said earlier, where does the party go from here? Well, we still don't have a majority government here, and even if there are only somewhere between 8 and 12 New Democrats there, they may have a key role to play. And even if there's a small majority, they'll still have a key role to play in all those things that Jagmeet has talked about that are important to ordinary Canadians and the cost of living, housing, healthcare, all those things that are traditional priorities of the NDP will still be problems that the new parliament has to grapple with.
And not to take anything away from that legacy and the legacy of Mr. Singh, but we've come a long way from Jack Layton and official opposition to now. And I wonder why that is. I wonder, and what you think the party has to do to get back to a place of growth where people don't see it as a protest vote or a vote to park, but as a real alternative, a viable party.
Well, I think, as I said earlier, I believe that this is a temporary setback for the NDP in terms of people aren't saying we reject what the NDP put in the window as an offer. They've just simply said we have a bigger crisis here. Right. And for this election, we are going to make a choice for a strong leader in the face of Trump. Yeah. And so I think that's what's happened. So can the NDP, come back from this? Yes, I think they can. There's always the danger when you shrink back that certain protest moments or groups or things will try to take control of the party and keep it away from the mainstream, which leads to success, not just for the party, but for Canadians who believe in those values. And so I think that will be a challenge for the party in its reduced circumstances. Yeah. But I have no doubt that we'll meet that challenge and be able to move forward probably as soon as the next election, which may be very soon, if this is indeed a minority government.
Randall Garrison, thank you for coming all the way from British Columbia to help us with our coverage. I know it's not fun to have a disappointing night and have to talk about it, but you also were very gracious.
It is not, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Apart from the obviously bad outcome, it's been fun.
Okay. Good.
Other than that,
yeah. Appreciate that, Randall
Thank
Garrison.
you.
Yes, David.
Roseanne, I'm just getting word from the Liberal campaign that Mark Carney intends to speak in the next 30 minutes. So we should hear from him in the next 30 minutes or so on wherever this is going to end up tonight.
Okay, and there on the bottom of your screen there in that small box is Pierre Poilievre's headquarters, the Conservative headquarters. We are going to hear from him in just moments. And there he is with his wife, Anna Poilievre, who has been by his side throughout this campaign, really a vital part of the campaign to try and get people's support and to show a more personal side of him. Let me show you where Pierre Poilievre is in his riding of Carleton at this hour. Remember, unusual things going on in that riding because of the longest ballot campaign. There are 91 people on the ballot, but Pierre Poilievre has not led once in the course of this evening in his own riding. And the Liberal there, Bruce Fanjoy, is ahead by more than 2,000 votes. So that is something to watch for sure. Not calling anything there, but not very encouraging for Mr. Poilievre tonight. Let's listen in.
Merci. Merci, chers Canadiens.
Dear Canadians.
Je vous aime aussi. I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future, after millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud. We could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. Speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It would be a great honor to continue to fight for you, because it has been an honor to be your voice, to fight for conservative values, the values for which you voted, and it will be an honor to continue to try and restore the promise of Canada, that anyone who works hard can have a great life in an affordable home, in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we have definitely expanded our support, and every single day the Conservative caucus and myself will be working hard in Ottawa to force the government to account on behalf of millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change. I had the honor of crisscrossing this country to speak to thousands of people who shared their concerns, their suffering, their despair with me.
Took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu.
I heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign, and your stories will remain with me as I fight with my Conservative team to defend you and to advance your interests. To those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time, particularly because we must now never stop. The people of Canada deserve that we continue to fight for them.
Who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from the mountains above us. And all you can see is more than just a place where freedom roams. It's our home. There's something tender about. There's something hidden about.
Okay, Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader of Canada, as he rightly points out, he has improved the Conservatives' outcome tonight, both in popular vote and in seat count. At this hour, Pierre Poilievre is still trailing in his own riding of Carleton, talking about his profound gratitude to the many Canadians that did decide to choose him, and making it very clear that he plans to stay on as leader and continue to hold the government to account and to fight for, he said, change. Let me bring in Kate McKenna, who's in that room watching. Obviously a very different night than what Pierre Poilievre and his wife, Anna Poilievre, were hoping for tonight, Kate.
To give this evening, and even though he went out and he said change takes time, we didn't get it over the finish line, but we're going to come back and do it next time. I can tell you, Rosie, that people in this room are heartbroken. This is not what they were expecting a few months ago. They were very prepared to form government, and that's not what's happening here. But as you said, he has laid the groundwork to want to stay in his job. You also mentioned he's not winning his seat at this time. That could, of course, change. And you and I know from speaking to our sources that he has been actually laying the groundwork to stay on despite this electoral loss by calling supporters, by calling people he knows, and saying that he wants to stay in his job now, once again, leader of the opposition. But I can tell you from speaking to people who are here, you know, they didn't think they'd be going back to opposition, and he will be facing questions from inside his own caucus, from inside his own party about whether or not he's best suited to keep the party, keep leading the party. But you know, he has grown the base, and he has made the base younger, and there is an awareness among Conservatives that he has done a lot in terms of growing the popularity of the party. They're quick to point out that the results so far in tonight are the highest, the best results in terms of vote count that the modern Conservative Party has ever had. Very quick to point to the NDP collapse as being the reason why they're not currently in the lead. So, you know, it's a different outcome for him in some senses than it was for Jagmeet Singh, and we're hearing that he's planning on staying on.
Okay, Kate McKenna, thank you so much for that. Appreciate all your coverage of the Conservative campaign throughout the campaign. I'm not sure if we'll come back to you, but otherwise I'll see you tomorrow. That's Kate McKenna. She's in Ottawa covering the Conservative campaign, as she and JP Tasker and others have been doing. Difficult, too, because there was no media bus and plane, and so it made covering the campaign difficult, which I know is also a criticism that some Conservatives had of Pierre Poilievre. Let me bring in Jason Kenney now. I think it's very clear, regardless, we'll see what happens inside his own riding, and we're being very careful because advance votes and all those kinds of things, but he was definitely laying the groundwork that he has no intention of leaving, and he was pointing to the proof points as to why he deserves to stay and continue this fight. And I know you think that he will. I do know people who are already gearing up to try and push him out. We'll see what happens.
Well, I know a lot of Conservatives in Canada, and I haven't heard that from anybody. Not to say they don't exist.
Well, they exist. I don't know if they tell you, but they told me.
He certainly has. He certainly has earned, in my view, the right to stay on as leader, for the reasons I've already articulated and that he did tonight. Look, he's got to show some humility for sure. Any leader who loses in any circumstance has to do that. That means reaching out. It means perhaps an approach more focused on making friends. And that includes provincial leaders. It includes, by the way, there were, for some peculiar reason, a lot of ridings held back, dozens of them, for the very last minute, where dozens and dozens of candidates were basically pushed out of the way for appointees. Yeah. There will be some grassroots fences to be mended there. Yeah. But I think, look, if you've been to one or two of Pierre's events, you can see that he has a uniquely strong connection You all can dismiss it as the base. These are many people
Well,
who've never been before
they're
involved.
not the base.
But they're not just.
yeah.
They're more than traditional conservative partisan activists.
Right.
He's brought in, right from his leadership on, a new cohort of people, getting them into the democratic process, which I think is commendable. And there are a lot of people, and I congratulate Mr. Carney. I think he's a phenomenally talented man. And as a conservative, I wish him nothing but the best in standing up for this country against the threats and intimidation of Donald Trump. I was very happy to hear Pierre say that tonight.
Yeah, that was
that while
important,
his constitutional job is to hold the government to account, he will stand united with the government in defending Canada's interests. That's critical.
Yep.
It's important to acknowledge that there's a reason why all those people were showing up in record numbers at those events. There's reasons he's raised unprecedented levels of funding in a political campaign. There is a large well of deep anxiety in this country to which he spoke about people being unable ever to afford a home, pay their bills, deal with the cost of living, crime in their communities, and a sense of despair amongst a growing number of Canadians. He has become a very powerful voice for that. So I wouldn't diminish that. And I think that we're talking here about millions of Canadians who identify very strongly with what you just heard.
Yep.
I think he needs to blend into that, learn from this lesson.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things I wish he had done earlier on was to find a sister soldier moment, as they say in American politics, to identify the MAGA North crew on the Canadian right, to call them out and say that if they agree with Donald Trump and want us to become the 51st state, they have no place in the modern conservative movement. He did say that implicitly. I think it would have been more effective. You know, the problem for Canadian conservatives, if they have to almost overcompensate, I think, in opposing Trump, both in tone and in substance. I don't think there was much daylight between Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Carney on the substance of how to deal with the Trump threat. But there was a presumption from a certain set of typically older Canadian voters that somehow conservatives in general, or Pierre in particular, weren't really all that fussed about Trump's threats. I don't agree. By the way, for me, one of the positive things tonight is the total disappearance of the People's Party of Canada at less than 1%. Stick a fork in it. For all the MAGA North people on social media who have been championing Trump's against this country, you're less than 1% of the population. So that should no longer be a distraction for the Conservative Party. And I think it's an opportunity to acknowledge some real progress that has been made by the party, but also a moment for humility to see how it could have been done differently.
Okay, let's have our friends over there beside you weigh in. Althea?
I think what we saw during this broadcast is the divisions that exist within the party. Do you want to be angry like Jamil Jivani and call people names, or do you want to be a bridge builder? And I think that is the discussion that caucus is going to have. Mr. Poilievre has clearly said he has no intention of leaving. He actually can stay. The party can pay a salary for him to remain the leader of the party while there is an opposition leader in the House, and Mr. Poilievre can run in a by-election. But I think that, you compare and contrast Mr. Singh's speech and Mr. Jamil Jivani's words and Pierre's words, and I think there's big divisions within caucus about the direction that the party wants to go. I hear you and I agree with you on where the base, if you want to call it, of the party and all the new people he brought in since the leadership. I think he speaks to that anger. I think he not only has given voice to those people's anxiety, but I think he has helped fuel those people's anxiety in a way and capitalize on that in terms of fundraising dollars. And I mean, that's the way our system is built. But he has crafted a message that has allowed more people to be angry and donate more money and get more eyeballs and more social media. And I think the tone we will very soon know in the House is, do you want to be the statesman-like person that we saw during the debates? Or do you want to be this angry person that we saw through Jamil Jivani?
I do think some of it, to be fair to Mr. Poilievre, I do think some of the campaign did pivot towards trying to be hopeful, to take the frustration of Canadians that was real, that he tapped into for so many months, and turn it into, I have solutions. There's hope.
But that message has been like that even in the beginning, even since the Canada is broken moments, because it was Canada is broken and I will bring hope.
Yeah. Okay, Andrew.
I thought it was a very good speech, first of all, struck the right note, reassuringly normal. And I absolutely agree with Jason that one of his achievements is to have been to destroy the People's Party, but there was a cost to that. And when he's looking at what might have been tonight, where he might have been the Prime Minister, that long period when he was talking about the World Economic Forum and Bitcoin and firing the Bank of Canada governor, it printed itself into people's brains. And, you know, it wasn't a given that when Donald Trump reared his ugly head, it wasn't a given that that would have to be at the cost of the Conservative Party. Supposing there had been a leader who had a reputation as being reassuring and unifying and statesmanlike, people might have turned to him in that crisis. And the fact they didn't is part of his legacy as well. So yes, he has expanded the party's base in many ways, but he scared a lot of people on the road. And he now has an opportunity, now that the People's Party, let's assume, maybe we'll have to eat our words, but let's assume the People's Party is no longer a threat to the Conservatives. He has an opportunity now to pivot towards the center, to pivot towards the mainstream, and to continue the tone that he set tonight.
Yeah, as Jason Kenney said, to rid yourself of all of that and not have to worry about saying things to make them happy. Chantal.
Oh, well, the first thing I'll note is that there was not a hint that he thinks the election result isn't what it is. And I think it matters these days that the person who loses says this result is legitimate.
Yes, that's important.
So, second, I think it's too easy to underestimate what it means not to have a seat for Pierre Poilievre.
We have not called it yet, okay? Just to be clear.
But if that's where we're going, it's singular that for the entire evening, every time 10 new polls have been counted, that margin 6 points behind has been maintained. But without a seat, this is someone who needs to be in the House of Commons. He's never going to want to delegate, so he needs to be there.
But that's where he's best. That is where he's best. Yeah.
But when Parliament convenes, the game is going to be different. Why? Because we will be in that battle against it in the tariff war, against the Donald Trump musing about 51st states. So at some point, it will require a different approach to the job of leading critic of the government, because Canadians are going to want to see some sense that their politicians are united. And you cannot forever be the friendly fire that kills the government of Canada in the battle that we're going into. It's been easy. The flags and buying local, that's the easy part of what's coming.
Yeah. He is, you just saw on the board there the results where they are right now. Again, still trailing the Liberal. He's 4 points back now. So that is why we are being careful here. And we also don't know how the advanced vote went. And of course, the long ballot issue is another complicating factor in Mr. Poilievre's riding. So we'll hold on before making any other decision here. As you can see there on the bottom of your screen, we're waiting for Mark Carney to emerge. I'll just get maybe a final thought from Jason Kenney before I let you go sleep if you want.
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Just quickly, because I got Mr. Carney's wife walking.
And I hope we hear from Mr. Carney a real voice, a message of unity.
Yes.
It's not just about Mr. Trump. There are divisions in this country that have been highlighted in this campaign about winners and losers in our economy and our society, and we need to take those very seriously.
Jason Kenney, thank you for coming in from Alberta and giving us all your time. Really great to have you here. Okay, let's listen in live now to the Prime Minister's wife, Diana Fox-Carney.
Bonsoir Canada, et merci pour votre vote.
Hello, Canada,
so
and thank you for your
grateful
vote.
to you. Thank you for supporting your Liberal candidates. And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country. Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered, not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring, Through all this, I've watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been: consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation, and he said to me, "I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service." So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong and Canada for.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening,
Bonsoir.
everyone.
Oh, quel bonsoir. C'est une bonne bonsoir.
What an evening.
I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter
Before I
les autres
begin,
chefs de parti
I would like to congratulate the other party leaders on their campaign and all the work that they did. I want to thank them for their service to Canada, now and in future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles.
I want to thank the thousands of volunteers who are here tonight and across the country that gave their time
pour faire des appels,
so that
pour échanger avec
we
leurs voisins
could talk to Canadians, who spoke to Canadians, who spoke to their neighbors, who made the calls,
un gouvernement fort.
the people who worked so hard so that we could have Canada strong.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include three values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility. And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society, to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though You know, we're liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises
throughout this campaign,
ouvert leurs portes, m'ont
Quebecers
accordé
opened
leur
their doors
confiance.
to me and gave me
J'en
their
suis
confidence.
profondément touché,
And
et je vous
I have been
en
deeply
remercie.
touched by that, and I
La
want to
langue
thank you.
française. La langue française,
The French
la culture
language,
québécoise, elles
Quebec
sont
culture
au cœur de l'identité
are
canadienne.
at the very center of Canadian identity.
Elles définissent
They
le pays
define
que
this
j'aime
country,
tant.
the country that I
Et je
love so
vais
much.
les défendre sans
And
relâche.
I will defend them tirelessly.
Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois,
With my team of Quebec members of Parliament that you have just sent to Ottawa, we will ensure that Quebec will continue to prosper within a strong Canada.
et que vous soyez un travailleur
And
des
whether
sables bitumineux à
you're
Fort Mac,
a
une
worker
infirmière de
in
Joliette,
Fort Mac
ou un
or
comptable de Toronto.
an
Il y a
accountant
plusieurs
from
comptables
Toronto
à Toronto.
or a worker
Mon
from
gouvernement va
Quebec,
travailler pour
my
vous
government
tous.
will work for all
So,
of you.
As we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, not for, well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves, and above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des
We
partenaires
will
fiables
strengthen our
en
relations
Europe,
with
en
reliable
Asie et
partners
ailleurs.
in Europe,
Et si les
Asia, and
États-Unis
elsewhere.
ne veulent
And if
plus
the United
jouer
States
un rôle de premier plan
no longer
dans
wants to be in the
l'économie mondiale,
forefront
le Canada
of the global
le fera.
economy, Canada will.
Not the Americans. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
We are masters in our own home. We will build millions of housing units. We will become an energy superpower. We will provide good careers in skilled trades and one economy, not 13.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah, okay. That might be important. I don't know. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidatants.
The challenges ahead will be difficult, but that is clear. Major changes, such as the ones we're seeing, are always concerning. We have a long way to go, but I'm confident. I'm confident. I trust you. And I have confidence in all of Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays
United,
qui rassemble
we
les
built
langues,
a
les
country
cultures
that
et
brings
les
together
croyances
languages and cultures
Unis,
and
nous
beliefs
avons
that are
bâti
different.
des institutions culturelles
We built
essentielles, comme
critical
CBC
cultural
Radio
institutions,
Canada.
such as CBC Radio Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les
In
Canadiens
recent
et
months,
Canadiennes ont fait leur part.
Canadians have done their part.
rassemblés pour défendre
They
notre
came
pays.
together to defend our country and our way of life, who we are. And I know that when we are threatened, we will fight.
We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, a very happy Mark Carney, Prime Minister Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, now elected to that office, given that he also won his own riding of Nepean, talking about his own humility and the ambition that the country needs right now, and reaching out across the country and across the aisle, talking about the millions of people that wanted a different outcome, saying that he will govern for all Canadians, no matter what, and talking about some of the things that he plans to do now to take on Donald Trump. Ashley Burke is in that room.
It's been a long night. We will ask for another 10 minutes of your patience.
Okay, Ashley, what are you hearing? How are people feeling?
Well, it sounds like they're resetting the stage for some sort of performance from a musical guest that's going to be coming up. People in the room, I just want to talk about the tone that's changed throughout the night. The last time we heard people before the speech break out into applause is when they heard that Pierre Poilievre congratulate Mark Carney on his victory here. And really, the tone, aside from this music before this, was much more quiet. People, in the crowd were really hoping, they're looking at the advanced polls, hoping that those numbers perhaps could bump up the numbers. Others I'm talking to say that they believe a good minority, they've lost hope tonight, but people are still waiting to see what could happen. As you heard during that speech, Mark Carney talked about humility. He's been out night after night talking to Canadians, asking them for a majority government, a strong mandate. That's something that he's seeking, and we're going to wait and find out if that could happen or not. And he really talked about his message again today, that he wants to be the one, that he wanted to be the one sitting across the table from Donald Trump. And that's something we just heard him speak about again. And people here now, it seems like the energy is going to pick back up and turn more into like a party-like atmosphere here, Rosie.
Okay, Ashley Burke down there at Liberal headquarters in the nation's capital. Yep, you can always tell who's winning because there's dance music and that kind of thing. But as Ashley says, we are not yet in a position to tell you what kind of government Mark Carney is going to lead, and we're going to explain to you why that is in just a minute. But first, I do want to bring in the panel just to get some thoughts on what we heard there from Mark Carney. Mary Ng has kindly returned. She was with me yesterday. She's back here for the end of the night, but at least we know the outcome, and you have something you have something to say, and you're probably quite happy, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is Prime Minister Carney, and he is going to govern. And I think that when you look at the results tonight, what's really important is what he has laid out in terms of the work ahead. And I think for me, the most important thing is the last part, which is about unity, because the Americans are going to look at us, and they're going to want to see strength. They're going to want to see strength in Canada. Donald Trump responds to strength. And I would say that looking at the numbers the way they are, probably the most important thing that we need to do as a country is to come together. And you heard the Prime Minister say he's going to govern for all Canadians. That is the job ahead. And it's going to be some job that he's going to have to do, and that we're all going to have to do. And I would say that that would include those on the Conservative benches as well, because it's going to be the sum of the parts that's going to make us strong.
Yeah, and we did hear some of that from Pierre Poilievre. We will see, A, whether he gets elected tonight, and B, whether or not that sentiment holds. But Chantal, in terms of reaching out to the people that did not vote for the Liberal leader, in terms of setting sort of expectations around the kinds of things he's going to do, what did you make of the Prime Minister's message tonight?
That he did the after-sales service that was expected of someone who may be leading a minority parliament with a very small margin over the main opposition party. The Liberals, this campaign for the Liberals will go down in the history books.
Yeah.
For having reversed that lead that the Conservatives enjoyed for so long, that looked baked in, for having picked a leader in record time, and for having run a very disciplined campaign.
Yes.
It wasn't the Liberals who fought amongst each other or whispered in each other's back. It was the Conservatives.
Yes.
And that cost. That being said, if Mr. Carney wants to talk about humility, he should look at recent history and Paul Martin, because he does have a chance of becoming just an extension of the lease that Justin Trudeau had for 3 terms. That is a danger that is even greater for the fact that maybe he will get to a majority by morning. But if he stays where he is, it's a fragile government whose life expectancy, in theory, on average, is 18 to 24 months.
I'm going to dip back in, if I can, to Liberal headquarters, can I? Because Mark Carney is making his way through the crowd there, and I just want to get a little taste of what's going on. Yeah. Okay, we'll keep those pictures up and keep talking. I would note, though, that right now, 166 plus 7 from the NDP gets you in a comfortable spot for the Liberal Party. If you might have a minority, but you've got a pretty strong way to get to a majority, and you don't have to work with the Bloc to do it.
A minority is a minority is a minority.
Yeah, except there's an NDP. There's an NDP who doesn't have a leader, right?
Yes, but I don't think there's a lot of appetite on the part of Mark Carney's team or on the part of Canadians to have a new.
No. I'm not suggesting that, for sure.
Formal agreement with the NDP, and the NDP is going to do what it needs to do, which is support the government, because it can't afford to have another election campaign.
I will point out, though, that the numbers have ticked up here just over the course of the past 5 minutes, and we'll explain a little bit more what we're looking at in a second. Andrew, what did you make of what Mr. Carney had to say? The Prime Minister, rather.
I thought humility was a well-chosen theme for several reasons. One is the Liberals had a near-death experience here. If Donald Trump had not blundered into the whole thing, they would not have had this result. Secondly, because at one point people were talking about them getting 200 seats, but you could feel the air slowly going out of the campaign in the last couple of weeks. They're lucky it didn't carry on for another couple of weeks. Third, because Mr. Carney has many strengths, but he's always been the smartest guy in the room, and that has its perils. It can impair your judgment, and it can alienate other people, and this is not a moment, God knows, for triumphalism, even though you've won. And fourthly, because we're heading into very perilous times, facing up against somebody who wishes to do us ill. It's going to require cross-party cooperation. I must say, it did my heart good to see this kind of outbreak of all-party classiness tonight. Long may it rain. I don't think it will last for very long. But if they're smart, they will understand that this is the times we're in, that if we're going to project strength, I said this earlier tonight, it's not going to come from one party beating its chest and saying, I got a huge majority. It's going to come from working across party lines with the other parties.
Yeah, that was the right message for that, for tonight, Althea.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was also noteworthy that he had very kind words to say about Jagmeet Singh and Mr. Blanchet and Mr. Poilievre. He did not have to be so graceful, but another thing Mr. Carney knows how to do is count. So
I think he does actually quite well.
So this is a lot tighter than they expected. And this, I think, changes a bit of the calculations in the House of Commons. The other thing is, although he acknowledged he was a politician at the end of the campaign, it is hard to be in the House of Commons and to face someone criticizing you and calling you names and opposing everything you're trying to do all the time. And so there will be a big learning curve, I think, in the House for Mr. Carney as well. At least he gets time to do a reset. Speech from the throne. Maybe there are things that he can put in there to reach out to Mr. Poilievre's voters, and not just to say that I will represent you, but that I have heard the concerns that you voiced through Mr. Poilievre and I will address them.
Well, a middle-class tax cut, not as big as what the Conservatives promised, but that'll be one of the first things. But you're right, we've never seen a Mark Carney in the House of Commons. We don't know how that's going to go. We don't know how he will respond if he is attacked. I tend to agree with Andrew. I don't think the calm and decorum will last particularly long, but we'll see where the night ends. And so I'm going to turn to David Cochrane now to give us a sense of where we are, where we might be going, or why we might not go to sleep ever again.
Yeah, it's 20 after 3 back home in Newfoundland and Labrador, and I still have friends text me. It's like, it's going to be a majority or a minority. And the answer is we kind of still don't know, and here's why. The advance votes, we talked about this earlier in Atlantic Canada, they are still coming in, the advance polls and special ballots, and they are causing swings of 2,000 votes, from one party to another. I want to just give you an example of that trend. We're going to go to Port Moody, Coquitlam. Let me see if I get it on the first try. There we are, Port Moody, Coquitlam. Okay, right here, you look at this. With 215 of 220 polls reporting, Zoe Royer for the Liberals has a 1,440 vote lead. When we started looking at this at 12:30 Eastern, the Conservatives had a 900 vote lead. Then the advance polls came in 45 minutes later and a flip to an 1,100 vote Liberal lead. Just have a look at this trend line. We show you how the vote went in this particular riding throughout the night. Look at the vote share. Look, it gets really close together, but see that pretty much? The blue line was right on top all the way until it wasn't. And so that's what happened in Port Moody, Coquitlam. There's a similar story playing out in the Ontario riding of Nipissing, where a 1,000 vote Conservative lead became a 1,000 vote Liberal lead when the advance polls came in, and they just flipped like that. So right now, Rosie, we'll go just to show you this, the Nipissing riding. Oops, I'm in the wrong province entirely. It's late. My flight is boarding soon. I think I might have to carry this map on when I go back to Ottawa. But you go here now, Nipissing to Miskaming. Look, here you have a lead of 1,153. Gary Keller, who a power panelist in Power and Politics. He was ahead by 1,000 votes not that long ago, but with one poll reporting, it looks like Gary will still be available for punditry work because Pauline Roquefort has a pretty big lead there. So we're seeing this right across the country. There are a couple of ridings in Quebec. Let's go in there where we have 6 overall ridings across the country where the Liberals are second and they're less than 400 votes behind. When we started this exercise of tracking it, we were looking at within 1,000, and it's just kept going down, and some have already flipped. So if we go to the greater Montreal area, just to give you an example of one riding we're talking about here. Is that possible? Terrebonne. This is one, look at this. You can see, look at the Bloc Québécois lead. It's 28, right? There's one poll left to come, but that's an advance poll probably, or a special ballot. And that's the sort of place where the Liberals have parked a lot of votes over that long Easter weekend. Remember, 7.3 million people went out and voted in this. Here's another one we're watching in Quebec. Shefford. Bloc Québécois riding right now, 651. Okay, that has moved more in the Bloc's favor in the last little while since we've been listening to Mark Carney speak. But when we started this, Rosie, we were looking at things like in Kitchener, for example. And we're going to say, okay, Kitchener-Conestoga. This was one of the ones where the lead was small. It flipped in the time it took us to figure out our list and come up here. So we have these 6 seats. We look at things like Milton East, Halton Hills, Vancouver, Kingsway, Nunavut, and Brampton North, Caledon. Because remember, the Liberals, The 905, the Brampton area has been, some of their strongest areas over the years. 504 vote lead, but 15 polls, right? 15 polls, and if some of that is advanced polling, we've seen these swings of 1,000 votes just in a couple of advanced polls coming in, right? Brampton West is also another one that, look, there's 3 polls left there. Now it's 1,100 vote lead. Kamal Kara looks like she's in a lot of trouble there.
Yeah.
But there is still this handful of ridings that if they all come in the way they've been moving, you can see Mark Carney's team getting to 170, 169, 170, maybe 171. There's an outside shot to get to 172 here. And this is why it just hasn't been called yet. There's just so much volatility because of the sheer amount of vote that the Liberals have banked, in the advance and special ballots. But here's one where it could go against them, just to end on this, Rosie. Yeah. And this is Terra Nova, the peninsulas. Going back to this. The advance poll allowed Anthony Germain to come all the way back and get to a 46-vote lead. There's one poll left. This is special ballots. This is people who are outside the country, outside the province. The risk here for the Liberals, there's a lot of what we call rotational workers in this riding. People who go to work, in the oil patch in Alberta, or in oil projects off the coast of North Africa and South America. So if it's a lot of people, Jonathan Rowe is an engineer in the oil and gas sector. The Conservatives are very much the party of that industry and have made that pitch in this part of Newfoundland and Labrador. So this is one where, if you look at what we're seeing in Quebec, Ontario, and BC, the late advance and specials seem to favor the Liberals. This is one. That's a bit of a knife's edge where the Liberals could lose ground if that's fewer snowbirds and more like oil rig workers.
So maybe you don't know this, and maybe this is a hit that someone will make for me, but if they need 6 seats to get to 172.
Yep.
Is that possible?
I'm going to be like the Jim Carrey meme.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's a chance,
yeah.
Right? Like there's seats here where you take one from the NDP, so that moves it to 167 to get Vancouver Kingsway. Brampton, North Caledon will be a one you take away from the Conservatives. Terrebonne would take one from the Bloc. So these, that's to get you up to 169. Nunavut would take one from the NDP, and then you get, there's the new Milton one, Milton East Halton Hills, where, my excellent producer, Tyler lives, or is from, sorry. And make sure, am I hitting this right, Tyler? Direct, there we go, I got it on the first try. This would be from the Conservatives. Look, you have a 473 vote lead for Parham Gill, 184 of 201 polls reporting. Milton is an area that has voted Liberal. As condo towers go up, more Liberal voters tend to move in as the city moves to the suburbs and the suburbs move to the exurbs. So with that many polls remaining, there's 4, 5, 6 there. Yeah. It's still a mathematical long shot, but it is a possibility, and a good chunk of these seats may in fact even be a probability. So this is where things could be by the time Canada wakes up in the morning, because Lord knows how long they're going to stay up.
We're now at 167.
So what flipped there?
So it's changed again.
Yeah.
You can figure out what's changed. Let me go to these guys because they've also got some more details about where things are at. Ian?
What flipped, Nick?
Ian, yeah.
You faked me out there. I thought you were looking at Adrian.
I was looking at you all the way down at you. A little cross-eyed at this point.
That's right. Let me quickly go through 3 ridings, one of which David Cochrane mentioned in BC. Too close to call. So in Kelowna, look at those numbers. And to David's point, 2 polls yet to report. Kelowna is a place that has only elected right-of-center candidates since its inception, I think in 1997, with one exception, and that was Stephen Fuhr winning in 2015. He is clinging to a very slim lead there right now. Okay, let's go to Vancouver Kingsway. Don Davies has held this riding since 2008. By the way, this is the riding where that terrible tragedy happened on Saturday night, Vancouver Kingsway. But again, really close. And David's taught me to be looking at the number of polls reporting 188 out of 193. Let's look at one more riding, New Westminster. And again, 286 with still quite a few polls to report there. And David, let me ask, do we know what those remaining polls are, or are we just kind of guessing what they are?
We don't. Look, it varies from riding for riding, but I'm told we know, and the people who are running the call, Meg Banks, our producers, say a lot of this, if not all of this, we're talking advance polls and special ballots, and we know The Liberals dominated that, and we're seeing it. So, like, we were wondering what flipped to get to 167. Remember, we just looked at Brampton, North Caledon. It was blue. Look at the lead now, a 536-vote lead, right? It was a 500-vote lead.
Yeah.
It was a 500-vote lead for the Conservatives. Now it's a 500-vote lead for the Liberals. Advanced polls coming in, 10 polls left. That's probably all advanced and special polls, right? Wow. So there are these seats. You know, you were looking at the Peter Julian riding oops, I'm going back to the last vote. We don't want to be there because that'll just confuse everybody. But you go back to the Greater Vancouver area, right? This is the Conservative one, New Westminster, Burnaby. Look, there's 29 polls to come in this, and the NDP running in third. Look at the gap there, 286. You can see that getting chewed up pretty fast with advanced vote coming in.
The NDP in third is pretty, that's pretty remarkable.
Well, look, there's a whole bunch of weird vote splits. I mean, you look at Southwestern Ontario, the way they lost their seats down there to the Conservatives. But in this one, if Jake Sawatsky did what most of the Liberals did on that Easter weekend in banking a lot of vote, he's still very much in this race. That gets you to 168, Yeah, okay. And so there is the path. It is there. Yeah. Whether it comes through, we'll have to see.
Let's dig into some of those things with you, Catherine.
Yeah, some more close races. So let's head out to Nova Scotia, to Cumberland Colchester.
Still Nova Scotia.
Still not decided, Rosemary. Speaking to this point, right? We still do not have a projected elected. Stephen Ellis, the Conservative incumbent, in second. Pretty significant margin there, we got to say, but still not called. And let's move over to the west of the country. Let's go to Calgary Centre and look at the numbers there, where you have the Conservative Greg McLean in the lead, but not projected elected. But you know who else is in Calgary Centre right now? The CBC's Aaron Collins is there, I believe, at Greg McLean's watch party or headquarters tonight. Aaron, what's going on?
I've been here all night. Greg McLean trying to win this seat for the third time in 6 years. And the vibe was distinctly low earlier in the evening. His Liberal competitor, Lindsay Lunau, was doing very well. That's sort of flipped to what David said. I mean, there's been sort of this back and forth, but we're seeing some real surges from McLean. He's feeling confident, and he's telling me that even if whatever happens in this riding, whatever happens across the country, whatever happens in that riding in Ottawa that everyone's watching, he's got full support for his leader and full support for the future of the Conservative government, for the Conservative Party moving forward. So Greg McLean feeling good about a third time around here in Calgary Centre, Catherine.
He almost just wandered through your shot there, Aaron. That's how good he's feeling. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's feeling good.
The CBC's Aaron Collins in Calgary Centre. Rosie.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. I want to show people a couple more of the leaders that we have not called. We'll start here with Pierre Poilievre in the riding of Carleton. So he is still trailing in the riding of Carleton. He has not led in his riding once all night, but he is eating away a little bit at that Liberal lead. It is closing slightly. And again, because there's still a lot of polls to report, because again, it was the longest ballot effort, because again, we don't know about those advanced polls, we're not going to call this yet. Also, Pierre Poilievre has been elected 7 times there, so we're gonna wait and see how things unfold for him. Let me show you what's happening though to Jagmeet Singh, and as he said himself in his speech, he is leaving as leader. He will not win tonight, but we are not calling who will win, because again, some of the issues that David talked about there, a 1,200 vote lead for Wade Chang in Burnaby Central, but again, 5 more polls that still have to report. And again, not sure where the advanced polls are there, so don't know if that will be a Liberal win or not, but Jagmeet Singh is losing tonight. Okay, so that's a picture of where some of the leaders are. Let me show you again where we are here on the board, just beneath me. 167 for the Liberals. Remember, 172 is the number they are still hoping to get to. 145 for the Conservatives, 23 for the Bloc, 7 for the NDP, and 1 for the Green. That lone Green is Elizabeth May. I'm going to go to the panel one last time if I can, because I do think that they might be packing up soon, my friends. Yeah, which is, I get it. Like you thought you were just going to be here for 6 hours, and now we're turning into 2. What day are we?
We're starting a negotiation.
That's right. We're starting a negotiation to leave. No, I saw you put your bag together. So let's just one.
Because I'm on air in 4 hours.
I know how you roll.
So.
I just want a final thought then from all of you before I let you go. Chantal, a final thought from you about what you saw here tonight.
Divided country. This two-party race kind of split the country wide open. A big job for the next prime minister, the elected one, because it's going to be difficult. I also believe on the side of the Conservatives that in the cold light of morning, these numbers aren't going to look as good as they look tonight. I remember Pauline Marois, the PQ leader, coming very close, the PQ to Jean Charest, who won a minority government, saying in an interview the next day, I've been in government and I've been in opposition and I know the difference. There is only one winner. The Bloc probably not unhappy despite its losses because it has leverage. Quebec gave this to Mark Carney.
He said as much too in his speech.
It's the province that delivered. But in exchange, the notion that Mark Carney could govern with the NDP and just ignore the Bloc,
forget it.
Non-starter.
But he has support from Quebec. But he's going to have to do is make sure that he takes care of Quebec.
Yes, but what you hear when you talk to people who lent the Liberals their vote this year is we're not sure that he cares or understands anything about Quebec. And that can come back to haunt the Liberals in 2 years.
Andrew.
Divided but not polarized. I mean, it's extraordinary that in the middle of a crisis, when in a lot of countries around the world, extremist parties have been doing extremely well. Canadians gave a lot of their votes to two pretty mainstream parties. The two parties themselves moved a long way towards each other. I'm not saying you should always agree on everything, but it was kind of reassuringly normal politics, and I think you saw some of that tonight. I think both Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Carney have reasons both to be grateful that they escaped the worst that might have happened to each of them, because at one point or another, each of their parties was looking at a pretty bad result. But I think neither of them can come out of this claiming that they're the king of the world. They were both given a proper dose of humility, and I think you could see that tonight.
Althea?
I wonder where things go next, especially for the Conservatives and the NDP, because I think you'll have some soul searching within the party's membership about, do they want a party that is more of a broad-based party that can try to win by tacking more to the center, or do they want to be more of an ideological purity party, especially for the NDP? I think the Conservatives need to think about, how do you win? Can you win with the current formula, which is basically just based on splitting your opponents?
Yes.
Or do you want to win by having a broader coalition? And I don't think that the caucus knows the answer to that yet. And I think the answer from caucus, actually, I don't know who is part of the caucus at the moment, so maybe I shouldn't be saying that. I don't know that the old caucus versus the party membership is the same versus the people who voted. So I think there will be a lot of kind of internal party soul searching in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
Yeah, I will say that margin between Pierre Poilievre and the Liberal Bruce Fanjoy is shrinking again. So we will see whether, if he has a seat, I think things get maybe easier for him in terms of trying to stay, maybe not.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
No, I don't either. I mean, he made that clear. Whether his caucus agrees, I don't know. Mary Ng, I'll get just a last thought from you as well, because I'm going to let you all go and lie down.
Well, I agree with the panel. I think, the results should give us all a lesson as Canadians. And the work ahead is going to be really hard. And I think that if we're going to get through this, then it requires everyone to play together, because Canada expects it. And every leader, every party has that responsibility to Canadians, and that needs to start tomorrow.
Okay. Mary Ng, thank you for coming in late at issue. Chantal, Andrew, Althea, thank you for being here and staying late. I'm going to let you go because I've also booked you for tomorrow night on the National, so I have to let you sleep before. Doesn't matter for me. It matters for you. Thank you all. Appreciate it very much. Get home safely. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Adrian.
It doesn't matter for me either.
Doesn't matter for you either, sister. Sorry.
All right. So just one thing about Ontario. Firstly, number of ridings, as David has been explaining, still haven't been called. I've just gone through them. I count 7 where the difference in votes is less than 1,000. 2 of them where it's double digit. One is like 16. One is 88. Here's one that hasn't been called. There's still a sizable spread there, but 280 of 287 polls. This is Sault Ste. Marie, Algoma. This was thought to be initially at the beginning of this night a 3-way race. Not at all. It's a 2-way race. If you were to look at the graph, you would see it's just neck and neck all night long. So what's it like there? What's going on? Lisa Shing is actually in Sault Ste. Marie, Algoma. How are you? How are people feeling? It's late.
It is late, and people have been waiting, Adrian. I'm here at Liberal candidate Terry Sheehan's watch party, and it's been kind of tense on and off throughout the night because of how close it has been throughout the night, and perhaps indicative of the closeness of the race. Mark Carney was here on Friday campaigning with Terry Sheehan, and we had seen Pierre Poilievre here at the beginning of the month, beginning of April. Bill Blair was up here with Terry Sheehan as well. There are a number of issues affecting this community, symbolic of the key issues in this election. Sault Ste. Marie here is a border city and right across the river from the U.S. It's twin city of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. It is a steel city, and so the 25% tariffs have been felt here very starkly. I spoke with a business owner who said people are tightening their purse strings already because the future here is uncertain. So just a few minutes ago, Terry Sheehan did have his victory speech saying that they fought hard to win this riding. He said, especially compared with where the Liberals started at the beginning of this. And I know we haven't made that call yet, but in his victory speech, he said he's not taking any of that for granted. He'll continue fighting for the issues that matter to the people here, including the tariffs and the trade war. And this riding, Sault Ste. Marie, the city, is on the front lines of that, Adrian.
Okay, Lisa, I don't know if you're in a bar or in a restaurant, but it's definitely past closing time there. Problem is, this race hasn't been called yet, so buckle up, I think, a little bit. Lisa Shing and Sault Ste. Marie, Algoma. Thank you. Rosie.
Okay, thanks, Adrian. I think Ian has some more results for us.
Well, let's go all the way back to New Brunswick. And you may remember yesterday I said that there was one riding in New Brunswick that flipped in 2021, and both of the main candidates here felt it was going to be close. It is close, and I want to show you what the vote count has been like through the night, and you can see these 2 lines, and then as they just almost blur towards the right-hand side of the screen there, that's when it got closer and closer and closer. About 2 hours ago, Lisa Harris texted Jacques Poitras and said that she was basically conceding. I think she was going home, going to bed, because she said to him in a text, quote, "I don't see a path to victory." Maybe there is a path to victory. There is one poll yet to report, and that'll be special ballots, ballots that were cast outside the riding. We know there were a total of 2,786 special ballots. We know that the gap right now is 394. Here's what we don't know. How many of those outside special ballots have been counted to this point? But there is a possible path to victory. I think Lisa Harris is asleep right now, but we'll see what happens in Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Okay, thanks, Ian. I was just trying to get some further explanations as to where we are. This is really, just to be clear, again, the reason why we haven't made a determination, again, in these ridings that my colleagues have been talking about is largely because of the advance poll and the special ballots. Those are still significant numbers. It is not that these ridings are too close to call. It is that there is still a large amount of vote coming in these places, and that could still change a number of ridings. And as you see there, the Liberals at 167 It wouldn't take very many times for them to get up to 172, Catherine.
Yeah, so there are 3 ridings that we have not called. The CBC decision desk has not made a call on in Alberta, Rosemary. They are all in Calgary. We talked about Calgary Centre a minute ago. So let's take a look at the other 2 here. I believe we have Calgary Confederation coming up first. And so you can see not quite all the polls reporting. We're talking about a 640 vote gap here. This is, again, a really interesting race. Corey Hogan, known for his work as a political strategist, amongst other things. Jeremy Nixon, well known too, though, as well in the area, former provincial cabinet minister. And let's take a look also at Calgary McKnight. And I would note there, Rosemary, in one case, you have the Liberals in the lead. The other, you have the Conservatives in the lead. George Shahal running in the riding of Calgary McKnight. But right now, not an insignificant lead by the Conservatives, but we still have 9 polls that need to report in that riding. So this is what we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah.
These are the things that could be deciding factors.
Yeah, this is the story right now, and this is why we are still on air at 2:15 a.m. on Tuesday now, and we'll decide whether or not we think we're going to get an answer tonight, or whether this is something that we'll have to well, tonight is over. Whether this is something we'll have to roll in later to today, later through Tuesday. Where am I going now? David.
Hey, I'm just doing a little bit of math here, Rosemary, because we're at that stage of the night. I was promised there would be no math, but guess what? It's all about math. Look, there's a chance here for that 167 to get to 172. It's an inside straight. But it's possible, right? So you need the turn and the river to come up red if you're going to get there, because sports analogies are all I have left at this hour of the night. And here we go. So Terrebonne, look at this. This is the closest race right now that is not called. It is 28 votes with 1 poll reporting. Special ballots, probably. Advanced polls, not sure. But it's one of those, and that is where the Liberals have been remarkably strong throughout tonight, flipping a bunch of seats to get a majority to within striking distance. I'm going to go next door to Ontario, where this race has been tightening up. Milton East, Halton Hills will go down here. Oh, that's Wellington. Oh, my God, I've lost it. Here, where are we? There we go. Milton East, Halton Hills South. It's a 112-vote lead now. That was 300 and something the last time we checked in. 14 polls reporting. A lot of those will be advanced polls and special ballots. This is one, again, where the Liberal is eating up the Conservative lead and moving in, to within striking distance with a not insignificant amount of polls to report. I'm going to check this one in southwestern Ontario. I'm not sure if this is necessarily on the target list or not in terms of on the watch, but this is a Liberal incumbent in Eric Kuzmierczak, 281 of 282 polls reporting. Look, in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, it's a 359-vote lead. There's only 1 poll reporting. We do not know precisely, or I do not know, how many outstanding votes there are. But we have seen single polls flip 500-vote deficits into 500-vote leads for the Liberals because of the strength of their advanced polls. So that's 3 right there. If 2 of those go, you're at 169. And there's still a couple of seats to look at. Let's get out to Nunavut. This is another one to watch. An NDP seat right now, Laurie Idlout, is leading up there. But it's a 400-vote lead with 11 polls reporting. So you can see, again, the potential for the possibility of a flip there. And let's go all the way out to British Columbia. There's the ones Catherine talked about in Calgary, but if we go into BC, in particular, it's seats in the greater Vancouver area. This is the part of Vancouver where the Liberals are strongest. And so, part of British Columbia where the Liberals are strongest. So let's just look at some of the margins here. Vancouver East, that's Jenny Kwan. I think I clicked on that by accident. Yes, she has been declared elected, projected elected. Vancouver Kingsway, this is the one I meant to get to. Don Davies, 3 polls remaining, a 275-vote lead over the Liberal candidate, Amy Gill. Now, in terms of working together in Parliament and the NDP and the Liberals getting over 172, it doesn't change that total, but it moves it reliably to the Liberals if the Liberals are able to overcome that particular deficit. And then, of course, there is the new Westminster Burnaby riding. 332-vote lead for the Conservative, but with 22 polls left to go. And with the late polls, the trend has not been late polls breaking to the Conservatives. Not in any of the close ridings we're watching. What we had was a cluster of like a dozen or so ridings where Conservatives, New Democrats, Bloc, whoever, had leads of 900 to 1,000, and the late advance came in, and it was just Liberal, 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 flip, 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 flip. Yeah. And that's what got us up to this 167. So that's the handful of ridings that we're seeing. It's changing pretty quickly as we start to get some things in here. But, you know, you can still see, even at this late hour, at 2:19 Eastern time, you know, we signed out of Power and Politics at 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern time today. Still going. We still don't know what it is, but there is still a path there for Mark Carney. If he doesn't get the majority, you can easily see this getting into the, not easily, but you can see this getting to 170 for sure by tomorrow morning if it keeps going.
Is that we're not in a country where any prominent political person is going to question the validity of what's going on here. Because you imagine a bunch of people have gone to sleep with a certain count, and they're going to wake up, and it potentially could be really different. But there is nobody, no major political leader in this country who's going to question this counting process, and we can be thankful for that.
There was a little bit of nonsense and noise online about bring a pen instead of a pencil and all this sort of thing, and some people chanting too big to rig and all this sort of thing. But, you know, broadly, Canadians should treasure Elections Canada and the way we do things in this country compared to others. But I know, Ian, BC always complained about not being relevant. How do you feel now, 20 after 2, buddy?
I mean, personally, I'm not sure if I feel relevant, but the province is very happy with you.
Yeah.
All right, I want to say, let our friends Ashley Burke and Kate McKenna say a final word here because we are going to get off the air shortly. Let's go to Kate McKenna. A final word from you, Kate, on what's happening there. There's people cleaning up behind you, so it's time for you to go.
Yeah, I think we're getting kicked out of the venue somewhat soon. But Rosie, if I could just finish on Carleton. All eyes are on Carleton. Pierre Poilievre's going to keep his seat. That would, I think we can assume that would help him in his quest to stay on as the leader of the party. We are looking at a possible parliament where one party, the NDP, has no leader, and the other party, the Conservatives, have a leader that is not elected. So we'll be watching for that. And it's interesting. I was speaking with people here today who were out in Carleton canvassing, and they assured me, you know, they were sure that Pierre Poilievre was going to win. They just happened to live in Ottawa, so they were going out and they were canvassing in Carleton. But Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate there, has had a 3-point lead throughout the night, still has that lead. Will he be able to maintain it for the last 30 or so polls? That's what we'll be watching for. But the Conservatives say that they do believe they have that seat in the bag. He, of course, has won it a number of times over 20 years. So they're still hopeful that he will take that seat at the end of the day. 7 times, in fact, as part of my fun facts. Okay, Kate, thank you so much for all your work through the campaign. And tonight, you can go lie down. We'll see you in the morning. Bye-bye. Well, we'll see you later today, really. Bye-bye. Thanks. That's Kate McKenna in Ottawa there. I'll go to Ashley Burke for a final thought at Liberal headquarters where, oh, no, they're still partying there. No one wants to go home there, Ashley.
Now, Rosie, the music actually just turned off, but just a few moments ago, Mark Carney and his wife were in the crowd, and he was jumping up and down. He was dancing. He was rocking out to the band here, Down with Webster. This is the song that they used to play when he got off stage at rallies, and he walked out and was speaking, like weaving through the crowd, and he was celebrating, and that's really what the vibe is here right now. People are celebrating this win. This is a major reversal of fortunes for the Liberal Party, which was just a couple months ago really tanking in the polls. But at the same time, they're waiting to find out if it's a majority or minority government. And people that I've been speaking to tonight are nervous about how tight it is. Some have lost hope. Others think that maybe those advanced polls can get those numbers up. But people are really waiting to see here. And we heard him talk about humility in his speech there. He also said that for the people who didn't vote for him, that he's going to govern for all. He called for the end of division and anger. And he talked about the path forward, his message about taking on Donald Trump. He has said on the campaign trail that the first thing that whoever wins, which is him, was going to be to sit down with the U.S. president to try and chart a path forward and a new economic and security deal. Rosie?
Okay, Ashley Burke, thank you for all your work through this campaign. And tonight, you also should go try and get a couple hours sleep before you're back in the office tomorrow. Thank you. All right, I'm going to show you another board just to reflect where we're at and why we're going to let things stand where they are. and hopefully have a better result, or not a better result, but an actual confirmed result later today. This is where we are. 172 for a majority, 167 for the Liberals, 145 for the Conservatives. So let me show you, am I showing you what, that's the party standings. Here's what could, no, this is the total votes. This is voter, okay, sorry, we're going back here again. Right, so here's what I'm showing you, where we are right now at this point on Tuesday morning, and what is still possible. We could possibly, you could possibly get the Liberal government to 174 over that majority, but it is not sure yet, and that is why we're not doing it, and we're not going to do it on this broadcast. Hopefully we'll get some answers soon, but the count is taking a long time, and the count is still big in some places. It's not that the margins are small, it's that the count is big. So we're going to leave things there. So I want to get a final thought from all these lovely people around the table who have been with us through the evening, bringing us all of these results. Final thought from you, Ian?
You know, speaking of math, I was thinking to myself, and the polls had suggested there would be a majority government tonight, and I thought, 4 years from now, I probably am not going to be working. This is probably going to be my last election.
Oh.
So I had that kind of wistful sense throughout the evening. Now, I'm going to keep all these because we might be back very soon.
Might not be your last election this year.
And it was a historic election, right? Yeah. No matter what the final outcome is. Adrienne?
I would say that the Conservatives can thank the Greater Toronto Area and thank their own messaging for landing in the GTA, for making the difference between the Liberals getting a minority and maybe not achieving that majority. GTA, really interesting place, very good place for the Conservatives.
Okay. Catherine?
There is a maxim, one of my favorite political observers says about Canadian politics, that it tends towards the most boring possible outcome. I think we can say that is no longer true. The last few months, it has really felt like somebody took the snow globe of Canadian politics, shook them up. That's what happened again tonight. We're still waiting to see what it means. And in addition to Poilievre figuring out his fate, the NDP's future, negotiations with Donald Trump over all of this, too.
Less than a minute for you.
Rosie, even if this lands at a minority for Mark Carney, this is one of the greatest political comebacks in Canadian history. The Liberals were facing extinction going into Christmas. They have an inside straight chance to get to a majority government if these tight races flip. This result is a result that kind of satisfies nobody. The Liberals fell short of the majority they hoped they were going to get. The Conservatives came second despite the inevitability of their lead. The New Democrats lose party status. The Bloc are diminished, but Elizabeth May held her seat. Carleton, 8 advanced polls, 2 special ballots to report there. That's what we're going to be watching for.
That's very, very tight.
Yep.
Okay, listen, it takes a lot of people to bring you the results and the information that you need on election night, but tonight we want to shine the spotlight on one person in particular. For years, Sharon Musgrave ran the CBC News decision desk, making the kinds of calls you've seen here tonight. She's been in my ear through the night, helping me direct you. She has been central to election specials right across the country. Between federal and provincial elections, Sharon tonight is marking her 74th election. It is also her last one before she retires. So, on behalf of all of us and all the viewers who benefited from your work, Sharon, thank you for your extraordinary contribution to democracy. Thank you also for being my friend. Thanks to the very best team in the business here, right across the country, for all their hard work tonight, to the control room where you saw with Sharon, to this wonderful crew here on the floor, to all the people that put this incredible set together, and to these very special people around me, Adrienne, Ian, Catherine, and David. This day has been about your vote, the future of the country, at a critical moment. We thank you for sharing it all with us. Stay with us. Extended federal election coverage with CBC's Gloria Makarenko continues next. We will be with you in a matter of hours to see where this all ended. Thank you for watching. I'm Rosemary Barton. Good night.
Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? No matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between 2 sovereign nations. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Good evening. I'm Gloria Makarenko, and welcome to Canada Votes 2025 After the Vote. We are coming to you live from beautiful British Columbia. We continue our coverage of the federal election. And if you're just joining us, CBC News is projecting a Liberal government under Prime Minister Mark Carney.
Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. Y'all just poured your heart into me.
And he congratulated me for being re-elected in Saanich Island.
À chaque moment d'une campagne exceptionnelle. Merci aux militants et aux militants du Bloc québécois.
We didn't quite get over the finish line yet. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country.
And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
A most unusual night, and a long one as well. Well, we have reporters in ridings across the West standing by to bring you the latest results and break down the stories that matter in what has already proven to be a very exciting race. And here with us in our Vancouver studio, we have our political panel. Shachi Kurl, pollster and president of the Angus Reid Institute, and Stuart Prest, political scientist from the University of British Columbia. And they are in it, we are in it for the long haul as we kick off another 2.5 hours of comprehensive coverage here on CBC. Welcome to you both.
We're so happy to be on the air with you.
It's been such a long night. We've been waiting and waiting for the call. Shachi, your thoughts on what's transpired so far?
So, in many ways, Gloria, exactly what we expected, but in many ways, not what we expected. So, in terms of turnout and percentage of popular vote, I think we're seeing, in terms of the way Canadians have indicated for the parties that they voted for, largely what they said that they would do. The Liberals up above 40%. There was a projection of between, 42, 44%. They're at 43%. Conservatives, we had them projected around 40%. They're at 41%. Bang on with the NDP, bang on with the Bloc, bang on with the Greens. However, because of the vagaries of the way that broad national vote and even the provincial vote falls out, I think what we've seen are a couple of bounces, a couple of hiccups, particularly in the 905 and the GTA, and in the way those seats actually change relative to what we see at the popular vote level. And I would say that this is probably, Gloria, the first time in 100 years, first time since the 1920s, that we have seen a party, in this case the Liberal Party, gain 43% of the vote and still fail to win a majority government, which is kind of what I think a lot of people were expecting, but just fell short of tonight. Although votes are still being counted. We're still seeing the ticker moving.
It's not over.
It's not over.
It's not over yet. And Stuart, we've been sitting in the newsroom watching this all unfold throughout the evening, watching the results. What stands out for you?
Well, I think it is remarkable that we are seeing a Liberal Party up over 43%, but also a Conservative Party up over 40%. This is a two-party race, a two-party election. It is a very divided country in a number of ways. And yet we also have this curious phenomenon that after all of this running, we are, as the votes currently stand, more or less where we were at the end of the last Parliament, where the Liberals are a little shy of a majority. They may need help. They may be able to get that help from the New Democrats. The New Democrats have had a terrible night, and there's no other way to say it. And yet they still may have a role to play here, depending on how these last few races shake down.
Shachi?
Exactly what Stuart, I was going to say exactly what Stuart just said. We've seen the NDP lose their party status tonight. We've seen them reduced to the single digits, which isn't a historical low, but it is historical relative to, say, 25, 30 years. You'd have to go back to the Audrey McLaughlin, Alexa McDonough era to see the NDP this low. A tough night for Jagmeet Singh. He resigned. He had to resign tonight.
there was really no path forward for Jagmeet Singh as leader. And New Democrats who, you know, as recently as 14 years ago, under that first orange wave under Jack Layton, where they were poised to really form official opposition, very, very strong caucus, won big in Quebec. To see the party reduced to 7 seats tonight, possibly fewer if a few of these flip the way we think they might possibly flip, it's time, I think, for some soul searching, not only among the NDP, but also among the Conservatives, who had a very resilient showing tonight, showed pretty much the way we thought they would. But when you consider that this was the party and Pierre Poilievre, who may be on track actually to lose his own seat as leader, sitting on a 30-point lead in December of 2024, and 4 months later having to give this gracious speech, having to talk about the concession and not quite make it, like, to blow a 30-point lead is a pretty catastrophic thing.
And Stuart, what were your thoughts about just how erratic the votes were tonight in terms of how they were coming in and how difficult they were to read? It was very strange.
Yeah, it was a very difficult race to try to take apart and understand where we were headed. At one point early on, it seemed like the Liberals were really underperforming in the Maritimes and the Atlantic regions, and it seemed like perhaps the Conservatives were on their way to making things really difficult. And then we got to the vote-rich areas of Ontario. It seemed like the Liberals might be on track to an easy majority, and then the needle swung yet again, and we seem to be back in this holding pattern. And it is, for me, reminiscent of the BC election in fall of 2024, where we were left waiting to the early hours of the morning, and indeed days, indeed even weeks until we knew the final result. Hopefully it's not that long here, but it seems like for all that we have been watching that needle bounce back and forth, we still have a long ways to go.
Well, exactly, and we may have a crucial role in that tonight. We may be making a call ourselves. I mean, we have a very sophisticated system, our decision desk here at CBC, and Shachi, just the inability to call beyond a Liberal government is very interesting as well.
So much of this, Gloria, has to do with the fact that we are dealing with really, really high advance numbers. And we've seen trends or hints of this, harbingers of this. We saw this in 2020 during that BC COVID election. We saw it in 2024. What's happening now with elections is that the trend goes towards more people voting early or not necessarily putting all of their impact and their decision on voting on E-Day. And what that means is that Elections Canada, the deputy returning officers, the volunteers at various voting stations have to make decisions, and it is left to their guidance to decide when they want to start counting those votes. Do they want to vote them early?
Maybe it should be more uniform.
Well, you know, maybe it should be. I think that's a great idea. But what it means is that we know what the numerator is tonight, right? So the numerator is the number of votes that each party has received. What we don't totally know is the denominator. How many more votes are there left to count exactly?
Okay, we have so much more to discuss, and I'm so glad you're going to be with us for the duration. But let's go to Justin McElroy now. Justin is at the results desk. He is monitoring all the late fights, the ongoing fights. So, Justin, can you help break it down for us? Just how did we get here? Well, what are we still watching, and why haven't we called this thing?
Well, and Gloria, it's 171 seats to a majority. The Liberals right now have 167 seats, so you do the math. 4 more seats, they have to find those extra votes, and there are still a number of places where we're waiting for those final votes to come in. Let's take a look at some of our closest races that are still too close to call. You can see Terrebonne there with the BQ, 28 votes down for the Liberals, if they can make up the difference there. In Vancouver Kingsway, if they can make up the difference. Terra Nova as well. In Milton East, Halton Head South, 329 votes. Windsor Tecumseh Lakeshore, 359 votes there. So, you know, it's not the most likely, but we've seen from the advance votes that have come in the rest of the country that they've tended to tilt towards the Liberal Party. So we're going to be watching all night to see whether these tip and we end up getting a Liberal majority or not. not. Places in BC that we're going to be looking, Vancouver Kingsway, Don Davies, longtime MP for 2 decades now, up by just 300 votes or so over the Liberal challenger Amy Gill. Another place in British Columbia that we're looking at as well, New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville, similar Peter Julian, NDP MLA MP for 20-odd years, is down right now to the Conservative challenger Indy Pangchi. Liberal Jake Sawatsky, though, just 300 votes out as well. And in Kelowna, Stephen Fuhr won this riding in 2015. He lost it in 2019. Conservatives held it in 2021. Now he's up against the Conservative incumbent Tracy Gray by just 50 votes or so. So again, we're looking at whether the Liberals can pick up some of these seats, hold this one in Kelowna as well. So we've got lots of hours where we don't know whether these final polls, you see here just one poll remaining in Kelowna. We don't know whether those final votes are going to be counted in 15 minutes, in 30 minutes, in 1 hour or 2 hours. So it makes it really difficult to call, but we're going to be here for the rest of the night to find out.
Okay, to Shachi's point as well. Justin, thank you so much. And as Justin was just referring to, Liberal Stephen Fuhr with a very slight edge tonight in the riding of Kelowna, and that's where we find CBC's Brady Strachan. Brady, this has been quite a horse race.
Yeah, and as Justin was just mentioning there, it's so close. We were just talking here. I'm here with Stephen Fuhr, the Liberal candidate in the Kelowna riding. We were just looking at the numbers as that poll came in that has Stephen Fuhr ahead by 170 votes. So, Stephen, to get that, we're so close to getting a final result here. How are you feeling right now?
I feel like I'm watching a really important hockey game, and we're going to a shootout in overtime here. We got one more poll to go. We went from 2 polls to go, and I was up 66. 1 poll to go, and I'm up 170. So, I mean, at least the trend is moving in the right direction. I don't know the rules, but I think either way we slice it, we're going to be looking at a recount in the coming days. But I'd rather be in this position and then 170 behind. That's for sure.
This has been a really close race all night, and we've been watching as you've had this lead here and maintained it. What has it been like for you and your supporters to see it come down to the wire here in Kelowna?
Well, I think at one point we were up early, a couple thousand, close to 2,000 votes, and then it was just either a tie or a loss all the way down for like probably 120 polls. So yeah, it was exciting and nail biting because, were we going to run out of runway before we got to the end of the poll count? And it looks like, with 1 poll to go, we might make it.
Okay, but either way, you've got a lot of support here in Kelowna, obviously. This was the last 2 elections. This went Conservative. What do you think has happened here in Kelowna?
Well, I mean, I was an MP before, right? So interestingly, people at the ballot box got to choose realistically between 2 people who had done the job before. And they got to, compare, what I was able to deliver as an MP in 2015 to 2019 to what they'd had in the last 6 years. I think that was a factor. I think Mark Carney was also a big factor, something that I have no control over, but people in Kelowna seem to identify with his, his leadership and his capacity to get us through this situation we have going on with Donald Trump. As did I, thinking he's the best position to do that. And I think it was a combination of a bunch of things that ultimately got us to where we're at. So I'm cautiously optimistic we'll get over the finish line the next day or 2.
As you say, this may go to a recount, but assuming things stay in your favor here, what will you bring to this Liberal government?
Well, I mean, there's lots of things. My number one job right now is to, if I'm successful, is to get to Ottawa. I can set up quick. I know how to do it. I've done it before. And to help this community build out its infrastructure to recognize its growth. It's growing very, very quickly, and it's got a lot of infrastructure needs. And I was very successful at bringing infrastructure dollars here when I was the MP the last time, and I plan on doing that right away. I'm going to get right to work on that.
And then just finally here, you were talking about all how you got to here and the different things coming together to get so much Liberal support here, other parties.
Yeah, for sure. It was cross-party support that got us to where we're at right now. I mean, the Liberal base really came to the party for me, which I appreciated, but I had really great NDP support. I think I had good progressive Conservative support. And to win in a traditionally Conservative riding, you need to build relationships with other parties and cooperate to get a success. And that's what we did here today.
So Gloria here from the Kelowna riding. Stephen Fuhr, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Brady. Okay, you are watching Canada Votes 2025. After the vote, I'm Gloria Makarenko, and we're coming to you from our CBC Vancouver studios. And you know, since this is after the vote, a little bit more of a relaxed atmosphere, maybe we would love to hear from you about tonight's result. What are you feeling? What are you thinking about? What would you like to see next? Please give us a call, 1-800-825-5950. That's 1-800-825-5950. Okay, we hope to get a little bit of a conversation going here. We'll include our panelists in that conversation, so please feel free to give us a call. Right now, back to Justin McElroy for more results.
Yeah, Gloria, one place we haven't talked a lot over the last few hours has been Vancouver, partly because their votes came later, partly because a lot of the ridings haven't been all that close. But let's take a look through, starting with the closest, Vancouver Kingsway. And you can see, if you're watching on TV, the race the entire night, as all the polls have gone in, has been very, very close. Now just a couple polling stations left to count, less than a 200-vote lead for Don Davies, who has been MP for this area since 2008, replacing David Emerson. Again, you can see it's so tight. 2 polls left to report. It's going to be a big question whether the Liberals can make up that deficit there. Moving on, Vancouver East, another longtime NDP stronghold. This one a little bit more secure for Jenny Kwan. NDP have held this since 1997, one of the few places that the NDP can have a happy story at the end of this night. Moving on next, we're going to take a look at Vancouver Granville. This was a more controversial riding last time around for the Liberals and Talib Noor Mohammed, who won, even though there were stories around the multiple homes that he owned. It was a very close race. This time, not so much. You can see over 12,000 votes more than the Conservative candidate. Also in Vancouver, we have Vancouver Quadra. This has been a long-time Liberal stronghold. They've held it since 1984. Wade Grant, longtime Musqueam councillor, is elected by a large amount, more than double the vote of Ken Charco of the Conservatives. Vancouver Fraserview, South Burnaby. Hey, look who's back. It's Vancouver Mayor Gregor Robertson from 2008 to 2018. Probably going to have a cabinet spot. Sakshi's laughing. Face returns. Comfortable victory tonight over the Conservative candidate. And finally, you know, civilizations come, civilizations go. Hedy Fry is forever. Since 1993, has been elected almost every time by comfortable margins. Again here, more than 5,000 votes over the Conservative challenger. She, if she holds out her entire term, will become the oldest MP in Canada's history. And again, a big night for her. So no real surprises here in Vancouver, with the exception of wondering what we're going to see in Vancouver Kingsway with those 2 remaining results, but going to be really fascinating to see when those come in and where they go.
Justin, thank you very much. And yes, right across the studio, echoing out Shachi Curl's laughter when Gregor Robertson's image came up.
It wasn't Gregor Robertson. It was Justin McElroy's turn of phrase.
I see. Okay.
So it's, you know, he's back. I'm like, did he ever go away? It's
right.
like,
Well,
he's stayed. He's stayed in the public eye.
Yeah.
He's continued to advocate and talk about the things that are important to him, although he hasn't been mayor for some time. So
no, not as high profile as he had before.
I mean, no, but I would say, considering a number of people tonight who have been elected that we've never heard of before, right? So the idea of look who's back. Anyway, it was just very funny.
Just keep the laughter coming.
It's late. It's almost midnight, folks, okay? Like,
I think that's
propriety starts to go out the window. What do you want?
That's in Vancouver. It's a whole lot later than that in other places across the country that are listening and watching us right now as well. Something else that Justin just mentioned was Hedy Fry. And we had a chance to speak to Liberal Hedy Fry earlier this evening, just a short time ago, in fact, where she has been re-elected in the Vancouver Centre riding and is continuing her streak as the longest-serving female MP. She was at the Junction on Davie Street in Vancouver. Congratulations to you. How are you feeling about the night?
Thank you. Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm just hoping that by tomorrow morning, when we've gotten all the polls counted, that we will have a majority government.
What a night. I'm just thinking about your long career in politics, Hedy. You have been an MP for this riding since 1993. You knocked off then Prime Minister Kim Campbell in 93. So how does that compare with tonight, all these years later?
Well, in some ways, it compares favorably. I was surprised. I never expected to defeat Kim Campbell, but that was a surprise. But since then, you know, one has gotten used to being a member of parliament, to getting the work done, to focusing on all the things that we need to change. But this time, it seems to me that we were in an existential battle. It seems that Canada's very future is at stake. And so to win this election, to have Mark Carney as Prime Minister, really is a sense of confidence. It's a sense that we're going where we're going. It's a sense of almost seeing Canada achieve its destiny. And so that's exciting.
Well, and with this win, you are heading into the record books in terms of the longest-serving female MP in Canadian history. How does that feel?
That feels good because I think, you know, it shows that women can win. Women can do anything they want to do. But I also remember that Jean Chrétien keeps telling me that he has been 40 years in politics, and that I have to beat his record. And I said, my goodness, I don't know if I can ever do that.
What keeps you coming back, Hetty?
It's getting things done, watching changes to the country, to the people, to the communities, being able to help them and make a difference is very addictive, actually. You get stuck on it. You want to keep doing it. You kept thinking, if I could move this thing about 40 degrees, then I can move it 60, then I can move it 80, and then I can accumulate all the change we want. So that's very addictive. That's what keeps me going. There's always something to do, always something to change, always something to fix and to make better, so Canadians can have better lives. I came here as a young doctor, and I will tell you that I believed in this country. I still believe in this country as having the potential to be the greatest country in the world. In a time when conflict is surrounding us, when the world is changing so radically, I still believe that Canada has a big role to play in actually achieving peaceful resolution to conflict. Over the years as a nation, we've showed that we have been able to have people from every corner of the world who didn't like each other when they were in their countries, who come here, live together, their children marry people that they didn't like over the years in their home country. We're showing people that it's possible to create people who can live together, people of different types, where we can find a way to create opportunity for all and to create a sense of everyone can learn how to grow and to become one people in the world striving for one thing. That's prosperity and life and an environment, and not to be able to have the war and the conflict that we're having now. That drives me. I believe that's Canada's role, and that Canada can live up to it. And I actually listened to Mark Carney give his acceptance speech just now, and I tell you, he made me believe it all over again.
Well, I hear your words, but it's easier said than done, isn't it? And tomorrow is a new day. You can put the campaign behind you, but what do you see as the biggest challenges facing this new government?
I think right now, the biggest challenge is, of course, the tariffs and learning to create a strong and solid economy. And I think the biggest challenge is to let Donald Trump know that we are a sovereign nation, that we are actually not a 51st state. I came to Canada because I believed in Canada. I had the opportunity to go to the United States. I was being offered a lot more money as a doctor. But I believed in the future of this country. I believed in what it could do. And I now believe that I'm going to be really working hard to make that happen.
Hetty Fry, thank you so much. Thanks for staying up late with us.
Thank you, Gloria. Nice talking to you. Bye.
Hetty Fry, victorious tonight in Vancouver Centre. Stuart Press, what was going through your mind as you were listening to Hetty? She's got a lot of energy for late in the evening, too.
Oh, for late in the evening, 83 years old.
83,
She's
yep.
still got that fight in her. It's remarkable. You can hear how she is still tapping into that kind of aspirational sense of what it means to be Canadian, that the Liberals, when they are at their best, they really manage to show forth. And so I think she is, if she's sounding revitalized and energized, I think it is because there is a fight to be fought, and the Liberals have really found ways to corner the market on that fight of standing up for Canada against the United States, for standing up for a vision of the country that is multicultural and that is inclusive. And it's clear that those are the values that she is still looking for reasons and ways to stand up for.
Shachi, what was going through your mind as you were listening to Hetty?
That local politics matters a lot more than what we talk about. She's been the MP for Vancouver Centre for 32 years. So she has been re-elected since 1993 over and over again through the highs and the lows of the Liberal Party, based on the strength of her local constituents who make a choice every time around Davie Street, along Burrard and the West End to return her. And, you know, two things occur to me. One is this, she must be, can we say it at this hour? She must be a hell of a constituency MP to earn that from her voters time and time again. I also think it takes a very special kind of human being in person to be as idealistic as most of our MPs are, to not only stand for election, but to stand for it over and over and over and over again and put the work into actually trying to get reelected all those times. 32 years. There are Gen Zers who weren't even born when she was first elected.
That's right. It's an incredible legacy. It has to be recognized for sure. Okay. Are there any other long-serving MPs that come to mind for you that could compare to Hetty's legacy?
Well, I think we have a number of MPs that we can see get those deep connections with their communities, but some of them are falling in this election. Folks like Peter Julian, who have been in that same sort of vein, pillars of their communities, and yet this is a storm that they could not withstand.
What do you think happened there in New Westminster?
It's a great question, because it is hard to imagine New West as being anything other than an NDP stronghold. It is one of those fortress ridings where we assumed Julian could stand and run and win as long as he cared to. And yet I think it is that sense that this was a moment, one of these high stakes elections where voters want to make sure that they are standing on the question that matters most. And I think it really does speak to the sense that the Liberals had a position with regard to the United States and the threats of Donald Trump, and that was foremost in the mind of voters. And the Conservatives had their own position on that issue, and the NDP were really left behind in the conversation.
Okay, well, there are so many interesting areas in the West, a lot of races outstanding, and let's go back to Justin McElroy now, and with a particular focus, Justin, on Vancouver Island.
Yeah, and we'll show results from all across the country over the next few hours. But if we can spend 2 hours at the beginning of the program showing Atlantic Canada, we can have 15, 20 minutes about BC ridings we haven't seen. So Vancouver Island, 7 ridings in total, and we see big pickups for the Conservatives and Liberals to a certain extent. And of course, the big story is the NDP. Long a stronghold there, not so much this time around. So let's go through all 7. First of all, Victoria, the capital city, going to the Liberals for the first time since 2008. Will Greaves, a UVic political science professor, defeating incumbent NDP candidate Laurel Collins, and you can see a huge margin there. Then you look west to Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. This has been a riding that has gone to a number of parties over the years. This time around, Stephanie McLean, a former NDP MLA in Alberta, moved to BC, now heading to Ottawa for the Liberal Party. Then you go, as we continue to go through, Elizabeth May, the one Green Party MP. Once again, she gets elected for a 5th term now. And again, it was a little bit close, but it wasn't too competitive at the end of the day, 5,000 votes or so, but having no people with her, just 1% nationally for the Green Party. NDP, the one place they did keep their seat, Gord Johns, a very popular MP for the region. You can see the 3-way split here with the Liberals doing much better than they typically would during the middle of the island, but still a fairly comfortable victory there for them. As we continue to move up, though, we look at the Conservatives and where they won today. Nanaimo Ladysmith, this was a 4-way race. You don't see the Green Party candidate, Paul Manley, in there, but he was also someone that a lot of voters were considering. But at the end of the day, Tamara Cronus, the Conservative candidate, winning there, defeating the NDP incumbent by more than double. Then you look south to Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, Jeff Kibble winning, defeating the NDP incumbent Alistair McGregor by about 3,000 votes. All these ridings went Reform in the 1990s, went Canadian Alliance in 2000. So it's not as though there's no history there for the Conservatives winning. It just hasn't happened for a while. And then you go to the most northern riding in the island. That's Aaron Gunn winning by about 4,000 votes over the NDP candidate. Again, Aaron Gunn extremely polarizing on a national level, but on a riding basis, you would have expected this to go to the Conservatives based on where they were in provincial polls and where they've done typically not too bad in a close second in recent elections. With the NDP doing poorly across the province, one of those places where the Conservatives were able to pick up more was the island.
Justin, thank you very much. And if you're just joining us, where have you been all night? I'm Gloria Makarenko. This is Canada Votes 2025, and we are bringing you the latest from the federal election. It has really been an incredible evening, not only here in BC, but right across Canada. So CBC News is projecting a Liberal government, and we are watching the story from coast to coast to coast. And we are coming to you live from our CBC Vancouver studios, everywhere you stream. And what we'd like to do tonight is take your calls, your reaction. During this election, we've been watching also the political race in the riding of North Island Powell River. The NDP's Rachel Blaney decided not to run. The Conservatives' Aaron Gunn, as Justin just mentioned, has now been elected in that riding, and I had a chance to speak with him earlier this evening. Aaron Gunn, hello there, and congratulations on your big win tonight.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's been a hard-fought campaign.
How are you feeling?
Relieved, probably. Some pressure has been lifted off the shoulders. But otherwise, I've been out of the loop a little bit about what's happening in the rest of the country, but we're just glad that we were able to deliver here in North Island Powell River.
Okay. What do you think it was that swayed the voters there in your riding to move to you and the Conservative Party?
I think the three big issues. One is the concerns everyone had over affordability, so the price of groceries, gas, homes, the public safety issues that we've seen downtown Campbell River, downtown Courtenay. A lot of people very frustrated with the decision to decriminalize hard drugs by the Liberal government, as well as the handing out of what they call safe supply. And then also, I think, just a general feeling that the Liberals and the NDP don't really support the resource sector anymore. This is a resource sector riding, whether it's forestry or fishing or aquaculture or mining. So I think just a general feeling among those in the workforce that for good jobs, affordable lives and safer neighborhoods, that the Conservative Party was the choice.
Okay, so what is the message then to that resource sector, the people in your riding after today's result?
Well, they elected me to be their representative, so I'm going to be a very loud voice in Ottawa for the resource sector, for good paying jobs here in the riding. We want to have more jobs. I was knocking on doors in places like Port McNeill, Campbell River, people that have to drive to the airport to fly out of town because there's no jobs left in the riding, flying to Alberta, Fort McMurray, Northwest Territories. Those are good jobs, but they would prefer to have those jobs right here so they can spend more time with their families. So I'm going to be trying to advocate and do everything I can to bring more of those jobs back.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. You know, again, a whole new makeup of the Canadian government as of tomorrow. What do you see as your role in Poilievre's opposition?
To be honest, I haven't given the game. I was just trying to get through today, to be completely honest with you. All I know is that knowing myself, I'm going to be a loud voice, and I'm going to make sure that the issues and concerns that are important to my constituents, whether they voted for me or not, are going to be heard in the House of Commons and in Parliament. That's what I know for sure, and we'll have to see how the dust settles as far as what kind of arrangements are going on in Parliament.
Aaron, it's been good to touch base with you. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. It's great chatting with you as well.
That's Aaron Gunn, elected as a Conservative on North Island Powell River. But that campaign wasn't without some controversy.
No, absolutely not. Aaron Gunn was a subject of considerable, not just scrutiny, but condemnation from First Nations groups, given his comments regarding residential schools and the legacy that they have left within Indigenous communities and the country more broadly. And so it is, while it is a victory for the Conservatives, his victory is also going to be a point of ongoing, I think, controversy for the party. It speaks to the party's willingness and need to hold on to that populist right-of-centre faction within the Conservative movement, but it can come at a cost of considerable dissension and frustration and again, criticism from other sectors of the Canadian population.
Yeah, there was actually a petition against him. I got more than 15,000 signatures, I think, at one point. But as you point out, they forged on and he won that riding. Okay, while we're still on Vancouver Island, let's check in with Katie DeRosa in Victoria. Hi there, Katie.
Hi, we are outside Swans because the NDP party in Greater Victoria has wrapped up. Unfortunately, they didn't have a lot to celebrate, so didn't stay very long. 3 concession speeches from incumbent Laurel Collins, Colin Plant, and Maya Tate, who were unable to pick up their seats in Greater Victoria. So certainly, a bit of commiserating, but Laurel Collins said she doesn't want to see a 2-party system, and even though the NDP lost official party status, she wants to see a revival in the next election.
What's the general feeling on Vancouver Island, and especially with the sagging fortunes of the NDP?
Well, leading up to the election, really all eyes were on the seats that were battlegrounds on Vancouver Island, where the NDP was at risk of losing support. Both the Liberals and Conservatives very much targeting the Liberals focusing on Greater Victoria, the Conservatives focusing on the Mid to North Island. And, Mark Carney was here in Saanich yesterday, so it was his last stop on the campaign. He went to Vancouver to meet with Premier David Eby after the Lapu-Lapu tragedy, and then came to Victoria, which speaks to how intensely the Liberals were targeting Greater Victoria. And as for the Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre was in Nanaimo area on Friday holding a rally with 4,000 people. So the NDP, what Laurel Collins said is they were up against Donald Trump's tariff threats, and that made it a 2-horse race, which made it really tough for the NDP to hang on.
Katie DeRosa, thank you very much. That is Katie DeRosa reporting from Victoria tonight. Didn't exactly make the great call. She went to the party where there were several concession speeches as well. Now, I mentioned earlier this evening that we would like to make you part of tonight's coverage after the vote. What do you think of the result tonight? What are you feeling? What are you thinking? What would you like to see next? Well, we have some callers who are ready to join the conversation right now. Christina is on the line from California. Christina, hi there, welcome.
Can't hear Christina.
Maybe we have an issue with audio and Christina.
Maybe they tried to annex the phone line.
Maybe. We're trying something new. We're just trying something new here. Okay, well, I think it was kind of interesting that she's watching the race from California. How are we doing in the control room there? Are we managing? Okay, anyone else we should be checking in with? Okay, let's try Quinn Campbell, who is on the line now from Calgary. Quinn, hi there. Welcome to After the Vote. Quinn, hi, good evening or good morning. I apologize. We are obviously trying something new here, and we're having some technical issues connecting with people who are calling in.
Gloria, do you want me to call?
I'll call in. You got your phone there.
A first-time caller.
What do you think of the results tonight, Chachi Curl?
They're taking. Can we just do a bit on Elections Canada? We did it already.
Yes.
But for those of you maybe who are just joining us again for the first time tonight, so what's a little bit different about tonight and the fact that we are waiting so long for a final, and Stuart and I have been watching the numbers sort of tick back and forth. Look, they've changed again. Yep. They've changed again. Is the drip, drip, drip of the number of advanced votes that are now being counted and reported. And so my big question at 4:30 in the morning Newfoundland time is, does Elections Canada do what Elections British Columbia did last fall with the number of advance votes that they had to deal with, which is call it a night and just say, sorry, folks, we're done for the night. We'll talk to you in the morning. Or do we get actually the benefit, the privilege, and the luxury? And so great thanks to the workers at Election Canada who keep apparently are still doing this, just keeping us informed through the evening. It could be that by the time the sun rises on Signal Hill, maybe we'll know a little bit more than we know right now.
Well, it is strange that we are at this point of the evening and we're still seeing some changing numbers.
Is this still technically the evening?
No, it's actually the morning now.
It is
the morning. It is a new day, Stuart. So when Canada, we still have a lot of people with us tonight, and thank you so much for being here. But with the dawning of a new day, shall we say, tomorrow, what are Canadians going to be waking up to?
Well, we may be waking up to a still unclear result, but beyond that, we're waking up to an election in which it seems like, I think, every party has learned some lessons, and Canadians are going to be absorbing some of that, where the Liberals and Mark Carney was clear about this in his speech, came into this election and had a certain amount of humility about it. And that is understandable, given that party had a near-death experience. And the Conservatives, for their part, they got so close to grabbing the ring, and yet now they find themselves on the outside looking in. And so I think every party is going to be looking at some of the lessons, the step back. We don't have anyone who's a clear winner, at least at this moment. And so Canadians are going to be, I think, wondering what this was all for and where do we go from here? There are still questions to be answered.
Right. Shachi, what about for you? We know at this point it's a Liberal government. Wake up tomorrow. What are some of the challenges for a Liberal government moving forward?
So we have heard through the course of the campaign, and we heard tonight from Mark Carney about, what were his key messages, that he acknowledged that millions of Canadians had actually not voted Liberal and that they would not be happy with the outcome, but he intended to govern for all Canadians. He also talked about how the mandate and the plan and the policies that he wanted to follow, he intends to now put them into place. He talked about build, baby, build. But the fact is this, there are now complications and challenges arising from the fact that he did not win a clean majority mandate, which means he doesn't get to come out tomorrow or in 2 or 3 days and say, this is my cabinet, this is what the first 100 days looks like, this is what we're going to do at the 6-month term, and here are all the things we are now going to execute and actualize immediately. We are all now, the collective we, including the Liberals, in a holding pattern around, do they try to do another confidence and supply agreement with what's left of the NDP caucus? Is there anything in it for the NDP caucus to enter that, given that they were politically spanked for basically propping up the Liberals under Justin Trudeau for several years?
They're leaderless.
They're leaderless. So that maybe augurs in the Liberals' favor. Hey, you don't have a leader. What do you have to lose? Come hang out with us. Do the Liberals try to lure a handful of NDP or Green or Bloc voter MPs over to their side in order to get that majority in the same way that David Everson moved over as a Liberal to the Conservatives in order to shore up the Conservatives and give them a bit of a place? So lots of machinations, but what it means for the people whose jobs it is, like ours, to explain what it means, is we don't know what it means yet. We got to wait another 48, 72 hours.
Do you want to take a stab at it, Stuart, just in terms of the challenges in reaching out to the NDP in light of the history?
Well, absolutely. It is going to be a fraught process. The NDP, they are not going to be in a hurry to have another election. So the Liberals may have some pull there to say, you can agree to work with us, and then you have the time to go and lick your wounds to figure out what direction your party is going to go, because the NDP have a huge round of soul searching ahead of them. What does this party mean? What does it stand for? Is it still going to compete for power, or is it going to move more squarely back into that mold of being the conscience of Parliament and not really worrying about competing for power directly? And so propping up a Liberal government gives them space to do that. But just as Shachi was saying, that didn't work out well for them last time around. And so they're going to be a little more cautious. And so it may come down to an individual MP by MP approach, shades of Belinda Stronach crossing the floor and these sorts of things. So we've been there before, but it's going to be messy if we go that direction.
Lots of deep discussions ahead for sure. Okay, we will continue discussion in just a moment, but we do want to check in with Mira Baines, our CBC reporter who's with the Liberals tonight. Mira?
Hello, Gloria. We're at the federal Liberal election night party here in downtown Vancouver. As you can tell, the party has just started getting going. The music has been turned on. Earlier tonight, we had seen a lot of the staffers, a lot of the organizers come in and sort of, they were sitting at the tables, they were eating nachos, and they were watching the results come in. And some of the ridings, of course, were real nail biters. But once they started seeing people winning and also Pierre Poilievre losing in his riding, you heard some cheers, some jeers. And then, of course, everyone was watching the speeches. And then we started seeing the winners trickle in. In the last hour and a half, Jonathan Wilkinson, the MP-elect for North Vancouver, gave a rousing speech. He talked about how Mark Carney really turned things around, how this is a turning point, having him as their leader and his positive vision for the economy, as well as standing up to Donald Trump and the threat of tariffs. He said that really made a difference. I also spoke to Talib Noor Mohammed, the MP-elect for Vancouver Granville, who said that it was this positivity and sort of Carney's solutions for Canada, and that's what made the difference. But his riding also changed in terms of electoral boundaries, and that's something that we saw across British Columbia, that there were some ridings that changed in terms of boundaries and included others, which made it very difficult to predict what was going to happen on election night. And we did see a surge of support for the Conservatives in some ridings that have been held by Liberals. For example, in Surrey Newton area, Suk Dhaliwal's riding. The Conservatives had a surge of support there. And that's something that I spoke to Talib Noor Mohammed about, and he said that some of the votes in some of the more ethnic communities didn't land the way that some were expecting them to. And that would be some cause for concern. Some of the results in Richmond and Surrey going forward in terms of minority government and what could happen in the future. So they're not exactly super comfortable, but they are comfortable enough to celebrate tonight. We will be expecting to hear from Gregor Robertson, former mayor of Vancouver, who is the MP-elect for Vancouver, Fraserview, South Burnaby. He's expected to arrive here shortly as well.
Mira, I noticed there's a real energy in the room there, and I'm comparing that with Katie DeRosa, who was outside where the NDP had been gathering in Victoria tonight, and there were 3 concession speeches there in Victoria. So how would you just describe the overall mood there?
Well, Gloria, this is the place where they do the victory speeches. No concession speeches here. So the mood is boisterous. I have been to election night parties where people weren't eating, people weren't drinking. And that's when you know that a party is in trouble, when you're at that stage. But this is completely different. The mood is good, it's happy. They really feel like, they've done something here in British Columbia, and that's something that Jonathan Wilkinson mentioned. He said, wow, at that point in the night, there are about 19 seats. I'm not quite sure what the count is right now, but he said that, they did well in areas of the province where they didn't even expect it to happen, expect to do well. And so you can hear some hoots and hollers still happening, because we also have campaign staff that have been starting to come in, and for them this is a big thank you as well for some of their hard work in eking out some of those wins. And we know that those wins were eked out because we're still watching the results in like 10 or so ridings tonight.
Oh, it's so true. It's so true, and it's still so close. Mira Baines, thank you very much. That is Mira Baines, where there are a lot of victory speeches tonight for the Liberals. And, you know, there is reaction around the world right now. Let's bring you some reaction to the election outcome from south of the border. One of the first to congratulate the Prime Minister was a former president. Yes, in a post to X, Joe Biden says, "I congratulate Prime Minister Carney and the Liberal Party on their success in Canada's election. I'm confident Mark will be a strong leader for the fundamental values and interests Canadians and Americans share." So as of this moment, no reaction yet from the current president of the United States, Donald Trump. And again, when we're talking about reaction from around the world, the Guardian headline was how Trump's threats to Canada led to a Liberal victory. Also, there was also a headline about power returns to Spain and Portugal after
fundamentals,
All the important news.
unprecedented blackout as well. But Canada's Liberal Party, led by Mark Carney, secures election victory after a dramatic reversal of fortune. Okay, so more reaction from around the world throughout our broadcast today. Again, back to Justin McElroy. Justin, you're watching some information on the leaders.
Yeah, of course, in Canada, we don't directly elect our Prime Minister, we elect our MPs, but sometimes you elect both. But let's take a look at the different ridings in where leaders were running. Burnaby Central, Jagmeet Singh, NDP leader no longer after tonight. He says that he will step down as soon as a replacement is found. A distant third place to Liberal candidate Wade Chang here. And Dunedin, an Ottawa area riding, Prime Minister Mark Carney, a big win there, almost double the amount of the Conservative candidate. Nothing that we didn't expect, given how Ottawa ridings tend to go Liberal the closer you are to the middle. Outremont, you can see here, there's no leader on the board if you're watching on TV in places first, second, or third. But if you go fourth and then fifth, there's Green Party co-leader Jonathan Pedno, a distant fifth there. Obviously a disappointing night for the Green Party in lots of ways, including his own seat. But then co-leader Elizabeth May is victorious in Saanich Gulf Islands. We've said the only person elected for the Green Party. You might wonder, the Liberal Party is going to need a speaker. You never know what's going to happen there. You also look at, when we keep going for the other leaders, let's take a look now at, if we continue the board, big win for Elizabeth May. But then, and we've skipped through there. But Carleton, that's the one that everyone is talking about. Everyone's still wondering, and that's because Pierre Poilievre down more than 3,000 votes to Liberal candidate Bruce Frangjoy. Now, people might be wondering, with such a large lead, how come we aren't calling that yet? Well, you can see there's still 10 polls reporting. We don't know where they are. We don't know when they're going to be counted. We know that the counting overall has gone slowly because the ballot is just so gosh darn long, with dozens and dozens of different candidates on the list. So we'll see. We might not be able to call this tonight. Obviously, it changes the political calculus for Poilievre and how the Conservative caucus reacts if he is in caucus. But this is the one lots of people are talking about. Lots of people hoping that we might be able to declare this one way or the other. We'll have to see whether the votes are counted or not.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you very much for that, Justin. And yes, that ballot was 91 names long. There was a protest movement in that riding in Carleton, and a lot of independents signed on and just made it a very complicated process. And we knew it was going to take a long time to count all the seats. What if he does not win his seat in that riding?
I mean, this has already been the most topsy-turvy Conservative result of our lifetimes. Okay, so on one hand, they increased their vote share incredibly. Look at all of these new MPs from Vancouver Island, from parts of British Columbia. We're just sitting there with these these happy grins. They're happy to be going to Ottawa. On the other hand, their leader may be on the cusp of losing his own seat. And their leader, this is very Gen X, and I'm a millennial, but I'm a Zennial, okay? True confessions, I'm a Zennial. But the point is, it reminds me of that poem we had to read in elementary school, like Casey at the Bat. Like, this is the guy who had it all in the palm of his hand. He had a 30-point lead. He had an electorate that was with him. He was starting to win over voters who are female, which is a real challenge for the Conservatives. They always struggle to win over female voters. And tick, tick, boom, two things happen. Justin Trudeau resigns, and Donald Trump opens his mouth, he's inaugurated, and he just starts talking. And those two things had a fundamental change on the dynamics of this campaign. And I had said in January on the National, I said, I think it will take a catastrophic act of self-destruction on Pierre Poilievre's part to not win tonight.
So what happened?
Let me tell you, what I didn't anticipate was that catastrophic act of self-destruction would be a failure to act. And the failure to act was meeting Canadians' angry, nationalistic, emotional moment when Donald Trump started talking about annexation, when he started imposing tariffs, and Canadians had this big unifying moment saying, no, Canada is not for sale. No, Canada will never be the 51st state. Yes, we will fight these tariffs, even if it costs us in our own households. Even if we lose a job, we will fight these things. And Pierre Poilievre, for several weeks into this drama, with Donald Trump as like the villain in this telenovela, like twirling his mustache and chewing up the scenery, he's talking about axing the tax. He's talking about bringing it home. He's talking about, I don't know, all of his slogans. And there was a failure to meet Canadians where they were at with the emotions that they were feeling. And if you look at the polling data, not just ours, but everybody else's, you will see that that was where the Liberals started to tick up and the Conservatives started to stand still. And once the writs were issued, once the election was called, you didn't see a tremendous amount of change in the numbers. Yes, they tightened up a bit towards the end, and we're seeing that tonight. The Liberals have been, they may well be, denied a majority, and that's to the Conservatives' credit. But remember, this was supposed to be a Conservative majority, and it all had to do with what happened before the election was called, not what happened during the campaign.
I still don't understand why he's at risk of losing his own seat. He's won there before.
Ottawa, you
Ottawa,
try it.
okay.
You go.
Ottawa,
I got nothing.
One of the challenges for the Conservatives here, and I think there are a number of them, are the divisions within the Conservative movement. In some ways, it's easier to think about conservatism in Canada not as a party, but as a movement, bringing together different parties at different levels of government. So at the federal level, at times we've had a right-of-center, more populist party and the People's Party. That voting demographic seems to have moved back to the Conservative Party. But we also have these divides between the Conservative movement at the federal level and at the provincial level. And so looking at how the Conservatives in Ontario in particular really did not warm up to Mr. Poilievre's approach to this election, looking at how Mr. Poilievre continued to campaign against Justin Trudeau when the threat was clearly Mr. Trump, and not being able to turn that corner. We saw a public falling out of the Conservatives in Ontario. The Chief of Staff of Doug Ford, Corey Tenaike, publicly criticizing Pierre Poilievre and his people's approach to this campaign. And I think that really cost them in Carleton.
Agreed. And more broadly, I think in Ontario in particular, one of the most liberal provinces federally in the country, but across the country as well, where it cost them too was, although the Liberals and other parties really tried to brand Pierre Poilievre as like Diet Trump or Trump Light, I think it's important to parse a couple of issues. On big policy matters, that's actually not true. Donald Trump is a virulent, racist, anti-immigrant guy. Pierre Poilievre actually did better tonight in a lot of new Canadian immigrant-populated areas like the 905, in places like Surrey and Brampton and Richmond, BC, places where the Liberals, it's always a battle between the Liberals and the Conservatives. They did better tonight than I think the Liberals thought they would. And in fact, I've been talking to some friends who are Liberals, who are campaign workers. I have friends across the spectrum. I said, what happened? They said, yeah, we didn't get our new Canadian vote. We didn't get our new voter vote. So that is one thing that's not true. Donald Trump has cozied up to the anti-abortionists in the United States. Pierre Poilievre is fully pro-choice. On the other hand, when you play footsie with Jordan Peterson, when you use the same turn of phrase, when you talk in the same tenor and manner and cadence as a lot of the right-wing, like hard right-wing rhetoric that you see both south of the border and in this country,
that turns a lot of people off. And so there were choices around try and move to the center and maybe leave some votes to the PPC, to the People's Party and Maxime Bernier, or try and own that part of the tent. That was where they went, and I think it cost them. Again, look at those numbers. It cost them.
Well, and to what extent was the control of the media and messaging a factor for voters, do you think, Stuart? I mean, when I'm talking about the 4-question maximum at press conferences and choosing who gets to answer the questions. And you're not coming on the bus and you're not coming on the plane in our campaign. Maybe as media people, we care about it. Do voters care?
I think when things are going well for the campaign, then voters probably don't. But when you're in a real battle for votes and you're taking this adversarial approach, not just to the media or the mainstream media, as you might style it, Mr. Polyev, but drawing those lines and keeping candidates from debates. So keeping candidates from answering questions of media as well, from making those appearances, making sure that everything is so tightly controlled that the air can't really get into the campaign to breathe. At a certain point, it stops being message control and starts to come across as a kind of fear of scrutiny, of accountability. And I think that really hurt them. And it resonated with the kind of Trumpian approach to throwing bombs at everything that isn't already deeply within the fold.
We have got so much to talk about, and we've got so much time to do it. I'm so glad you're both here. Now, if you're just joining us, I'm Gloria Makarenko, and this is Canada Votes 2025, After the Vote. And we're bringing you the latest from the federal election, not only here in British Columbia, but across Canada. CBC News is projecting a Liberal government, and we are watching this story from coast to coast to coast. And we are coming to you live from our CBC Vancouver studios, everywhere you stream. And we are taking your calls, the number to call. We want to hear what you think of the results tonight. How are you feeling about it all? What do you hope happens next? The number to call to engage with us is 1-800-825-5950. 1-800-825-5950. And on the line with us now from California is Christina. Christina, I hope we can connect now.
Yes, hopefully. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. So what's going through your mind tonight?
So firstly, I just wanted to thank CBC for covering this so thoroughly. I think it really matters, especially to Canadians like me living abroad. So I'm currently in the States right now. I had to vote through the special ballots process, and honestly, being here, I've seen firsthand what happens when leadership choices kind of go in a different direction. And it's really made me grateful that in Canada, we're making decisions that are kind of making us move forward, not backwards. And I think this election just really showed that Canadians, they really care about protecting their identity and economy, and it doesn't matter how much pressure we get from the States. So electing Mark Carney, I feel like it really sent a strong, clear message that we want responsible leadership. And his speech alone on election night, I've been listening for the last couple of hours, it just captured everything I believe Canada stands for, hope, compassion, stability, ambition, and he represents not just experience and expertise, but a real hope for our country, and I really think he's the best person to lead us forward, and hopefully by tomorrow morning, it'll even be a majority government. So, yeah, I think a lot of young voters kind of feel the same as I do, as much as, I think we're really happy to see the way that it's gone.
I hear a lot of hope in your voice, and I heard you use the word hope several times as well. And I don't know if you were tuning in a short time ago when we were reading out the social media post by former President Joe Biden congratulating Mark Carney and the Liberals, and no word yet from President Trump. But, despite all of that hope, the tariff threat is still there, and a lot of challenges are still there. How are you feeling about that?
I think those challenges are still there, and as much as we would love to do something to get rid of them, I think the best thing we could have done as Canadians was just really vote for someone that would be able to speak for us. And I think Mark Carney, with his experience, he really was the best choice when it came down to it.
Christina, you're there in California. What are you feeling, hearing? How engaged are people around you in this election?
So I honestly think I'm feeling great. I think it's amazing to hear that this is the way our votings have gone. I feel like a lot of us, at least in the States, the people living abroad, we were kind of very worried there for a while, thinking maybe conservatives would end up winning and it would end up being a very similar situation to how it's been in the States so far. But seeing that that's not the way it's gone, and, you know, we have the ability to have a liberal government, have someone that for that it's amazing.
Okay, well, I do want to get the panel to weigh in on some of your comments. Christina, thank you so much for calling.
Yeah, no worries. Take care.
Again, we do want to make this as interactive a process as possible. We would like to hear from you, whether you're in California or Ontario or wherever across the country, if you're up with us tonight. So the number to call is 1-800-825-5950, 1-800-825-5950, and we'll get some more comments on in just a moment. But what was going through your mind as you were hearing Christina calling from California?
I thought she really spoke to the kinds of messages the Liberals were hoping voters would pick up, and so I think it shows that that message of trying to stand up for Canadian identity against the United States in general and President Trump in particular. I think that was what really got the Liberals where they got to within just a few points of majority.
Well, you're nodding, but just to go back to your previous comments about the Conservatives, did they not hear that enough from Pierre Poilievre?
Not soon enough, not often enough, not early enough. You know, when I worked in journalism, I had an assignment editor who I think I did at one point like 27 stories on BC's failed attempt to bring in the HST. Why am I telling you this anecdote? There is a reason. Because I was like, I can't do another story. And Dave Biro, the late great Dave Biro, would be like, no, you got to tell him and tell him and tell him again. And the challenge with Pierre Poilievre is he started to understand the assignment. He started to get the memo that very first day of the campaign. There was a new slogan. It was Canada Strong. It was, you know, yes, we're going to put two fingers up to Trump at the same time. It sort of lasted 2 days. And then it went away, and it came back, and it went away. And by that point, I think, you know, the Jell-O was starting to gel. It wasn't fully jiggling, but it was gelling.
It went to boots, not suits instead. Or
Yes, there was so many different ones.
Okay, now again, we want to make this interactive, so let's get to another call. Quinn is on the line from Calgary. Quinn, hi, good morning to you.
Hey, Gloria, thank you so much for all your hard work tonight. You guys have been doing a great job covering it. Really appreciate it. I've been watching for almost 8 hours now. It feels good.
Okay, well, it feels good. You sound happy with the result. Just tell us what's been going through your mind as you've watched the results come in, especially the view from Calgary in Alberta.
Yeah, one thing that I thought was really interesting from Calgary is that the Liberals were able to flip Calgary Confederation, and something that kind of popped into my head was it was kind of the first time in my voting lifetime that I had seen a Liberal candidate hold a rally in Calgary. And the rally happened to be at McMahon Stadium, which does fall in that riding. So I feel like that actually did quite a bit. And it would be nice in future elections to see more of Calgary, you know, represented. There's a lot of really awesome people here, a lot of really progressive, liberal-minded people, and I think if Mr. Carney was able to hold a rally in Calgary Centre, it actually may have skewed that riding a little bit. I think they could have won that. So I know Calgary always complains about being underrepresented. A lot of times that comes from a conservative perspective, but I think as a liberal in Calgary, it was nice to see him here, but I think that if they did a little bit more work in Calgary Centre, they could have won that riding easily, and I would love to see more visits from the federal government.
No, it was interesting to hear Mark Carney mention those visits as well. That it was almost like going into the belly of the beast. Those are my words, not his. But he did talk about, you know, not necessarily friendly territory, but it sounds like he did make an impact there. So, Quinn, thank you so much for calling. Justin, you have been watching some of the results in Alberta for us.
Yeah, and despite the fact that the Liberal Party did improve their standing in terms of their percentage of vote, You look at this map, it's still a sea of blue. And at the end of the day, when you look at what exactly changed in the province, there wasn't too much. So let's take a look at the next board that we have over here as we start to, are we going to zoom into Calgary right now? Nope, you can still see all of these places, typically 70, 80% for the Conservatives. That's what held over the course of the night. Big margins. But then when you look into Edmonton or you look into Calgary, unfortunately right now our map seems to be a little bit frozen. There we go. You can see it's just still, well, this is Edmonton. It's only 2 seats here that didn't go the Conservatives' way. We have Edmonton Strathcona that stayed with the NDP. Alberta, the Liberals switched one riding, gaining Edmonton Centre, losing Edmonton Griesbach. Then if we take a look next in terms of how the party did, if we take a look at these results boards, not sure if they're going to come up right then, but the party really hoped, the Liberal Party hoped that maybe they could break through in both Edmonton and Calgary. Didn't really happen at the end of the day. You can see it's 34 elected for the Conservatives, 1 elected for the Liberals and 1 leading. We'll get to that right in a little bit. Then you take a look at the seat change. The Liberals gain 1, the NDP lose 1, the Conservatives still dominant throughout the province, like we see basically election after election, if we're being honest. But let's take a look at places that switched. As I said, Edmonton Griesbach, one of those inner city Edmonton ridings that the Liberals were hoping to get. Maybe the NDP actually held the riding. Blake Desjardins, he goes down to Cara Diot, who formerly held the riding for the Conservatives prior to 2021. The seat that the Liberals did pick up, Eleanor Ozweski, defeating Saeed Ahmed for the Conservatives. So this is a place that the Liberals have had past historic success in. They wanted to get more into the suburbs, though. That didn't happen. Then you take a look over towards Calgary. There, the Conservative Party was able to take a seat from the Liberals. George Chahal, who won this in 2021, the name of the riding changed, the boundaries changed a little bit, but he still hoped to get it. Didn't happen, but it looks like the Liberals might pick up a seat. We haven't declared this one yet. You can see 232 out of 233. That means we got 1 more to go. Corey Hogan, former lead of communications for the NDP government in Alberta, now a popular podcaster, over Jeremy Nixon at the moment, a former MLA for the Conservative Party in Alberta. A lot of people focusing on this riding. 2 big personalities. Looks like it might be going the Liberals' way. They'll be happy about that. But when they look at their successes towards tonight, it won't necessarily be what happened in Edmonton and Calgary and the rest of Alberta, because even though they increased their popular vote share, the seat share, just about the same as usual.
Quinn said he was just calling from Calgary. If there were more rallies, more Liberal rallies, that might have made a difference there. Justin, thank you very much. And, you know, the Conservative Party did capture several seats in northern and eastern British Columbia, and among them, Helena Conans. She won her riding of Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. And a very good morning to you. We appreciate your being with us. I know this has probably been a very long day for you. How are you doing?
Really good. Yeah, it has been a long day, but you know, it always feels good when you win.
Right. Were you already getting ready for bed when we were trying to connect with you?
Yeah, I was, but really glad to talk to you.
Okay, tell me how the day unfolded from your point of view.
Well, our strategy was just to make sure we had a great ground game for the last 5 weeks, and that continued today. So we just worked on our Get Out to Vote project, and that's what we did all day long, and it ended up successful.
Okay, and what about the door knocking, the actual campaign? What were you hearing on the street?
Well, we typically in this area here, the NDP is typically a stronghold here. We've had an MP for the last 10 years, Richard Cannings, at NDP, but there was a change at the doors where some of those NDP supporters had moved over to the liberal side. But we knew that there will always be NDP in this area, so we were hoping that there would be a split.
Yeah. Helena, you know, I spoke with Aaron Gunn on North Island just a few moments ago, and we were sort of talking about a new day, a new conservative party, or a new makeup of the Conservative Party as of tomorrow in this country. Where do you see yourself in the mix?
Well, I see myself as tomorrow as day one, learning how to be a member of parliament. I've been on Penticton City Council for the last 10 years, or for 10 years, and also on our regional district board, and just involved in our community. And now I have to take some of the issues, or look at some of the issues that we've been working on, and very serious issues that we've been working on city council, and bring them forward to the federal level, because there's so many changes that have happened in the last 10 years that really need addressing.
Well, listen, again, it's a real pleasure to speak with you, and I thank you again for staying up late and getting out of your jammies for us, okay?
Thank you.
That is Helena Conant, the Conservative Member of Parliament now for Similkameen, South Okanagan, and West Kootenay. Now, Elections Canada is continuing to count in all of the ridings. I do want to assure you, so do keep your eye on the bottom of the screen. A change?
Well, just percentage of popular vote, not seats.
Okay, not seats. Okay,
just I'm a pollster.
Hold your
we
horse.
care, we care about percentage of popular vote too.
Now, they do tell us that Elections Canada, they are prioritizing the count in the 14 closest races. There's still 14 very close races.
I hope they're in their pajamas, or at least they're like the slippers.
Well, we have we have people across the country. Maybe some people are just getting up for work. Maybe you're doing an all-nighter, just like us. And we are inviting your input and your reaction to the result tonight. So feel free to call us 1-800-825-5950. I think this is the first time I've done an overnight call-in show, but it's kind of neat to connect with people.
I feel like I'm in high school listening to those overnight call-in shows.
I know.
It's like, oh my God.
Right. Doug is on the line from Ottawa right now. Doug Atada, hello, and a very good morning to you.
Hi, Gloria.
Hi. What's been going through your mind as you've been watching the results come in today?
Oh, my goodness. It's been a long day and now a long night. But very good thing. I mean, this thing is coming to an end at the end of the day. And first of all, I want to talk about the Liberals did a very good job. Polyev did a wonderful job, especially in the 905. And I believe some of the voters there were actually protesting against the Liberal because of the crime rate. You know, there's so much crimes every day, you know, over there, and then nothing has been done about it. And I believe that Mark Carney has the capacity to move Canada forward. However, I would like him to borrow from Polyev's some of the policies Polyev was planning, especially in the area of immigration. Our immigration has a lot of fixing to be done. Canada is actually attracting the wrong people. We have a lot of crimes, a lot of immigrants coming to Canada committing so much crimes, and then the law itself is weak. I mean, these people go to prison, they're back on the street the next day to commit the same crime.
Okay, so if that was an issue for you, Doug, you know what I'm also interested in is that you are in Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton in Ontario, and you're well aware he's not leading in that riding. There's actually a chance he might lose his seat. How do you feel about that?
I'm a registered Liberal member. I mean, when I went to vote, I saw the number of people on the voter list. It's a very long list.
It's a very long list. I know, but what do you make of where he's sitting right now in the polls? I mean, he could lose his seat.
Yes, the way it's going, potentially I see that happening because a lot of people, including myself, see him as being arrogant. And I mean, I've never seen a campaign, a political party campaigning and saying that journalists will not be in the plane, journalists will not be in the bus. So I find that very weird. And a lot of people see him as somebody like Trump-like person. So all those factors kind of affected him.
Listen, it's been great connecting with you, Doug. Thank you very much for calling in. That is Doug in Ottawa. And again, if you'd like to share your thoughts about results this evening, please feel free to give us a call at 1-800-825-5950. And we've got some news. There's been a change in the numbers, Stuart.
That's right. Liberals are now 4 seats away. Just 4 seats away from winning a very narrow majority. And so we are going to have to sit here a little bit longer to find out if they get there.
Goody. Okay, that was New Westminster that just flipped. Justin McElroy, can you tell us more about that?
I can in a second once our camera comes over.
Okay. So we can talk about that. We're here for you, Justin.
Yeah,
it's all good.
We got your back.
To put you on the spot there.
Whenever he's are you ready? Do you want us to fill? We can soft shoe. We can tap dance.
We're good to go. To Gloria, if our map is ready to go, we can take a look. I think at the riding that we talked about. We have Ontario here, but if you take a look, we're talking about New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville, riding that has been with the NDP for many years under Peter Julian. It was the Conservatives that were leading earlier today. Now it's looking like the Liberals by a narrow amount.
Well, it's looking like Ontario right now, actually. But we're going to get our
just about 4,000 kilometers difference between the two.
We're going to get our ducks in a row. No, this is very interesting. We were just talking about Peter Julian, a few moments ago, and the fact he's been a long time member in that area, but it's flipped.
Yep.
So the flip really speaks to the tension around the left of center vote, particularly in what used to be considered locked, safe NDP seats. So where Jagmeet Singh, Peter Julian, places where the NDP, we predicted these would be strongholds. We predicted these would be holds. And again, it speaks to the mindset of left of center voters in some of these ridings, which is very interesting, where we saw the NDP and the Liberal vote split, which actually created the conditions for the Conservatives to pick up. And you've seen that a couple of times tonight in British Columbia and also on Vancouver Island, and in places where, that notion of, just